Chapter 440. The words of the Hua family's great young lord could be described as sonorous and forceful. Everyone in the hall heard this and stared blankly at him and Yang Kai, seemingly thinking that there was some unusual relationship between these two. Lan Chudai was a big-breasted beauty. She covered her mouth in surprise. Her beautiful eyes were filled with disbelief. Yang Kai's face went black, knowing that Huastar's words were too easily misunderstood, so he couldn't help snorting, "Speak clearly." Huastar's also realized that there was something wrong with his words and couldn't help smiling awkwardly. "Don't misunderstand, it's just that yesterday I made a bet with Brother Kai on whether he could survive last night. This one's eyesight wasn't good enough, so I lost." "What was the bet?" Chiao Yimeng suddenly became interested. She really didn't know about the bet between Yang Kai and Huastar's. "If I lose, I'll give him my golden feather eagle. If he loses, heh." Yang Kai looked at Huastar's with a smile. "Young Lord Hua has to strip naked and run 10 laps around War City." Everyone couldn't help laughing and many of the women couldn't help blushing. Thinking about the scene of this young Lord Hua running around naked in War City, it really was quite funny. A loss is a loss, there's no need to say it out loud. Huastar's was extremely depressed, but suddenly his expression turned to one of indignation. "Yang Kai, you can choose. If you want these things, our bet is over, but if you say no, this young master will take off his clothes right now and fulfill the bet, but don't even think about these things. Even this young lord will have to leave this place." Saying so, he opened his folding fan and fanned himself. This young master has never broken a bet with anyone. As he spoke, his expression was one of contentment, without the slightest trace of nervousness. Obviously, Yang Kai would accept the masters and materials he brought with him. Compared with letting him run 10 laps around War City naked, these masters and materials were more practical. As long as Yang Kai wasn't stupid, he would know what to choose. Yang Kai smiled and said confidently, "Then I ask young Lord Hua to take off his clothes." Stars Hua's expression gradually froze as he waved his folding fan stiffly, saying with a bitter expression, "Young Lord Kai, don't be like this, I haven't done anything to offend you. Why must you be so ruthless?" Chiao Yimeng, who was standing to the side. Stars quickly turned to her. Chiao Yimeng, young lord, why are you looking at him?" Chiao Yimeng slowly shook her head and solemnly said, "I can't do anything about this man, you know that." Stars master. Seeing Fatty Dong sitting there, he quickly stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "This fat brother, at first glance I can see that your relationship with Yang Kai is not shallow." Dong Qinghan's face went black. Hua Xingchen calling him Brother Fatty really made him unhappy, even if he wasn't happy about it. However, due to the other party's status, Dong Dang couldn't do anything. He could only smile bitterly and say, "Young Master Hua, please forgive me. My words carry little weight." They were contending with each other. Dong Pangzi was very depressed to find that this young Master Hua was actually staring at Lan Chudai, who was standing beside him. His pair of eyes were shining with a lustful light. Dong Pangzi could not help but cough. "A beauty." Xing Hua didn't hesitate to praise as he swept his eyes around, quickly discovering Luo Xiaoman again. The light in his eyes became more and more vigorous, and even his nostrils began to emit waves of heat. Luo Xiaoman quickly hid behind Fan Hong, a look of panic filling her face. She had never seen such a lecherous and daring lecher. It was as if the word lecherous was written all over his face. He was even more shameless than Yang Kai. "Yang Kai, are these people all your allies?" Huastar's suddenly asked. "And they all came here today?" Huastar's face suddenly became serious as he took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Yang Kai. First, he cupped his fists solemnly and said, "Young Lord Kai, I Huastar's was short-sighted and looked down on you. Young Lord Kai, please don't lower yourself to my level. I'm just a playboy young lord, how could I compare to you? Last night's battle, I deeply realized my mistake, so I rushed back to the central capital and begged my father to give me some men and supplies. From now on I, Huastar's, am young Lord Kai's man, and when I die, I will be young Lord Kai's ghost. My only request is that you make me stay." Saying so, he actually sat down and muttered, In any case, I'm going to stay here. You can't drive me away. Chiu Yimeng shook her head and sighed, turning to look at Yang Kai and saying, I think it's best to let him go. If he really stays here, the women who come here will feel uneasy. Yang Kai nodded solemnly, that's what I mean. Young Lord Kai, young Lady Chiu, I was wrong, how can you be like this? Hua Stars was on the verge of tears. Although he had seen countless women, it was rare for him to encounter a woman like Lan Chu Dai and Luo Xiaoman. Occasionally, he would encounter a prostitute who was attracted by his identity and wealth. Enough. Yang Kai frowned and was too lazy to continue this nonsense, waving his hand and saying, let your people send the things inside. He didn't want to do anything to Hua Stars, nor did he expect him to bring people and supplies. It was just that a playboy like Hua Stars wouldn't listen to him in the future. After suffering this loss, Yang Kai estimated that Hua Stars would restrain himself a lot in front of him in the future. Hearing this, Hua Stars was overjoyed and quickly got up from the ground, shouting to his subordinates, what are you waiting for? Quickly send the things inside. Also, tell our people to behave themselves. Don't think you're so great just because you're from the Hua family. Everyone here is a friend, do you understand? The few people from the Hua family nodded and hurriedly left with the boxes. The Hua family young lord grinned and walked over to Luo Xiaoman's side, asking with a smile, what's your name, beautiful woman? Luo Xiaoman was frightened and stood up timidly, walking over to Chiu Yimeng and tugging on her clothes. Elder sister Chiu, seeing this delicate appearance of a helpless woman begging for protection, Hua Stars couldn't help but feel excited. Chiu Yimeng patted her hand and sneered at Hua Stars, if you dare have any ideas about her, I'll make sure you die without a burial. Hua Stars laughed dryly, so there's someone behind you. Don't worry, Chiu Yimeng is under your protection, so I promise I won't touch her. Saying so, he rushed over to Lan Chu Dai, but before he had time to ask, Lan Chu Dai smiled and said, I am Yang Kai's senior sister. Hua Stars suddenly became speechless and felt extremely depressed. Don't make trouble. Chiu Yimeng snorted, although you're lustful, you're not that horny. What's more, with your identity as the Hua family's young lord, what kind of beautiful woman can't you get? Using this kind of method to resolve your embarrassment is too clumsy. Hua Stars scratched his head and smiled, you can see it, but it's pointless to say it out loud. Saying so, he shrugged his shoulders and found a seat to sit down, quickly restraining the arrogance on his face. Waiting for him to calm down, Chiu Yimeng smiled slightly, Yang Kai, I think you need to plan carefully. I'm afraid your house will become more and more lively in the future. Yesterday, it was quiet here, but today, 3 groups of people have arrived. The other young lords shouldn't have such great charm. Although it's lively with so many people, the various forces are not familiar with each other. If you don't coordinate properly, I'm afraid there will be some inevitable conflicts. Yang Kai chuckled, with you here, why should I bother? Chiu Yimeng glared at him, do you really think I'm a servant? Capable people do more work. Dong 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 also smiled, if young Lady Chiu is the one to coordinate, my Dong family will not object. Purple Fern Valley as well. Fan Hong nodded gently. They were all first-class forces and their strength was about the same, but Chiu Yimeng was different. She was from the central capital's Chiu family and her personal strength was high, so she was indeed qualified to coordinate the overall situation. Although it is somewhat embarrassing to say this, my reflecting moon sect is also willing to listen to young Lady Chiu. Not only us, I think the people who come later will also have no objections. Qin Shueshu said. The people who come later? Chiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she asked. Yang Kai also looked at him curiously. Chen Shueshu smiled and said, because we weren't sure if this Yang Kai was the one we knew before, my junior sister and I decided to take the initiative to inquire about the situation. If he is, then my reflecting moon sect will participate in the inheritance war to help junior brother Yang. If he is not, then my reflecting moon sect will not participate in this muddy water. So that's how it is. Then, how long will it take for your sect's people to arrive? Chiu Yimeng didn't show any contempt towards his reflecting moon sect just because they were a second-class sect, which made Qin Shueshu feel very gratified. They'll arrive within 3 days and are already on their way. Once we send word back, they'll decide whether or not to continue. Chen Shueshu smiled and looked at Yang Kai. It's not just our reflecting moon sect, there are many others who are also on the way. Who are they? Yang Kai was a little surprised. They're all people you know. Chen Shueshu smiled lightly. In addition to our reflecting moon sect, there is also Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. 10,000 Flower Palace's people are also participating in the Inheritance War? Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling surprised while Huixing couldn't help laughing. Interesting, this will be a feast for the eyes. 10,000 Flower Palace was a very special sect, a first-class sect composed entirely of women. Because they were all women, their competitive spirit wasn't strong and they had never participated in the previous Inheritance Wars. However, Qiu Yimeng hadn't expected that this time, 10,000 Flower Palace's people would actually participate and even choose Yang Kai's side. Because these sects suffered heavy losses in the battle with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land a few days ago, they didn't intend to participate, but when they heard that there was a Yang Kai here, they all became interested. Chen Shueshu explained. Chapter 441. Thank you for your kindness. Yang Kai showed a trace of gratitude. In the last war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, almost all the first-class forces had been involved. Every one of them had suffered losses, but some had suffered large losses while others had suffered small losses. Yang Kai hadn't expected that these people, who had almost been forgotten by Yang Kai, would be able to persuade their sect's elders to participate in the Inheritance War because of his existence. In particular, the people from 10,000 Flower Palace had broken hundreds of years of precedent and must have encountered a lot of resistance from their elders. Yang Kai could imagine the hardships involved. Most importantly, last night's events had not yet reached their ears, so they didn't know the current situation in War City. Without knowing Yang Kai's current situation, the fact that they had come to him without hesitation was the most important thing. The people he had made friends with in the isolated world were all sincere in wanting to help. After all, Yang Kai had saved their lives from the hands of the Tianlang dynasty cultivator. These people were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective sects. Water Moon Hall, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, 10,000 Flower Palace. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed brilliantly, her face filled with an attractive luster as she sighed. All first-class forces. The first three aside, 10,000 Flower Palace actually came to participate in the Inheritance War because of you, Yang Kai. Your face is really big. Just how many people have you met in the past few years? Dong Qinghan and Fan Hong also looked at Yang Kai in amazement, wondering how he had such a wide range of contacts. Chen Shueshu smiled and shook his head. In fact, there are two other sects that I can't contact. If I could, I'm afraid they would also come. Which two sects? Qiu Yimeng asked with great interest. She also wanted to inquire about the details of Yang Kai. One is the Endless Sea Islands Azura sect, and the other is the Tianlang dynasty's Senluo temple. Everyone was visibly moved. The Endless Sea Islands Azura sect. Of all the people present, only Qiu Yimeng knew the details of this sect. Although it was based in the Endless Sea Islands, it was still a first-class force, no weaker than the first-class forces of the Great Han Dynasty. This was because the sects in the outer seas occupied many islands with abundant spirit qi. These islands produced some materials that the Great Han Dynasty didn't have. This would make it easier for the cultivator of the overseas sects to cultivate. As for that Dark Azura Hall, everyone had heard of it before. The superpower of the Tianlang dynasty. Their status was equivalent to the central capital's 8 great families. As long as one had a bit of knowledge, they would naturally not be unfamiliar with this name. Everyone present was a young master and young lady of a first-rate force, so how could they not have heard of the great name of Dark Azura Hall? Young Lord Kai is truly amazing. Not only do you know friends from the Endless Sea Islands, you even have friendly relations with people from other countries. This Fan Hong is truly impressed. You bastard! Qiu Yimeng ground her teeth. Before, when I asked you how many contacts and helpers you had, you told me you had none. I almost believed you. Let's see how you're going to hide it now. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head, not bothering to explain. He didn't include the people Chen Shueshu had mentioned, but the way these sect disciples knew how to repay their kindness surprised him and warmed his heart. Junior brother Yang, since this place is really yours, I'll send a message first. In that case, I'll go back and report the news first so that the people from the sect can rush over as quickly as possible. Also, the Soaring Feather Pavilion, Pure Heart Palace, and 10,000 Flower Palace all need me to send a message to inform them. I'm not sure, but if they know you're here, they'll definitely be very happy. Chen Shueshu proposed excitedly. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll have to trouble you. Pausing for a moment, he called out, Ingio. Inside the hall, a vague figure appeared like a ghost. No one knew where he had been hiding before, nor how he had appeared. It was as if he had always been there. The vague figure rippled and gradually condensed into a solid form, revealing the thin but shrewd Ingio. Everyone present was shocked, especially the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters standing behind the various young lords and young ladies. Even they hadn't noticed Ingio's aura before. This elusive blood warrior was really extraordinary. Subordinate is here. Escort Brother Chen out of the city. Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu arriving in War City wasn't a big deal, but after leaving Yang Kai's house, they would definitely be regarded as enemies. If they weren't protected, they would likely be intercepted. Each of the Yang family's young lords had their own intelligence network, so naturally they would do everything possible to suppress the new forces of their opponents. Chen Shueshu obviously knew this and didn't refuse, instead cupping his fists to Ingio, his expression dignified and respectful. Then I'll have to trouble Senior Ing. Junior brother Yang, junior sister and I will take our leave first. Little sister Shu, you stay here. You can go alone. Qiu Yimeng suddenly said with a smile, don't misunderstand, I just want to know what this isolated world you spoke of is all about. What did that bastard do to you in that isolated world to make you so grateful? Hearing this, Chen Shueshu smiled lightly. Good, junior sister, you stay here and accompany young lady Qiu. Brother can go alone and return quickly. Saying so, he cupped his fist to Yang Kai and turned to leave. Ingio nodded and his body blurred again, disappearing in the next instant. Qiu Yimeng, you arrange things for them. Yang Kai said before turning to the others, I don't think there will be any fighting in the near future, so we can take advantage of this opportunity to get to know each other. Where are you going? Qiu Yimeng asked. Cultivating. Yang Kai grinned and strode away. Cultivation madman. Qiu Yimeng shook her head and smiled bitterly. His strength isn't without reason. Guastar said thoughtfully, his expression becoming frivolous. If I worked half as hard as him, I wouldn't be too bad, right? Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to respond. Inside his room, Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the floor, inspecting the black book space. During this period of crazy gathering, the black book space was filled with a variety of materials, as well as finished pills. As for artifacts, besides the box of Earth-grade ones that Stars Hua had brought today, there weren't many. These finished artifacts could be distributed to arm his own forces. Yang Kai's mental fortitude wasn't bad, but when he saw the dazzling array of materials, he couldn't help feeling slightly moved. These materials included spirit herbs and herbs used in alchemy, rare metals of the 5 elements, all kinds of spirit pills, and rare materials that were rarely seen in the world. Everything could be found here. If there was a good alchemist or artifact refiner here, using this huge batch of materials, it would be enough to refine many rare and useful spirit pills and artifacts. Yang Kai suddenly found that unknowingly, he had actually gathered a wealth not inferior to that of a medium-sized family. And this was just the beginning. The Bamboo Knot Gang was still constantly purchasing materials from the outside world, and as more forces came to join them, more and more materials would be brought in. Not only was Yang Kai gathering materials, but the other Yang family young lords were also doing the same. It was just that Yang Kai was one step ahead of them. The first result of the Yang family's inheritance war was that the price of alchemy and artifact refining materials had all risen. As the price of materials rose, the status of alchemists and artifact refiners also rose. Many alchemists and artifact refiners had also gathered in War City and the central capital, waiting for the Yang family young lords to recruit them. Yesterday was the first day of the inheritance war, and all the Yang family young lords were focused on competing for the first victory. But today, all the Yang family young lords had received news that they were recruiting high-grade alchemists and artifact refiners, and the treatment they received was absolutely excellent. The higher the grade of the alchemist and artifact refiner, the more important they would be. Only the eighth brother, Yang Quan, and Yang Kai didn't make any moves. Yang Quan was aware that victory was hopeless, and even if he recruited alchemists and artifact refiners, there would be no one willing to work for him, so naturally he was too lazy to bother. On the other hand, Yang Kai didn't care about alchemists and artifact refiners from outside. He was already prepared. Sorting out the finished pills in the black book space, Yang Kai took out all the Yang attribute pills and those that cultivated spiritual energy. When he saw the yin-yang monster ginseng, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming slightly startled. Where did Su Yen go? He had already ordered the bamboo knot gang to send out hundreds of people to inquire, but there was still no news. Even the several elders of High Heaven Pavilion and Ling Tai Su seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Sighing slightly, Yang Kai realized that High Heaven Pavilion still carried the name of an evil sect. The world was still afraid of the existence of the Demon Lord. As long as Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he wouldn't be able to restore High Heaven Pavilion's reputation. The name of an evil sect wasn't a big deal. The key was that the Demon Lord was from High Heaven Pavilion. This was the fundamental reason why all the great forces feared High Heaven Pavilion. If they could cultivate a Demon Lord, it didn't mean they couldn't cultivate a second. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai began to absorb the energy from the Yang attribute pills. In War City, there were 8 above Immortal Ascension boundary masters monitoring the situation, which made Yang Kai realize that if he didn't quickly break through to the Immortal Ascension boundary, sooner or later his secret would be discovered by these 8 old men. Right now, he was Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage, only 2 minor realms away from the Immortal Ascension boundary. It took Yang Kai an entire day to fully absorb all the Yang attribute pills. He could clearly feel that the Yang liquid in his dantian and the Yuan Qi in his meridians had become thicker and pure. The incense burner he hadn't used for a long time was taken out again and lit up beside him. While circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai didn't hesitate to use his spiritual energy to spy on the mysteries of the true alchemic way. The incense from the incense burner could suppress the speed of the true Yang secret art's circulation. If this continued, the true Yang secret art would adapt to this huge pressure. Once the incense burner was gone, its circulation speed would naturally increase, displaying great benefits when facing an enemy. Using his spiritual energy to spy on the true alchemic way was one of the best ways to cultivate one's soul. Chapter 442. The true alchemic way was too broad and profound. Not only did it contain a variety of magical alchemy spirit arrays, but it also contained the experiences of countless alchemy grandmasters. This knowledge was enough for Yang Kai to use for a lifetime, but if he wanted to extract this information from the true alchemic way, he would have to consume a lot of spiritual energy. When one's divine sense was being replenished, it would naturally improve rapidly. Time passed quickly, and with a huge amount of materials as a backup, Yang Kai's cultivation and spiritual energy were growing at an obvious rate. Every morning, when the sun rose, Yang Kai would practice his unyielding golden skeleton secret art. At the same time, he would take a drop of myriad drug liquid. After such a long period of accumulation, the myriad drug liquid's effect of cleansing his body had begun to show itself, allowing Yang Kai to cultivate faster and more efficiently than before. Moreover, this effect would accompany him throughout his life, providing endless benefits. As his strength improved in the future, the effects of taking the myriad drug liquid every day would only grow. This was a snowball effect. War City, East Side, eldest brother Yang Wei's house. After a few days of secluded cultivation, Yang Wei came out for a walk and happened to see Meng Shan-yi of the Meng family standing in his courtyard, seemingly waiting for him to come out. Meng Shan-yi was pacing back and forth, his brow furrowed, seemingly lost in thought. "Brother Meng." Yang Wei greeted. "Eldest young master." Meng Shan-yi heard his name and smiled happily, hurrying over, his eyes immediately lighting up, eldest young master seems to have made a breakthrough in his secret art. Yang Wei nodded gently and said lightly, I'm about to break through to the immortal ascension boundary second stage, probably in the next few days. Meng Shanyi couldn't help feeling admiration and envy. Although he was the eldest son of the Meng family and his aptitude was quite good, he was still only at the 9th stage of Yuan Qi. Although he was about to break through to the immortal ascension boundary, he still couldn't compare with the Yang family's eldest brother Yang Wei. Among the younger generation of the central capital, there were quite a few geniuses. Meng Shanyi sighed in his heart. The Lu family's Lu Qingyao didn't need to be mentioned. The Qiu family's first young lady Qiu Yimeng had also broken through to the immortal ascension boundary first stage 2 months ago. Although the immortal ascension boundary second stage wasn't, all of them had reached that level. This made Meng Shanyi feel a sense of crisis. Although he was the young master of the Meng family and it didn't matter if his strength was not that great, which man didn't want to become stronger? What are you doing here? Yang Wei asked. It's like this, young master. Since you came to War City, you've been in retreat. It's now the 4th day, I should report to you about the situation outside. Yang Wei gently nodded, turned around and said, let's talk inside. Inside the room, the two sat across from each other at the table. Yang Wei was silent, quietly listening to what happened on the first night of the inheritance war in his third brother Yang Tai's house. His expression remained unchanged, as if everything was within his expectations. However, when he heard that Yang Kai had not only snatched the flag, but also snatched the person, he was shocked. His eyes couldn't help but narrow slightly, emitting a trace of light, and a trace of surprise finally appeared on his face. Meng Shanyi smiled bitterly. Your family's 9th brother's actions are too unexpected. Yang Kong and Yang Ing tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing a lot of rice. Furthermore, he seems to have released Yang Tai back to the central capital instead of exchanging him for supplies. He did that? Yang Wei asked in surprise. That's why I said his actions were too unexpected. Meng Shanyi shook his head. In any case, I couldn't see what his next move would be. Originally, I thought he would take advantage of the situation and capture Yang Quan in one fell swoop while everyone else was recuperating, but he hasn't done anything for several days now. If he was smart enough, he wouldn't have done that. He shouldn't have done that. Yang Wei's eyes flashed. At first I didn't understand, but after thinking about it, Yang Kai obviously doesn't want to attract too much attention, so he's biding his time. Meng Shanyi's face showed a touch of admiration. He sees things much further than I do. Don't underestimate my 9th brother. I feel like there's something wrong with him. Yang Wei frowned, recalling the first time he saw him in front of the Elder Hall. His Yuan Qi couldn't help fluctuating. First young master, you mean, 9th brother may be his biggest enemy, even stronger than 2nd brother. How is that possible? Meng Shanyi's face was filled with disbelief, seemingly thinking that Yang Wei was overestimating Yang Kai. Although many people have sought refuge with him these past few days, all the young lords have done the same. First young master, the friends you've made over the past few years have all gathered here. They all want to see you. Yang Wei nodded gently. I'll arrange for them later. Meng Shanyi couldn't help asking with some excitement, First young master, are you planning to take action? What action? Yang Wei looked at him suspiciously. Meng Shanyi frowned. First young master, don't you want to attack Yang Quan? Yang Kai isn't willing to attract too much attention right now. Besides you, everyone else is recuperating, so this is a rare opportunity. As long as first young master brings your friends over, I don't think Yang Quan will resist. After all, you are the eldest young master, you have prestige in the hearts of your brothers. Yang Quan only had an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior while his mother's family was only a 2nd-class force. Such a defensive force would be vulnerable in front of the current Yang Wei. If I go and attack 8th brother now, I'm sure I can win. Yang Wei didn't refute Meng Shanyi's point of view. Even if he resists, he won't be able to. Then why is first young master hesitating? Meng Shanyi was confused. If there isn't much benefit, I won't do it. Yang Wei shook his head. This topic ends here. When it's time to attack, I will. Brother Meng, accompany me to meet those people now. Saying so, Yang Wei stood up. Although Meng Shan-yi was depressed, he didn't say anything more, but how could defeating Yang Quan not have any benefits? Not to mention that Yang Quan himself and his flag could be taken to the family to exchange for materials. After defeating him, he could also collect his current support. How could there not be any benefits? At this moment, 300 kilometers away from War City, in the wilderness, two dignified and enchanting women were walking while laughing. Beside these two women, there were two pure young girls. One of them was more lively, calling out Auntie Xiang, Auntie Lan, and talking about interesting topics, causing the two women to laugh again and again. On the other hand, the other girl was very quiet. This girl was covered with a veil, making people unable to see her true appearance. However, her pair of beautiful eyes were bright and clear, making people infatuated. On her forehead, there was a light blue gem, making her look even more elegant and refined. She was like a fairy who had descended to the mortal world and didn't eat the world of mortals. When she looked towards the direction of War City, the eyes of this veiled young girl were filled with expectation and joy, as well as a hint of shyness. Recalling the figure from her memories, it seemed that her cheeks hidden under the veil blushed slightly. A young girl in love was the most moving. At this moment, she was at the most beautiful moment of her life. Even the two beautiful women who saw her couldn't help feeling a little stunned. The more lively young girl suddenly rushed over and grabbed the arm of the veiled young girl, giggling, "Is elder sister Xia thinking about my cousin?" Xia Ningchang heard this and became extremely shy, her delicate earlobes instantly turning completely red as she stammered, "No, no, don't speak nonsense." "Heh." Dong Qingyan laughed wickedly, "You're still denying it? When I mention him, your face becomes even redder." "I'm blushing?" Xia Ningchang couldn't help but stretch out her hands and cover her cheeks, but then she suddenly realized that she was still wearing her veil, so even if she was blushing, no one would be able to see it. However, her cheeks really were burning hot. "Look at how nervous you are." Dong Qingyan didn't give up and continued to ask, "Elder sister Xia, what do you like about my cousin? From what I can see, he's just ordinary, nothing special." "I don't like him." Xia Ningchang wrinkled her nose and flatly denied. "Then why did you leave Hidden Cloud Peak as soon as you heard that he was participating in the inheritance war? Master can't bear to part with you. If you leave, no one will be able to discuss the alchemic way with him. I'm his little senior sister. A senior sister taking care of a junior brother is a matter of course." Xia Ningchang bit her red lips and replied in a low voice, seemingly thinking that this reason was too far-fetched and that even she couldn't believe it. On the side, Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan overheard the conversation between the two girls and couldn't help chuckling. Towards Xia Ningchang, this clever, quiet and innocent girl, these two beautiful women were very fond of her. The two of them had no children in their lives, so during the few months they spent on Hidden Cloud Peak, they almost treated her as their own daughter. Xia Ningchang liked Yang Kai. This was something they both knew and approved of. They both felt that in this world, only a young lord from the Yang family was worthy of Xia Ningchang and had the ability to protect her. "You really don't like him?" Dong Qingyan asked mischievously. Xia Ningchang reluctantly nodded. "That's great, I'll be able to marry my cousin in the future." Dong Qingyan giggled, her words shattering the heaven and earth. Xia Ningchang was shocked as she stared at Dong Qingyan dumbfoundedly, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. "Good Qingyan, don't tease your elder sister Xia. If you continue to tease her, she'll cry." Auntie Xiang couldn't stand it anymore and pulled Dong Qingyan to her side, glaring at her for a moment before whispering to Xia Ningchang, "Don't listen to her nonsense, she's just lying to you." Xia Ningchang nodded gently and smiled. "Sister Dong wants to marry junior brother, it's fine. You two are cousins. If you really become husband and wife, then you'll be even closer." This time it was Dong Qingyan's turn to be dumbfounded, quickly waving her hands. I don't want to marry someone like my smelly cousin. The person I want to marry is an ordinary man who will only love me for the rest of his life. Only then will I be happy." Auntie Xiang was also secretly surprised by Xia Ningchang's magnanimity. This girl clearly cared about Yang Kai very much. Her longing for Yang Kai on Hidden Cloud Peak was heart-wrenching, but when she heard someone wanted to marry him, not only did she not object, she even smiled. What's going on? Chapter 443. Xia Ning Chang obviously didn't want to continue discussing this topic, her brow furrowing slightly as she softly said, Auntie Xiang, this time Medicine King's Valley has dispatched so many people, isn't that a bit inappropriate? As she spoke, she glanced back. Behind these four women was Old Man Meng. Treasurer Meng's face was filled with worry as he sighed. When he thought about seeing that little bastard Yang Kai again, he couldn't help feeling sorry for his precious disciple. But his disciple was wholeheartedly devoted to him, and Meng Wuya could only sigh helplessly. When it came to matters of love, Meng Wuya couldn't control it even if he wanted to. Thinking of this helplessness, he couldn't help but squeeze out a smile that was uglier than crying. Behind Treasurer Meng was a large group of people, all of them wearing white robes. There were at least 30 of them. Of these people, the strongest was Qin Zhe, a trivial immortal ascension boundary second stage cultivator, while the weakest was only at the separation and reunion peak. If such a group of people were to be pulled out into battle, they could only be described as unable to withstand a single blow. However, these people were all alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Even if their strength was lacking, they were still respectable existences. No matter where they went, no one dared to take the initiative to attack them. Alchemists were also divided into grades, corresponding to the grade of precious treasures, ordinary grade, earth grade, heaven grade, mysterious grade. Each grade was also divided into 3 grades, high, medium, and low. Alchemists generally had obvious symbols on their chests to show their rank. Each petal corresponded to a grade, gold, silver, and white, corresponding to high, medium, and low. Through the embroidery on these alchemists' robes, it was easy to see what level they were. These alchemists from Medicine King's Valley all had flower petals embroidered on their chests. At the very least, they had 2 petals, while half of them had 3 petals. Among them, Qin Zhe had 4 petals. 4 petals was the symbol of mysterious grade. In the entire Great Han Dynasty, there were only a few dozen alchemists who were qualified to wear 4 petals. A quarter of them were concentrated in Medicine King's Valley. Those who had 3 petals embroidered on their chests were heaven-grade alchemists. Those who could easily refine heaven-grade pills and 2 petals were earth-grade alchemists. Martial uncle, what orders do you have? When Qin Zhe saw that Xia Ning Chang had turned around, he hurried forward and asked her respectfully. He thought that Xia Ning Chang wanted him to do something. Xia Ning Chang couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Senior Qin, please don't call me that. I'm younger than you. How can I bear that title? Qin Zhe shook his head. That won't do. Since Martial Uncle Shao has already informed Medicine King's Valley, he will treat you as an equal. No matter how old you are still my martial uncle. Xia Ning Chang could not help but smile bitterly. He did not know what to say. Originally, when she heard that Yang Kai was going to participate in the Inheritance War, she just wanted to rush to the central capital with Meng Wuya to help, but she hadn't expected that Xiao Fuxing would suddenly give her an order. He had gathered 30 Medicine King's Valley disciples and brought them along. Xia Ning Chang had stayed in the Hidden Cloud Peak for a long time, so only the people of the Hidden Cloud Peak knew about her attainments in alchemy. Alchemists were a group of proud and aloof people. Qin Zhe and the others originally looked down on Xia Ning Chang, but after hearing Xiao Fuxing's words, all of them were stunned. Xia Ning Chang's attainments in alchemy were not inferior to his own. In fact, Xia Ning Chang was certain that in time, he would reach a height that Xiao Fuxing had not yet reached. Qin Zhe naturally did not believe this. Who in this world could compare with Grandmaster Xiao? Relying on the fact that he had just been promoted to mysterious grade alchemist a few days ago, he confidently competed with Xia Ning Chang. The result was a crushing defeat. Seeing this, Qin Zhe sincerely admired him and no longer dared to show the slightest disrespect. Alchemists were like this, they did not scheme against others. If you wanted them to respect you, you had to conquer them with your alchemy skills. To a certain extent, alchemists were a group of relatively upright people. It was not easy for the disciples of Medicine King's Valley to see Xiao Fu Sheng and learn alchemy from him, but now a top-level alchemist on par with Xiao Fu Sheng had suddenly appeared, and one so young at that, naturally he would be respected. These 30 people, from their initial reluctance to follow Xia Ningchang, now took the initiative to follow her and learn the alchemic way from her. However, Xia Ningchang was well aware that Xiao Fu Sheng had spent a great deal of effort to recruit 30 alchemists to follow her, and had even said that he would treat her as an equal. On the surface, he wanted these people to become apprentices to her, but in reality he was helping Yang Kai in disguise. "It's none of your business, Ningchang is just talking to me." Aunt Xiang waved her hand. Qin Zhe didn't complain and immediately retreated, leading the 30 alchemists behind him. Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war before. Now that it has rashly participated, I'm afraid it will be criticized. Xia Ningchang said worriedly. Aunt Xiang smiled and softly said, "Don't worry, no one is qualified to comment on Medicine King's Valley's actions. However, Grandmaster really cares about Yang Kai. If not, how could he have used the Elder Token to transfer 30 people from Medicine King's Valley? He even asked me and your Aunt Lon to come along because he was afraid that Yang Kai would have some kind of accident." Xia Ningchang nodded silently. How could Xiao Fu Sheng not care about Yang Kai? Yang Kai had twice asked her and Lu Si to bring him 2 sets of extremely valuable alchemy spirit arrays, and during this time the Grandmaster had been immersed in studying them, even forgetting to eat and sleep. For the Grandmaster, these 2 sets of spirit arrays were more fascinating than any other treasure, so how could he not care about Yang Kai's safety? What Medicine King's Valley had remained neutral for thousands of years? What Medicine King's Valley did not participate in worldly disputes? In front of these 2 sets of spirit arrays, nothing could stop him. He had even argued with the Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley over this matter, almost quarreling with him. Thinking of the Grandmaster's willfulness and protectiveness, Xia Ningchang couldn't help smiling. After walking for a while, the sky gradually darkened and the group stopped to rest by a riverside. Looking in the direction of War City, Xia Ningchang's mood fluctuated. Tomorrow he would see his junior brother. What should he say first? For a time, Xia Ningchang fell into contemplation. Yang Kai's mansion, inside the room. An incense burner rose and the fragrance filled the entire room. The true Yang secret art seemed to be slowly circulating under the pressure of a great mountain. Yang Kai didn't ask, instead focusing on the mysteries conveyed by the true alchemic way, comprehending the complex truths of heaven and earth contained within, his state of mind unconsciously improving. As his understanding of the true alchemic way became deeper and deeper, Yang Kai also realized its preciousness, his expression constantly changing, sometimes shocked, sometimes excited, sometimes confused, all kinds of different expressions. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai, who was immersed in the true alchemic way, was completely unaware of the situation in the outside world. His whole body glowed with a strange light as he focused wholeheartedly on comprehending and understanding. All kinds of alchemy grandmasters' insights and experiences were also digested into his mind. A brand new picture seemed to slowly unfold in his mind, and through prying into the true alchemic way, Yang Kai gained a deeper understanding of the martial Tao. There was a kind of restlessness in his heart, and he couldn't help wanting to experiment with alchemy himself. He wanted to see how the first pill he refined would bloom with a brilliant light. But when he remembered what Xiao Fu Sheng had once said, Yang Kai forced himself to suppress this desire. Until he reached the immortal ascension boundary, he couldn't perform alchemy. Right now, Yang Kai's goal was to break through to the immortal ascension boundary as soon as possible. Once he reached the immortal ascension boundary, there would be enough time for him to begin practicing alchemy. In order to improve a cultivator's strength, not only did they need to rely on the accumulation of yuan qi, but also the tempering of their physical body, as well as their own comprehension and cognition, was the key to making a breakthrough. Therefore, when a cultivator encountered a bottleneck, they would not choose to enter secluded cultivation but would instead walk around casually. Perhaps they would encounter some special opportunity and miraculously break through their bottleneck. Yang Kai faintly felt that exploring the mysteries of the true alchemic way would not only increase the strength of his spiritual energy, but would also bring great benefits to his cultivation. Immersed in this situation, Yang Kai didn't know how long it was before he gradually woke up. Opening his eyes, Yang Kai saw that his true Yang secret art was still slowly circulating, but it was undoubtedly much faster than it had been at the beginning. The Yuan Qi in his body had already adapted to the current pressure, and as time passed, it would only become faster and faster. Moreover, his own Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivation seemed to have soared by a large margin. Gently exhaling, Yang Kai felt a little happy. Standing up, Yang Kai put away the incense burner into the black book space and condensed a stream of pure Yuan Qi at his fingertips, slowly rotating, creating a huge attractive force that absorbed all the fragrance in the room. The incense burner's incense was too overbearing. Apart from himself, who possessed the unyielding golden skeleton, Yang Kai estimated that no one below the immortal ascension boundary would be able to withstand it. If one of the palace's maidservants walked in and inhaled it, they would likely immediately die. Opening the door, Yang Kai stepped out. He had been in seclusion for a few days now, so the people Chen Shueshu had mentioned should have already arrived. As the host, he should show up and welcome them. Walking through the winding corridor, halfway through, Yang Kai suddenly saw Lan Chudai and Luo Xiaoman talking to each other. These two women standing there were quite the eye-catching sight. Their figures were the same, and they were equally strong. Their twin peaks seemed to exude a sense of temptation, as if they were trying to suck him in. The two of them obviously had a lot of common topics to talk about. Senior Sister Lan, Luo Xiaoman. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted them. Lan Chudai turned her head and smiled happily, but Luo Xiaoman, on the other hand, was so scared that her face went pale. "Are you so afraid of me?" Yang Kai grinned as he looked at Luo Xiaoman with interest. The latter's eyes flashed as she tried to hide, but there was nowhere for her to hide, so she couldn't help but stare at Lan Chudai imploringly. "Junior brother, don't bully her." Lan Chudai stared at Yang Kai for a moment before suddenly taking out a handkerchief and wiping his face, explaining with a smile, "It's a little dirty, junior brother, you should wash it properly. You are now a person of status." Yang Kai allowed her to act so intimately, his lips curling up slightly as he smiled meaningfully. "Senior Sister Lan is considerate, I will pay attention." Chapter 444. Saying so, he turned to Luo Xiaoman and smiled. "Tell me, why are you so afraid of me? I don't think I've done anything to you, right?" Luo Xiaoman blinked her long eyelashes, lowered her head and whispered, "I don't know, in any case, I'm just afraid of you." "How afraid are you?" Yang Kai took a step forward. Luo Xiaoman screamed, "Don't come any closer." Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stopped, fearing that if he took another step, this girl would faint from fright. "Forget it, you two can continue chatting." Feeling a bit bored, he strode away. The people from Reflecting Moon sect had already arrived. Not only that, but all the sects Chen Shueshu had mentioned before were also present. They were already on the road, and after receiving Chen Shueshu's message, they had traveled even faster. These people, under Qiu Yimeng's arrangement, had each found a courtyard to settle down in. Learning that Yang Kai had come out of seclusion, they all rushed to the main hall to meet him. Water Moon Hall's Feng Qianhen, Pure Heart Palaces Wufang, 10,000 Flower Palaces Han Shaoqi, Yihan, Lu Qingru, and Hua Ruoyin were all present. In addition to Chen Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu, almost all the people Yang Kai had met in that isolated world were present. After not seeing each other for such a long time, these leaders of their respective sects naturally had their own opportunities, and their strength had improved significantly. However, after realizing how strong Yang Kai was, this group of people could only smile bitterly and sigh that no matter how hard they worked, they would never be able to catch up to Yang Kai. Back in that isolated world, each of them had surpassed Yang Kai by at least a great realm, but now, Yang Kai had surpassed them. What's more, Yang Kai, a Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, couldn't be compared to an ordinary Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator. As time passed, this gap would only grow bigger and bigger. Exchanging pleasantries, the main hall was lively. Unfortunately, Yiqing Si and Zhou Ba Zhura sect are overseas. Zimo Sun Luo Temple is also in another country, otherwise we would all be here now. Chen Shui Shu sighed. Everyone couldn't help but reveal a trace of nostalgia. Back then, in that exotic land, everyone had gone through life and death together, so they naturally had a friendship. The future is long, Yang Kai chuckled, then suddenly turned his head to the left and asked, "How is Li Xen Yuan doing right now?" Back then in the exotic land. In the end, there were two survivors from the Palace of Conscience. One was Zuofang, and the other was Li Xen Yuan. However, the latter's luck was rather bad, as the Tianlang dynasty cultivator's soul-controlling insect drilled through his dantian, crippling his cultivation. Hearing Yang Kai ask about this person, everyone fell silent and looked over with concern. Zuofang's expression darkened as he said with a wry smile, "Ever since he came back that time, Brother Li seemed to be quite optimistic on the surface. However, only he knew the bitterness in his heart. My master also went to the Medicine King Valley to inquire and found out that there is a kind of medicinal pill called the Heaven Mending Pill, which has a chance of repairing damaged dantian. It was just that this pill required a lot of materials, and its grade was also very high. Very few people were able to refine it. My master has been collecting materials all this time, but there was an accident in Medicine King's Valley a few days ago, so now is a busy time. My master is not accepting requests from outside cultivators to refine this pill, so we can only wait for a few more days. And, since there is a medicinal pill that can repair his dantian, that should be easy." Yang Kai nodded. "When the time comes, I'll help you find someone to refine it." "Brother Yang, do you have connections?" Zuofang was overjoyed and immediately realized that the person in front of him was not the same Yang Kai he had met in the exotic land, but rather a direct descendant of the Yang family. "I know some people, they'll probably arrive in a few days." Yang Kai smiled lightly, thinking of a gentle and quiet face. Qiu Yimeng suddenly smiled and interjected, "Yang Kai, do you know how many supporters you have now? Less than 10, right?" Yang Kai glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng snorted lightly and casually said, "Qiu family, Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Reflecting Moon Sect, Pure Heart Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, and 10,000 Flower Palace. There are a total of 9. You know them?" Yang Kai nodded. Although he had been in retreat for the past few days, he still had a rough idea. "What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" "There are many you don't know." Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Many supporters I don't know?" Yang Kai chuckled. "That's interesting. Tell me, what is it that I don't know?" "It just so happens that I need to report to you, Master, that Tianyuan City has also sent some people to deliver things and a group of people." "Tianyuan City?" Yang Kai was stunned. Qiu Yimeng shook her head. "You didn't blackmail them and then forget about them, right? The first-class force that Lan Jiang belongs to?" Yang Kai suddenly remembered that when they were attacked on the way back to the central capital, not only did the Lu family suffer an unexpected calamity, but Tianyuan City was also targeted by Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai had not deliberately blackmailed it, nor did he send a letter to it. Now it seemed that the person in charge of Tianyuan City was quite clever, sending people and supplies without a word. Qiu Yimeng nodded. "I've seen the people who came, and they're not bad. The young man leading them is the son of Tianyuan City's city lord and has a very gentle temperament. He has been here for 2 days now and his subordinates have been very honest. As long as they aren't as blind as Lu Song." Yang Kai didn't care. "You can decide for yourself. If they are useful, keep them, if not, send them away." Qiu Yimeng's eyes lit up as she secretly rejoiced. It seemed that Yang Kai was ready to give her some authority. She couldn't help secretly rejoicing that she had temporarily left the Qiu family to help him. Otherwise, if she had gone to Yang Shin's side, she would have only been an ally. However, the people from Tianyuan City have come for some reason, so in the future, don't accept people you don't know. Yang Kai said. "And I know." Qiu Yimeng was very happy. "Besides Tianyuan City, is there any other force I don't know about?" Yang Kai asked again. Qiu Yimeng's expression became dignified as she quickly said, "The Duan Mu family, I don't know if you've heard of it. Duanmu family? Yang Kai frowned thoughtfully. I seem to have heard of it somewhere, but I can't remember where. What kind of relationship does this family have with me? They actually came to me to seek refuge. This Duanmu family is the family of your third brother Yang Tai's mother. Do you understand now? Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. My third brother? Yang Kai was surprised. The Duanmu family didn't send many people, only 5, but one of them was an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, one Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th stage, one Immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage, and 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th stage. The 5 people who survived that night? Yang Kai's expression changed slightly. That night's battle could be said to have been extremely tragic for the Duanmu family. There were a total of 30 to 40 people, but in the end, only 5 of them were able to survive the chaotic battle. It was obvious that these 5 people were not easy to deal with, so it was understandable that they had such a high level of cultivation. At that time, Yang Kong and Yang Ying had led their forces to chase after Yang Kai, so they didn't have time to deal with these 5 people. Otherwise, according to the rules of the Inheritance War, they could have tried to persuade these 5 people to join their camp. However, even if they really did so, there shouldn't be much hope. After all, so many people from the Duanmu family had died. Yes, it's them. Chiu Yimeng stared deeply at Yang Kai, her red lips exuding a seductive luster. Tell me honestly, when you let your third brother go that night, did you have this plan in mind? Glancing over at her, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. You think too much of me, don't you? I let my third brother go because I wanted to. There was no need to think too much about it. Hearing this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help letting out a sigh of relief and patted her chest. Fortunately, you aren't that shrewd, otherwise I really wouldn't have the confidence to face you in the future. Listening to the Chiu family's first young lady's ridicule, everyone present couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Some of them couldn't believe that the current Yang Kai could bring so much pressure to the world-renowned Chiu Yimeng. But in any case, your move is quite exquisite. Chiu Yimeng smiled. The fact that these 5 people came to join you should have been instructed by Yang Tai. Yang Kai nodded silently. He hadn't expected his third brother would also do such a thing. He couldn't help smiling slightly. So, you now have the support of 11 forces. Chiu Yimeng's voice was slightly excited. There weren't many things that could make the Chiu family so excited. Of these 11 forces, 2 were super forces. Of the remaining 9, only Reflecting Moon Sect was a second-class force, the rest were all first-class. From a few days ago when no one was interested in him, with no hope of victory, even 90% of the people were certain that Yang Kai wouldn't be able to survive the first night, to now having 11 major forces, Yang Kai's mansion's development and gathering speed could be described as astonishing. Such connections and charisma were second to none among the Yang family's direct descendants. Chiu Yimeng seemed to be able to see the dawn of victory. Restraining her expression, the Chiu family's first young lady solemnly said, "Right now, the support you have is greater than any of your brothers. According to the information I've inquired, only your second brother Yang Zhao has 20 big and small forces to help him. However, most of his helpers are from second-class and third-class sects, so although their numbers are slightly greater, in terms of quality, they can't compare to yours. However, as time goes by, your advantage will become smaller and smaller, and you may even be surpassed by them. You need to be mentally prepared." "I know," Yang Kai grinned confidently. "Not all of them are here yet." Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she lightly snorted. "You'll have to tell me all about it someday, otherwise, I really don't know how many helpers you've hidden away." Seeing Chiu Yimeng's gentle appearance, everyone couldn't help feeling shocked, their expressions becoming playful, as if they had discovered something extraordinary. Yi Han of 10,000 Flower Palace even laughed. "Young Lady Chiu, if you want to subdue Yang Kai, wouldn't that be a piece of cake?" "He doesn't like me," Chiu Yimeng replied half-truthfully, quietly observing Yang Kai's reaction. Yang Kai grinned wickedly and said, "I'll go to your room tonight, let's have a good chat." Chiu Yimeng's beautiful face couldn't help paling slightly. His heart still hasn't changed. Han Shaoqi spat disdainfully. Back in that isolated world, all of her women, except for Su Xiaoyu, had been taken advantage of by Yang Kai. The past was still vivid in her mind. How could Han Shaoqi forget? Chapter 445. Perhaps because of her status as the great senior sister, Han Shaoqi's temperament was cold, Yi Han was innocent and lovely, Lu Qingru was charming, and Hua Ruoyin was quiet and well-behaved. Staring at Han Shaoqi, Yang Kai seemed to find a bit of Su Yan's shadow in her, his sharp eyes inadvertently becoming soft. The two of them were both great senior sisters in their respective sex, so there were some similarities between them, but Su Yan was undoubtedly colder than Han Shaoqi. Her coldness was reserved for outsiders, but in front of Yang Kai, her ice would only melt like snow in early spring. Han Shaoqi's neck flushed red, and under Yang Kai's burning gaze, she couldn't bear it and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, whispering, "I'm telling the truth, why are you looking at me like that?" Qiu Yimeng couldn't help snorting, secretly gnashing her teeth, thinking that all men were bad things, seeing a beautiful woman and becoming lustful. The tenderness in Yang Kai's eyes and the deep affection on his face, as long as one wasn't blind, anyone could see it. None of the people present were children, how could they not understand? Yang Kai? You don't have to be so direct. Zuofeng laughed dryly. Although senior sister Han is beautiful and we all want to take a few more glances at her, we can only sneak a peek. Why are you being so obvious? Han Shaoqi was already feeling a little uncomfortable being stared at by Yang Kai, so hearing this, her face reddened and she glared at Zuofeng. "You're not a good thing either, you're just jackals of the same tribe." Zuofeng suddenly laughed. Yang Kai didn't answer, nor did he explain, the strange look in his eyes gradually converging, becoming extremely calm. Immediately, turning his head, he looked out of the hall. Dang 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 *, the sound of hurried footsteps rang out. Dong Dong's face showed a trace of anxiety, and after coming in he didn't greet the others, instead hurriedly saying, "Yang Kai, something's happened, you have to take people out to see what's going on." "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned and asked. The others also couldn't help wearing dignified expressions. In the inheritance war, there was always an unexpected situation. Since they had chosen to come to Yang Kai's government to help him, they would naturally be prepared to fight at any moment. Qin Yan's group has arrived in War City. But he was stopped in the city. "They're here?" Yang Kai's expression shook as a look of joy appeared on his face, not daring to delay. Hurrying out, he shouted, "In Jiu, come with me." Without the protection of a blood warrior, appearing in broad daylight was a very dangerous thing to do. No, you have to mobilize at least half of the support you have now. You still don't know the situation over there. There was some cold sweat on Fatty Dong's forehead. It was obvious that when he received the news, he was also shocked. Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He nodded and said, "Then the Hua family, Xiang family, Dong family, and Duanmu family will follow me. Qiu Yimeng, you stay." The Qiu family's first young lady replied in a low voice. "What about us?" Han Shaoqi asked. "Everyone should also stay and rest, this time it shouldn't be a big deal." Saying so, Yang Kai and Dong Qinghan hurriedly rushed out. As they rushed out, Dong Qinghan blew a loud whistle and in the next moment, the sound of clothes fluttering could be heard from inside the mansion. When Yang Kai arrived at the door, Huastars and Xiang Tianshao had already led a group of people to wait outside. Among them were the 5 Soul Ascension Boundary Masters Yang Kai had met that night. After seeing Yang Kai, they nodded lightly. "Greetings, young Lord Kai." "Many thanks." Yang Kai nodded to the 5 Duanmu family masters. "Yang Kai, what happened?" Huastars asked curiously. This was the first time Yang Kai had gathered people to take the initiative to attack, so he was inevitably curious. "I'll tell you as we walk, I don't know." Yang Kai responded casually. A group of people rushed out in a grandiose manner. How could Qin Yan be stopped by someone? As they hurried along, Yang Kai had time to ask. Although she was Xiao Fuxing's disciple, after all, she had only studied the alchemic way for a short time. The fact that she could refine earth-grade pills was already quite impressive. Moreover, with Xiao Fuxing's method of training his disciples, Dong Qingyan probably hadn't even started learning alchemy yet. Such an alchemist didn't seem to have any value in being stopped. Dong Qinghan didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If it was just Qin Yan alone, I'm afraid there wouldn't be a problem, but do you know how many people she brought with her? 30 people. Dong Qinhan said seriously, a total of 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, half of whom are heaven-grade alchemists while one is mysterious grade. What? Yang Kai was shocked. Even the always frivolous stars who couldn't help gaping. Why would people from Medicine King's Valley come to participate in the inheritance war? The Hua family young lord almost thought he had misheard and couldn't believe his ears. Dong Qinhan shook his head. I don't know the specific situation, you'll have to ask Yang Kai. They came here this time to seek refuge with Yang Kai. As he spoke, Dong Qinhan stared at Yang Kai meaningfully, obviously having some speculations in his heart. Hua Stars Hua was shocked. Yang Kai, where did you get so much power to mobilize those idiots from Medicine King's Valley? That group of people's eyes are on top of their heads. Even this young lord isn't worthy of their attention. How are you so powerful? Yang Kai frowned and ignored Hua Stars Hua, his heart filled with anxiety. Dong Qinyan had come, so his little senior sister must have come as well. In War City, she had been stopped by his brothers and sisters. If his little senior sister had an accident because of this, Yang Kai's eyes gradually became cold as his yuan qi surged madly. Dong Qinhan and Hua Stars Hua, who were following behind Yang Kai, couldn't help feeling startled, turning their heads in horror. They found that Yang Kai's aura had suddenly changed, becoming violent and filled with a faint bloody smell. This kind of murderous aura gave them goosebumps and they couldn't help distancing themselves from him. After walking a short distance though, Yang Kai's eyes suddenly flashed as he turned to Xiang Tianshao and said, "Second young master Xiang, don't follow me." Xiang Tianshao didn't say a word and just stared at Yang Kai, waiting for him to continue. Waving his hand, Yang Kai whispered a few words in Xiang Tianzhao's ear, nodding slightly to him. Yang Kai then turned to the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duan Mu family and cupped his fists. Several seniors should also follow second young master Xiang. Qiu Yimeng will know what to do. The 5 Duan Mu family masters nodded in unison. Xiang Tianshao then led his own people and the 5 Duan Mu family masters back. What are you doing? Hua Stars Hua looked puzzled. Yang Kai frowned. I didn't know the situation was like this before, but now that I know, naturally I need to make some arrangements, otherwise I'm afraid we won't be able to bring those people back. They dare attack Medicine King's Valley's people? Hua Stars Hua stared at him. Extraordinary times require extraordinary treatment. Yang Kai took a deep breath and calmly said, if it were me, I would rather offend Medicine King's Valley than allow such a large number of people to help my enemy. Besides, they won't kill anyone, they'll just find a way to abduct Medicine King's Valley's people. Listening to him say this, Dong Qinhan and Hua Stars both nodded lightly. Not killing anyone meant they wouldn't offend Medicine King's Valley too much, so in the future they could prepare some gifts to apologize to Medicine King's Valley. In the middle of War City, the group of people from Medicine King's Valley wearing white robes had all stopped. Dong Qinyan and Xia Ningchang stood side by side while Auntie Xiang also stood nearby. From all directions, they were surrounded by several groups of people, and as time passed, more Yang family young lords were leading a large number of masters to arrive. Even though they were surrounded, the group from Medicine King's Valley still wore an arrogant expression, each of them showing contempt and arrogance. Auntie Xiang and Auntie Lan also wore calm expressions. Only Dong Qinyan was gnashing her teeth in anger while Xia Ningchang's beautiful eyes were filled with worry and anxiety, glancing towards the northwest from time to time. Apparently, that direction was the location of her junior brother's mansion. On the other hand, the several groups of people surrounding the group from Medicine King's Valley didn't show the slightest disrespect. Instead, all of them wore flattering smiles on their faces as they bowed respectfully. Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying stood in 4 different directions. In addition to Yang Kang's depressed expression, the other 3 were all glancing at each other vigilantly. Yang Kong was really quite depressed. When this group from Medicine King's Valley entered War City, they had to walk 1,000 meters past his house. By the time someone came to report that 30 alchemists in white robes had suddenly appeared in War City, it was already too late for Yang Kong to rush over. Although he had successfully stopped this group of people, the news had quickly spread. causing Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying to also appear here. Now that all the young lords were urgently recruiting alchemists and artifact refiners, the appearance of such a large group of people in War City would inevitably attract attention. What made Yang Kong vomit blood, though, was that this group of alchemists was actually from Medicine King's Valley, completely incomparable to the alchemists from ordinary forces. The one leading this group was none other than the young Valley Master of Medicine King's Valley, Qin Zhe. Although Qin Zhe was more than 40 years old, his old man was still alive, so even in his middle age, he still carried the title of Young Valley Master and was respected by the world. Qin Zhe was also a famous figure in the alchemy world. His aptitude in alchemy was outstanding, and it was not impossible for him to reach the same height as Xiao Fu Sheng. It was rumored that Qin Zhe had recently passed the test of the Medicine King's Valley Elders and successfully promoted to a mysterious grade low-rank alchemist. The four-petal flower embroidered on his chest was the most conclusive evidence of this. Looking at the others, half of them were heaven-grade alchemists while the rest were earth-grade alchemists, all of them earth-grade top rank. These numerous petals dazzled the eyes of the Yang family young lords, causing them to become envious. With such a group of people, if they could pull them into their camp, how many pills would they be able to refine? How many people could they equip and enhance their strength with these pills? The four Yang family young lords silently calculated in their hearts and were shocked to find that as long as they could supply enough materials, with the help of this group of people, within 3 months, the strength of all the people they controlled would rise to a new level. In other words, with such a group of people, in the future of the Inheritance War, they would have a considerable advantage. For a time, no matter who it was, the eyes of the four Yang family young lords turned red and their breathing suddenly became hot. The temptation of these more than 30 alchemists was no less than 30 naked beauties begging for love. Only their demeanor was too arrogant. Chapter 446. However, those who came from Medicine King's Valley were all like this, each one of them looking down on others and arrogant to the extreme. The four young lords didn't seem to care, instead all of them acting as if they were juniors. Brother Qin. Dong Qin Yen looked depressed. I told you to disguise yourselves before entering the city, but you didn't listen. Now you've been surrounded like monkeys, what are we supposed to do? It's fine. Qin Zhe waved his hand indifferently. My Medicine King's Valley disciples won't dare attack them, I'll just send them away. Saying so, he swept his eyes around indifferently and coldly said, For young lords, by surrounding this Qin and others here, could it be you want to start a war with my Medicine King's Valley? Without any explanation, a big hat was placed on their heads, causing all of the Yang family young lords to be frightened and quickly waved their hands. We wouldn't dare, Senior Qin is too serious. Qin Zhe coldly snorted. Not long ago, the ash-gray cloud evil land invaded my Medicine King's Valley, burning my peaks and killing my valley disciples. Now you Yang family young lords don't even take us seriously. Good, good, the Yang family really is the central capital's first young lord, you've got guts. The four young lords all shrank their necks, not daring to answer. Not to mention you four juniors, even if Yang Yinghao saw this Qin, he wouldn't dare show the slightest disrespect. Qin Zhe's tone was tough, his attitude was bad, and he refused to back down. Even though Yang Kong and the other young lords were depressed, they didn't dare show it on their faces, all of them squeezing out smiles and apologizing profusely. Although the four Yang family young lords had blocked this group of Medicine King's Valley young lords, they also wanted to pull them into their camp so they could work for them in alchemy, so how could they dare offend them? So in terms of attitude, each of them was more respectful than the other, allowing Qin Zhe to ridicule them. None of them dared to speak back. Neither retorting nor backing down, all of them simply stood there with a smile on their faces, making it clear they didn't want to let them go. Yang Zhao waited for Qin Zhe to finish venting before smiling, respectfully saying, Senior Qin, these are guests from afar. If you aren't in a hurry, please come with us. Why don't you come to my house? As soon as they heard this, Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also hurriedly extended invitations in the most sincere and humble manner, all of them saying they would like to invite Qin Zhe's group to rest. Drink some tea. Qin Zhe coldly snorted and said, No need, I won't accept a reward without any effort. Get out of the way, we have to continue on our way. Yang Zhao and the others seemed to have been nailed to the ground, unable to move, their faces filled with confusion. The people from Medicine King's Valley were even more difficult to deal with than the average peak immortal ascension boundary master. If he couldn't fight them, it would be difficult to convince them with just words. What made Yang Zhao even more concerned was why this group of people had suddenly appeared in War City. Medicine King's Valley had never participated in the Inheritance War. Now that more than 30 people had suddenly appeared here, they couldn't help but ponder over the profound meaning contained within. If only there was a way to pique their interest. That way, even if he didn't invite them, they would probably take the initiative to go. But what could possibly pique their interest? He thought for a while. Yang Zhao's eyes lit up and he quickly said, Senior Qin, this junior has a matter he would like to ask. Is it convenient for Senior to discuss? Qin Zhe was annoyed in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. He snorted and said, You're blocking my way, so I can't advance or retreat. Now tell me, is it convenient or not? Yang Zhao knew that Yang Kai wasn't feeling well and didn't continue to provoke him, instead continuing, This junior has been out for life experience for the past few years and once entered a remote mountain range by mistake. While resting at night, I suddenly heard the sound of a baby crying. Out of curiosity, I went to investigate and found a very strange world spirit treasure. It was a flower with a baby's face and was blooming with 7-colored light. Qin Zhe's expression was extremely ugly, but when he heard Yang Zhao mention this, he couldn't help showing a trace of excitement, staring at him eagerly, seemingly forgetting his anger. And then? Qin Zhe hurriedly asked, wanting to know what happened to that 7-colored flower. Seeing that Yang Zhao had successfully attracted Qin Zhe's interest with the topic of spirit medicines, the other Yang family young lords couldn't help feeling annoyed, secretly hating their second brother for being so quick-witted. Knowing that they couldn't use force to deal with these people from Medicine King's Valley, bringing up such a topic was just what they wanted. All of them quickly began racking their brains, trying to recall what kind of precious treasures they had obtained over the years. That world spirit treasure also developed sentience. This junior wanted to reach out and pluck it, but unexpectedly it ran away. Idiot! Qin Zhe cursed. Yang Zhao didn't show the slightest annoyance and instead continued with a smile. Yes, this junior was foolish and didn't think too much about it at the time, allowing it to escape. What was the final result? Did you manage to obtain that spirit flower? Yang Zhao smiled and nodded. Fortunately, this junior was fast enough to catch up with it and harvest it. After returning to the sect, I made some inquiries and found out that it was a black-grade high-rank 7-colored ghost nascent flower. This junior listened to the advice of an alchemist and sealed the 7-colored ghost nascent flower with a spirit array and raised it in a patch of sand. It was fine before, but a few days ago, it seemed to be showing signs of withering. I don't know what happened. Idiot, a complete idiot. Qin Zhe flew into a rage, as if his wife had been taken advantage of, his face filled with anger. Who told you that the 7-colored ghost infant flower had to be raised in sand? Please enlighten me, Senior, Yang Zhao hurriedly asked. Qin Zhe calmed his anger and showed a look of disdain, casually saying, The 7-colored ghost infant flower is born with the ability to emit a sound similar to a baby's cry. If a cultivator is allowed to hear this sound for many years, it will be beneficial to the growth of their soul. On top of that, this spirit flower can be refined into a mysterious grade pill that can nourish one's soul. What Senior says is right, but the grade of this spirit flower is too high. In this world, besides Grandmaster Shao, I'm afraid no one would dare to refine it, so this junior has been raising it ever since. Yang Zhao nodded solemnly. Who said that no one but Grandmaster Shao can refine it? Although Qin Zhe showed an expression of disdain, he didn't say anything more, simply saying, However, this spirit flower naturally prefers the cold, so if it is raised in sand to provide it with energy, it won't have any problems in the short term, but after a long time, its medicinal efficacies will begin to fade and it will naturally show signs of withering. Your young family has deep financial resources, so it shouldn't be a problem to obtain some ice crystals filled with world energy, right? The alchemist who suggested this to you is an idiot, an insult to the title of alchemist. So that's how it is, Junior understands. Yang Zhao suddenly understood. Qin Zhe nodded, his face filled with arrogance as he said, "It's not too late to learn now. If you wait another half a year, this spirit flower will have no value at all." Yes, as Senior Qin says, this junior will immediately follow Senior's instructions. Saying so, Yang Zhao's expression became serious as he continued, "But this junior is clumsy. If Senior is willing," Qin Zhe sneered, "I won't go. No matter what you say, this Qin won't go." Yang Zhao was stunned, never having expected Qin Zhe to refuse so bluntly. This shouldn't be the case. Normally, when this group of alchemists heard about a mysterious grade top-rank alchemy material, shouldn't they all follow him around and insist on seeing it? Why was it different this time? Seeing Qin Zhe refuse Yang Zhao, the other Yang family young lords were secretly pleased, but soon their brows furrowed. Qin Zhe's refusal to listen to reason this time made them feel quite troubled. Just as they were feeling helpless, another group of people arrived. The eyes of the four brothers couldn't help shrinking because the person who had just arrived was actually Yang Wei. Since the beginning of the Inheritance War, Yang Wei had not taken any action, but today, people from Medicine King's Valley suddenly appearing in War City had alarmed him. Towards this big brother of theirs, the four brothers all felt a bit of awe, secretly remaining vigilant while allowing Yang Wei to step forward. Yang Wei greets Senior. Arriving in front of Qin Zhe and the others, Yang Wei greeted indifferently. "N." Qin Zhe nodded faintly, his attitude neither warm nor cold. "Junior has a request. I wonder if Senior can agree." Qin Zhe frowned, glancing over Yang Wei for a moment before saying lightly, "As long as you don't ask me to perform alchemy for you, I'm willing to listen to your request." Yang Wei nodded, "I would like to ask Senior and everyone here to perform alchemy for me." As soon as this statement came out, everyone secretly shivered. They had all come here to block this group from Medicine King's Valley with this purpose in mind, but none of them dared to say it out loud. They had all been observing each other and using their own methods, but none of them had expected Yang Wei to be so blunt. In an instant, everyone became a little nervous, not knowing what kind of decision Qin Zhe would make. If Qin Zhe agreed, the four of them would have no choice but to die. Surprisingly, Qin Zhe didn't become angry and instead just smiled towards Yang Wei. "Yang family eldest brother, I like your temperament, but this Qin didn't come to War City this time to help you." Yang Wei didn't show much surprise or loss on his face, simply nodding and cupping his fists. "Many thanks for your hospitality, Senior." Saying so, he turned around and left, his movements clean and without the slightest hesitation. Yang Zhao, on the other hand, heard some unusual meaning from Qin Zhe's words and hesitated for a moment before asking, "Senior Qin, who did you come to War City this time to help?" "No one, we just came here to study the alchemic way." Qin Zhe coldly snorted, unwilling to say more. Yang Zhao was stunned. Study the alchemic way? Who would Medicine King's Valley's people want to study the alchemic way from? Especially since these words came out of Qin Zhe's mouth. One had to know that he was one of the few mysterious grade alchemists in this world. This reason was too far-fetched. Considering all this, Yang Zhao's face gradually became heavy. Of the Yang family young lords who had participated in the Inheritance War, 5 had appeared, but none of them had been able to persuade Qin Zhe, so there were only 2 left. Yang Quan was impossible. Could it be? Yang Zhao's expression suddenly became horrified. Just as this thought flashed across his mind, a cold snort sounded from the distance and a large group of people suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Yang Kai took the lead and walked straight towards the group from Medicine King's Valley. Behind him, Xing He followed with a light smile, waving his folding fan as he greeted each of the Yang family young lords one by one, as if they were all familiar with each other. Chapter 447. There were no blood warriors around Yang Kai, but everyone present, as long as they had reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage, could still clearly feel that there was a pair of eyes watching their every move. Ingjiu. This powerful blood warrior was definitely lurking nearby. Once someone dared to act against Yang Kai, they would definitely be ruthlessly attacked. The blood warriors who followed the young lords immediately reported this discovery to their superiors. "They're all here." Yang Kang's face was gloomy, obviously not very happy. Originally, he could have enjoyed the benefits of being in such a favorable position, but now, everyone in War City knew that Medicine King's Valley had appeared here, attracting one enemy after another to compete with him. Among the crowd, a pair of bright and beautiful eyes suddenly froze as they stared at Yang Kai's figure, her heart overflowing with joy and excitement. Yang Kai's eyes also turned towards her, the murderous intent and coldness in his eyes instantly disappearing, replaced by infinite gentleness, his lips curling up slightly as he revealed a smile. Being stared at like this, Xia Ningchang suddenly became shy. Obviously, she wanted to see how this junior brother of hers was doing recently and whether there had been any changes, but she still couldn't help averting her gaze, her cheeks blushing slightly as her heart began to race. Xia Ningchang's shyness blossomed into a different kind of charm. Although she was always wearing a veil and no one could see her true face, no one doubted that she was a stunning beauty. Her beauty was the kind of beauty that was reserved and restrained. Because the existence of the veil was not eye-catching, it did not steal the limelight, but it was precisely because of this kind of half-concealment that it made her even more attractive. Everyone wanted to know what kind of peerless beauty was hidden under that veil. The flirtatious glances between Yang Kai and her naturally didn't escape the attention of those who were observing them. In an instant, the expressions of the several Yang family young lords became ugly. Unlike them, their ninth brother seemed to have some kind of relationship with this woman. This was what it meant to be in a favorable position. Junior brother Yang Qin Zhe, who had always been arrogant, actually greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face, becoming incomparably amiable. Moreover, when they heard this form of address, they were confused. Brother Qin. Yang Kai smiled and returned the greeting. He then turned his gaze to the two beautiful women in front of him and said seriously, Aunt Xiang, Aunt Lan. The two beautiful women responded with a smile, their attitudes friendly. Treasurer Meng. Meng Muya nodded. Seeing the scene of Yang Kai greeting this group of people, Yang Zhao's eyes shrank sharply. Only now did he realize that the identities of these two beautiful women were also extraordinary. These two beautiful women. They seemed to be the two maidservants who lived on Hidden Cloud Peak and served Xiao Fusheng's daily life. For several dozen years, he had been living in seclusion on Hidden Cloud Peak, never leaving the mountain, but today he had actually come to War City. It was rumored that these two beautiful women were ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. However, no one dared to show them the slightest disrespect. Because they had given up their most beautiful years, silently taking care of Xiao Fusheng on Hidden Cloud Peak. If not for their careful service, there may not have been the Grandmaster Xiao Fusheng of today. In Xiao Fusheng's eyes, these two women were definitely important figures. Why would such people come to War City? Was it Xiao Fusheng's idea? Why would Xiao Fusheng do this? Considering all this, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit horrified. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, his eyes filled with dread. Yang Kang, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also saw the subtle atmosphere in the field. This group of people from Medicine King's Valley were so friendly with Yang Kai. Obviously they were here to seek refuge with him. If it were any other great force, they could still offend them and use a strong stance to intercept them here or expel them from War City, but against Medicine King's Valley, they didn't dare make any big moves, so all of them turned their eyes to Yang Zhao, hoping he would be able to come up with a solution. Yang Zhao couldn't see the situation in front of him, but even if these people were from Medicine King's Valley, even if he couldn't afford to offend them, this time he had to, otherwise, the situation would only become more and more troublesome in the future. Taking a deep breath, Yang Zhao said, Senior Qin, Medicine King's Valley has never participated in the inheritance war. Why have you come to break the balance this time? Please give us juniors an explanation. Qin Zhe's face showed a trace of impatience as he coldly said, Second young lord, this Qin has already said that this time my valley's people have come here only to learn the alchemic way, not to participate in the inheritance war. Your young family's life and death battle has nothing to do with my Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao smiled lightly and calmly said, Since you have come to perform alchemy, how about senior come to my house to perform alchemy? All the materials you need can be provided, Even the 7-colored ghost nascent flower that this junior mentioned before can be given to senior. Qin Zhe frowned and said with dissatisfaction, "Nonsense, what kind of alchemy master does your house have that my Medicine King's Valley disciples can learn from? If my house doesn't have one, could it be Ninth Brother's house has one?" Yang Zhao's tone gradually became tough. Obviously he knew that it was impossible to convince these arrogant alchemists with just empty words. Since soft tactics didn't work, he could only use hard tactics. As he spoke, Yang Zhao winked to the other Yang family young lords, all of them understanding and secretly preparing themselves. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhe actually responded. Yang Zhao smiled bitterly and shook his head, thinking that the excuses these Medicine King's Valley disciples were finding were too lame. Ninth Brother's house hadn't recruited any alchemists these past few days, and even if he had, there was no alchemist who could allow these Medicine King's Valley disciples to learn from. His expression gradually becoming cold, Yang Zhao helplessly shook his head and said, "Since Senior has decided to act this way, this Junior has nothing to say." The reason why Medicine King's Valley is so respected is not only because it is the gathering place of all the world's elite alchemists, but also because Medicine King's Valley has maintained a neutral stance for thousands of years. Since Senior wants to break this tradition that has been maintained for thousands of years, please forgive this Junior for being disrespectful. Qin Zhe shouted, "Don't tell me you want to fight. We have no other choice. Please forgive us, Senior. But please rest assured, these junior brothers will be careful not to hurt any of your Valley's disciples." Yang Zhao's expression remained indifferent, saying all the good and bad words he wanted to say. First, he wanted to use the word reason, so that in the future when this matter spread out, the world wouldn't blame him. As he spoke, the group of masters behind Yang Zhao all stepped forward. At the same time, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also issued orders. The three of them didn't have the same courage as Yang Zhao and were somewhat reluctant to offend Medicine King's Valley, but now that things had reached this point, they had no other choice but to temporarily join forces with Yang Zhao to put pressure on Qin Zhe and the others while secretly praying that this group of alchemists wouldn't refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. It would be best if everyone could take a step back and peacefully resolve this matter. The atmosphere in the field suddenly became tense. The crowd watching the lively scene all gaped, secretly marveling at the boldness of the Yang family young lords. Although Medicine King's Valley had been attacked by the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land last time and had suffered heavy losses, even destroying the Pill Saint statue, it was still Medicine King's Valley. These three words carried unparalleled weight. No one had ever dared to offend Medicine King's Valley like this, but today, someone had set the precedent. "Do you think I don't exist?" Yang Kai, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, sneered at this moment, his face filled with murderous intent. "If you want to touch my people, you'll have to go through me first." Yang Zhao gently shook his head. "Ninth Brother, although I admit that you're not weak right now with only these few people you brought with you, isn't it a bit unrealistic to think you can protect this group of people? Don't lose your troops just to accompany the madam and be eliminated early." Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also immediately glared towards Yang Kai, their faces filled with unkind intentions. Against Medicine King's Valley, they were hesitant to act, but against Yang Kai, they couldn't wait to destroy him. "Second brother, you can try," Yang Kai said calmly. Yang Zhao's expression became dignified as he swept his eyes over the people Yang Kai had brought with him. There were only two groups. One was from the Hua family with two powerful Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, not inferior to an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Master. The other group was from the Dong family with two Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th Stage Masters. In addition, there were also a few Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and a group of Yuan Qi Masters. Ying Jiao was hiding in the dark, his whereabouts unknown. Although such a group of people wasn't weak under the joint attack of so many parties, they were obviously at an absolute disadvantage. Why was his ninth brother still so calm? Last night's incident made Yang Zhao realize that Yang Kai wasn't as easy to deal with as he had thought. This ninth brother of his was extremely insidious and was good at concealing his strength. His methods were often unique and had a unique style. It was impossible for him to bring people to their deaths without making preparations. What about his other allies? According to the information he had gathered, 11 groups of people had gathered under his command over the past few days, but there were only 2 groups here. Where were the other 9? Considering all this, Yang Zhao's expression changed and he couldn't help feeling aghast. Glancing over at Yang Kai again, Yang Zhao found that his smile was full of trepidation. Not daring to hesitate any longer, Yang Zhao shouted, "Fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh brother, let's join forces and teach ninth brother how to respect his elder brothers. We'll follow second brother's orders." The 3 nodded. All kinds of martial skills and artifacts were activated at the same time at this moment, enveloping the people Yang Kai had brought with him. All 4 sides joined forces to deal with Yang Kai, and in an instant, the Dong and Hua family groups fell into a difficult situation. All the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters summoned their defensive artifacts and tried their best, but still failed to block all the attacks. Hua Xing, Dong Qinghan, and Yang Kai also used their own methods to find a safe position in the midst of the energy storm. Seeing Yang Kai's group struggling to cope, Yang Kong and the others couldn't help feeling happy, seemingly imagining the scene of them defeating Yang Kai today. However, Yang Zhao didn't think so. With Ying Jiao hiding nearby, it would be too difficult to capture Yang Kai, unless the 4 young lords dispatched 2 or 3 blood warriors, but that would also expose them to danger. "Capture them!" Yang Zhao shouted angrily, taking advantage of the chaos brought by Yang Kai to turn his eyes to the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Chapter 448. Under Yang Zhao's order, many masters rushed towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples. The Medicine King's Valley disciples, in addition to their superb alchemy techniques, didn't have high cultivation, so in the eyes of these masters, they were nothing more than a group of sheep waiting to be captured. Without using any powerful means, many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters simply flew towards the Medicine King's Valley disciples, each of them stretching out a big hand and grabbing towards the approaching alchemists. Qin Zhe stood in place, indifferent, as if he wasn't worried at all that his valley's disciples would be taken away. The 30 alchemists wearing white robes were also calm and collected, completely unperturbed by this sudden turn of events. Yang Zhao didn't feel the slightest uneasiness. Even if alchemists were arrogant, in the face of crisis, they should have an instinctive reaction and panic, but these people didn't show any such reaction. But just as those experts were about to approach the alchemist camp, the gem on Xia Ningchang's forehead suddenly blossomed with a dazzling light. Immediately, a pale blue light spread out in a semicircle, enveloping all the disciples of the Medicine King's Valley. Many of the masters who were caught off guard bumped into this light curtain and couldn't help feeling an amazing elasticity, causing them to jump back and frown. Sure enough, they were prepared. Yang Zhao had long known that the Medicine King's Valley disciples couldn't be easily captured, so when he saw this light curtain, he didn't show much surprise. Instead, his expression became more resolute as he waved his hand and shouted, "Break it!" If this group of people just wanted to rely on a good defensive artifact to block the path of these masters, it was obviously a miscalculation. This artifact was indeed quite good. But these cultivators weren't mediocre either. The brilliance of martial skills and artifacts bloomed once again, and the light curtain created by Xia Ningchang really seemed to be on the verge of collapsing. However, the Medicine King's Valley disciples didn't show any signs of panic. Yang Zhao's eyes became deep as he stared at the movements of the Medicine King's Valley disciples, the uneasiness in his heart growing stronger and stronger, making him want to immediately leave this place. Just as the light curtain began to crack and was about to shatter, a series of stars suddenly lit up in the sky. Amidst the destruction of the starlight, clusters of light suddenly flew out and transformed into sharp weapons at an incredible speed. These sharp weapons made of pure yuan qi were extremely dazzling. The fluctuations were intense. Whoosh, 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 all of the sharp weapons seemed to have been thrown out by someone with great strength. Countless ear-piercing sounds rang out, and the starlight was dazzling. It was like an extremely sharp knife, pressing forward with an indomitable will, cutting through metal and breaking stone, unstoppable. Everyone's expression suddenly changed, and they all moved to the side, avoiding these attacks that were emitting shocking energy fluctuations. Boom boom boom. A series of yuan qi weapons were blocked by these masters, but the resulting shockwaves forced everyone to retreat again and again. Some of the weaker Immortal Ascension boundary masters even coughed up a mouthful of blood on the spot, their faces pale. Only those above the Immortal Ascension boundary 7th stage. That was why he was unharmed. Yang Zhao's eyes immediately turned to the only old man among the Medicine King's Valley disciples. Yang Zhao couldn't see through this old man's origins, nor did he make any moves, but Yang Zhao still instinctively stared at him, not knowing why. Yang Zhao felt that the move just now was the work of this old man. However, this seemingly harmless old man also gave him an inexplicable and strange pressure. One move, just one move, without even using his full strength, had actually forced back 7 or 8 Immortal Ascension boundary masters. Just how strong was this person? It couldn't be an above Immortal Ascension boundary master, right? How could there be such a master in Medicine King's Valley? The masters who had been repelled all stared at each other in shock, none of them knowing who had just attacked them. Everyone was bewildered, guessing inwardly. The stars in the sky suddenly converged rapidly, transforming into a single star ring the size of a baby's palm that was held by the masked woman. An artifact! Yang Zhao's eyes trembled as he stared at this incredible change. He had thought that there was a peerless master hidden among the Medicine King's Valley disciples, but never had he imagined that the blow just now was actually the result of an artifact. Only an artifact of mystic grade mid-rank or above could possess such a formidable power. Looking at the masked woman again, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel a sense of defeat. He was a direct descendant of the Yang family, the second eldest, but even he didn't have such a profound heritage. What was the background of this woman? The 2 artifacts she had summoned before and after were both extraordinary, so who knew if she had more artifacts on her? Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before gritting his teeth and shouting to the Blood Warrior and Yi Xinro beside him, "Let's go!" Go! Yi Xinro was also sizing up Xia Ning Chang, comparing herself to her, but still couldn't figure out anything. Suddenly hearing this sentence, she couldn't help gawking. By the time she reacted, Yang Zhao had already taken the Blood Warrior and quietly left. Yi Xinro hurriedly caught up with him and asked with a puzzled expression, "Second young lord, why did you give up so easily? This isn't like your style." Before Yang Zhao could answer, a person appeared in front of him and anxiously reported, "Second young lord, there's been a big movement in Yang Kai's mansion. 9 groups of people have been dispatched, only Chu Gao Yi has been left behind to guard the central hall." "I know." Yang Zhao couldn't help speeding up his pace, a bitter smile appearing on his face. "Ninth brother is really bold, actually leaving behind only 1 blood warrior to guard the mansion. He's won." Yi Xinro couldn't help her beautiful face going pale, only now understanding why Yang Zhao had left so decisively. It wasn't because he wanted to retreat. With the 4 Yang family brothers joining forces, no matter how powerful Yang Kai was, it would be impossible for him to protect his group of alchemists. If things continued like this, all the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley would definitely be taken away. But that would take time. During this time, where would the 9 groups of people in Yang Kai's mansion go? If they went to Yang Zhao's mansion, would the people in it be able to defend it? Attacking the enemy's most important task was to rescue them, and Yang Kai could easily resolve the current crisis. Therefore Yang Zhao had to leave. Not only did Yang Zhao have to leave, but Yang Kang, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also had to return quickly. Because no one could be sure whether the 9 groups of people would take advantage of his absence to visit his mansion. No one could underestimate the strength of these 9 groups of people. What's more, the masked woman actually possessed a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. Her identity was definitely extraordinary. Before figuring out the true identity of this woman, Yang Zhao didn't dare move against her. Almost at the same time Yang Zhao received the news, Yang Kang also received the news. Yang Shen and Yang Ying also received reports from their subordinates, and both of them couldn't help muttering under their breath as they stared towards Yang Kai with dread. Yang Kai simply grinned at them. There was a hint of slyness and smugness in his smile. "Where's second brother?" Yang Kang swept his eyes around but didn't find any trace of Yang Zhao. causing his expression to become cold and gloomy. Because he found that he had been abandoned by his second brother, his heart suddenly filled with depression. Ninth brother, you're really something. Today's matter ends here. Fifth brother will teach you a lesson next time. Yang Kong coldly snorted and waved his hand. Yang Kai quickly took his people and left. Ninth brother, thank you for your advice. Yang Shun also angrily waved his hand and quickly retreated. The next moment, Yang Ying's people also scattered like birds and beasts. In an instant, the original battle subsided, causing those who had been watching the fun to be extremely confused. None of them understood why the four Yang family brothers had chosen to retreat when they had the absolute upper hand. Not only did they not understand, but the people from Medicine King's Valley also didn't understand. Instead, Meng Huia glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and found that this little brat had grown a lot over the past few years. Whether it was his wisdom or strength, both seemed to have improved by leaps and bounds. Yang Kai didn't try to stop the four brothers from leaving. He hadn't brought many people with him, so if they really fought, it wouldn't be good for them. Meng Huia also didn't seem to have any intention of taking action, so Yang Kai naturally didn't try to provoke them and let them go. Everyone, you must have been frightened. Yang Kai walked over to the Medicine King's Valley disciples and cupped his fists. It's fine. Qin Zhe waved his hand. The disciples weren't hurt. Yang Kai nodded and turned his eyes to Xia Ningchang, calmly saying, "Little senior sister, I missed you." His words were sincere, without the slightest hint of pretentiousness, as if he was just casually speaking the words in his heart. Xia Ningchang stared at him blankly, her watery eyes immediately replaced by surprise and shyness, not daring to answer, her long eyelashes trembling. Hey, in front of this old master, flirting with this old master's disciple, isn't that a bit inappropriate? The veins on Meng Huia's forehead throbbed, his face filled with dissatisfaction. Although he also knew that Yang Kai's future was limitless, seeing his precious disciple's attitude towards Yang Kai, he couldn't help feeling depressed. Did cousin miss me? Dong Qinyen jumped out and asked with a smile. No, Yang Kai shook his head. Dong Qinyen suddenly pursed her lips and glared at Yang Kai bitterly, muttering, "Smelly cousin, rotten cousin, I hate you so much." Yang Kai didn't care and just smiled at everyone. Let's go back to the house first. His four brothers had to return to defend, so Yang Kai also had to return quickly. Only Chu Gaoyi was left in the house, so he couldn't afford to be careless. The group from Medicine King's Valley had originally followed Xia Ningchang to join Yang Kai, so naturally there was no objection. With him leading the group, they all returned. Looking at Xia Ningchang and Yang Kai flying at the front of the group, smiling and chatting, Lan Chudai couldn't help showing a wry smile. It seemed that she had also had the opportunity to build a good relationship with this junior brother in the past. But at that time, she hadn't grasped the opportunity and chose to abandon him when he was at his most difficult. By the time she turned back, it was already too late. After leaving High Heaven Pavilion and taking refuge with the Dong family, Lan Chudai no longer thought about High Heaven Pavilion, but as the news of the Yang family's inheritance war spread, she once again heard the name Yang Kai. Only now did she realize just how precious a piece of jade she had thrown away was. It was ridiculous that she had thought it was just a grain of sand at that time. Sister Lan. Beside her, Dong Qinghan suddenly opened his mouth and said in a low voice, "My cousin, although he is young, has spent the past few years in the outside world and has experienced many different aspects of life. Coupled with his background and strength, he is quite strong and holds grudges. However, as long as we show enough sincerity, I think we should be able to move him. After all, he is also a man of flesh and blood." Chapter 449. When Dong Qinghan's words reached her ears, Lan Chudai's beautiful eyes flashed as she looked at him with a smile. Why did young master suddenly think of saying such things? Dong Qinghan shrugged. It was just a casual remark. Saying so, he began chatting with Dong Qingyen, as if he really was just speaking casually. Lan Chudai opened her mouth, wanting to say a few more words about Yang Kai to Dong Qinghan, but she couldn't bring herself to do so. Looking at the figure in front of her, Lan Chudai slowly shook her head, knowing that in this lifetime she would never have such a good opportunity again. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the mansion. The house was quiet, with no one in sight. Except for Chu Gao-yi and the ordinary maidservants who were guarding the main hall, everyone else had been taken out by Chiu Yi-meng. Yang Kai was busy arranging for the people from Medicine King's Valley to enter the main hall and serving tea. He didn't even have time to exchange a few words with his little senior sister. The people from Medicine King's Valley were not hypocritical or polite, and they didn't treat Yang Kai as an outsider, so the atmosphere was naturally lively and harmonious. After an hour, Chiu Yi-meng led her people back. She had taken the 9 groups of people to stroll around War City and didn't really attack anyone, but even so, it was enough to deter the other Yang family young lords. Yang Kai introduced his helpers to Qin Zhe one by one. Qin Zhe just nodded lightly in response, not saying much. The arrogance of an alchemist was obvious, and this was only because of Yang Kai's face. If it were any other time, Qin Zhe probably wouldn't even be willing to meet with these people. Chiu Yi-meng quickly arranged the accommodations for the Medicine King's Valley young lady. Qin Zhe still gave her some face, smiling and saying a few words, praising the Chiu family for having a successor, causing Chiu Yi-meng to laugh modestly. Soon, everything was arranged properly. While Chiu Yi-meng was busy, Yang Kai was also busy. This time, Yang Kai's original plan had been disrupted, so tonight he had to set up some defenses. This was to prevent his brothers from joining forces to launch a sneak attack on him. After working until late at night, Yang Kai finally had some free time. Just as he was about to go to rest. But she was stopped by the Chiu family's first miss in the shadows. "What are you doing?" Yang Kai looked at the pair of beautiful eyes in the darkness and asked in confusion. I was just about to ask you what you were going to do, leaving in such a hurry." Chiu Yi-meng stood in front of Yang Kai, her beautiful eyes sweeping over him. "None of your business." Chiu Yi-meng snorted and said in a strange tone, "Even if you don't say it, I know you're going to find that little senior sister of yours, right?" "Yes," Yang Kai admitted frankly. "I knew your relationship wasn't ordinary." Chiu Yi-meng felt a little sour in her heart as she curled her lips and asked, "Is she from your sect?" "Yes, he's also from High Heaven Pavilion. But why do I see that Qin Zhe's group is very respectful to her? He seems to be even more respectful than you. She's not that old." "That's strange. Is there some inside story?" Chiu Yi-meng looked puzzled. When arranging the accommodations for the group from Medicine King's Valley, she had heard the conversation between Qin Zhe and Xia Ningchang. That was clearly the respectful attitude of a junior towards an elder, which made her feel a little unusual. "There are some reasons, but I can't explain them clearly. You'll understand in a few days." Yang Kai didn't explain. "This should be a group of people you plan to help, right? It's in the plan, but I didn't expect so many people to come." Chiu Yi-meng smiled. 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley, and one of them is mysterious grade. Yang Kai, you've really struck it rich. If this news spreads out, there will definitely be many people coming to join you. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "There are advantages and disadvantages. You should understand this better than I do." Chiu Yi-meng nodded. "You don't want to stand out, but now you're already a tall tree that attracts the wind. What will you do in the future? Do you still want to keep a low profile?" "Why not?" Yang Kai grinned. "Beauty, you seem to only see the sensational effect of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley, but not their combat effectiveness. Now that they've come to join me, it's true that they will make my brothers worry, but don't forget, this group of people doesn't have much cultivation. When my brothers calm down and understand this point, they won't take them seriously anymore." Chiu Yi-meng was stunned for a moment before nodding. "Yes, I was also a little excited by their arrival and neglected this point. Even with the addition of this group of alchemists, it would take at least 3 months for Yang Kai's group to improve their cultivation qualitatively. Moreover, this was under the premise that there was an adequate supply of materials. 3 months was enough time for a lot of things to happen. What's more, they also had alchemists in their respective houses, but the overall level of those alchemists couldn't be compared to this group from Medicine King's Valley. If they really calculated, it would take at least 3 months for this group of people from Medicine King's Valley to improve the cultivation of Yang Kai's group, and at least 6 months to open up the gap between them and the cultivator from the other houses. Today's matter could only be said that the Yang family's younger generation was shocked by the arrival of Medicine King's Valley's alchemists and made a big fuss out of nothing. Qiu Yimeng pondered for a moment before whispering, "So, the addition of Medicine King's Valley's people won't have much of an impact on them, at least in the short term." However, as time passed, the role of this group of people from Medicine King's Valley would only grow. "Let's see if they can figure it out," Yang Kai grinned, his 2 rows of white teeth glowing in the darkness, causing Qiu Yimeng to be stunned. Frowning, Qiu Yimeng suddenly chuckled, "I found that your attitude towards me these past few days has been a little different, not as cold as before." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was also taken aback. In retrospect, this was indeed the case. In the past, Qiu Yimeng was too shrewd and calculating, so he didn't want to get close to this woman. However, as the inheritance war unfolded, Qiu Yimeng had left the Qiu family and joined his camp. Perhaps because of this, his attitude towards her had inadvertently changed. "Have you discovered my charm and begun to like me?" Qiu Yimeng chuckled, her eyes filled with provocation. Yang Kai stared at her, the corners of his mouth slowly rising, but without saying anything, he simply approached her step by step. The Qiu family's first young lady suddenly paled, glancing around and discovering that there was no one around. She couldn't help taking a step back, directly blocking her path. In the next moment, a hot breath rushed towards her as Yang Kai put on a frivolous expression, stretching out one hand and placing the other on her shoulder, looking down at her. The distance between the two of them was less than an inch, so the oppressive feeling coming from him caused Qiu Yimeng to panic. She quickly realized that stopping him here to chat was the wrong choice. She shouldn't have said those words to provoke him. "What do you want to do?" Qiu Yimeng's breathing quickened as her eyes flashed. 500 meters to the left, Xiang Tianshao is lying in ambush. 300 meters to the right is where the 2 Hua family masters are hiding, and 800 meters in front of me is where the 3 Duan Mu family masters are hiding. I'm warning you not to act recklessly. Heh. Yang Kai laughed strangely. "What are you afraid of? We're allies, I just want to get closer to you." "Even if we want to get closer, you don't have to be like this, just stay away from me." Qiu Yimeng had never been so anxious before, not daring to look at Yang Kai's aggressive eyes. Her body pressed against the wall, unable to escape. "I can get closer, do you want to try?" Yang Kai smiled wickedly, silently and mysteriously. The Qiu family's first young lady raised her eyes and glared at him hatefully, her heart filled with bitterness. But when she saw the sly smugness in his eyes, her eyes suddenly lit up. Gritting her teeth, she suddenly smiled and took the initiative to stretch out her hands, wrapping them around Yang Kai's neck like water snakes, softly saying, "Good, come on, I want to see how you'll have the face to see your little senior sister." As she spoke, she stood on her tiptoes and pressed her perky breasts against Yang Kai's chest, full of provocation. Yang Kai's eyes blinked, immediately reaching out and pinching Qiu Yimeng's cheeks, letting go of her with a laugh. "Playing around is fine, but don't get serious with me, I can't take it." His voice gradually faded away, and by the time Qiu Yimeng recovered from her shock, Yang Kai had already disappeared. "Beast." Qiu Yimeng felt extremely wronged, reaching out and touching her face. It hurt like hell. This smelly man didn't know how to control his strength and didn't have the slightest bit of compassion for the fairer sex. After feeling wronged for a while, Qiu Yimeng stared at the place where Yang Kai disappeared, a look of loss filling her face. It was undeniable that this man was the best she had ever seen so far, and quite possibly the best in this world. Such a man was more than qualified to be worthy of her, and she also had a good impression of him. Qiu Yimeng didn't dare have any thoughts about him, because such a man would not be bound by her. Compared to being with him, Qiu Yimeng wanted to see how far this man could go, and what height he would eventually stand at, overlooking all living things. Perhaps when that day came, she would be able to abandon everything and follow him, but definitely not now. The door to Xia Ningchang's room was tightly shut. A young girl with a veil on her face was sitting at the table, deep in thought. The lights around her flickered, just like her mood, undulating up and down. The words Yang Kai had said to her during the day still rang in her ears, and every time she thought about it, Xia Ningchang's heart filled with sweetness. Her delicate face was always filled with a happy and shy smile, but unfortunately, no one was fated to see it. Yang Kai had never said such direct and shameful words to her. Thinking about this deeply, Xia Ningchang's cheeks became even redder, covering her face with both hands, feeling somewhat embarrassed. The days she spent in High Heaven Pavilion were the sweetest and happiest days of her life, but unfortunately, those days did not last long. Suddenly, the door to her room opened and closed, and a figure rushed in like a whirlwind. Xia Ningchang awoke from her contemplation and only had time to cry out before she was picked up and placed on the bed. The yuan qi and divine sense that had just been condensed immediately dissipated. Although she didn't see what this person looked like, Xia Ningchang smelled a familiar scent and already knew who it was. Chapter 450. Under the flickering light, Xia Ningchang sat on Yang Kai's lap, held in his arms. Her expression was timid as she secretly glanced at her junior brother, then quickly looked away. Her delicate earlobes immediately turned bright red, small and cute. Yang Kai gazed at her with a smile, full of affection. His burning gaze seemed to be able to melt Xia Ningchang. Silence was better than words. This simple contact had already vented their longing for each other, leaving behind only sweetness and happiness. Xia Ningchang felt satisfied for the first time. Although Yang Kai used to look at her affectionately when he saw her, he had never been so direct and undisguised like this. He still has me in his heart, the girl thought to herself as a smile bloomed on her delicate face. She shrunk her delicate body into Yang Kai's arms. An invisible divine sense suddenly enveloped Yang Kai. The divine sense was mixed with some information and directly transmitted to Yang Kai's mind. Stinking brat, this old man is next door. Don't force me to destroy you now. Receiving this information, Yang Kai faintly smiled. He also condensed his divine sense and transmitted it to the room next door. Treasurer Meng, peeping at your own disciple is very immoral behavior. You should have some self-respect. When this information was transmitted, Yang Kai could clearly feel that the divine sense belonging to Meng Wuya suddenly shook, as if it was frightened. After a while, a strange cry came from the room next door. Master, what's wrong? Xia Ningchang hurriedly raised her head and asked. It's nothing. He probably had a nightmare. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips and smiled. She clearly knew that Yang Kai was talking nonsense. Since Yang Kai said so, Meng Wuya could no longer hide it. He said in a muffled voice, when you have time, come find me. I have some things to ask you. Yes, I also have some things to ask you. Yang Kai nodded gently. Meng Wuya slowly withdrew his divine sense. He would no longer spy on them. Inside the room, Yang Kai and Xia Ningchang looked at each other and smiled, suddenly feeling a lot more relaxed. Although the two of them knew that Meng Wuya had good intentions, being stared at by such a master with his divine sense still made them feel somewhat restrained. Hugging his little senior sister, he didn't do anything presumptuous. He just enjoyed the warm feeling. Xia Ningchang's body was very soft. There seemed to be no bones. There was also an intoxicating fragrance on her body. It was natural and refreshing. Little senior sister is amazing, you've already reached the immortal ascension boundary first stage. Yang Kai couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The last time they had left Hidden Cloud Peak, she had only been around Yuan Qi boundary 7th stage, but now she had successfully broken through to the immortal ascension boundary. This kind of cultivation speed was not inferior to his own. It's all thanks to junior brother. What did you leave behind for me? After I take 1 drop every day, my cultivation speed is much faster than before. During this period of time, he had been discussing the art of alchemy with the Grandmaster. I've also been studying the spirit array you gave him, so I haven't been cultivating much. Yang Kai couldn't help showing a trace of surprise. She hadn't cultivated much, and yet she had already reached this level. If she had been diligent in her cultivation, what would that be like? His little senior sister was indeed blessed by the heavens with a physique advantage. It's myriad drug liquid, it can cleanse one's body. Do you have any more? I have a lot here. Xia Ningchang nodded. I still have some, I only take 1 drop every day. I also gave it to Master, but it seems to have no effect on Master's injuries. Treasurer Meng is injured? Yang Kai was shocked. How did he get injured? The little senior sister tilted her head, her brow wrinkling slightly as she whispered, I don't know, Master never told me the details. I only know that he is injured and needs me to cultivate diligently in order to help him heal. Yang Kai's expression became strange. A master like Meng Wuya was actually injured. Yang Kai had witnessed his strength with his own eyes. Compared to an ordinary peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Master, perhaps only an above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master could defeat him. Moreover, looking at his appearance, there was no trace of injury. Could it be an old injury? However, if it was just an old injury, the myriad drug liquid should have some effect. Yang Kai's mind raced, and he decided to wait until he had time to find Meng Wuya and ask him about it. Although Treasurer Meng didn't like spending time with his little senior sister, that was out of consideration for his disciple. In fact, Treasurer Meng had always taken good care of him, especially when they were in High Heaven Pavilion. This was something Yang Kai still remembered. Junior brother, do you have any news about Su Yen? Xia Ningchang suddenly asked. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming gloomy as he slowly shook his head. I've already sent people to inquire, but I haven't heard back. I don't know where she and the people from High Heaven Pavilion went. Don't worry, she'll definitely be safe. Xia Ningchang softly said, stretching out her small hand and boldly stroking Yang Kai's hair, trying to comfort him. If she hears you're here, she'll definitely come looking for you. I hope so. Yang Kai took a deep breath, calmed his fluctuating mood, and changed the subject. Little senior sister, what was that thing you used during the day? It actually repelled so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters with a single move. Xia Ningchang pursed her lips into a smile as she flicked her finger and the star ring that had appeared earlier in the day reappeared. This is what Master gave me after I broke through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary, the hidden star ring. According to him, it is a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact and contains 3 of Master's martial skills. I only need to circulate my true chi and divine sense to activate the martial skills inside. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling moved, but at the same time, a look of understanding appeared on his face. He had always been puzzled. Even if Xia Ningchang's physique was unique and she had already reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary, it was impossible for her to display such powerful strength with just a single mysterious grade artifact. In the end, the power of an artifact depended on the cultivator to activate it. Now that he heard her explanation, it made sense. That was equivalent to Meng Wuya using his full strength. How could those Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage cultivator block it? Treasurer Meng's heritage is truly profound. Yang Kai's mouth slowly curved upwards, his thoughts turning, wondering if he should obtain a few mysterious grade artifacts from Meng Wuya. However, with Meng Wuya's stinginess, this matter would be a bit difficult. His treasures would always be given to Xia Ningchang. Others, even Yang Kai, would never be able to take advantage of him. Let's not talk about this for now. Yang Kai returned to his senses and sternly said, Little senior sister, since you've come here, you may be very busy in the future. I'll leave the alchemy matters to you. I need to improve the strength of those people as soon as possible. I like alchemy. Xia Ningchang's eyes curved into crescents. Alchemy is a form of cultivation, and it can also help you. Helping me is one thing, but don't tire yourself out, otherwise Treasurer Meng won't give up. Yang Kai smiled and immediately said, Little senior sister, release your knowledge. See. HM? Xia Ningchang looked at Yang Kai suspiciously, not knowing why he said this. I have something to teach you about alchemy. Xia Ningchang couldn't help but light up, something related to those 2 spirit arrays. Yang Kai nodded. Xia Ningchang immediately released his knowledge sea's defenses, and in the next moment, he felt a terrifyingly powerful spiritual energy invade his knowledge sea. This divine sense was enormous and full of aggressiveness. It was as if it was an indestructible sharp knife. It was also mixed with some cold and evil attributes. Fortunately, this divine sense did not attack her, but even so, Xia Ningchang was still shocked. Inside his knowledge sea, Xia Ningchang's spiritual energy condensed into a phantom and tentatively asked, Junior brother? Yang Kai also condensed his own phantom and nodded. How did you? Xia Ning Chang looked at the phantom that was countless times stronger than his own spiritual energy. He couldn't understand how Yang Kai could have such a powerful spiritual energy at the Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage. I can't explain it clearly, but it's not a bad thing. Yang Kai grinned and turned his head to look around, quickly discovering that the feeling his little senior sister's knowledge Xi gave him was just like her personality, indifferent and fresh. Below him was an endless sea formed from the convergence of spiritual energy threads. Every immortal ascension boundary cultivator would open up their own knowledge sea. As their strength improved and their spiritual energy cultivated, this sea would grow larger and larger, and the energy it contained would also become stronger. Yang Kai had seen Shanqing Luo's knowledge sea before and compared it to Xia Ning Chang's. There was a clear difference. The beguiling demon queen Shanqing Luo's knowledge sea had a vague and seductive aura, but in his little senior sister's knowledge sea, Yang Kai only felt a sense of tranquility from the bottom of his heart. It was as if Xia Ning Chang's knowledge sea could purify the evil in one's heart. Above the knowledge sea, two phantoms stood facing each other. I'm not familiar with the use of my divine sense right now, so I can only tell you what I know one by one. Just remember it and ask me if you don't understand anything, Yang Kai said. When it came to the use of his divine sense, Yang Kai only had a single soul skill. If he could really use it well, he could wrap the knowledge in his mind with his divine sense, form a light ball of light, and transmit it to his little senior sister without having to go through so much trouble. Xia Ning Chang nodded gently. What Yang Kai wanted to tell Xia Ning Chang was naturally the true alchemic way. Yang Kai had only glimpsed a small part of the true alchemic way's knowledge, but this knowledge included a variety of magical spirit arrays and the experience of many alchemy grandmasters. These things were worthless to the average person, and even to ordinary alchemists, they were too profound and mysterious. However, for an alchemist of the level of Xia Ning Chang's level, this knowledge was no less than a peerless treasure. With this knowledge, Yang Kai believed that his little senior sister would be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort in alchemy, perhaps even to an unimaginable degree. As time passed, the sun set and the moon rose. Inside Yang Kai's knowledge sea, the two phantoms stood there quietly, one speaking and one listening, both very serious. Xia Ning Chang's comprehension ability was extraordinary, so Yang Kai had some information he didn't quite understand from the true alchemic way's information, but after Xia Ning Chang explained it to him, he was suddenly enlightened and benefited greatly. Gradually, the two of them changed from simply imparting knowledge to discussing it with each other, each expressing their own views and slowly comprehending the true alchemic way. Chapter 451. Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and stretched his somewhat numb body. Looking down, he still held his little senior sister in his arms, the two of them maintaining this posture. His little senior sister's mind was still immersed in her knowledge sea, digesting the alchemy knowledge Yang Kai had passed to her. Regarding the true alchemic way, Yang Kai had already told Xia Ning Chang everything he knew. The rest he hadn't figured out yet, so he could only plan for the future. Looking at the beautiful veiled girl in front of him, Yang Kai leaned over and kissed her gently before gently getting up and placing her on the bed. Opening the door and rubbing his forehead, Yang Kai felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. After discussing the true alchemic way with Xia Ning Chang and staying in her knowledge sea for so long, the consumption of his spiritual energy was simply too great. Standing outside the door was a young maidservant with a sweet appearance. When she saw Yang Kai come out, she quickly ran over with small steps, carrying a tray in her hands. On this tray was a large bowl of steaming hot food. "Young master, you've finally come out." The maidservant looked straight at him and said with a smile, "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. "This is what young Lady Chiu ordered this servant to make. She said it's for your health, so eat it while it's hot." Yang Kai couldn't help being surprised, wondering why Chiu Yimeng was so considerate. After hesitating for a moment, he asked casually, "What is this?" The young girl couldn't help blushing slightly as she whispered, "I don't know, young Lady Chiu just said this is for nourishing the kidney and strengthening the yang." Yang Kai couldn't help but feel his face go black. "Chiu Yimeng, what did she mean by this?" Hee hee, young master, please enjoy, I've already heated it up many times. The young girl said as she handed over the tray. Yang Kai instinctively took it, but by the time he recovered, the maidservant had already disappeared. Looking at the bowl in his hand, Yang Kai couldn't help but wonder. Yang Kai's expression was complicated. The door next door suddenly opened and Meng Huya walked out with a gloomy face. He looked at Yang Kai with dissatisfaction. Yang Kai grinned at him and finished the bowl of soup in one gulp. Then he walked forward and greeted, "Treasurer Meng." Meng Huya nodded and waved at him. Then he turned around and walked in. She followed him into the house and the two sat down. Meng Huya sized up Yang Kai. There was a questioning look in his eyes. You already have a divine sense? Or is it the power of an artifact? Through the divine sense transmission, Treasurer Meng had noticed that there was something different about Yang Kai, so he naturally wanted to ask about it. It's the divine sense that I cultivated myself. Yang Kai calmly admitted. He had wanted to consult Meng Huya about some matters, so naturally he had no intention of hiding anything from him. How is that possible? Even with Treasurer Meng's strong mental fortitude, he couldn't help but be shocked. Although he had always guessed that Yang Kai might have really cultivated his divine sense, when Yang Kai admitted it himself, he still couldn't believe it. Little brat, tell me honestly what happened. I don't know. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. It was some kind of opportunity. In any case, I cultivated my divine sense. Meng Huya couldn't help rolling his eyes. He knew that Yang Kai was reluctant to reveal his secrets, but he didn't force him. Who didn't have secrets? But your divine sense is a bit strange. Strange in what way? Yang Kai hurriedly asked. It's too strong. Meng Huya said seriously. It shouldn't be so strong. This divine sense is comparable to a peak immortal ascension boundary master. You're only Yuan Qi 8th stage. If you really broke through to the immortal ascension boundary, just how strong would your divine sense be? About this, I'd like to consult you. Yang Kai also frowned. Although I have my divine sense, I don't have a knowledge C. Meng Huya couldn't help but sneer. Nonsense, if you haven't reached the immortal ascension boundary, naturally you don't have a knowledge C. A knowledge C is the symbol of an immortal ascension boundary master. Don't you have your divine sense? Meng Huya slowly shook his head. No, one doesn't have to reach the immortal ascension boundary to have their divine sense. As far as this old master knows, there have been others who were in the same situation as you. Without reaching the immortal ascension boundary, they were able to cultivate their own divine sense. There are others like me? Yang Kai's expression shook as he couldn't help feeling a little stunned. It was only because of the existence of the soul-warming lotus that he was able to cultivate his divine sense by chance. But what about others? What method did they use to achieve this? There are only a few, but this old master knows of one such person. Meng Huya's eyes flashed with a look of reminiscence, but he shook his head again. It's all in the past, but his situation was short-lived. In the early stages of a cultivator's cultivation, they mainly cultivate Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi exists in the Dantian's meridians, but once they reach the immortal ascension boundary, not only must they cultivate their Yuan Qi, but they must also cultivate their divine sense. Similar to Yuan Qi, when one cultivates their divine sense, they also need a place to store it, and that place is their knowledge C. Without a knowledge C, even if a cultivator cultivates their divine sense, it will be like snow melting in early spring, a candle in the wind, dissipating after a few days. That's why this old master said that person's situation was short-lived. But you are different, your divine sense is very strong, so obviously it wasn't born in a day or two. Meng Huya smiled slightly, looking deeply at Yang Kai. This old master doesn't know what secrets you are hiding, but I can be sure that you definitely have a way to store your divine sense and not let it dissipate. Yang Kai nodded silently, a trace of admiration appearing on his face. When one's strength reached Meng Huya's level, it was true that he could infer the truth from small details. He may not know about the existence of the soul-warming lotus, but his inference was definitely not wrong. The place where Yang Kai stored his divine sense was the 5-colored soul-warming lotus in his mind. Since you have divine sense, can you also use soul skills? Meng Huya looked at him sideways. Yes, but I only know one move. One move is more than enough. In the end, divine soul skills are the same as martial skills. Through certain methods, one can perfectly display one's strength. Only the weak need to use such methods. Once you become strong enough, you won't need to stick to some special martial skills or divine soul skills when you fight others. Unconstrained and unrestrained is the standard for the strong. Meng Wuya's tone was somewhat sentimental, giving people the feeling that he had once stood on the level of the strong. After pausing for a moment, he smiled sinisterly, but in your current situation, if you use soul skills, don't you feel that the power is not enough? Exactly, Yang Kai's expression became dignified. This is also where I want to ask for guidance. Naturally, it's not enough. Your divine sense is not stored in your knowledge sea, it is stored elsewhere. If you use it in battle, it is equivalent to you transferring your divine sense from that place and then using your soul skills. There will be a lot of wasted space in between. All of this will be solved after you open up your own knowledge sea. Hearing this, Yang Kai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Although he had already guessed this himself, with someone to guide him, the situation was different. Treasurer Meng, do you have a special spiritual energy cultivation method on hand? Yang Kai asked with a wink. Currently, he mainly relied on the true alchemic way to cultivate his divine sense, but if he didn't have pills to supplement his spiritual energy, his progress would be too slow. If he had a special spiritual energy cultivation method, the situation would be different, but such things were too rare. Yang Kai knew that the Yang family had one, but it wasn't something he could obtain. Even the fourth Master Yang wasn't qualified to learn it. Moreover, even if he did have a special spiritual energy cultivation method, its effect wasn't very significant. Therefore, if a cultivator wanted to supplement their spiritual energy, they mostly relied on recuperation or taking pills. Meng Wuya snorted lightly. It's not that I don't have that kind of thing, but on the path of cultivation, you still need to persevere. If you want to take a shortcut, it's impossible. If you have one, teach it to me. Yang Kai grinned, interrupting his preaching. Meng Wuya was very depressed and helplessly said, even if this old master doesn't teach you, with Ning Chang's temperament, she definitely won't be able to resist your coaxing. Saying so, he passed on the special spiritual energy cultivation method to Yang Kai. Yang Kai studied it seriously and soon memorized it, his expression slightly excited as he asked, how much can this method improve my spiritual energy? 20%, Meng Wuya replied casually. So little. Yang Kai was stunned. He had thought that Treasurer Meng's method wouldn't be too bad, but 20% was still a bit shabby. Meng Wuya sneered. Don't be unsatisfied, every spiritual energy cultivation method is extremely precious. This old master knows that your Yang family has one, and the 8 great families have their own methods, but their methods can't compare to this old master's. Their methods can at most increase the recovery speed of one's spiritual energy by 10%. Yang Kai's expression became serious, only now realizing that he had too little access to high-end information and had somewhat underestimated the value of this method. The Yang family's method, if he remembered correctly, should be a mysterious grade top-rank secret technique. A mysterious grade top-rank secret technique was already at the peak of this world, but it could only increase one's speed by 10%, so this method that could increase one's speed by 20%, what grade would it be? Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer dared to underestimate this method and instead stared at Meng Wuya suspiciously. He realized that the more he interacted with Treasurer Meng, the more mysterious he became and the more surprised he became. Above the mysterious grade was the spirit grade, so what was the above immortal ascension boundary? Yang Kai had a stomach full of doubts and wanted to ask, but after thinking about it for a moment, he decided against it. He hadn't yet reached the immortal ascension boundary, so learning about these things wasn't a good thing. Since you've learned it, then hurry up and scram, don't spend so much time in Ning Chang's room. Meng Wuya unceremoniously drove him away. How long have I been here? 5 days. Yang Kai was stunned. While discussing the true alchemic way with his little senior sister, time had passed so quickly that even he hadn't realized that 5 days had passed. No wonder he felt a little tired, and no wonder Chiu Meng had ordered the servants to prepare those kidney-nourishing and yang-strengthening foods. Staying in his little senior sister's room for 5 days was enough to cause a lot of misunderstandings. However, during these 5 days, something must have happened. In his estimation, at least one of them would have been eliminated. Yang Kai quickly excused himself, left Meng Wuya's room, and ran towards the main hall. Chapter 452. Along the way, the people they met all greeted Yang Kai strangely, especially the 4 girls from the 10,000 Flower Palace. When each of them looked at Yang Kai, there was a strange look in their eyes. Lan Chudai also giggled, but her smile was very ambiguous. Yang Kai's expression was meticulous, but he was too lazy to explain anything. This kind of thing would only make things worse. Young Master Kai, it's already so late in the morning, you're really up early. Why aren't you resting in bed? Huo Xingchen suddenly popped out of nowhere and grinned. How have you been these past few days? What do you mean, how have I been? Yang Kai looked confused. Heh, you don't need to pretend in front of me. The Huo family young lord's expression clearly showed that he had seen through Yang Kai, lowering his voice and saying, a man and a woman alone in a room for 5 days, did nothing happen? I don't know what you're talking about. Yang Kai shook his head, pretending to be stupid. Forget it, I understand. But young Lord Kai, this young lord really admires you now. Although I've seen countless women, I've never tried staying in bed for 5 days. You're much better than me in this regard, we should discuss it some other day. Huo Stars said with a sincere smile on his face. I'm too lazy to talk to you. Yang Kai curled his lips. What are you whispering about? Qiu Yimeng happened to walk over from the front, and after seeing Yang Kai, she couldn't help snorting, coldly saying, as one of the young lords participating in the inheritance war, Yang Kai, I hope you can put the overall situation first. A woman is a hero's mound, you know this better than I do. Yang Kai frowned and said, naturally I know. There's no need for you to remind me. Qiu Yimeng opened her mouth but swallowed her next words. She had already figured out Yang Kai's temper, so naturally, she wouldn't blame him again. This time, it was enough to give him a reminder. If she continued, this smelly man would probably fly into a rage out of humiliation. He would immediately turn hostile. Greetings, young Lord Kai. Next to Qiu Yimeng stood a handsome young man who waited for the two of them to finish speaking before stepping forward to greet them. He was also very humble and respectful. This is... Yang Kai looked at him suspiciously. This person looked unfamiliar. He had never seen him before. The young master of Tianyuan City, Lu Feisheng. I told you last time. Qiu Yimeng explained. Lu Feisheng smiled and said humbly, many thanks to young Lord Kai for accepting me. Tianyuan City is extremely grateful. Yang Kai looked at him and nodded faintly. Your surname is Lu. What's your relationship with the Lu family? I don't dare. Lu Feisheng smiled bitterly. Qiu Yimeng nodded. If you say it has nothing to do with you, then it doesn't matter. For the past few hundred years, the 8 great families had more or less had some connections with the outside world. Young Master Lu's family was originally a branch of the Lu family, but because of some matters, they were expelled from the Lu family 100 years ago. If we really count, Lu Qingyao should be his cousin. Lu Feisheng's expression became slightly sad, his posture extremely humble. Those who were expelled don't dare mention the Lu family again. Over the past 100 years, we have always strived to return to the family. Although my father has become a city lord, he has not yet reached the point of being accepted. Huo Xing's mouth twitched as he smiled. Just follow young Lord Kai. If you can help young Lord Kai win this inheritance war, I think the Lu family should be willing to accept you back. Hearing him say so, Lu Feisheng's face couldn't help showing a touch of excitement as he cupped his fists and said, then I'll have to rely on young Lord Huo's auspicious words. My Tianyuan City will definitely follow young Lord Kai's lead. Yang Kai nodded slightly, not saying much, simply turning to Qiu Yimeng and asking, has my 8th brother lost? Qiu Yimeng looked back at him in amazement, chuckling lightly, you also noticed? Of course, if the group from Medicine King's Valley hadn't appeared, perhaps my 8th brother would have been able to hold on for a while, but the arrival of those people from Medicine King's Valley has definitely made my brothers feel a sense of crisis. At this time, if they don't achieve some victories, I'm afraid no one will dare to seek refuge with them. And, as you said, Yang Quan has been eliminated. When did this happen? The night before yesterday. Chiu Yimeng explained all the information she had received. The appearance of more than 30 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley had indeed caused the Yang family young lords to panic. On the one hand, they urgently needed a victory to build up their reputation. On the other hand, they were also trying to find a way to curb the help these people from Medicine King's Valley could bring to Yang Kai. The night before yesterday, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying all set their sights on Yang Quan's mansion. Yang Quan only had one immortal ascension boundary 8th stage blood warrior, and in addition, he only had a second-class force from his mother's family as an ally. With such an absolute disadvantage, he simply couldn't defend himself. After a great battle, Yang Zhao obtained the flag while Yang Shen captured Yang Quan. So far, the second Yang family young lord had been eliminated in the inheritance war. The battle that night was quite interesting. Chiu Yimeng smiled. It wasn't so much that they were attacking Yang Quan, but rather that they were killing each other. The defenses of Yang Quan's mansion collapsed in the first wave of attacks. With the exception of the blood warrior who was protecting Yang Quan, the others basically had no power to fight back. It could almost be described as a complete rout. Moreover, your four brothers formed two camps to attack each other, each of them suffering losses. Yang Zhao and Yang Kong are blood brothers. Yang Shen and Yang Ying are also blood brothers, so it can be said that they were evenly matched. Saying so, she glanced over at Yang Kai meaningfully. However, can you guess who gained the most from this battle? Hua Xing also smiled as she waited for Yang Kai's answer, seemingly thinking that he wouldn't be able to come up with an answer to this question. Yang Kai sneered. While they obtained the flag, they also obtained my 8th brother, but these gains were almost equal to the losses they suffered from attacking each other. What they really gained was nothing more than the prestige brought by this victory. If we were to talk about the one who gained the most, besides me, who else could it be? The smiles on Chiu Yimeng and Hua Xing's faces gradually converged as they stared at Yang Kai in amazement, obviously not having expected him to have such a clear understanding of the situation. Lu Feixing was also shocked, a sense of panic filling his heart as he discovered that although he had overestimated Yang Kai, it was still not enough. You know? Chiu Yimeng asked hesitantly, how did you know? What do you think? Yang Kai smiled slightly. Chiu Yimeng suddenly woke up and remembered that a few days ago, when everyone was discussing why Yang Kai didn't take advantage of the situation to pursue the great leader, Yang Kai had said that he didn't want to stand out from the crowd, but there was another reason he hadn't said at the time, only telling everyone that they would understand in a few days. Saying it now would only make them think he was being arrogant. It turned out he had already thought about it at that time. If I didn't know you had stayed in your room for 5 days, I'm afraid I would have thought someone had told you about this in advance. Chiu Yimeng took a deep breath and smiled bitterly. You really are a man who makes people feel powerless. And the one who gained the most was still you. Although you didn't obtain the flag or the great leader, and this time's matter had nothing to do with you, you still gained a blood warrior. The blood warrior in Yang Quan's house took the initiative to join us after Yang Quan was eliminated. Chiu Yimeng quickly said, the strength of that blood warrior is no worse than Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. Is he injured? Where is he? Yang Kai quickly asked. The blood warriors were an extremely loyal group. Yang Quan had already been eliminated from the game, so how could the blood warrior who followed Yang Quan be safe? The fact that he hadn't died on the spot was already a testament to his strength. He's seriously injured and is currently recuperating. He won't be able to display his full strength for at least 1 to 2 months, but I think with your miraculous methods, it won't take you much effort to heal him, right? Chiu Yimeng snorted lightly. She still couldn't figure out what kind of pills Yang Kai had given to Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiu that allowed them to fully recover in a single day. Even after Chu Gao Yi was seriously injured again that night, he appeared in front of everyone the next day full of energy. Even if there were such miraculous pills, they should be extremely precious. How could they be used so recklessly? I'll go see him later. Yang Kai nodded gently. Can you tell me why you did this? Why what? Why didn't that blood warrior seek refuge with any of the other young lords, but instead chose you? Why were you able to determine as early as 10 days ago that after Yang Quan was eliminated, this blood warrior would come to you? How could there be no reason for this? Qiu Yimeng asked a series of questions, obviously having a lot of doubts in her heart. The storm in the Blood Warrior Hall was only known to the Yang family elders and the various young lords. No one else knew about it. Naturally, Qiu Yimeng didn't know much about it. How could she know that Yang Kai had taken a huge risk to choose Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiu, who had both injured their foundations, in order to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall? After winning the respect of all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall, when their young lords were eliminated, if these blood warriors didn't choose Yang Kai, who else could they choose? I can't tell you. Yang Kai grinned, but I can tell you that in the future, all the blood warriors who have been eliminated will come to my house. His tone was confident and his expression arrogant. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about how, as the young lords were eliminated, one after another powerful blood warriors would gather in Yang Kai's house, a look of shock filling her face. This was something that had never happened before. No Yang family young lord had ever been able to command all the blood warriors under his command. If things really developed as Yang Kai said, then he would have created a miracle. At that time, with so many blood warriors present, how could Yang Kai lose? He was now in an invincible position, and when the time came, the remaining enemies could only pray that Yang Kai didn't attack them. I suddenly feel some sympathy for your brothers. This wasn't a fair battle at all. Qiu Yimeng smiled bitterly. The inheritance war has never been fair. If it was really fair, how could Yang Tai and Yang Quan have been eliminated so early? Yang Kai coldly snorted. Chapter 453. The inheritance war was a competition of connections and heritage, not a duel between Yang family young lords. In this process, some young lords would gather less support while others would gather more. Coupled with the participation of the Yang family blood warriors, there was no such thing as fairness. The inheritance war itself was the law of the jungle. There's one more thing I need to tell you. Qiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment before frowning deeply. Obviously, something had happened that made her unhappy. Speak. It's about the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. Yang Zhao, along with several of your brothers, has jointly protested to the Yang family elder hall, requesting that the participation of this group of alchemists be cancelled, especially Qin Zai's. Naive. Yang Kai's expression was indifferent, not showing the slightest worry. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Although I think that with your Yang family's intentions in the inheritance war, the elder hall shouldn't take the risk of offending Medicine King's Valley by agreeing to Yang Zhao's request, this matter still needs to be taken seriously. What if your Yang family elder hall becomes muddle-headed and agrees to Yang Zhao's request? That's impossible. Yang Kai shook his head and said firmly, the inheritance war is a competition of interpersonal relationships. Me being on good terms with this group of Medicine King's Valley people is something the elder hall would be happy to see. How could they interfere? That makes sense, but with Yang Zhao's shrewdness, he shouldn't do such an unnecessary thing. He must have other intentions. You need to be careful. His intentions? Yang Kai frowned and nodded slightly. While you weren't here, there were probably only these two major events. In addition, Qin Zai's group has been clamoring for materials for alchemy. You see, has the pill room been allocated? It's been allocated and a lot of alchemy tools have been added, but this group of Medicine King's Valley people have their own pill furnaces. Those tools probably won't be used. Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll go give them the materials. You can go about your business. Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and brushed past Yang Kai. Lu Feixing also nodded in agreement and followed Qiu Yimeng step by step. Young Lord Kai, this Tianyuan City's young city lord seems to be interested in Qiu Yimeng. Since coming here, he's been following Qiu Yimeng inseparably. Huastars grinned meaningfully. Don't you have any ideas? If Qiu Yimeng could be conquered by anyone, then she wouldn't be Qiu Yimeng. Yang Kai shook his head lightly. Why do you mention this? I don't know why, but I don't have a good impression of this Lu Feixing. Huastars curled his lips. This brat is even more handsome than this young master. This is unreasonable, forget it. I'm going to cultivate. I won't disturb you any further. Hearing him say this, Yang Kai looked at him in surprise. He didn't expect this playboy to be so hardworking. It was probably because they had felt some pressure in his mansion during this period of time. The people coming and going in the mansion were all leaders of the younger generation of their respective forces. Starshua was the successor of one of the 8 great families, so he definitely wasn't willing to be inferior to others. It should be because of this that he had restrained his previous debauchery. Arriving at the pill room, Yang Kai took out all the alchemy materials. Qin Zhe and the others looked at the room full of alchemy materials. All of them smiled and rubbed their hands together. "Brother Qin, from now on, I'll have to trouble you." "It's no trouble at all," Qin Zhe smiled. "How could it be difficult to learn the alchemic way from martial ant Xia?" Xia Ningchang was now a top alchemist comparable to Xiao Fu Sheng. Qin Zhe and the others usually found it difficult to even see Xiao Fu Sheng, let alone observe him performing alchemy. Now that they had the opportunity to refine alchemy together with Xia Ningchang, they were naturally excited. Little senior sister will probably take a day or 2 before she comes out. You can familiarize yourselves with her here for a while. Yang Kai's expression became strange. The way they addressed each other had become a complete mess. Qin Zhe called Xia Ningchang martial ant, while he called Qin Zhe senior brother, so he could only call him senior brother. "Junior brother Yang, you're busy, there's no need to entertain us," Qin Zhe said casually as he began to study the alchemy materials with the other alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. No one paid any attention to Yang Kai after this. Chuckling, Yang Kai quietly withdrew. Xia Ningchang really came out of seclusion 2 days later, having completely digested the true alchemic way Yang Kai had taught him and immediately immersed himself in the alchemic way. Inside the mansion, countless pairs of eyes were staring at the pill room. In addition to those from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had gathered a total of 11 groups of supporters. These people had come to assist Yang Kai in the inheritance war, so Yang Kai naturally had the responsibility and obligation to equip them with his own means and enhance their strength in order to cope with the increasingly fierce battles ahead. If the pill room produced pills, they would definitely be given to them. Therefore, every great force was looking forward to seeing what grade of pills the first batch of pills would be, what they would be used for, and how many people would be able to get a share of the finished pills. Yang Kai's mansion was calm, and so was all of War City. After 2 Yang family young lords were eliminated, the inheritance war seemed to have suddenly fallen into a period of calm. Every young lord was increasing their efforts to recruit helpers, and alchemists and artifact refiners were in short supply. The number of materials circulating in the market was decreasing, and their prices were also increasing. This situation had even spread to the central capital. During this time, Pang Chi and Mu Nendo of the Bamboo Knot Gang had gathered a lot of materials and quietly delivered them to Yang Kai's mansion at night, fortunately not being discovered. However, this situation would only happen once. The next time they entered War City, they would likely be intercepted. The flag in Yang Kai's hand had also been exchanged for materials from the family, and all of them had been placed in the pill room. However, Yang Kai was still a little anxious. The other group of helpers he had been waiting for had yet to appear, so he didn't know what had happened. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, half a month later, the first batch of pills from the pill room finally came out. After receiving the news, the leaders of the younger generation of the great forces gathered in the main hall, all of them looking towards Yang Kai with excitement and expectation. 11 families, not a single one missing. With the exception of the Duan Mu family, everyone else was a dazzling sight to behold. This was a stage for the younger generation. "Young Lord Kai, will my Hua family have a share in this batch of pills?" Hua Stars chuckled and asked. "If it's not enough, then forget it, they will be given priority. My Hua family isn't in a hurry." "Do you really think so?" Chiao Yimeng looked at Stars Hua with a smile. "How could I lie?" Hua Star's expression became serious. "Chiao Yimeng, you're looking down on this Hua Stars too much. My Hua family is one of the 8 great families. What kind of pills do we not have? It's just that I can't take them from my old man right now. All of you have come from afar, give them priority. My Dong family can also be given priority." Dong Qing Han also smiled and took a step back. His thoughts were the same as Hua Star's. Only half a month had passed, so even if the group from Medicine King's Valley had excellent alchemy skills and sufficient materials, they shouldn't have been able to refine many pills, certainly not enough to share among so many people. The Dong family was Yang Kai's mother's family, so naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't treat them unfairly, so it didn't matter if they were given priority. As soon as Dong Qinghan's words fell, a wave of modesty sounded in the hall. All the leaders of the younger generation expressed that they would be given priority over others. This harmonious atmosphere made Qiu Yimeng feel quite happy. After so many days of getting along, Qiu Yimeng had discovered that the people gathered in Yang Kai's house weren't people who liked to fight. Usually, when they were together, they were all very harmonious. Occasionally, when there was some friction between their subordinates, they would quickly mediate, obviously not wanting to add any trouble to Yang Kai. These small details were enough to highlight the weight of Yang Kai in the hearts of these people. If it weren't for Yang Kai holding such a large weight in their hearts, it would have been impossible for them to be so modest. All of this was because Yang Kai was here. Don't be so noisy. Qiu Yimeng smiled. Do you think that if there weren't enough pills to share, Yang Kai would have called all of you here? It's precisely because there are enough pills that all of you are gathered here. When everyone heard this, they couldn't help raising their eyebrows. Xiang Tianshao nodded slightly and muttered, "Worthy of being an alchemist from Medicine King's Valley, the speed at which he performs alchemy is really extraordinary." Zuofeng laughed and said, "This Suor is actually lucky enough to be able to use pills refined by a disciple of Medicine King's Valley. It's all thanks to Brother Yang." Everyone smiled and suddenly felt that joining Yang Kai was a very wise choice. Regardless of anything else, as long as there was a supply of such pills in the future, everyone's strength would steadily improve. Yang Kai smiled and didn't say much. The first batch of pills that came out of the furnace were not from the hands of Medicine King's Valley's disciples but were all refined by Xia Ningchang. The group of people from Medicine King's Valley were still learning alchemy from Xia Ningchang, and it was estimated that it would take a few days before they could really start refining. It wasn't that their alchemy skills weren't exquisite, it was just that Xia Ningchang's methods were too amazing. Even if they wanted to learn, it would take them some time to learn. Qiu Yimeng, distribute the pills. Yang Kai ordered. Qiu Yimeng clapped her hands and immediately a few people from the autumn rain hall walked in from the outside carrying trays. On each tray, there were 2 bottles of unknown pills. How generous! 2 bottles for each family? Stars was stunned. He had thought that in such a short time each family would be able to get 1 bottle, but the result was twice as many as he had expected. However, if there were so many pills, it meant that the grade of these pills wasn't high. These should be heaven-grade pills. The Hua family young lords secretly speculated. Everyone took the pills and smiled widely. Although they all guessed that this was a heaven-level pill, they didn't look disappointed. Heaven-grade pills were not low-grade, especially when they were supplied to so many people. This is a mixed yuan pill specially used for cultivation. After a pause, Qiu Yimeng smiled and added, a mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pill. Chapter 454. The lively voices in the hall suddenly fell silent. Everyone's smiles were still hanging on their faces, but everyone turned to look at Qiu Yimeng and Yang Kai in amazement, their faces full of suspicion, as if wondering if they had misheard or if Qiu Yimeng had misspoken. The Qiu family's first young lady actually knows how to joke. Hua Xingxing suddenly laughed. Everyone in the hall was stunned for a moment and couldn't help laughing, none of them having thought that Qiu Yimeng would actually have such a side to her. However, this joke was really clumsy and there was no humor in it at all. Everyone was just afraid that Qiu Yimeng would be embarrassed, so they pretended to support her. Qiu Yimeng's expression was indifferent as her pair of beautiful eyes swept over the crowd. She didn't refute, nor did she have any intention of taking advantage of the situation, waiting for a long time before asking, "Is it funny?" A series of light coughs rang out. Everyone retracted their expressions and sat up straight. Perhaps you all think I am joking, but what I said is true. What I gave you is a mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pill. The pills are in your hands, open them and you will understand. Qiu Yimeng's tone was flat and direct, not at all joking. How is that possible? Hua Xing's face was filled with disbelief as he shook his head. I have also taken a mixed yuan pill. It was originally a heaven-grade top-rank pill. How could it suddenly become a mysterious grade pill? Mysterious grade and heaven grade, although there was only a 1-grade difference. However, the value of the two was very different. The pill below mysterious grade was just a pill, but a mysterious grade pill could already be called a mysterious grade pill. Every mysterious grade pill was not easy to refine. Not only did it require the necessary materials to refine the pill, but it also required a lot of time and effort from the alchemist. It had only been half a month since the arrival of the people from Medicine King's Valley. Everyone was well aware of the grade of that group of alchemists. The fact that this group of people could refine so many heaven-grade top-rank pills in such a short time was enough to make everyone admire them. However, Qiu Yimeng had told them otherwise. This was a mysterious grade mixed yuan pill, so naturally no one believed it. Not to mention that it was impossible for those people to refine enough profound level pills to be distributed to everyone in such a short period of time, let alone the Hunyuan Dan. It was impossible for a black grade one to appear. As Hua Xingxing spoke, he opened a pill bottle and casually poured out a pill. His frivolous expression suddenly changed as he stared at the pill in his hand in astonishment. The others did the same. The moment the pills were poured out, cries of surprise and confusion rang out. None of you have a low status in your respective sex, so you must have taken a mixed yuan pill before. Naturally, all of you are knowledgeable. Take a look for yourselves. Qiu Yimeng smiled slightly. He didn't say anything else. Speaking of which, when she saw this batch of Hunyuan Dan in the morning, her reaction was the same as that of Hua Stars. She thought that Yang Kai was joking with her, but when she verified it with her own eyes, Qiu Yimeng had to admit that this was indeed a batch of mysterious grade low-rank mixed yuan pills. How could this be? Hua Stars was dumbfounded. A black-level Hunyuan Dan was equivalent to breaking the norm. Shocked, the Hua family young master quickly poured out all the pills and checked them one by one. He quickly discovered that this was indeed a batch of mysterious grade pills. How could this be? Hua Stars was confused and for a moment he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Look, this mysterious grade pill actually has lines like the human body's meridians. An exclamation sounded, as if someone had discovered a new world. Pill veins. Heavens, I also have a few mysterious grade pills with pill veins. I have one too, 4 of them. I've only heard of pills with pill veins in rumors. I never expected to see one with my own eyes this time. Furthermore, this was not just 1 or 2 profound level medicinal pills that had formed elixir veins, but a total of 20 to 30% of the medicinal pills had formed elixir veins. Everyone was shocked, their expressions changing, but most of them were filled with excitement. Pill veins. When an alchemist refined a pill, if they had a high enough level of skill, they could cause a pill to form lines similar to the human body's meridians. This was called pill veins. Once something like pill veins appeared on a pill, its value would immediately multiply by several folds. Because of the pill veins, this kind of pill could display a much better effect than ordinary pills. Moreover, no matter how long it was stored, the pill veins would not lose its medicinal properties. As time passed, the pill veins could even actively absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, nourishing the pill's spirituality and making its medicinal properties stronger. Above the pill veins, there was also something called pill cloud. It was like a dreamy cloud covering the pill. Its effect was even more powerful than pill veins. These were all just legends. Although the status of the people present was not low, it was rare to see a pill with pill veins. It was not that their sects did not have the money to buy it, but this kind of thing could not be refined by ordinary alchemists. Many alchemists who were obsessed with refining pills could only occasionally refine a pill with pill veins under coincidental circumstances. The higher the grade of the pill, the lower the chances of pill veins appearing. Pill veins were the symbol of a top alchemist, the symbol of a top-grade pill. But now, at least 20% of the mysterious grade pills in everyone's hands had pill veins. This ratio was really a bit scary. These pills with pill markings were more exciting than any other treasure. Everyone was whispering to each other excitedly. Tianyuan City's young city lord Lu Feixing was even more excited, holding 2 bottles of mysterious-grade pills in his hands, his face flushed red and his breathing hot. In his heart, he was secretly thinking that joining this young Lord Kai was the best decision he had ever made. The war hadn't even started yet each family had already received 2 bottles of mysterious-grade pills. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be afraid of? Even the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were somewhat excited at this moment. Han Shaoqi's temperament was slightly better, and although she was excited, she still maintained the demeanor of a senior sister, but her beautiful eyes were filled with a strange light as she kept glancing towards Yang Kai. Her face was filled with gratitude. As for the lively Yi Han, she had already begun inspecting the pills one by one. Every time she saw a mysterious-grade pill with pill veins, she would shout loudly, causing the other senior sisters to glare at her, secretly warning her not to be so rude. Senior Qin is really amazing, Medicine King's Valley is really amazing. After a while, Chu Jingshan of Soaring Feather Pavilion praised. Senior Qin already has such means, I'm afraid he will be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with Grandmaster Xiao in the future. Feng Qianhen of Watermoon Hall smiled. A beautiful smile appeared on her face. Hua Xing's brow furrowed as he pinched a mysterious-grade pill in his hand and stared straight at Yang Kai. He was different from those who came from first-class forces. Although Hua Xing was a playboy, the things he came into contact with were undoubtedly better than them. The Hua family also had mysterious-grade alchemists, more than one, but as far as Hua Xing knew, even if all of them worked together, it was impossible for them to refine so many mysterious-grade pills in such a short time. Even if they were given another 10 years, they wouldn't be able to refine so many pills with pill veins. Even if Qin Zhe was the young valley master of Medicine King's Valley, he was still just a mysterious-grade low-rank alchemist. He shouldn't have such great ability, right? Qiu Yimeng's eyes swept over the 2 young men and women from super families, both of them seeing the doubt in each other's eyes. This whole situation was strange. After obtaining a share of the mysterious-grade pills, naturally they would need to cultivate quickly. With the help of these pills, if they wanted to improve their strength, they would need to accumulate enough time. Everyone said their goodbyes and returned to their own courtyards to cultivate. Even Hua Xing couldn't wait to go back and try out the effects of these mysterious-grade pills. After everyone else had left, Qiu Yimeng looked at Yang Kai with a smile and said, "Shouldn't you tell me? Who was the one who refined this batch of pills?" "Don't ask, I'll tell you when I need to." Yang Kai shook his head lightly. This matter was related to his little senior sister, so Yang Kai wouldn't tell anyone. Moreover, except for the people of Medicine King's Valley and Yang Kai himself, no one else was allowed to enter the pill room. Even Qiu Yimeng didn't dare to rashly enter the pill room and disturb the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, so she really didn't know the origin of this batch of pills. Rolling her eyes, Qiu Yimeng snorted and said, "Even if you don't tell me, I'll know. Is it because of your little senior sister that you refined this batch of pills?" The Qiu family's first young lady's mind was quite sharp, and she had judged that Qin Zhe didn't have such great ability. Besides Yang Kai and the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, only Xia Ningchang could enter and leave the pill room, so naturally she was able to infer some clues. "Don't speak nonsense, be careful or I'll silence you." Yang Kai glanced at her, full of warning. Qiu Yimeng's beautiful face paled slightly as a trace of astonishment appeared on her face. Just now, she had only said those words casually, but according to Yang Kai's reaction, this batch of pills really had something to do with his little senior sister. Not even bothering to argue with Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng's expression became dignified. Only now did she realize that Xia Ningchang wasn't just a woman Yang Kai liked. However, besides the fact that this woman wore a veil, there wasn't anything special about her. On the other hand, her strength was quite strong, at least at the Immortal Ascension Boundary first stage. Could it be that this batch of pills was refined by her? Shaking her head with a wry smile, Qiu Yimeng discarded this ridiculous idea. By the time she regained her composure, Yang Kai had already disappeared. She didn't know when he had left. "Sooner or later, I'll dig up all your secrets." Qiu Yimeng snorted, secretly vowing to herself. The various mysteries surrounding Yang Kai made her very curious. Now, even the woman around him had become mysterious, which naturally aroused Chiu Yimeng's curiosity. Yang Kai walked over to the door of his little senior sister's room. During this time, Xia Ningchang had been busy performing alchemy and hadn't had time to rest until today. The two of them hadn't had a good chat for a long time. The door was open, so when he walked up to it, Yang Kai's expression became strange. Not only was Xia Ningchang in the room, but Lan Chudai was also there. The two women seemed to be chatting, both of them smiling. After seeing Yang Kai, the two women's eyes turned towards him. "Two senior sisters, you seem to be in a good mood. What are you talking about?" Yang Kai didn't act polite and walked straight in. Xia Ningchang and Lan Chudai glanced at each other and both chuckled. "Women's matters, we won't talk about them with you." Lan Chudai glared at Yang Kai. "We're not outsiders, why don't you tell us?" Yang Kai chuckled. Hearing him say this, Lan Chudai's eyes suddenly lit up and she secretly rejoiced. Chapter 455. While Yang Kai was talking, he went to Xia Ningchang and pulled her up. While the senior sister was screaming, he put her on his lap and looked at Lan Chudai, waiting for her answer. "Junior brother?" Xia Ningchang was embarrassed and uneasy, but her body was held by Yang Kai. She couldn't get rid of him. In an instant, her face turned red, and her dense eyelashes trembled. She no longer dared to look at the others and buried her head in her chest. "What are you afraid of? I said that we are not outsiders, so you don't have to mind." Yang Kai laughed, looking like a rogue. Lan Chudai's happy expression slowly faded, and she squeezed out a smile and said, "I won't disturb you." After saying that, she got up and left. Xia Ningchang was about to say something, but Yang Kai quietly scratched her. Suddenly, the senior sister's body tensed up, and she didn't dare to move. Yang Kai scratched her flat stomach, which was a very sensitive place. The reason why he did this in front of Lan Chudai was because he wanted her to leave. Time was precious, and he wanted to spend more time with his senior sister. How could he allow others to disturb him? After Lan Chudai left, Yang Kai waved his hand, and a gentle wind pushed out, closing the door. Outside the room, Lan Chudai's smile was stiff, and her face was bitter. How could she not see Yang Kai's intention? It was because she saw it that she felt a little uncomfortable. Speaking of which, she and Xia Ningchang were both Yang Kai's senior sister. They had passed the stage of not knowing each other and not being familiar with each other. However, the weight of her and Xia Ningchang in Yang Kai's heart was completely different. On the road of life, often an inadvertent choice can change a lot of things. Slightly shaking her head, Lan Chudai tightened her clothes and suddenly discovered. It was just the beginning of autumn, but it was a little cold. Listening attentively, he noticed that Lan Chudai was already far away. Xia Ningchang's voice was as soft as a mosquito's buzzing as she whispered, "Shitty, put me down." "Is this not good?" Yang Kai looked into her eyes with a smile. "Oh." Xia Ningchang responded softly, her cheeks burning. "You like me?" Yang Kai smiled evilly. The questions he asked were also extremely tricky and vicious. Xia Ningchang didn't dare to answer. He didn't make a sound, but his heart was beating violently in his chest. "That means you don't like it." Yang Kai pretended to be disappointed and sighed for a while. "That's not it." The little senior sister immediately panicked and waved her hand. Her eyes were filled with anxiety. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Sitting next door, Treasurer Meng couldn't help rolling his eyes, a fire burning in his chest. He couldn't wait to rush up to Yang Kai and beat him so badly that even his mother wouldn't recognize him. Too vile, too shameful. He actually dared to bully his docile, quiet, and cute baby disciple. Too shameless. This old man is so angry. "Junior brother, are you kidding me?" Xia Ningchang asked softly. Her cheeks under the veil were clearly bulging. Staring at Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai's eyes softened. It was as if all the tiredness and hard work of this period had been dispelled. The little senior sister felt uncomfortable again, but she didn't have time to criticize him. She changed the topic and said, "Junior brother, you don't like senior sister Lan." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a moment before saying, It's not that I don't like her, it's just that I try to avoid contact with her as much as possible. But I see that senior sister Lon seems to care about you. When she came to find me, she talked a lot about you. It's because of that. Yang Kai smiled. Let's put it this way. If I wasn't a member of the Yang family and was still the former High Heaven Pavilion disciple, would little senior sister change her attitude towards me? No. No matter what you are, you will always be my junior brother. I know you won't, but others will. Our senior sister Lon is like this. Right now, she cares about me mostly because of my identity. If one day I'm not a member of the Yang family, perhaps she will change her opinion. Of course, this is just my personal opinion, so I can't say for sure. However, I still feel that I should avoid contact with her as much as possible. I can't say that she's wrong, but I can say that little senior sister is too kind. There's no way to compare people. Yang Kai shook his head and explained. Xia Ningchang looked at him, but didn't quite understand. However, Yang Kai knew that in her heart, although little senior sister was delicate and naive, she wasn't ignorant of worldly affairs. She was kind-hearted and wouldn't think too much of others. Right, where are my pills? Yang Kai asked. They're on the bed, I'll give them to you. Little senior sister jumped down from Yang Kai's lap, then walked to the bed and took out a bundle, placing it in front of Yang Kai. Opening the bundle, 6 bottles of pills appeared in front of Yang Kai's eyes. 3 bottles are for you to cultivate your Yuan Qi, all Yang attribute pills. The other 3 are for you to cultivate your spiritual energy, Xia Ningchang said with some regret. Time was too tight, so I could only refine these. That's enough. Yang Kai was very satisfied. These pills were all black grade low grade. Like the chaotic Yuan pill, these pills should have been heaven grade top rank, but after being refined by Xia Ningchang, they had all been upgraded to black grade. Not only could the myriad drug liquid cleanse one's body, but if a drop was added to the pill refining process, it could also improve the quality of the pill. Coupled with the spirit array obtained from the true alchemic way, Xia Ningchang could easily refine these pills. If it weren't for the myriad drug liquid and the spirit array, with Xia Ningchang's current level, it would have been impossible for her to achieve this in just half a month. Yang Kai also didn't have so many black grade materials for her to use. Don't tire yourself out. Yang Kai looked at her with some distress. I'm not tired. During this period of alchemy, my strength has been steadily improving and I'm about to reach the immortal ascension boundary second stage. I only hope that I can refine a lot of pills so that I can grow up faster. Then I can help you and master in the future. Xia Ningchang said in a cheerful voice. Alchemy is cultivation. The sacred spirit medicine body is really special. Yang Kai secretly sighed. After chatting with Xia Ningchang for a while, Yang Kai began to cultivate. As usual, Yang Kai first absorbed the medicinal efficacies of the 3 bottles of Yang attribute pills and transformed them into Yang liquid to quench his Yuan Qi. Next, he used the 3 bottles of mysterious grade pills to explore the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Treasurer Meng had taught him a special spiritual energy cultivation method, which had been in effect during this period of time. With the help of this method, Yang Kai felt that the recovery of his spiritual energy was indeed much faster than before. While Yang Kai cultivated, Xia Ningchang sat quietly to the side, restoring her strength or sleeping on the bed. Such a scene reminded Yang Kai of the cave mansion under the coiling dragon stream, and he couldn't help but reminisce. 2 days later, Xia Ningchang once again went to the pill room to perform alchemy, causing Yang Kai to suddenly feel lonely. But as time passed, Yang Kai could clearly feel that his strength was improving step by step, and he was only a step away from breaking through to the Yuan Qi 9th stage. With the immortal ascension boundary on the horizon, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little excited. As long as he reached the immortal ascension boundary, he would no longer need to worry about the monitoring of the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters in War City. In the dawn before darkness, all was quiet as Yang Kai tried to pry into the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Suddenly, a sense of disharmony washed over him, causing him to open his eyes and furrow his brow to furrow, sending out his divine sense like a tidal wave. At the same time, Yang Kai clearly felt that from Meng Wuya's room next door, there was also a faint divine sense. Compared to his own, Meng Wuya's divine sense could almost be described as imperceptible, but it was still undeniably powerful. The two divine senses wandered around the entire mansion. In just an instant, they locked onto a corner at the same time. Courting death. Yang Kai coldly snorted, condensing all of his divine sense into a single point and releasing a mysterious soul skill. In the darkness of the night, a purple light flashed, and accompanied by a cry of surprise, a thin and blurry figure suddenly appeared. "Who is it?" The master in charge of standing guard immediately noticed, and his voice spread throughout Yang Kai's mansion. In the next moment, their clothes fluttered in the wind as countless figures dashed over. The thin and blurry figure showed a look of horror and disbelief, as if he had never expected that he would be discovered. Not daring to hesitate, circles of ripple-like patterns suddenly appeared on his body. As the ripples spread out, his entire figure gradually blurred. Just as his figure was about to disappear, a ghostly figure took the lead to approach him. Two daggers that flickered with cold light danced in the air within a radius of a few feet around him, killing him instantly. Ingjiu! With a muffled groan, the man's body burst into pieces. Ingjiu narrowed his eyes and quickly retreated, but when he looked again, there was no trace of the intruder, only a cloud of mist spreading out in all directions. About 1,000 meters away, there was a streak of light that was rapidly escaping, as fast as lightning. Ingjiu couldn't help showing a look of horror. This speed? Schwa schwa schwa. Countless figures landed on the ground as Yang Kai strode over, staring at the bloodstains on the ground before glancing in the direction the intruder had fled, and couldn't help coldly snorting. What's all this ruckus about? The door to the pill room suddenly opened and Qin Zhe rushed out with a displeased expression, but when he saw Yang Kai here, he quickly restrained himself and frowned. He also noticed that something was wrong. Someone sneaked in. Did anything happen to the disciples of Medicine King's Valley? Yang Kai quickly asked. No. Qin Zhe shook his head. Yang Kai released his divine sense and couldn't help feeling relieved. There were no casualties among the disciples of Medicine King's Valley, and Xia Ningchang was also safe. But the pill room was the most heavily guarded location in the entire mansion, yet it was still infiltrated to this extent. Yang Kai's expression couldn't help becoming cold. This was a slap to his face. Check and see if there are any casualties in the mansion. Yang Kai's face was like the night before a storm, making everyone's heart palpitate. Chapter 456. The people who had rushed over quickly scattered, and after a while, all returned and reported the situation to Qiu Yimeng. No losses. Qiu Yimeng's expression was somewhat ugly. Although the news of no losses was very gratifying, how that person had managed to sneak in was still a cause for concern. The possibility of a mole wasn't ruled out, but this possibility was very low. At least, from the look on Yang Kai's face, he didn't seem to suspect that someone was behind this. In other words, that person had just snuck into the pill room with his own ability. Considering all this, Qiu Yimeng's expression changed slightly. Yang Kai's mansion was now filled with many masters, many of whom were immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage masters. The pill room's security was of the utmost importance, yet that master had still almost succeeded. Just how strong was that person? But since he had already successfully infiltrated, why was his trail discovered by others? Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand. Ingjiu, did you see what that person looked like? Yang Kai frowned and asked. From the darkness, Ingjiu's voice called out, No, I don't even know if he was a man or a woman, or what his cultivation was. Everyone couldn't help feeling horrified. When it came to concealment and assassination, Ingjiu was an expert among experts. Even after exchanging a single blow with this person, he hadn't been able to learn anything. This person was really mysterious. However, in my opinion, this person's true cultivation shouldn't be very high. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for him to not be able to withstand my shadow dancing strike. Ingjiu speculated. Although that person had successfully escaped, he had still been injured. The blood on the ground was obviously from him. Yang Kai gently nodded, pondering for a moment before saying, Then he either used the power of an artifact or cultivated a special secret art. Interesting, Who was it that recruited such a master? This time, if he and Treasurer Meng hadn't been vigilant at the same time, perhaps that person really would have succeeded. His purpose for sneaking into the pill room was obvious. He definitely wanted to harm the alchemists from Medicine King's Valley. These people from Medicine King's Valley. If something really happened to them in Yang Kai's mansion, it would be a big problem. Junior brother Yang, there's nothing else. I'll go back first to perform alchemy. Qin Zhe's expression was calm, as if he didn't have the slightest bit of joy after nearly falling into a desperate situation. Yes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. After Qin Zhe left, Yang Kai coldly shouted, "Xiao Shun. Subordinate is here." An Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master stepped out from the crowd and shouted, "Subordinate is here." The Yang family blood warrior was the one who had taken the initiative to join Yang Kai after his 8th brother Yang Quan had been eliminated. Under Yang Kai's care, he was fully healed in just 1 or 2 days. "From now on, you will stay in the pill chamber." Xiao Shun sneered, "Little Gongzi, don't worry as long as I, Xiao Shun, am alive. No one can get close to the alchemy room." Yang Kai gently nodded. His eyes were deep as he looked in the direction that the mysterious master had fled. He couldn't help but sneer. It seems that this group of people from the Medicine King's Valley still made his brothers wary. Otherwise, they wouldn't have sent people to deal with the people from the Medicine King's Valley. However, who was this person's subordinate? Wasn't he a little too bold? In the east, a ray of light shone, indicating that it was almost dawn. With such a thing happening, no matter who it was, they couldn't feel at ease. Qiu Yimeng immediately redeployed the entire mansion's defenses and began busying herself. Yang Kai stood in place. Looking at the bloodstain on the ground and recalling the scene he had just witnessed with his divine sense, Yang Kai couldn't help shaking his head. He hadn't been able to see what cultivation this person had, nor could he tell whether they were a man or a woman. The secret art or artifact this mysterious master had relied on was really quite mysterious. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside. Yang Kai turned his head and saw a cultivator from the Chiu family's autumn rain hall hurrying over. Arriving in front of Yang Kai, he cupped his fists and said, "Young Lord Kai, someone from the Yang family has arrived." Someone from the Yang family? Yang Kai's expression became solemn. They have arrived at the main hall and are holding a Yang family elder's order, requesting young Lord Kai's presence. "NIC." Waving the man away, Yang Kai frowned for a moment before suddenly calling out, "Everyone, prepare yourselves, there's probably something we need to do today." There's finally movement. After all these days, all I've done is cultivate, I've been bored to death. Yang Kai, this time, no matter what you're going to do, you have to take us with you. A group of young men and women were all rubbing their hands together in excitement, as if they wanted to see the world burn. "We'll talk about it later, I don't know the details yet, in any case, everyone should prepare yourselves first." Yang Kai smiled lightly, turned around, and walked towards the main hall. Qiu Yimeng hurried to catch up and asked suspiciously, "How did you know there would be movement?" Yang Kai chuckled. "If I'm not mistaken, the family should want to accelerate the progress of the inheritance war. Since my 8th brother was eliminated, the remaining 6 of us have been biding our time to develop ourselves. It's been almost a month since then, so it's not good for us to continue like this. Do you think your Yang family will order you to take the initiative? It won't be such a cheap method, there must be some other way." Yang Kai frowned. He was also guessing what the family would do, but he didn't know, he could only wait until he saw the person who came. As they spoke, they arrived at the main hall. Inside the hall, a man stood with his hands crossed behind his back, waiting. Glancing around, Yang Kai was stunned and quickly stepped forward to greet him. "Father." 4th Master Yang turned around and seeing his son stride over, he couldn't help smiling and nodding gently. Qiu Yimeng also performed quite well, gracefully bowing and saying, "Qiu family's Qiu Yimeng greets 4th Master Yang." Yang Yingfeng glanced at Qiu Yimeng meaningfully and smiled, "Young lady Qiu, you're too polite. You've assisted Kai, so we're family." After a pause, he continued, "You've suffered under Kai. Uncle is too polite." Helping Yang Kai was niece's own initiative. I didn't suffer. Yang Yingfeng smiled happily. Kai is still young. If he has offended you in any way, I hope eldest niece will forgive him. If you've suffered any grievances here, just tell me and I'll sort them out. Many thanks, uncle. Chiu Yimeng smiled sweetly. Then I'll have to trouble uncle to support niece in the future. Saying so, Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes flashed as she glared at Yang Kai. It was clear that if he dared to bully her again, she would complain. Yang Kai listened to the old man and young woman inadvertently change the way they addressed each other, and his face couldn't help turning black. Quickly changing the subject, he asked, "Father, why are you here?" Pass down the family's orders. Speaking of business, Yang Yingfeng's expression became serious as he raised the Yang family elder token in his hand and quickly said, 2 hours later, 50 kilometers east of War City, near Pijing Lake, a batch of artifacts will appear. Those who intend to seize them should head there quickly. Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he listened, and Chiu Yimeng's beautiful eyes also flashed. The most fundamental foundation of a cultivator's strength was their own cultivation. But in addition to this, they could also rely on external forces. There were only 3 kinds of external forces. The first was pills, the second was artifacts, and the third was secret arts that could enhance one's combat effectiveness. Yang Kai didn't need to worry too much about pills. With Xia Ningchang and the group from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai had the advantage over anyone else. Secret arts could only be discovered, not sought, so what Yang Kai cared about right now was artifacts. If a cultivator had a high-grade artifact, they could also enhance their combat effectiveness. In comparison, the improvement brought by artifacts was much more direct. It was much more effective and simpler. This was the current weakness of Yang Kai's mansion. Right now, all of the artifacts used by the cultivators of the various great forces in the mansion were brought by themselves. Each of them had at most 1 or 2 of these artifacts. If they could obtain more artifacts, the strength of the mansion would directly rise to a whole new level. Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng glanced at each other and saw the interest in each other's hearts. I've already conveyed the order. Whether you go or not is up to you young people to decide. Yang Yingfeng smiled slightly. Why wouldn't we go? Yang Kai raised his brow. Are these artifacts contributed by your family? Not only the Yang family, but the central capital's 8 great families also contributed, but our Yang family contributed the majority, while the other 7 families only contributed as a courtesy. How many? A full 1,000. Yang Yingfeng raised one finger. Even though Yang Kai and Chiu Yimeng's status wasn't low and their knowledge wasn't shallow, they still couldn't help feeling a little anxious. 1,000 artifacts. Currently, there were at most 300 people gathered in the mansion. If they could obtain all of these artifacts, it would be equivalent to each person receiving 3 or 4 artifacts, but this was definitely an unrealistic idea. 80% of them are Earth-grade artifacts, and the remaining 20% are mostly Heaven-grade. There are even a few mysterious grade artifacts. Then all the more reason to snatch them all. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. The role of mysterious grade artifacts was simply too great. If one didn't try to snatch them, it would only benefit others. However, to be able to offer up 1,000 artifacts at once, the heritage of the central capital's 8 great families was truly extraordinary. Although most of these artifacts weren't high grade, the number was still frightening. Uncle, is there any other useful information? Chiu Yimeng asked with a smile, apparently wanting to inquire about more information to gain the upper hand. For example, how would this batch of artifacts appear, and where exactly would they appear? If this information could be obtained, it would be of great use. No need to ask, since the family allowed my father to convey the order to me, obviously they will only tell him what he can reveal. Yang Kai waved his hand. Yang Yingfeng glanced over at his son and nodded. What I know is all harmless information. The same goes for everyone else. You young people are all the same. How much you can obtain in the end will depend on your own methods. I was just asking casually. Chiu Yimeng didn't mind, pretending to be well-behaved in front of Yang Yingfeng for some unknown reason. Since that's the case, it's time to prepare. Yang Kai's face filled with a touch of elegance. a fire burning in his eyes as he grinned meaningfully. "Father, if you have nothing else to do, you can stay here for a few more days." Yang Kai suddenly turned to Yang Ingfeng. Fourth Master Yang shook his head. "Your mother is worried about you. I have to go back and report to her about your situation." "Then father, you can do as you please." Chapter 457. The news that 1,000 artifacts were about to appear soon spread throughout War City, causing an uproar. The 6 young lords all acted quickly, preparing to set out. Some busybodies even rushed to Pijing Lake 50 kilometers away, ready to watch the fun. In Yang Kai's mansion, Yang Kai rubbed his forehead as he looked at the group of noisy allies in front of him. Except for the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duan Mu family who remained silent, the others all expressed their desire for Yang Kai to take their people to participate in the battle. Even if the 5 immortal Ascension Boundary Masters from the Duan Mu family didn't speak, each of them had a burning fighting spirit in their eyes. For a time, all of them were arguing endlessly, creating a lively mess. Qiu Yimeng didn't know what to do. Most of these people were Yang Kai's friends, unlike the other young lords. Those who went to help were the subordinates of those young lords and couldn't be casually ordered to do so. "I don't care in any case, this young lord must go this time. Damn it, how can such a big thing happen without my stars?" The Hua family young lord said with an attitude of, "If you don't take me, I'll go by myself." Qiu Yimeng opened her mouth. She also wanted to go, but now Yang Kai was in a difficult position. As the second in command of the mansion, naturally she couldn't use her position for personal gain, so she could only wait for Yang Kai to speak. Looking at these enthusiastic allies, Yang Kai couldn't help smiling wryly. They didn't want to go because they were bored, nor because they were tempted by the 1,000 artifacts, but because Yang Kai had been providing them with pills for cultivation all this time, but they hadn't contributed at all. All of them felt a little apologetic, and now they finally had an opportunity to contribute. Who would be willing to give up? "Let's draw lots." Yang Kai made the final decision, letting them continue arguing here without any results, so he decided to use the simplest method. The noise suddenly subsided, and everyone turned to look at Yang Kai. None of them had expected him to use such a childish method to decide this matter. However, there didn't seem to be anything wrong with it. "That's good, who goes and who stays, it's up to heaven." Han Shaoqi smiled and was the first to agree. "Then let's draw lots." Fatty Dong also nodded. "I have no objections." Hua Stars chuckled. To show fairness, Yang Kai personally arranged it. Soon the results were out. Of the 11 supporting families, the Hua clan, the Duanmu clan, the Dong clan, and the 10,000 Flower Palace were among them. The Reflecting Moon sect and Tianyuan City followed Yang Kai, while the rest stayed behind to guard the mansion. Just in case. "Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai looked around. "Good, I'll stay and look after the house." Qiu Yimeng smiled. "Then let's go." Yang Kai's expression was cold as he waved his hand. He led the way, and the other 6 forces hurriedly followed. Of these 6 forces, with the exception of the Hua family who only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, each of the other forces had at least 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, including 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Masters. The remaining levels were unevenly distributed, but none of them were too weak. In total, there were nearly 30 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters and more than 100 Yuan Qi cultivators, making for a spectacular scene. About a kilometer away from Yang Kai's mansion, there was an inn. At this moment, in the lobby of the inn, a man and 2 women were eating. All 3 of them were very young, and one of them was even a pair of twins. The twins were wearing light blue dresses. They were elegant and refined, and their appearances were enchanting and charming. Their waists were graceful, their breasts were tall and straight, and their skin was white. As they sat there, they attracted the attention of passers-by and guests in the inn. They were greatly moved. Beautiful women were rare, and beautiful twins were even rarer. Of the twin sisters, one had a helpless expression on her face while the other looked indifferent, but there was still a hint of dissatisfaction and resentment between her eyebrows. As for the man, he smiled bitterly again and again. While sighing and drinking his wine, he said, I say, big sister, we've been here for more than a month. Do you want to go in or not? One of the sisters also nodded. That's right, big sister, we can't always live in this inn. Since we're here, why don't we go find him? Why would we want to find him? The other person angrily said, we're not looking for him, we just came out to have fun, I know. The man continued, it's just that War City is in chaos now, and you two sisters are living here. Showing your face in public will sooner or later attract attention. Haven't you noticed that there have been more people observing you these past few days? We still won't go. The charming woman coldly snorted, if you want to go, you can go by yourselves, I'll just hide in my room and not come out. The man shook his head slightly, isn't he just hiding his true identity? Besides, this isn't his original intention. The Yang family's young lords don't talk about these things when they're outside. Why do you care so much? The woman pouted her dark red lips, unable to say anything. Just as they were talking, a large group of people suddenly rushed out of Yang Kai's house, led by Yang Kai. This group of more than 100 people rose into the air and flew off towards the east. Looking at the figure of this man, the beautiful eyes of the two women lit up slightly before immediately dimming. There's movement. The man's expression became solemn. Yang Kai suddenly bringing so many people out obviously meant that he had something important to do. Turning to the two sisters, he quickly said, I'm going to follow them, do you want to come with me? Big sister, I want to go. One of them quickly said, You what? If you don't follow them it'll be too late, let's go. The man didn't give them a chance to explain and quickly rushed out. The two sisters glanced at each other and no longer hesitated, quickly following. Just as they left War City, a group of people appeared from Yang Kai's flank. The two sides glanced at each other and suddenly became tense. It was Yang Zhao's people. Although a month ago, Yang Kai's forces had surpassed Yang Kai's for a short period of time, as time passed, Yang Zhao had gathered more and more support, so this time, the number of people he had brought with him was no less than Yang Kai's, and many of them were even more powerful. The distance between the two sides was less than 300 meters and they advanced side by side. No one was willing to be left behind. Ninth brother, good movement skills, Yang Zhao suddenly chuckled, no wonder third brother was snatched away by you. Second brother is too polite. Yang Kai also smiled slightly. This time, second brother won't let you win. Anytime, if second brother wants to fight, ninth brother can play with you right now. The smile on Yang Zhao's face stiffened slightly. Yang Kai's aggressive momentum made him a little uncomfortable, but after a moment of silence, he shook his head and said, let's get down to business first. There will be plenty of opportunities. Yang Kai didn't continue to provoke him. While the two brothers were talking, suddenly, a gust of wind blew from behind and a figure leapt past the crowd, dashing forward like a bolt of lightning. Whether it was Yang Kai or Yang Zhao, both of them couldn't help narrowing their eyes as they stared at this man's back. Lu Qingyao. Huastars exclaimed, grinding his teeth, that bastard is too arrogant. His voice was filled with anger. However, he was also somewhat helpless. There was no way he could compare with Huastars. Lu Qingyao was indeed better. However, he had directly leapt over the heads of the two groups of people, flying away without even glancing back, obviously confident in his ability. Not putting anyone in his eyes at all. Hearing Huastar's exclamation, Yang Kai's eyes couldn't help lighting up. He had only ever heard of Lu Qinyao's name, but had never seen him in person. After the inheritance war began, Yang Kai also knew that Lu Qinyao had been observing the situation in War City and hadn't pledged allegiance to any of the Yang family young lords. He also hadn't made any trouble for any of the Yang family young lords. Obviously, in his opinion, no one was worthy of him working for. It turned out that this person was Lu Qinyao. Sure enough, he had the capital to be proud of himself. Yang Zhao couldn't help snorting, ninth brother, this is my Yang family stage, how can we let others steal the limelight? Kai Yang understood and smiled, that's what I was thinking. The smiles on the two men's faces converged and almost at the same time increased their speed, shooting off into the distance like a meteor. The two groups of people behind them, no matter who they were, couldn't help feeling shocked. Yang Zhao had broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary first stage a few days ago, and although he hadn't consolidated his cultivation yet, he had already broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary. Only a first stage cultivator, yet he was able to display such speed, even faster than Lu Qinyao who had just left. Naturally, everyone was amazed. What was even more surprising was that Yang Kai, a trivial Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivator, wasn't any slower than Yang Zhao. His movement skill was so fast that it was as if he was riding the wind, seemingly effortless. The direct descendants of the Yang family really were all monsters. Everyone secretly shook their heads. As he rushed forward, Yang Zhao couldn't help but feel amazed by Yang Kai's speed. It was because he had used a secret technique that he was able to achieve his current speed, but it also consumed a lot of his Yuan Qi. In other words, he couldn't maintain his current speed for a long time. At most, he could only maintain it for a stick of incense worth of time before he had to stop and rest. Otherwise, he would only run slower and slower. But ninth brother didn't seem to be the case. He neither used a secret technique nor an artifact. His speed seemed to be his own, as if he only needed to circulate his Yuan Qi to achieve it. For a time, Yang Zhao couldn't help feeling a bit unconvinced, quickly increasing his speed by another notch. But just as he was half a step away, Yang Kai caught up again and said with a light expression, "Second brother, this is very tiring." Yang Zhao couldn't help but smile bitterly. "Let's catch up with Lu Qinyao first." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "The Yang family's limelight is mine, second brother. If you can't do it, you can take a break." As soon as he spoke these words, Yang Kai suddenly felt a wave of heat hit him from the side. Yang Kai's whole body seemed to have transformed into a ball of fire, burning fiercely as he rushed forward, instantly closing the distance between him and Lu Qinyao in front of him, leaving a gust of wind behind him that cut across Yang Zhao's face like a knife. Yang Zhao's eyes narrowed as he immediately shouted, "I am the second brother, how can I not do it?" A halo of light bloomed and wrapped around Yang Zhao's body, pushing his speed to the limit as he followed Lu Qinyao like a shadow. Seemingly aware that there were two people chasing after him, Lu Qinyao couldn't help glancing back, but before he could even focus, a fiery red figure rushed past him, causing his Yuan Qi to fluctuate wildly. "Him?" Lu Qinyao was surprised and couldn't help muttering, "Such pure Yuan Qi." Chapter 458. Looking at the backs of these two, Lu Qinyao's brow wrinkled slightly, a look of disdain appearing on his face as he slowly shook his head. Relying on external forces isn't enough. Even as he spoke, his speed suddenly increased. Clearly, he was unwilling to fall behind the others. 50 kilometers wasn't a long distance, so after half a stick of incense worth of time, the three arrived at Pijing Lake one after another. Yang Kai landed on the east side, Yang Zhao on the west, and Lu Qinyao in the middle. Only now did Yang Kai have time to take a good look at this legendary first young lord of the central capital. Dressed in blue robes, this young man was neither luxurious nor vulgar. He wasn't very old, only about 26 or 27 years old. His figure was like a sword, not particularly burly, but his body contained a strength that no one could ignore. His expression was indifferent, as if he didn't care about anything, but his eyes revealed an insufferably domineering aura. This kind of arrogance wasn't a deliberate display of arrogance, but rather the natural demeanor of a master who had been at the top of the world for many years. It was as if he was standing high above the clouds, overlooking the common people. "He's not a soft persimmon." After a brief moment of observation, Yang Kai understood. Although this young man's cultivation was only at the Immortal Ascension Boundary third stage, he was certainly not someone an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator could compare to. His true strength could only be determined when they fought. Remembering the bold words this young man had said before, Yang Kai smiled lightly. This subtle action attracted Lu Qinyao's attention, his pair of dull but extremely bright eyes suddenly locking onto Yang Kai, his divine sense sweeping towards him unscrupulously. Yang Kai's brow couldn't help wrinkling. His expression was somewhat displeased. Although the other party's actions couldn't pose any threat to him, and could even be said to be harmless, so blatantly using one's divine sense to spy on others was an unspoken taboo. It was very likely to cause unnecessary disputes and fights. Therefore, most people wouldn't do such a thing. Lu Qingyao doing this was simply because he didn't care much about Yang Kai. Sure enough, after his divine sense swept over him, Lu Qingyao no longer paid any attention to him and simply stood there quietly. Extremely conspicuous. No one knew why he had come this time. A group of people had already arrived at the shore of Pijing Lake ahead of time. After seeing Yang Kai and Yang Zhao, this man just nodded lightly before turning his attention to Lu Qingyao. His eyes couldn't help trembling slightly as his yuan qi fluctuated slightly. It was rumored that after Yang Wei returned to the central capital, he had a great battle with Lu Qingyao, but no one knew the final result of that battle. Now, the two sides met again. Naturally, there would be some sparks. Immortal Ascension Boundary Second Stage, eldest young master's cultivation speed is really fast. Unexpectedly, Lu Qingyao actually took the initiative to greet Yang Wei. Thanks to young Master Lu, I learned a lot from that battle. Yang Wei's expression was indifferent. Lu Qingyao nodded lightly and said in a flat tone, "If you want to comprehend more, you'll need to learn more. This Lu is always waiting for you." Yang Kai and Yang Zhao's expressions suddenly became strange, glancing at each other from a distance, both of them seeing the deep meaning in each other's eyes. These two hadn't exchanged many words, but the meaning behind their words was intriguing. It seemed that the rumors were true. Yang Wei had been defeated in his battle with Lu Qingyao, and it was very likely that he had been defeated miserably. Otherwise, why would Lu Qingyao say such a thing? Lu Qingyao's arrogance didn't make Yang Wei angry. His expression didn't change in the slightest as he nodded. "I will go. I hope young Master Lu won't be too surprised when the time comes." Lu Qingyao slowly shook his head. "I won't be surprised because you're not my opponent." As soon as this sentence came out, the allies behind Yang Wei suddenly felt indignant, all of them glaring angrily at Lu Qingyao. Belittling the Yang family in front of them, Yang Wei's allies naturally couldn't remain indifferent. Yang Wei still didn't show any signs of anger, simply raising his hand to stop the restlessness of the people around him, loudly declaring, "I'm not your opponent now, but that doesn't mean I won't be in the future. Just because I won't be your opponent in the future doesn't mean no one in my Yang family can. Young Master Lu, I may not be the strongest of the Yang family's younger generation, but I know you are the strongest of the Lu family. Your Lu family's limit is yours, but my Yang family's limit is still unknown." Lu Qingyao finally showed a look of interest. "Among the Yang family's younger generation, is there someone stronger than you?" After a pause, his eyes suddenly turned to Yang Zhao. "Is it second young master?" Hey. Yang Zhao couldn't help smiling bitterly. Young Master Lu must be joking. Compared to eldest brother, this little brother is no match for him. You can talk among yourselves, don't count me in. Lu Qingyao chuckled. "If it's not second young master, who else could it be? In your Yang family's younger generation, only you and second young master are strong. The others..." Slowly shaking his head, Lu Qingyao glanced over at Yang Kai but didn't pay him any mind. Yang Wei, who had always been meticulous and aloof, suddenly burst into laughter. "Young Master Lu, since you can't see through him, it means you really aren't his opponent." Lu Qingyao's expression became serious as he stared at Yang Wei, not understanding why he was so sure, but after thinking about it for a while, he couldn't think of anyone in the Yang family who could beat him. If there really was such a person and he couldn't see through him, it meant that this person was truly terrifying. Being able to deceive his eyes was already a big win. "Eldest young master, I hope what you said is true." Lu Qingyao quickly said. "You just wait and see." Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kai had been watching with cold eyes and didn't interrupt, but he felt that Yang Wei's eyes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards him a few times. What did eldest brother see? Yang Kai secretly wondered. After waiting for a while, Hua's stars arrived with a large number of people, and at the same time, Yang Zhao's people also gathered around him. When these people arrived, Yang Zhao obviously breathed a sigh of relief and secretly lowered his guard. Just now, he was obviously worried that Yang Wei would take advantage of him being alone to attack him. Although he had a blood warrior guarding him, coming here so hastily was still somewhat dangerous. As the sun rose, more and more people gathered around Pijing Lake. Yang Kang, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying also arrived one after another. After such a long period of preparation and recruitment, it was now possible to distinguish how much support the six brothers had at a glance. The first three had brought more or less the same number of people, and even if there were some differences in strength, it wasn't too obvious, but the three who came later were undoubtedly weaker. Even if these three had a disciple from one of the 8 great families as an ally, their personal charisma and connections were lacking, so it was difficult for them to gather too much support. When they noticed this, the faces of Yang Kong and the others suddenly became ugly. Because even Yang Kai, who everyone thought wouldn't survive the first night, was now ahead of them. If this continued, the situation would only get worse and worse. The three of them all secretly thought that after returning this time, they would have to strengthen the pace of their recruitment. At the very least, they couldn't allow Yang Kai to take the lead. Not only had the 6 Yang family brothers gathered around Pijing Lake, but the other cultivators who had followed them out of War City had also formed a large circle around the lake. However, these people were very self-aware and all stayed 3 kilometers away from Pijing Lake, only watching from a distance. No one was willing to play around with their lives. With so many masters gathered together, once they were caught up in this mess, they would likely die without even knowing how they died. The pair of beautiful sisters who had been in the inn's lobby earlier were also among them, staring in Yang Kai's direction. After not seeing him for a few months, this young man had become a lot stronger. Perhaps it was because of the change in his identity, but now he was more attractive and aggressive than before. One of the 2 sisters' eyes flashed a strange light, her face filled with an enchanting charm as she stared towards Yang Kai's direction. This kind of mood also indirectly affected the other, causing her heart to beat faster. Gritting her teeth, she took a deep breath, her chest heaving up and down as she helplessly smiled. This was really a sin. After cultivating that divine secret art, the 2 sisters had gradually become one, and because of her younger sister's preferences, she had also gradually been influenced. From time to time, she would think of that man's figure, but she was too embarrassed to show it in front of her younger sister, causing her to feel extremely uncomfortable. This time, she had obviously arrived in War City a long time ago, but she couldn't summon up the courage to see him, so she had been hiding in a kilometer away from his mansion, often looking out the window to see if he would ever leave the compound. But after waiting for so long, he still hadn't appeared. Today, she had finally managed to see him, but she had almost missed this opportunity because of her attitude. Thinking about how she didn't mean what she said, the woman couldn't help feeling a bit resentful. She was like her younger sister, her preferences were written all over her face. There was no need to hide them. "Hey, aren't you going to help him?" the man from before asked with a chuckle. "Help what? There's only 3 of us. What kind of role can we play in such a big scene?" That's why only women and villains are difficult to deal with. I shouldn't have come with you." The man was depressed. If he had known that such a big scene would occur, he would have brought everyone from the inn with him. Now, there were only 3 people, and all of them were Yuan Qi cultivators, so they really couldn't play much of a role. Time passed slowly, and everyone was secretly waiting for that batch of artifacts to appear, all of them trying to guess how the Yang family would arrange for 1,000 artifacts to appear here. Yang Kai was also secretly observing his surroundings, using his powerful divine sense to constantly check his surroundings for any signs of movement. Among the crowd of spectators, there were many hidden masters. Perceiving this, Yang Kai was secretly shocked. These masters weren't here to watch the fun, but rather the masters from the 8 great families who were observing the situation. At the bottom of Pijing Lake, there were also some subtle energy fluctuations. These subtle fluctuations were so subtle that even Yang Kai found it difficult to detect them, let alone the others. It seemed that some of the artifacts had been arranged at the bottom of the lake and were only waiting for the right time to appear. Chapter 459. Perceiving this, Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly, but he didn't make any movements, simply understanding what was going on. The agreed time soon arrived, and everyone gathered around Pijing Lake couldn't help secretly condensing their strength, preparing to act at any time. Their eyes and ears were alert, not only looking for the location where the artifacts would appear, they were also vigilant against the enemy's movements. Snatching artifacts was bound to result in a fight. The Yang family wanted to use this method to stimulate the progress of the inheritance war. Unlike Yang Kai, the other 5 Yang family young lords also cast their eyes towards Pajing Lake from time to time based on their own guesses, listing it as a key area to be guarded, occasionally whispering to the blood warriors guarding nearby to ask for advice. The atmosphere became more and more tense. All of a sudden, a beam of light shot out from the bottom of Pajing Lake, and a strong energy fluctuation burst out. Visible to the naked eye, under the clear lake, bright patterns flashed one after another, converging to form a mysterious formation that covered the entire bottom of the lake. The surrounding world energy suddenly stagnated. "It's here!" Countless exclamations came from the crowd, all of them craning their necks towards Pajing Lake. Shio shio shio. One after another, rays of light suddenly shot out from the bottom of Pajing Lake and shot straight into the sky. Wrapped in these rays of light were a series of various-looking and colorful artifacts, causing everyone's greed to rise. In an instant, nearly 100 rays of light flew up into the sky, bringing with them droplets of water that poured down like a torrential downpour. Everyone's eyes were like locusts biting into these 100 rays of light, their gazes burning hot. Rushing up to a height of about 300 meters. The 100 rays of light slowly came to a stop. Accompanied by a loud explosion, they scattered in all directions at the speed of a meteor. Young Lord Kai. Huixing turned to look at Yang Kai and urged anxiously. Yang Kai nodded gently. The next moment, back in the camp. 50% of the people in the camp flew out and grabbed the nearest artifact, each of them using their own methods. In the midst of their laughter and joy, these people grabbed one artifact after another. None of the leaders of the younger generation moved, nor did most of the Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. Those who rushed out were all cultivators below the Yuan Qi Boundary and Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage. It was not only Yang Kai's situation, but also the other people's situation. Because everyone knew that the grade of the first batch of artifacts that appeared would definitely not be too high, so it was naturally not worth it to lose their footing for these artifacts. Moreover, because this first batch of artifacts had spread out in all directions, it was tantamount to delivering them to their doorstep, so they wouldn't encounter any resistance from their enemies. Naturally, there was no reason for them to rush to snatch them. On the other hand, those who were watching the show all had burning gazes. He continuously swallowed his saliva. Since they had come to watch the show, the strength of these people was definitely not too high. Seeing so many artifacts appear at the same time, it was inevitable that they would be tempted. The 6 brothers had brought a total of nearly 800 people, even if only half of them were mobilized. 100 artifacts that seemed like a lot were actually in short supply when they were distributed among the masses. None of the secret treasures flew out of Pajing Lake. They were all intercepted by the cultivator halfway through. After the cultivator who had obtained the artifacts returned to the camp, everyone was grinning from ear to ear. The first batch of artifacts was almost evenly divided between the 6 parties, so no decent battles broke out. The number of artifacts each party obtained was basically the same. They're all Earth-grade low-rank artifacts. Huastars glanced at the artifacts that had been taken back and couldn't help curling his lips, muttering, "The 8 great families are really stingy." Han Shaoqi's expression was indifferent as she brushed her hair behind her ear and said, "Young Lord Hua, you come from a super family, so you don't understand the hardships of a lower-level cultivator. These artifacts may be nothing to you, but for others, they can greatly enhance their strength." Huastars grinned meaningfully, "Beauty, you're being too polite. Although I am from the Hua family, we are also allies. This issue is worth discussing. When this matter is over, let's have a good chat." Han Shaoqi suddenly fell silent and shot a pleading look towards Yang Kai, hoping he would say something to stop Stars from harassing her. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled as he seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes fixed on the mysterious spirit array at the bottom of Pajing Lake. The shining lines still continued to emit a brilliant light, illuminating the bottom of Pajing Lake. Almost at the same time Huastar's voice fell, nearly 100 rays of light shot out from the bottom of the lake. Huastars glanced over at Yang Kai and seeing his expression remain unchanged, he quickly shouted, "Snatch!" The group of people who had just obtained a harvest once again flew away. "Be careful!" Yang Kai suddenly shouted. Everyone was still immersed in the joy of snatching artifacts, so some of them didn't quite understand why he had said this, but after seeing the trajectory of these artifacts, they immediately became vigilant. The second batch of artifacts was not the same as the previous batch. Instead of radiating outwards, they all gathered in a dense cluster above the center of Pajing Lake. Everyone's yuan qi condensed, their strength surging, their martial skills and artifacts blossoming, and the 6 groups instantly rushed together. A great battle broke out instantly. Of the 6 groups, almost 400 people had gathered together, and although 90% of them were yuan qi cultivators, there were also some immortal ascension boundary cultivators. With so many people gathered above the center of Pajing Lake, the scene suddenly became chaotic. Someone with quick reflexes managed to snatch an artifact, but in the next moment he was targeted by 4 or 5 enemies. While the artifact was still warm in his hands, he was struck down by his enemies, his tattered corpse falling from the sky, his blood staining the clear lake water red. Among the crowd of spectators, there was a burst of exclamations and shouts. This kind of melee was what these idle people loved to see. In less than 10 breaths of time, more than 20 people had died one after another, and the number of casualties was still increasing. Almost all the forces had been affected, and every leader of the younger generation had an ugly expression on their faces, gritting their teeth, wishing they could immediately rush up to help. But the 6 Yang family young lords had not issued any orders, so even if they were filled with righteous indignation, they could only bide their time. Everyone knew that this was just an appetizer. At this time, if they were to panic, they would forever be in a passive position. Gradually, the hundreds of artifacts had their owners, but those who held them had become the target of public criticism. Each of the allies protected their own people, fighting and retreating, leaving behind a trail of corpses falling from the sky. Some of the smarter ones, the moment they obtained an artifact, used all their strength to throw it to their own side, then turned around and snatched the artifacts of others. The melee gradually subsided, and the people of the 6 groups gradually distanced themselves from each other, retreating vigilantly. Both of them had their gains and losses. At one point, Pajing Lake's water was dyed red, and nearly 50 corpses were floating on its surface. Your Yang family's methods are really brilliant. Dong Dong took a deep breath as he watched the tragedy in front of him and slowly shook his head. For more than a month there had been no fighting, only peace. But because of a single order from the Yang family elder, this calm atmosphere had been broken, forcing the 6 parties to attack each other. Men die for wealth, birds die for food. Hu Xing sneered, the Yang family has already seen through this. It's too tragic, Qin Shu Shu sighed. This was the first time he had participated in this kind of battle since arriving in War City. Seeing that nearly 50 people had died in just half a cup of tea's worth of time, his reflecting moon sect had also suffered losses. Naturally, he couldn't help feeling distressed. It's too simple. Yang Kai's eyes flashed deeply as he suddenly said, "Simple?" Lu Fei-sheng looked at him in amazement, the others also wearing suspicious expressions. Yang Kai didn't respond, simply raising his head and staring in the direction of Yang Wei and Yang Zhao. He found that the 2 of them were also frowning, seemingly lost in thought. Perceiving Yang Kai's gaze, both Yang Wei and Yang Zhao turned to look at him. Exchanging glances, Yang Kai knew that they also had doubts in their hearts. If the process of snatching artifacts this time was really like this, then it was simply too simple. The Yang family couldn't possibly do such a thing. The Yang family's elders were currently hoping for as many people to die as possible, so how could they allow 1,000 artifacts to appear in such a manner? If things continued like this, as long as the 6 parties reached a consensus, they could peacefully divide up this batch of artifacts. Of course, this possibility wasn't high. Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao had all thought of this, so no matter who it was, all 3 of them were considering what would happen next. The inheritance war was a battle of wits and courage. Blind bravery without strategy was not enough to accomplish anything. Because so many people had died, the atmosphere in the 6 camps was somewhat tense, each of them coldly glaring at each other, waiting for the next confrontation to settle old and new grudges. The grade of this batch is slightly higher, but it's still not very good. Huoxing examined the artifacts that had been snatched back and shook his head. In the eyes of the Hua family young lord, besides heaven grade and mysterious grade artifacts, all other artifacts were garbage. Even if they were heaven grade, they had to be at least heaven grade mid-rank in order to enter his eyes. The next batch we won't snatch them, Yang Kai suddenly said. What? Huoxing was stunned. Won't snatch them? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. Speak a little louder, they all heard you. Huoxing couldn't help lowering his voice. Why won't we snatch them? If you don't snatch them, it will only benefit others. Not only was Huoxing puzzled, even the 4 girls from 10,000 Flower Palace were suspicious. In the previous confrontation, 10,000 Flower Palace had also lost a female disciple, so all of them were filled with anger and were preparing to take revenge. At this time, Yang Kai suddenly saying he wouldn't snatch these artifacts was naturally a bit difficult for them to understand. Let's wait and see. Yang Kai shook his head. If I'm not mistaken, the next batch of artifacts should be Earth grade top rank. If we don't snatch them, our losses won't be great, but if we do, I'm afraid there will be more variables. Listening to him say this, although everyone still had some doubts, they didn't say anything more. They just secretly felt that Yang Kai was being a bit too cautious. Chapter 460. After waiting for a while, the spirit array at the bottom of the lake lit up again and the crimson water became somewhat gloomy, causing everyone's hair to stand on end. With the previous 2 experiences, everyone knew that the 3rd batch of artifacts was about to appear. Everyone was looking forward to the upcoming battle, each of them searching for a good angle and position, waiting for the show to begin. Yang Kai's people received his order, and although some of them stared at the bottom of the lake with some envy, they didn't have any ideas. On the other hand, Yang Kong and the others were all rubbing their hands, ready to go all out. Asterisk shio shio shio. Asterisk 100 rays of light shot out again and another 100 artifacts appeared. Go, kill whoever dares to snatch them. Yang Kong shouted and the people around him quickly moved out. At the same time, Yang Xin and Yang Ying also issued the same order, each of them wearing a fierce expression, as if they couldn't live under the same sky as everyone here. However, when these 3 parties rushed out, everyone was surprised to find that there were still 2 groups that hadn't moved. On one side was Yang Kai and on the other side was Yang Wei. The oldest and youngest brothers seemed to be satisfied with the harvest they had just obtained. They didn't seem to have any intention of continuing to fight over the treasures. What's going on? Why aren't those 2 moving? The onlookers shouted. A 6-sided melee was only interesting. Now that 2 parties were missing, it would definitely not be as lively. Don't tell me you're scared? Why would they participate in the inheritance war if they don't have the courage? Hurry up, what are you standing there for, a bunch of stupid pigs? Father here is anxious to death. Such a good opportunity, how can we not grasp it? If it weren't for Father's sect being so bad, he could have taken refuge with a young lord and snatched those artifacts today. Shouting and shouting filled the air, causing Yang Kai to stare at Yang Wei in amazement. It was rare to see Yang Wei smile at him, as if he had seen through his intentions. Come back. The next moment, Yang Zhao's brow furrowed. Suddenly, Yang Kai shouted to his allies. The cultivator, who was excited and ready to show off his strength, had already rushed halfway and was just about to snatch some of the artifacts. Now that they heard Yang Zhao's order, how could they respond? Some people reacted quickly and immediately retreated to Yang Zhao's side, but others were unwilling to give up on this opportunity and with greedy expressions reached out to grab the artifacts in front of them. As if this had caused an incredible reaction, the moment the cultivators snatched the artifacts, a chaotic energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the center of Pijing Lake. Hong long long xiu xiu xiu. Kacha, flames flickered, lightning and thunder roared, and ice and snow covered the ground. Streaks of astonishing sword light erupted, and sharp and abrupt icicles appeared strangely. Golden threads danced in the air, as sharp as blades, seemingly capable of destroying anything in their path. With 100 artifacts as the center, a vast number of attacks shot out in all directions. Everyone was stunned. The onlookers were still shouting. They didn't know why Yang Kai and Yang Wei didn't do anything. The cultivator who was trying to snatch the artifacts had been on guard against others, so when these attacks broke out, the shouting stopped abruptly and the cultivator was caught off guard. Most of these cultivators were Yuan Qi cultivators and had never expected such a disaster to befall them. To be honest, these attacks were extremely chaotic and each one wasn't very strong, but what made these cultivators vomit blood was that these countless attacks had burst out together. Sand accumulates to a tower, water droplets to a river. How could these Yuan Qi cultivators resist? In the blink of an eye, the cultivator gathered in the center of the lake was swept away, broken limbs and flesh flying everywhere, and blood sprinkling down like rain. Suddenly, a 200-meter wide vacuum appeared, as if it had been swallowed up by an invisible black hole. The cultivator who was a little further away fled in panic, not daring to stay in the same place. He turned his head to look back and saw the miserable scene. His face was full of horror, and his eyes were filled with horror and relief. The scene was quiet, only the splashing sound of the bodies falling into the lake could be heard, which was extremely harsh. How insidious! Yang Kai's eyes were cold as he shouted in a low voice. The sudden burst of energy wasn't the result of the attacks from the cultivators who were trying to snatch the treasures, but rather the result of the hundreds of artifacts. This third batch of artifacts had obviously been tampered with long ago. They were injected with Yuan Qi by the strong cultivators in advance. When someone grabbed them, the energy contained in the artifacts would be activated, catching the cultivator off guard. This was a trap. It was a trap set by the Yang family for the cultivator who was trying to snatch the artifacts this time. The appearance of the first two batches of artifacts had lowered the cultivator's vigilance, and the third batch had killed them. If our people had rushed over just now. Su Xiaoyu's face was a little pale. She had seen people die before. When she was in that isolated world, she had personally killed people. Just now, she had witnessed nearly 50 cultivators' deaths in a battle for artifacts. However, the scene of dozens of people dying in an instant was still terrifying to her. Young Lord Kai, my admiration for you has reached the depths of my soul. Huastar's face twitched. Just now, when Yang Kai had ordered them not to snatch the next batch of artifacts, Huastar's had thought he was being too cautious, but now it seemed that he was clearly aware of something. If their people had rushed over just now, they would have suffered heavy losses. Realizing this, how could Huastar's not admire him? Not only him, but everyone else also looked at Yang Kai with a look of respect. Eldest young lord, how did you know? On the other side, the Meng family's Meng Shanyi's expression changed slightly as he whispered to Yang Wei. Yang Wei slowly shook his head. I don't know, but as long as ninth brother doesn't move, we won't move. You mean, you just saw Yang Kai? Yang Wei nodded. Ninth brother is cautious by nature, it's all thanks to him, otherwise, Meng Shanyi took a deep breath, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai. Turning his head to look at the other Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao's face filled with both relief and fear. Just now, his order had been delivered in time, so his side had only lost 3 cultivators while Yang Kong and the other Yang family young lords' expressions were extremely ugly. Yang Zhao, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying's people had suffered the most. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, each one of them had rushed over faster than the last, so almost all of the attacks from the epicenter had been borne by their people. Each of them had lost more than a dozen people and suffered countless injuries, many of whom were immortal ascension boundary cultivators. Yang Kai and Yang Wei's shrewdness only made them more incompetent. This made them feel a little ashamed and angry. The hundreds of artifacts floating in the sky seemed to have erupted with all their power at that moment, causing their light to dim. When the cultivator who had come to snatch them retreated, all of them fell towards the lake surface. However, after suffering a big loss just now, no one dared to approach these artifacts rashly. It's time to grab them. Yang Kai narrowed his eyes and said lightly, What are you waiting for? Huixing shouted. Immediately, nearly 100 people from Yang Kai's camp rushed out, leaving behind only the leaders of the younger generation and a few immortal ascension boundary cultivators. At the same time, Yang Wei also seemed to have issued an order, seemingly making up his mind to act together with Yang Kai. The cultivator from the other camps flying above Pajing Lake had seen the actions of these two groups, but at this moment, they were still in a state of shock. Without any orders from their young lords, none of them dared to act rashly. Yang Kong and the other young lords struggled and hesitated for a while, not daring to rush into action. Before the artifacts could fall into the lake, they were quickly divided up by the cultivator who rushed up, and no more terrifying and sudden attacks appeared. Surprisingly, the two sides who had reaped a great harvest and returned in triumph didn't break out into a fight. Seeing this scene, Yang Kong and the others felt their intestines turn green with regret. Yang Zhao's expression was also not very good. If he hadn't had so many scruples, he would have been able to get a share of the spoils right now. Young Lord Kai. 54 artifacts. Hua Xing counted the number and excitedly reported, and all of them are Earth-grade high rank. Yang Kai nodded gently, glancing over at Yang Wei's side and saying, "Big brother's people, don't clash with them in the future." Understood. Everyone nodded in unison. Just now, Yang Kai had clearly seen that when they were snatching artifacts, several people on his side had attacked Yang Wei's allies, but those people had only defended and hadn't fought back. It seemed that Yang Wei had given them some kind of order. It was for this reason that he had managed to snatch a few more artifacts. It seemed that his big brother intended to form an alliance with him, otherwise he wouldn't have shown such goodwill. Young Lord Kai, what should we do next? Should we just wait and see? The Hua family young lord asked with a smile. Yang Kai shook his head. They're not fools. That kind of good thing just happened once. The next batch will still be snatched, but what you will face is not only the attacks of the enemy, but also the attacks of the secret treasures. Be careful, if you have defensive martial skills and secret treasures, use them all, don't die too quickly. Everyone nodded. The reason why the first batch of artifacts had been able to kill so many people was entirely because everyone had been vigilant against the enemy. None of them had expected that these artifacts would be tampered with, so being caught off guard by so many attacks was something even Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters couldn't handle. This was only the third batch of artifacts, but there were already hundreds of corpses in Pajing Lake. Once all 1,000 artifacts appeared, how many people would die? Thinking so, whether it was the onlookers or the cultivator involved, all of them couldn't help shuddering. The Yang family and the other 7 great families had really been too vicious this time. Young Lord Kai, what should we do about these artifacts? There are too many of them, Hua Xing asked with a grin. Anyone could see the pride in his smile. The 5 Duanmu family seniors will take care of them, Yang Kai frowned. The number of artifacts they had snatched would only increase. These artifacts were of different shapes, sizes, and sizes. The small ones were only the size of earrings while the big ones were the size of machetes and javelins. It was definitely unrealistic to carry them on one's body, so there must be someone to take care of them. For this reason, it was inevitable that a group of masters would be dispatched. Yang Kai estimated that everyone else would have to do the same. Chapter 461. 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivators were assigned to guard the artifacts. Only with this kind of strength and quantity could they deter the enemy. But in this way, the number of masters available would be reduced by 5. However, the appearance of the third batch of artifacts had disrupted the balance between the 6 camps. If Yang Kong and the others didn't handle the current situation well, they would only become more and more passive and their harvest would become less and less. Yang Kai frowned as he thought about how to maximize his advantage. Not long after, the 4th batch of artifacts appeared once again. Nothing new, still appearing from the bottom of the lake, but this time, everyone was more cautious. Although they were all charging forward, they weren't completely defenseless. Not only did they have to guard against the enemy's attacks, but they also had to guard against the energy fluctuations of these artifacts. The slightest carelessness could lead to their souls being destroyed, so how could they afford to be careless? When the cultivator from the 6 camps rushed to the center of the lake, all of them suddenly stopped. No one wanted to be the first to eat the crabs, all of them waiting for the others to act first so that the energy fluctuations of these artifacts could be stimulated. The scene suddenly fell into a stalemate. The artifacts were densely suspended midair while the cultivators stood around vigilantly, sizing each other up. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he had expected this situation to occur, he didn't have a good way to deal with it. Now, whoever acted first would suffer a loss, but continuing this stalemate wasn't a solution. The fifth batch of artifacts would appear soon, so if they didn't eat this batch now and waited until the fifth batch appeared, the situation would only worsen. Yang Kong sneered, "Do you really think I'm a fool? Whoever wants to take it can take it. Let's see if you can take it back." But before he could finish speaking, suddenly, a powerful spiritual energy burst out from the dense array of artifacts. Soul skill. The sudden appearance of this soul skill instantly broke the stalemate. The energy fluctuations of these artifacts were stimulated one after another, and a series of strong and weak attacks suddenly struck the surrounding area, causing everyone to panic. Yang Kai turned his head and glanced over at Lu Qingyao. His brow furrowed. That soul skill just now was unleashed by this person, so why was Lu Qingyao here? No one knew that so far, he had not taken refuge with any of the Yang family young lords. He didn't deliberately make friends with anyone and usually just stayed in War City, but this time, he had quietly run over to Pijing Lake. No one could guess his intentions. It was obviously not a good sign to break this stalemate. Fortunately, this time, everyone was prepared. When those artifacts came crashing down, everyone was vigilant. The grade of these artifacts wasn't too high. Even if the masters poured their true qi into them, they wouldn't be able to display much of their destructive power. Such a scattered attack. It was easy for the cultivator to deal with it if they worked together. After blocking all the attacks, the cultivators once again fell into a scrambling situation. Yang Kai's people received orders and didn't try to embarrass Yang Wei's people. Similarly, they did the same. They also did not attack the people on this side. It was as if the two sides had agreed to coexist peacefully. After the deadlock was broken, the fourth batch of artifacts was divided up. Without giving anyone any time to breathe, the fifth batch of artifacts appeared again. What was surprising though was that this batch of artifacts did not appear from the bottom of the lake. Instead, they appeared out of thin air. Mysterious golden lines flashed in the air, converging into large and small circles. From these golden circles, hundreds of rays of light shot out and scattered towards the ground. The cultivator who had snatched the artifacts didn't even have time to return before the fifth batch of artifacts smashed into them, causing them to become dizzy and disoriented. The attacks launched by these artifacts scattered around aimlessly, even spreading to the crowd of onlookers, causing them to curse loudly. The battle circle suddenly expanded because of the sudden appearance of the fifth batch of artifacts. The chaotic battlefield was no longer confined to Pijing Lake and was now spreading out in all directions. As a last resort, those who had stayed behind in the various camps also joined in to compete for the newly emerged artifacts. For a time, the scene was chaotic and everyone was in danger. The intense battle dazzled those who were watching, causing their blood to boil and wishing they could rush into the battlefield and grab the artifacts themselves. The 6 Yang family young lords also constantly issued new orders to their allies around them, constantly changing their strategies. What was interesting though was that Yang Wei's actions were no different from Yang Kai's, as if they were cast from the same mold. When Yang Kai dispatched new people, so did he. When Yang Kai ordered people to return, so did he. Even when guarding the artifacts he had snatched, he used 5 immortal ascension boundary masters. Yang Kai noticed this but didn't say anything. What his big brother wanted to do was his freedom. After a bell-shaped artifact was activated, a burst of unbearable demonic sounds filled the air, causing one's true qi to surge and one's blood to boil. The nearby cultivators managed to resist its attack with great difficulty and were just about to snatch it, but in the midst of the chaotic battle, it was sent flying and fell into the crowd of onlookers. As soon as they saw an artifact fall, the crowd suddenly became excited and all of them used their best skills. Soon, the artifact disappeared, no one knew who had taken it away in the chaos. Cries of discontent filled the air as those who did not manage to grab this artifact all sighed with regret. This was a rare opportunity. So many artifacts had appeared, but only one had been tossed into the crowd. How could they not feel regret when they had not grasped it? While everyone was observing who had taken the artifact, accompanied by a scream, A middle-aged man who seemed to be around 40 years old fell to the ground, bleeding from his 7 orifices. Everyone was shocked. From the middle-aged man's arms, the bell-shaped artifact that had disappeared a moment ago seemed to be attracted by an invisible force and quickly flew out, accelerating in midair before flying back towards Pajing Lake and smashing into the chaotic battlefield. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. Only then did they quickly restrain their thoughts. They knew that this middle-aged man didn't die for no reason, but because he wanted to take the artifact for himself, he had attracted a fatal disaster. Among the crowd, there were definitely eyes watching the movements of the artifacts that flew out. Once someone became greedy, they would immediately be killed. Understanding this, the people who had just tried to snatch the artifact showed a look of relief. Fortunately, they had not obtained the bell-shaped artifact. Otherwise, the one who would have died on the ground would not have been this middle-aged man, but himself. The central capital's Yang family's overbearing and domineering attitude had thoroughly impressed everyone. After the death of a number of bored people who had tried to take advantage of the situation, those who had been watching the fun no longer dared to have any ideas about the artifacts. Because once you made a greedy move, you would be silently killed in the next moment. The chaotic battlefield was still chaotic, and after tasting the appetizers, the next batch of artifacts appeared almost without giving anyone the slightest time to breathe. Often, before one batch of artifacts had been competed for, the next batch would appear, and every time it appeared, it would force people to fight for it. More and more people died, and no matter which camp they belonged to, their losses were not small. The number of people around the Yang family's 6 young lords also became fewer and fewer as time passed. First, half of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters had been dispatched, and later, even the leading figures of the younger generation, like Huixing, had to be dispatched. However, each of them was protected by an immortal Ascension Boundary Master. Otherwise, no one would have been able to survive in such a chaotic battlefield. Beside the 6 young lords, in addition to the several immortal Ascension Boundary Masters who had been left behind to guard the artifacts, there was only one blood warrior. When the 7th batch of artifacts appeared, the battle on Pajing Lake became even more heated, because this batch of artifacts had already reached the heaven grade. In the 8th batch, most of them were heaven grade. In the 9th batch, all of them were heaven grade. Everyone's eyes were red with greed, everyone around them was an enemy, so without any scruples, they unleashed their yuan qi and spiritual energy, using every means at their disposal to snatch the artifacts back to their camp. Those who were watching the show held their breaths as they watched the situation unfold. The cultivator came and went, snatching an artifact and quickly bringing it back, placing it under the care of the immortal Ascension Boundary Masters in their camp. Everyone's consumption was enormous, but fortunately, Xia Ningchang and the people from Medicine King's Valley had refined a batch of pills that could quickly supplement their yuan qi, so in terms of endurance, Yang Kai's people were better than anyone else. In the middle of the battle, all of them had already taken these pills. Therefore, although their physical and spiritual energy consumption was enormous, they didn't need to worry about the replenishment of their yuan qi. A burst of spiritual energy erupted from Yang Kai's body, containing a cold aura that bloomed in the air. Yang Kai's eyes lit up. A soul-type artifact. Moreover, it was an offensive-type artifact, and more importantly, it was a soul-type artifact that matched Yang Kai's own spiritual energy very well. If he had the help of this soul-type artifact, the power of Yang Kai's soul skills would be greatly improved. Although he really wanted to snatch this artifact himself, he restrained himself and instead shot a glance towards Dong Qinghan, who was nearby. Dong Qinghan was accompanied by the Wind and Cloud dual guards. Although Dong Qinghan's eyesight wasn't good, that didn't mean the Wind and Cloud dual guards couldn't recognize this artifact. When the spiritual energy burst out, the Wind and Cloud dual guards also realized the preciousness of this soul-type artifact. Receiving Yang Kai's signal, Dong Qinghan immediately abandoned his original opponent, turned around, and rushed towards the artifact, the Wind and Cloud dual guards following closely behind. Just as they arrived at the location of the artifact, before they had time to snatch it, a person appeared in front of them and sneered at Dong Qinghan. "Fatty, you're Yang Kai's ally, right?" The veins on Dong Qinghan's forehead bulged as his expression suddenly became unfriendly. Huastar's calling him Brother Fatty was a subtle and affectionate form of address, but this person in front of him was quite displeasing. Dong Qinghan's eyes flashed a cold light as he glared at the other party, obviously angry. Chapter 462. Dong Qinghan narrowed his eyes at the white-faced young man in front of him and coldly snorted, not bothering to tangle with him. His figure flickered as he tried to bypass this young man. At this time, the most important thing was to snatch the artifact. However, the other party was unwilling to let him go, stepping forward and blocking his path again. Dong Qinghan chuckled, his expression indifferent, but the aura around his body gradually became dangerous. Since you're Yang Kai's ally, don't even think about passing through here. The young man raised his head slightly, his attitude becoming somewhat arrogant. I was wondering who it was, so it was the Lu family's young master. Dong Qinghan spat disdainfully. The young man in front of him was none other than Lu Song, who had brought people and supplies to Yang Kai's mansion to seek refuge with Yang Kai. However, this young man's eyesight was quite poor, and after being instigated by Qiu Yimeng, he had angered Yang Kai and was driven out. As a result, he had been beaten by Huaxing and the others. After that incident, Lu Song naturally hated Yang Kai. After recovering from his injuries in War City, he immediately sought out Yang Kai as his backer, determined to drive Yang Kai out of War City. Among all the young lords participating in the inheritance war, there were 3 who hated Yang Kai very much. One was Xiang Chu of the Xiang family, one was Nanxing of the Nan family, and the last one was Lu Song. These 3, for various reasons, were eager to see Yang Kai die without a burial. When they were fighting for the artifact just now, the cultivator of these 3 families had specifically targeted the people in Yang Kai's camp. Lu Song sneered, "Young Master Dong, I have no grievances with you, but you choosing to help Yang Kai makes me unhappy. This young master is unhappy, so don't think you'll be happy either. I advise you to leave Yang Kai as soon as possible, lest you bring a fatal disaster upon yourself. Go ahead and try." Dong Qinghan knew that Lu Song wanted to delay him here, so he was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. After saying so, his fat body leisurely moved, like a bolt of lightning tearing through the sky. Fast, fierce, and straightforward. The wind and cloud dual guard stood guard, not leaving his side. Lu Song's expression turned cold as he shouted, "Want to leave? No way. Stop them." Lu Song was also accompanied by 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 7th Stage Masters, all of them heading towards the wind and cloud dual guards. Meanwhile, Lu Song's arms suddenly released countless rays of black light. His expression turned ferocious. These black rays of light emitted an aura that made people feel uncomfortable. Traces of cold energy poured into the palm of his hand, and his aura was like a rainbow. In an instant, 2 pitch-black energy balls the size of wash basins appeared in his palms. They were filled with murderous intent. He raised his hand. The 2 energy balls crisscrossed, drawing a zigzag arc through the air as they flew towards Dong Qinghan. Although Lu Song did not have good eyesight, but in any case, he was still the young master of a first-class family. After so many years of cultivation, he would definitely have some tricks up his sleeve. He was at the 7th level of Yuan Qi state. Coupled with this attack from an artifact, it was enough to make many people anxious. Once enveloped by this move, it was as if one had fallen into a quagmire, unable to escape. Dong Qinghan's cultivation was higher than Lu Song's, but with the support of the artifacts of both sides, he was able to easily defeat Lu Song. The gap between their cultivations was negligible. If they really fought, even if Dong Qinghan could win against Lu Song, it would take a lot of time. Right now, the one thing he couldn't afford to waste was time. Looking at the 2 balls of energy that were heading towards him, Fatty Dong took a deep breath. Under this breath, his slightly bloated body shrunk slightly, and he suddenly became spirited and handsome. With a stern expression on his face, he let out a light shout. An explosive sound that was like spring thunder suddenly rang out, and rays of wind blades that were like crescent moons suddenly appeared, greeting the 2 balls of energy. The 2 violent energy balls collided and dissipated. Lu Song's face showed a trace of astonishment, but before he could react, Dong Qinghan had already flashed past him like a bolt of lightning. His not-so-fat body was now wrapped in the power of wind, the mysteries of the wind, increasing his speed to the limit. No one knew that Dong Qinghan cultivated a wind attribute secret art. The first impression that this kind of obese person gave others was that it was difficult for them to move, but Dong Qinghan at this moment was extremely agile, like a monkey flying through a mountain forest. By the time they recovered, it was already too late to stop him. However, after being delayed by Lu Song, the mysterious artifact had now fallen into the hands of another cultivator. Fortunately, this person was only a true element boundary 8th stage young master. Dong Qinghan didn't know which young master he was, but after a series of fierce attacks from Dong Qinghan, he had been knocked unconscious. After realizing that although he was in the same realm as his opponent, he was not his opponent, this cultivator's heart sank and he directly threw out the soul-type artifact. Whether it was intentional or not, the direction he threw it was towards the crowd of onlookers. Lu Song laughed as he turned around and chased after the artifact. Fatty Dong glared hatefully at that person. He didn't have time to continue to tangle with him, and hurriedly retreated. The artifact left a trail of light in the air and gradually fell over the crowd of onlookers. After several previous experiences, how could these onlookers dare to touch this artifact again? They quickly scattered, not even willing to touch it. Only one man and two women remained in place. A young man in his late 20s and a pair of beautiful twin sisters stared at the artifact flying towards them in amazement, all of them smiling bitterly in their hearts. Judging from the trajectory of this artifact, if it was not intercepted midway, it would definitely fall over the heads of these three people, most likely smashing into them. The three people hesitated for a moment, but none of them chose to leave like the others. Soon, the artifact fell, and sure enough, right above their heads, one of the beautiful twin sisters reached out and caught it. "Aren't you a little too bold?" the young man shouted, his face suddenly turning pale. Just now, those who had tried to get their hands on the secret treasure had all been silently killed. Even if he didn't dodge, he couldn't catch it. The onlookers also showed a look of regret. These two sisters were enchanting and charming, young and beautiful. If they were really killed because of this, it would be too much of a waste of heaven's gifts. This bold action was also noticed by Lu Song and Dong Qinghan. Lu Song, who had arrived first, laughed wildly and stretched out his hand. "Girl, give it to me or you'll die." Dong Qinghan's expression became cold. Although he was anxious, there was nothing he could do. The onlookers didn't care whether you were from the Dong family or the Lu family. In order to avoid being killed, they would naturally choose to give this artifact to the one who arrived first. If this artifact was really taken by Lu Song, it would be very difficult to get it back. Sure enough, the young woman glanced at Lu Song and smiled. Good. Her extremely charming smile had a natural charm to it, causing Lu Song's eyes to widen. At this critical moment, he couldn't help feeling his blood boil. While he was lost in thought, the young woman threw the artifact in her hand, its speed like a meteor, directly passing over Lu Song's head and flying towards Dong Qinghan. Dong Dang Dong, who was anxious, was caught off guard and was almost hit by this flying object. Instinctively reaching out and grabbing the artifact, he couldn't help glancing over at the woman in front of him in astonishment, immediately frowning. He felt like he had seen this young woman somewhere before. Lu Song's face suddenly turned gloomy. His big hands stretched out in the air, but he didn't manage to grab a single hair. This awkward posture made him a little angry and he shouted, "You're courting death." The yuan qi in his body suddenly surged as he reached out to grab the young woman, his face filled with murderous intent, showing no mercy. However, the young woman's face remained calm as she lightly sent out a palm strike. With a single palm strike, the weather changed. A mysterious energy interweaved into an airtight barrier. Not only did it neutralize Lu Song's killing move, it even sent him tumbling through the air a few times, leaving him in a sorry state. Exclamations rang out as Dong Qinghan was also dumbfounded. No one had expected that this somewhat charming and delicate-looking young woman would actually possess such strength. At such a young age, she was able to repel a first-class family's young lord with a single strike. This kind of skill was not something just anyone could possess. The young woman's face showed a look of disdain and disgust as she snorted, turning around and dodging into the crowd, the other young woman and the young man also helplessly following. Lu Song's heart trembled, not even bothering to find fault with this young woman. In a confrontation with Dong Qinghan, even if he was at a disadvantage, he should not have been so powerless, but this young woman was obviously not an ordinary person. She was stronger than both him and Dong Qinghan. His expression complex, Lu Song's face alternated between blue and red as the yuan qi in his body became extremely unstable. In a fight with a first-class family's young lord, his skills were not as good as his opponents, but now he couldn't even compare to a nobody. Naturally, he felt like his face had been damaged. After a moment of hesitation, Lu Song was about to order his subordinates to capture this young woman and torture her, but she had already disappeared, causing Lu Song to feel a sense of powerlessness, as if he had just punched a ball of cotton. Lu Song, this artifact, this young master kindly accepts it. Dong Qinghan waved the soul-type artifact in his hand, a smug look on his face. The wind and cloud dual guards no longer entangled with the other two masters and immediately returned to Dong Qinghan's side. "Just you wait," Lu Song cursed. Dong Qinghan's expression became serious as he said, "Young Master Lu, I advise you to leave the central capital, otherwise you'll die sooner or later. Those who offend my cousin don't have a good end. Then we'll see whether he dies first or I die first." Lu Song didn't appreciate this kind of advice. Dong Qinghan shook his head slightly, no longer bothering with this young man's nonsense, turning around and flying back to Yang Kai's side. The battle here was only a small corner of the entire battlefield, so the powerful performance of the mysterious woman was only seen by a small number of people, but under the intense focus of the battle, she was quickly forgotten. Only Dong Qinghan's brow furrowed as he flew back, unable to remember where he had seen this pair of twin sisters before. In his memory he seemed to remember them, but when he looked at them, he didn't recognize them, causing Dong Qinghan to feel a little confused. What he was more concerned about was the strength of the woman who had attacked him. She was actually stronger than him. The appearance of the 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts had stimulated all the cultivators' blood to rush to their heads. Up until now, only a few of these artifacts had been determined, the rest were still being fought over. Once someone obtained an artifact, they would be targeted by countless people and would have no choice but to give it up to divert the enemy's attention. Saving one's life was more important, so these artifacts were changing owners at an incredible speed. Chapter 463. Everyone's eyes and minds were attracted by the 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts, except for the 6 Yang family young lords. Since the beginning of the artifact snatching battle, none of them had moved. All of their followers had been dispatched one by one, and now each of them only had a single blood warrior left to guard them. All 6 of them were vigilant against each other, secretly observing each other's movements. Yang Kai, Yang Wei, and Yang Zhao didn't look anxious, but Yang Kong, Yang Xin, and Yang Ying were somewhat anxious. When one of the cultivators on their side lost in the artifact snatching, they would sigh and sigh, but when they managed to snatch a good grade artifact, they would smile happily. However, no matter who it was, all of them were quietly waiting for the appearance of a mysterious grade artifact, and they all knew that it was about to appear. Suddenly, several thousand meters high in the sky, a few faint star-like lights flickered. When these lights lit up, an extraordinary energy fluctuation was transmitted over at the same time. Everyone's attention was drawn by these energy fluctuations, and they couldn't help but look up. The lights became brighter and brighter as they approached the ground at an incredible speed, like meteors falling from the sky, leaving behind a trail of colorful light. The eyes of the 6 brothers all lit up as their hearts filled with excitement. A mysterious grade artifact had finally appeared, and there were 8 of them at once. This was the finale of the artifact snatching battle, and the 8 most precious artifacts. Mysterious grade was the highest grade in this world, whether it was artifacts or pills. Mysterious grade pills were constantly being refined. Mysterious grade artifacts were even more difficult to refine, so almost every mysterious grade artifact could become a first-class forces family heirloom. Taking out 8 mysterious grade artifacts in one go, only the central capital's 8 great families had such a heritage. Soon, The 8 mysterious grade artifacts that fell from the sky had fallen to a height of 1,000 meters from the ground and were still approaching at an even faster speed. Whether it was the onlookers or the cultivators who were in the midst of snatching these artifacts, all of them felt an overwhelming pressure descend upon them. They all felt a deathly aura pressing down from the sky. This aura was like the omen that the world was about to be destroyed, causing them to tremble in fear. "Run!" someone exclaimed. Everyone immediately flew away. Starting from the third batch, all the artifacts had been tampered with in advance in order to steal them. First, he would have to withstand the attack from the artifact. These 8 mysterious grade artifacts were presumably the same. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary 7th or 8th stage master would find it difficult to withstand an attack from a mysterious grade artifact, let alone these bystanders. Cries of alarm rang out, and the crowd immediately fled in panic like stray dogs, using their movement techniques to avoid Pijing Lake. Not only them, but even the cultivator who was fighting for the treasure also hurriedly dodged, wanting to avoid the sharp edge. The 6 Yang brothers didn't move. They just stared at the light in the sky. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. 800 zhang, 700 zhang. At this distance, the embryonic forms of the 8 artifacts could be clearly seen, all of them different shapes and sizes. If Yang Kai didn't study them carefully, he wouldn't know what these artifacts were used for. Yang Kai released his powerful divine sense and swept it over the 8 artifacts, quickly becoming interested in one particular mirror. This mirror gave off a mysterious and obscure energy fluctuation and was extremely cold, so it should be an ice attribute artifact. Although Yang Kai cultivated the true Yang secret art, he could still feel that this mirror might be more powerful than the other artifacts. 500 zhang, as if they had reached an agreement, the 6 Yang brothers, who hadn't moved until now, flew up into the sky at the same time, scrambling to meet the 8 artifacts head-on. As they flew, the 6 of them exchanged glances, confirming each other's goals. Obviously, none of them wanted to start a dispute right off the bat. There were a total of 8 artifacts, so if they were divided evenly, each of them would get at least one. As for the remaining 2, they would need to compete for them. What made Yang Kai feel fortunate was that none of his brothers seemed to have the same goal as him. Now that the role of these mysterious grade artifacts was unknown, everyone naturally had the intention to grab as many as they could and avoid fighting as much as possible. One above and one below, the distance between the 6 brothers and the 8 artifacts rapidly narrowed. Everyone's yuan qi surged fiercely, and the 6 blood warriors who followed the 6 brothers also condensed their own strength. In the blink of an eye, the 12 blood warriors collided with the 8 artifacts. The speed of the 6 blood warriors suddenly increased, rushing ahead of the young lords and circulating their yuan qi to protect themselves, each of them using their own methods to grab the artifacts. The energy eruption of these mysterious grade artifacts was not something the 6 brothers could withstand with their current strength. Only the blood warriors could resist or avoid the attacks of these artifacts before they could snatch them. The brilliance was so bright that people couldn't open their eyes. A ferocious energy erupted in an instant. 6 muffled groans sounded at the same time, and from the brilliance of this light, there seemed to be a profound and mysterious pattern. Asterisk schwa schwa asterisk. The remaining 2 artifacts that no one cared about fell to the ground. The 6 blood warriors stared at them with burning eyes, but none of them dared to act rashly. Even Yang Kai didn't dare to touch the barriers of these mysterious grade artifacts. However, under the gazes of the 6 blood warriors, a tall figure flew up to meet one of the 2 artifacts. This person seemed to have flown up after the 6 brothers. After seeing this person's face, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, "Fuck, Lu Qin Yao." This newcomer was none other than the Central Capital's first young lord. Like the 6 Yang family young lords, he had not taken any action before, but when the mysterious grade artifacts appeared, he finally moved. What's more, he also had the same goal as the Yang family young lords, eyeing one of the artifacts. Courting death. Yang Shen coldly snorted. How could a mysterious grade artifact's barrier be so easily triggered? No matter how strong Lu Qingyao was, he was still just an immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivator. Once he was hit, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. However, Lu Qingyao didn't seem to panic at all. Yuan Qi fiercely pushed his hand and the robe he was wearing suddenly lit up. On this robe, there was a large river, a crescent moon, and a lifelike fish swimming in it. The river began to flow, rolling waves and rolling rocks, forming an airtight water curtain that wrapped around Lu Qinyao's body. The crescent moon suddenly shot out thousands of rays of light towards the mysterious grade artifact, while the seemingly inconspicuous fish suddenly transformed into a flood dragon, opening its bloody maw and releasing a monstrous momentum. Water Moon Blue Wave Armor. Yang Zhao exclaimed, apparently recognizing this artifact armor. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. Although he had never heard of this Water Moon Blue Wave armor before, Lu Qingyao daring to snatch a mysterious grade artifact by himself was definitely relying on it. This artifact armor was both offensive and defensive, so it was also a mysterious grade artifact. Lu Qingyao was the central capital's first young lord and was from the Lu family, so it was reasonable for him to possess a mysterious grade artifact. In an instant, the flood dragon and the thousands of rays of light struck the mysterious grade artifact, immediately activating its barrier and causing countless golden rays to flash out, covering the thousands of rays of light in a flash. The flood dragon struggled for a while but was unable to resist the power of the golden rays and suddenly dissipated. Lu Qingyao took this opportunity to grab the artifact in his hand, the countless rays of golden light striking his body, causing the water curtain around his body to fluctuate violently. Yang Kang and the others were secretly shocked, but all of them were praying in their hearts that Lu Qingyao would be directly killed. However, to their disappointment, after the golden rays of light completely disappeared, they still couldn't harm Lu Qingyao. On the other hand, the central capital's first young lord wore an indifferent expression as he continued to hold onto the artifact. Just when everyone thought he had succeeded, Lu Qinyao's expression suddenly changed as his eyes bulged. From this artifact, a burst of blue energy suddenly shot out and wrapped around Lu Qinyao's body like ribbons, instantly wrapping around him several times. This blue energy was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. Even the Water Moon Blue Wave armor was unable to stop it. Stop! Lu Qinyao roared, the water curtain around his body fiercely spreading outwards, finally slowing down the speed at which the blue energy wrapped around him. The 6 Yang family young lords were all bewildered as they watched the situation unfold. But soon Yang Wei reacted, his face paling as he turned to the blood warriors who were resisting the attack of the artifact and shouted, "Retreat!" But it was too late. Lu Qinyao had already relied on his artifact to block the attack and seize it, so how could the 6 blood warriors not do the same? They didn't have a mysterious grade artifact, but they did have profound cultivation and strength. The 6 blood warriors had already grabbed the artifacts their respective young lords wanted, so when Yang Wei shouted these words, the same blue energy burst out from the 6 artifacts and bound the 6 blood warriors. As soon as they saw these blue streaks of energy, the 6 blood warriors' expressions changed greatly. Obviously, they knew what these blue streaks of energy were, so without even thinking about it, they immediately scattered. However, these ribbon-like blue streaks of energy continued to chase after them, even faster than they were able to escape. None of them managed to escape, all of them being tied up tightly. Unlike ordinary ropes, these blue energy ribbons, after binding the 6 blood warriors, immediately merged into their bodies and disappeared, not affecting their freedom or movement. Separated by some distance, the 6 blood warriors glanced at each other, all of them wearing gloomy expressions. "We got caught," Tu Feng muttered. Everyone else gnashed their teeth. "Too insidious." Ingjiu didn't say a word and quickly rushed to Yang Kai's side, handed the mirror-like artifact he had snatched to Yang Kai, and flew off without looking back. Yang Kai frowned as he stared at him. Although he didn't find any injuries, the current Ingjiu was very different from his usual self. Now, he gave off the feeling of a tiger with its fangs pulled out, no threat at all. Not only was Ingjiu like this, but the other blood warriors were also the same, all of them handing over their artifacts to their respective young lords and leaving immediately. "What happened?" Yang Kang muttered, holding a ring artifact in his hand, somewhat puzzled. "Big brother, if it's convenient, can you tell us about it?" Yang Zhao looked at Yang Wei with a smile. Chapter 464. Just now, Yang Wei had obviously seen some clues, so he had ordered the blood warriors to retreat immediately, but it was still too late. Yang Wei definitely knew the mystery behind this. Listening to Yang Zhao's question, Yang Wei's expression remained indifferent, not intending to tell him the truth, but when he turned his head and saw Lu Qingyao, who was still entangled by the blue energy and unable to move, he frowned and nodded. Revealing this information wasn't a big deal, not to mention, even if he didn't say anything, as long as these people went back and asked the blood warriors, they would understand. Although Lu Qingyao relied on the power of his water moon blue wave armor to block the blue energy from corroding his body, he was unable to resolve this strange attack for a while. Seeing Yang Wei nod, he couldn't help turning his eyes to him and listening carefully. My Yang family has 4 supreme elders, all of whom are above immortal ascension boundary masters. Including the patriarch, there are a total of 5. Yang Wei said indifferently, the other 7 families are roughly the same. However, these above immortal ascension boundary masters are all old men who usually don't fight with others. Even during the war with the ash-gray cloud Evil Land, only 1 or 2 were dispatched. One of them is renowned throughout the world for his sealing technique. He is the Grand Elder of the Blood Warrior Hall. Huang Jiuzhou? Yang Zhao was surprised. Of the Yang family's supreme elders, only one was from the Blood Warrior Hall. When he was young, he was also a blood warrior of the Yang family, but after making great contributions to the Yang family, he was able to break through to the above immortal ascension boundary and reach the peak of the martial Dao and was granted the title of Supreme Elder. There was no one in the Yang family who didn't know his name, including all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall. All of them took him as an example to improve themselves, hoping that one day they could also reach the same height as Huang Jiuzhou. Yang Wei nodded, reaching out and pointing to Lu Qingyao. These methods were created by him. The Qi binding seal has sealed Yuan Qi in his meridians. He can't use it at all. So it was him who did this. Yang Zhao suddenly realized, a look of horror appearing on his face. Then our blood warriors. Their quintessential essence has also been sealed, although they can break the quintessential essence binding seal with their strength. However, it would take at least 2 to 3 months for them to do so. Yang Wei explained softly. The faces of the Yang family members turned ugly. Originally, each person only had 2 blood warriors around them, one responsible for guarding them. One of them was responsible for guarding the flag, and now one of them had been crippled by Huang Jiuzhou. In the future, whether it was attacking or defending, the strength that they could use would be reduced. Thinking of this, everyone turned to look at Yang Kai and couldn't help but feel a little envious. Only Yang Kai had 3 blood warriors under his command, so he could afford such a loss. The reason why Huang Jiuzhou had planted Qi binding seals in the 8 mysterious grade artifacts was obviously arranged by the Yang family. This was also a means to accelerate the progress of the inheritance war. Without the 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the situation was much clearer than before. Serves you right. Yang Kong glanced over at Lu Qingyao, who was still struggling with the Qi binding seal midair, a gloating look appearing on his face. Young Lord Lu, my Yang family's blood warriors can't even block the Qi binding seal. I think you'd better accept your fate and obediently hand over the artifact in your hand. If you do, we won't pursue this matter any further. Lu Qingyao's expression remained indifferent as he simply snorted and ignored these words. Yang Kong suddenly became a little annoyed. Coldly shouting, he shouted, Lu Qingyao, don't be so shameless. This artifact snatching battle is my Yang family's business. Why are you meddling in it? Mysterious grade artifact, I also want it. Lu Qingyao finally spoke, his tone neither hot nor cold, not showing the slightest sign of panic because he was trapped. There weren't many mysterious grade artifacts, so the Yang family being able to take out so many this time was obviously a big price to pay. It was very likely that these 8 artifacts were contributed by each of the 8 great families, otherwise, how could the numbers be so coincidental? Lu Qingyao being tempted by a mysterious grade artifact and participating in the fight for it was understandable. This explained why he had come here this time, but no one had expected that among the 8 artifacts that appeared at the end, not only were there fierce seals hidden, but also Huang Jiuzhou's qi binding seal. Using both methods at once, all the blood warriors had fallen victim to it. Since you say so, don't blame this brother for being impolite. Yang Kong sneered, tilting his head and glancing around. Why don't we grab the artifact in young Lord Lu's hand first? The seal and qi binding seal on that artifact had been triggered, so obviously it could be used immediately. As for the remaining artifact, it had fallen into Pijing Lake and couldn't be found for the time being. Yang Kang's proposal greatly excited Yang Xin and Yang Ying, both of whom were eager to try. When Lu Qingyao was at his peak, they didn't dare have any ideas about him, but now he was already struggling to resist the erosion of the qi binding seal, so how could he have any strength left to fight with others? Yang Wei didn't say anything, but Yang Zhao just smiled, no one knowing what he was thinking. Yang Kong was too embarrassed to ask either of them, so he could only turn to Yang Kai and ask, "Ninth brother, say something." Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and said, "As you wish." Ninth brother. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became gloomy. Although we're all opponents, you should give fifth brother some face. The things he snatched should have been ours. Yang Kai didn't deny this and simply said, "If I want something, I'll snatch it myself." Good. Yang Kong sneered, no longer bothering, instead turning to Lu Qingyao and saying, "Young Lord Lu, don't struggle, it's useless." Lu Qingyao snorted, his yuan qi suddenly surging violently, the water moon blue wave armor on his body also flickering, the river, fish and crescent moon patterns gradually becoming illusory. Yang Kong and the others' expressions changed drastically as they roared, "Lu Qingyao, are you crazy? That's a mysterious grade artifact." Lu Qingyao didn't speak and continued to push his yuan qi. Pa. The river pattern on the water moon blue wave armor suddenly burst, and with the disappearance of the river, the qi binding seal suddenly dimmed. Pa. The crescent moon also disappeared, and the qi binding seal dimmed greatly again. Pa. The fish shattered, and the blue vitality binding seal was like a broken mirror, exploding with a loud bang. The water moon blue wave armor on Lu Qingyao's body also turned to ash and fell apart. The floating fluorescent light in the sky gradually dimmed. A mysterious grade artifact had just died of old age. Lu Qingyao was like a tiger that had just been released from its cage, and under everyone's incredulous gazes, he shouted, "A trivial qi binding seal wants to imprison me. Lu Qingyao, your young family is looking down on me too much." Yang Kong and the others' eyes trembled violently as they stared at the central capital's first young lord in disbelief, slowly shaking their heads with bitter smiles. Yang Kai's eyes also narrowed as he secretly admired Lu Qingyao. It seemed that Lu Qingyao was a man of unyielding character, one who would rather break than bend. The 6 blood warriors couldn't do anything about the qi binding seal, not because they weren't strong enough, but because they didn't have Lu Qingyao's heritage. Lu Qingyao had clearly sacrificed his water moon blue wave armor in order to shatter the shackles of the qi binding seal. This price was not small. Moreover, not every artifact had such a function. The water moon blue wave armor obviously had this ability. Do you want to fight one-on-one or all together? Lu Qingyao will accept. Lu Qingyao stared at the 6 people scattered around him with a proud expression. Yang Kang's expression suddenly became awkward. Just now he hadn't taken Lu Qingyao seriously, but now that the situation had taken a turn for the worse, how could he dare take the lead? If he was really defeated here by Lu Qingyao, he would lose all face. Yang Xin and Yang Ying also wore ugly expressions as they stared at Yang Wei, hoping he would say something. Lu Qingyao had already spoken, so if the brothers didn't respond, the Yang family would lose face. If word of this spread, the world would think the Yang family's younger generation were all soft persimmons. The artifact is right here. Lu Qingyao held the artifact he had just snatched and sneered, "If any of you can withstand 3 of this Lu's moves, this Lu will personally offer this artifact to you." This repeated provocation caused all the Yang family young lords to wear gloomy expressions. Even Yang Zhao, the most shrewd of them all, couldn't help showing signs of anger. Brothers fighting to the death was still an internal struggle, but this Lu Qingyao was taking advantage of them and continuously spouting arrogant words. How could Yang Zhao tolerate this? However, among all the people present, the strongest was only Yang Wei, an immortal Ascension Boundary second stage cultivator. He had fought with Lu Qingyao before, so he should know some of his details. Now that even he didn't dare to casually accept Lu Qingyao's challenge, how could the others dare? Everyone felt extremely embarrassed, especially since they were all from the central capital's first Yang family. Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, knowing that this stalemate wasn't a solution. Lu Qingyao had already spoken. If no one accepted this challenge now, it would only make the spectators below look down on the Yang family. Just as he was about to accept this challenge and use his own embarrassment to resolve the damage to the Yang family's reputation, Yang Kai smiled lightly and took a step forward, saying casually, "Anyone can withstand 3 of your moves." Lu Qingyao frowned, seemingly not having expected that the first to answer would be Yang Kai, nodding firmly, "Yes. If I can withstand 3 of your moves, the artifact will be mine?" "Yes." "Then it's a deal, I'll give it a try." Yang Kai nodded lightly, not showing the slightest trace of nervousness. As soon as these words came out, Yang Wei quickly said, "Ninth brother, don't be impulsive." "It's fine." Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "Big brother, just watch. In fact, our Yang family isn't so easily bullied." Yang Wei's expression was dull. Yang Zhao and the others were also stunned, some of them not understanding where Yang Kai's confidence came from. Although they had fought several times in the past and knew that Yang Kai's combat strength wasn't weak, this time, his opponent was not an ordinary person. This was the Central Capital's first master. Everyone thought that Yang Kai had lost his mind in anger. Yuan Qi's 8th stage strength against an immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage master. With such a big gap, there was no hope of victory. They also didn't know what Yang Kai was relying on. He had just obtained a mysterious grade artifact, so if he didn't refine it, he wouldn't be able to use it. Chapter 465. Not only were the Yang family masters surprised, but even the cultivator crowd below also showed shocked looks, all of them staring up at the sky, holding their breaths as they waited silently. The actions of the 6 Yang family masters were the focus of everyone's attention, so the scene just now was naturally imprinted in everyone's eyes. Up in the air, Yang Wei was a little worried, wondering where his 9th brother's confidence came from. Although he had some speculations in his heart that Yang Kai was mysterious and powerful, in the end, that was just speculation. Just now, when he was arguing with Lu Qingyao, he had only secretly placed his hopes on Yang Kai. His 9th brother, if he grew up, would definitely be qualified to compete with Lu Qingyao, but now, it was too early, not yet the time. Yang Kang and the others were stunned for a moment, but after a moment of silence, they all chuckled, their faces filled with schadenfreude. Although they and Yang Kai were brothers, they were now also opponents, so naturally they hoped he would be defeated and humiliated by Lu Qingyao and lose his reputation. Yang Kai had been in the limelight for too long, so now it was time for him to suffer a blow. "Is this guy crazy?" From the crowd, some mocking and incomprehensible voices rang out. Daring to accept a challenge from the Central Capital's first master, the Yang family's direct descendants are really rampant. What do you know? In this situation, whether he accepts or not, the Yang family's face will be lost in the end. Forcing a duck onto a perch, the Yang family has to at least show some face. Even if they lose, the Yang family will have an excuse to say it's not that the Yang family is inferior to the Lu family, it's just that there is a gap in age. Some self-proclaimed smart and shrewd cultivators pointed out the mystery of this situation, causing many people to suddenly realize something. Others nodded in agreement. However, there were also some people who were quietly watching Yang Kai to see if he had some kind of earth-shattering method up his sleeve. Yang Kai didn't look like someone who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Daring to speak such arrogant words in front of the Central Capital's first master, either he had a mental problem or he had real ability. Yang Kai was obviously not the first. For a time, everyone's eyes converged on a single person. The cultivator from the 6 camps who was fighting for the heaven-grade artifact no longer paid any attention to him. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Yang Kai did not make any unusual movements. Standing in midair, Yang Kai stared down at Lu Qingyao, stretching out his hand and motioning, "Young Lord Lu, please." Lu Qingyao couldn't help but frown, his arrogant face showing a displeased look as he snorted, "I'd like to see how you plan to block 3 of my moves." As soon as his voice fell, an extremely terrifying divine sense power erupted with a bang. This spiritual energy was filled with a destructive and domineering aura. It spread out in an instant like a spear piercing through the sky. It was enough to tear apart anyone's defense and destroy everyone's will. When this spiritual energy burst out, Lu Qingyao was like a sleeping dragon awakening from its slumber. It brought destruction to the world. The soul-type artifacts on the Yang family members instantly flashed fiercely and an invisible force emerged from their bodies, blocking the aftermath of Lu Qingyao's divine sense attack. Everyone's expression changed, and Yang Wei's expression became even more dignified. The last time he fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei's expression had changed. Although he had been defeated, it hadn't been very miserable, but now it seemed that Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength at that time. No wonder he dared to boast about 3 moves. Even if Yang Wei had now broken through to the Immortal Ascension Boundary 2nd stage, it would still be difficult for him to block 3 of Lu Qingyao's moves. This guy was different from the other Yang family young lords. All of the artifacts he wore were mysterious grade artifacts. With the support of these high-grade artifacts, his Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage cultivation had increased by several levels. Wung wung wung. A strange sound came from the void. When this sound entered people's ears, it immediately gave people a feeling that the sky was falling and the earth was cracking. It seemed that even the sky couldn't withstand such a divine sense attack and was about to collapse. What a powerful spiritual energy! Among the crowd, the masters couldn't help exclaiming. Those with weaker strength even wore pained expressions under the violent energy fluctuations. They suddenly felt that even breathing had become difficult, as if there was a mountain pressing down on their heads, making them feel like they were kneeling on the ground. "Ninth brother, be careful," Yang Wei shouted as he hurriedly retreated, avoiding the center of the spiritual energy impact. Yang Zhao and the others also quickly retreated, only stopping after 1,000 meters or so and glancing over. Fierce! At the center of this spiritual energy vortex, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he couldn't help praising. Lu Qingyao's divine sense attack, even if it was supported by a mysterious grade artifact, required a certain level of foundation. Lu Qingyao's strength was truly unfathomable. Yang Kai estimated that the strength of Lu Qingyao's divine sense was not inferior to an average Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th or 6th stage master. Lu Qingyao's eyes were as sharp as a hawk's as he stared at Yang Kai. Using his divine sense attack in his first move, he obviously wasn't going to give Yang Kai a chance to exchange 3 moves. He thought that Yang Kai was the youngest here, so even if he lost, it wouldn't be too shameful, so he wanted to defeat Yang Kai in 1 move without mercy. But soon, Lu Qingyao's eyes trembled. His divine sense attack had actually not affected his opponent in the slightest. Even Yang Wei and the others had to retreat 1,000 meters away to observe. On the other hand, Yang Kai, who was at the center of the spiritual energy explosion, didn't show the slightest expression of discomfort, instead filled with a strong fighting spirit. In a flash, the terrifying spiritual energy dissipated and Yang Kai stood in place, motionless. The last thing he feared was divine sense attacks. Heavens, how is that possible? How could he be safe and sound? Did I see wrongly? Impossible, this is absolutely impossible. An Immortal Ascension Boundary cultivator has an absolute advantage over a Yuan Qi cultivator. Could it be that the youngest young lord of the Yang family is also wearing a high-grade soul defensive artifact? The crowd who had been watching the fun began shouting, some of them unable to accept such a result. When Lu Qingyao released his terrifying spiritual energy, everyone thought that the dust had settled and that Yang Kai would definitely be seriously injured and pay the price for his arrogance. But now that the result had appeared, they suddenly found it difficult to accept. Even if he had a soul-type artifact, his defense shouldn't have been so watertight, right? They hadn't even seen Yang Kai's soul-type artifact react. It was as if he had relied on his own body to withstand such a blow. 2 more moves. Yang Kai grinned at Lu Qingyao. How did you? Lu Qingyao frowned, his face filled with suspicion. As the attacker, he was even more surprised than the others, his expression becoming serious. Nodding gently, he said, "You really have some skill. It seems I underestimated you." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly took a step forward. With this step, Lu Qingyao's aura once again changed in Yang Kai's eyes. The central capital's first young lord had suddenly grown several times larger, but when Yang Kai looked closer, Lu Qingyao was still the same Lu Qingyao, nothing had changed. His expression becoming cold, Yang Kai knew that his opponent's martial skill had caused him to misunderstand, so he quickly gathered his thoughts and focused his attention on dealing with this situation. Taking another step forward, Yang Kai found that even though he was concentrating, he couldn't resist that momentary fluctuation. Lu Qingyao's aura had grown several times larger than before, although it was only for a moment. The third step. With this step, a muffled sound seemed to echo from the depths of the void. It was like a huge war drum had been struck, resounding in everyone's heart. Lu family's 9 winding steps. Yang Wei's expression changed slightly as he shouted. The world energy around him became strange. Lu Qingyao seemed to have transformed into a bottomless pit, madly swallowing the surrounding world energy. The fourth step, asterisk dong. Asterisk, a more violent sound than the previous one was transmitted to the heart, causing the weaker cultivator to suddenly feel their blood and yuan qi fluctuating uncontrollably. The fifth step, one after another, a series of muffled groans rang out. Among the crowd, all cultivators below the yuan qi boundary fifth stage, without exception, spat out a mouthful of blood. Even from such a distance, Lu Qingyao's actions could still cause such a strong reaction. The central capital's first young lord truly deserved his title. The sixth step, the seventh step, with the fall of Lu Qingyao's every step, a powerful thumping sound rang out, causing the world to tremble and tremble, as if even the heavens and earth were unable to withstand his stamping. As the number of steps he took increased, Lu Qingyao's figure rapidly grew larger and larger in everyone's eyes. At this moment, the central capital's first master had become a behemoth, his head touching the sky and his feet firmly planted on the ground. No matter who it was, they could only look up at him from an angle. The eighth step, the ninth step, in the eyes of the onlookers, Lu Qingyao's giant foot, which was large enough to flatten half of War City, was slowly and strangely stamping down towards Yang Kai's head, making everyone feel as if they were about to be crushed into dust. As soon as this thought appeared, many people felt as if they were in danger, their faces going pale and their bodies trembling uncontrollably. The Lu family's 9 winding steps, a mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill, had always been the Lu family's secret skill. With 9 steps, the earth would be destroyed and the heavens would be punished. Just as the giant foot was about to step on Yang Kai, the youngest Yang family young lord finally moved. Clenching his right fist, a dazzling star field pattern suddenly appeared in front of him, filled with dazzling twinkling stars. As he swung his right fist, a dazzling burst of starlight appeared. Star mark. Yang Kai hadn't used this move for a long time. It wasn't that he didn't want to use it, but rather that he hadn't had the opportunity to do so. All the energy contained in the star atlas space on the back of his hand erupted at this moment, meeting the giant foot that was about to step down without any fancy moves. The momentum of this attack was like a rainbow, releasing a shocking light, as if it wanted to smash through the world. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk violent and huge waves of energy collided and raged in all directions, canceling each other out. The starlight quickly dimmed, but the unbelievably huge Lu Qingyao seemed to have been knocked off his feet. His giant foot, which seemed capable of trampling the heavens and earth, was now unable to descend. The Lu family's 9 winding steps had actually been blocked head-on. On top of that, this person was only a true element boundary 8th stage cultivator. Everyone was shocked as they stared at the scene in front of them in disbelief, their minds filled with confusion. Chapter 466. The violent energy turbulence lasted for a while before gradually subsiding. When the dazzling starlight disappeared, Yang Kai coldly snorted and fell a dozen meters or so before stabilizing himself. Facing Lu Qingyao's mysterious grade mid-rank martial skill head-on, even the star mark was unable to withstand it. What's more, the gap between the two of them was several small realms, and there was also the immortal ascension boundary separating them. Yang Kai wasn't having a good time, but Lu Qingyao's body also swayed slightly, and the huge figure in front of everyone's eyes suddenly collapsed. It was as if he had been pierced by a sharp sword, his entire aura leaking out. The terrifying pressure dissipated, and everyone felt as if the clouds and mist had been lifted to reveal the bright moon. Looking around, the two of them were still staring at each other from 200 meters away, as if they had never fought before. The several Yang family young lords were dumbfounded. They never knew that Yang Kai was so strong. Everyone knew that his own strength wasn't weak, but no matter how much they overestimated him, they had still underestimated their ninth brother. In a one-on-one fight, no one in the Yang family was his opponent. He was only Yuan Qi Boundary 8th stage, so how could he be evenly matched with Lu Qingyao, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd stage master? Yang Zhao and the other young lords' expressions were somewhat ugly. Although in the Inheritance War, personal strength wasn't very important, in the end, as a cultivator, they still hoped to pursue the peak of the martial Dao, step onto the above Immortal Ascension Boundary, and be respected by tens of thousands of people. This had nothing to do with the Inheritance War and competing for the position of family successor. Only Yang Wei shook his head and smiled bitterly. In his heart, he was secretly relieved. There's one more move. Yang Kai patted his chest and looked at Lu Qingyao with a smile. The latter's expression became dignified, no longer daring to underestimate Yang Kai, unexpectedly slowly shaking his head. No need. Right now, you're not my opponent. But I admit that you have the qualifications to fight me. Saying so, he casually tossed something to Lu Qingyao. Throwing the mysterious grade artifact he had snatched before to Yang Kai, his eyes flashing as he said, "I'll wait for you. Advance to the soul travel realm, then let's have a good fight." Yang Kai grabbed the artifact and was slightly surprised. His eyes flashed, but he didn't say anything else. In those two moves just now, Lu Qingyao hadn't used his full strength. But what Lu Qingyao didn't know was that he hadn't used his full strength. The reason why Yang Kai had decided to take the lead was only because of the rare mysterious grade artifact. If it weren't for this temptation, he wouldn't have bothered to fight with Lu Qingyao. But now, it seemed that this person was a little arrogant, but he was not a despicable person. Now, he had obtained the secret treasure. Naturally, there was no need to be entangled. Seeing the artifact that Lu Qingyao had obtained by sacrificing the Water Moon Blue Wave armor to Yang Kai without any hesitation, everyone's eyes couldn't help turning red as their breathing heated up. In the blink of an eye, it was ninth brother who took the first two mysterious grade artifacts. Turning his head, Yang Kai glanced at Yang Wei. Lu Qingyao nodded gently. "Eldest young master, I know where the limits of your Yang family lie. Ninth young master indeed has more potential than you, but I, Lu Qingyao, have not yet reached my limit. When the time comes, let's compete again." Saying so, he turned around and left. Everyone's expression was a bit complicated, but when they turned to look at Yang Kai again, their eyes were filled with dread, as if they felt the need to re-evaluate their ninth brother. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, and after Lu Qingyao left, he immediately flew down. "Damn, there's still one more." Yang Kong also recovered and quickly chased after him. Of the 8 mysterious grade artifacts, each of the 6 brothers had obtained one, Lu Qingyao had obtained one, and the last one had fallen into Pajing Lake. After witnessing the Qi Binding Seal and the mysterious grade artifact's seal, no one dared to rush into the lake to search for it, so even now, no one was interested in that mysterious grade artifact. Hearing Yang Kang's shout, everyone suddenly woke up and began scrambling, lest someone else take advantage of them. However, no matter who it was, no one dared to get too close to Yang Kai. Now that everyone's blood warriors had their Yuan Qi sealed, there was no blood warrior to protect them. With Yang Kai's performance just now, it would be easy for him to seize this opportunity and capture them. If they were defeated in the Inheritance War because of this, it would not be worth it. Yang Kai also found that all of them were on guard against him, so naturally he wouldn't waste any effort. A moment later, the 6 of them returned to their respective camps. The 9th batch of heaven-grade artifacts was still being snatched, and now more than half of them had been claimed, only a small number were still wandering around, constantly changing hands. The scene was even more intense than before. The cultivator from the 6 camps also suffered casualties one after another. Huo Xing had returned. His Huo family hadn't lost many people. Although the 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage cultivators were injured, their injuries weren't serious. As for the Yuan Qi cultivator, 2 or 3 of them had died. Young Lord Kai. Huo Xing's expression was gloomy. Do you want me to ask my old man to destroy the Xiang and Nan families? Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him, not quite understanding why he would say this. That Xiang Chu and Nanxing brought 2 groups of people and didn't do anything but deliberately set themselves against our people. Damn it, they don't even put this young lord in their eyes. Young Lord Kai, if you say the word, I'll ask my old man to take some people and destroy the Xiang and Nan families tomorrow. Yang Kai sneered, can't afford to lose? If you can't afford to lose, then don't participate in the inheritance war. Huo Xing rolled his eyes and muttered, what do you mean can't afford to lose? It's just that their actions of harming others without benefiting themselves are too disgusting. I also know that the rules of the inheritance war are not allowed to privately retaliate against the various forces involved. But who is this young lord? This Huo Xing is a scoundrel, I don't care about the rules. Yang Kai slowly shook his head, there's no need, they will pay the price sooner or later. He had also noticed this situation a moment ago. He knew that Xiang Chu and Nansheng's resentment towards him was quite big, so they were targeting him, but if he really wanted to privately retaliate against the Xiang and Nan families, that would definitely not be allowed. Doing so would undoubtedly affect the nerves of all the forces involved. When that time came, who would dare participate in the inheritance war? Good, you have the final say. Huo Xing didn't object. But young Lord Kai, remember this, not only the Xiang and Nan families, but also that Lu Song with no eyesight. If one day we really face off against them, this young lord will kill every last one of them will die. Such a day will come. Yang Kai sneered. In addition, that little brat Qiu Zirua is also a bit strange. Although he isn't as obvious as the Xiang, Nan, and Lu families, he still treats us as his enemy. I think he wants to use defeating you to consolidate his position as the Qiu family's successor. Sighing, Yang Kai continued, it's not easy for him to have a sister like Qiu Yimeng. We're all from the central capital, so I'll spare his dog life. As he spoke, he could already see the scene of his side's victory. Let's not talk about that. What's the situation with that artifact now? Yang Kai turned his eyes to Pijing Lake and asked softly. It's still down there. Huo Xing glanced around, everyone is staring at it, but no one dares to go down. Yang Kai nodded. The seal on the artifact and the qi binding seal placed on it made everyone somewhat cautious. Now, no matter who went first, it would not be good for them and would only benefit others. Naturally, no one was willing to be the first to go first. If they wanted to bear the brunt of the attack after the barrier was triggered, they would need at least an Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master to block it. However, blocking these attacks wouldn't help. Even the Blood Warriors were affected by the Qi Binding Seal, so how could an ordinary Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master possibly escape? In other words, if they wanted to break the barrier and Qi Binding Seal on the artifact, they would need to sacrifice at least one Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th Stage Master. No one was willing to do so. Yang Kai's brow furrowed. He secretly felt that this situation was a bit difficult to handle. Not only him but the other 5 also felt the same way, all of them wearing looks of greed and worry. Yang Kai had already snatched 2 mysterious grade artifacts, so in the future, he would undoubtedly have an advantage, but now there was only one left. Everyone was staring at it. Just as everyone was feeling a little helpless, a violent energy fluctuation suddenly erupted from the bottom of Pijing Lake. The faces of the 6 Yang family young lords who were gathered around the lakeside all changed as they quickly looked up at each other. This energy fluctuation was obviously caused by the barrier on the artifact being triggered. Had someone actually sneaked into the bottom of the lake? Which camp did they belong to? Glancing around, Yang Kai's expression couldn't help but become startled because he found that the expressions and eyes of his 5 brothers were the same as his own, all of them suspicious of others. Without any time to think, Yang Kai's tyrannical spiritual energy immediately penetrated the bottom of the lake. Kong. With a loud bang, the entire Pajing Lake underwent an earth-shaking change. The lake water that was dyed red with blood was pushed by a violent energy, like a flood dragon emerging from the sea. It was blasted dozens of feet into the air, and then poured down again. The scene was quite spectacular. Yang Kai's eyes sank as he scanned the lake water. Soon, a faint light entered his eyes. It was the mysterious grade artifact that had fallen into the lake. As soon as this artifact appeared, it released a burst of blue energy. Qi Binding Seal. This vitality binding spell actually directly entangled the void, and after a few rounds, a blurry figure was faintly discernible in the sky of the lake water. It was bound by the vitality binding spell, unable to move. It's him! Ingjiu, who had always been silent, couldn't help exclaiming. Without even thinking about it, Yang Kai leapt up into the air and rushed towards Pajing Lake, a cold smile flashing across his face as he pushed his true qi to the limit. The Azura sword appeared in Yang Kai's hand, and as he rushed forward, an overwhelming number of sword waves spread out around him like a pair of wings. Brandishing his sword, Yang Kai sent out a barrage of sword waves. Yang Kai also recognized this vague figure. It was the mysterious master who had sneaked into the pill room this morning. Yang Kai hadn't expected this person's courage to be so great, actually sneaking in here. Yang Kai was certain this person had taken advantage of the battle between him and Lu Qingyao to sneak into the lake. The Blood Warriors had their Yuan Qi sealed and hadn't noticed his existence. The only one who could detect his aura, Yang Kai, had been distracted, allowing him to seize the initiative. However, the ownership of this artifact had yet to be determined. Now that you've revealed yourself, in front of everyone's eyes, let's see how you'll escape. Yang Kai sneered. Just as his smile bloomed, the blurry figure bound by the vitality binding spell actually exploded and turned into a mist just like what happened in the morning. Chapter 467. 13. The first blackout came a little later than expected. This was a feeling he hadn't felt for a long time. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before his eyes flashed like a sword, his unparalleled spiritual energy condensing into a single point as he searched the area around the artifact. The next moment, the long sword in his hand slashed out in a certain direction. In that direction, another vague figure appeared, grabbed the artifact, and transformed into a streak of light, crossing 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. This figure's speed was so fast that Yang Kai didn't even have time to launch another attack. This change happened quickly and ended quickly. By the time the mysterious master snatched the artifact and disappeared from everyone's sight, the other 5 Yang family members were still hesitating whether or not to rush over. Above Pajing Lake, the red lake water was still dripping, but the streak of light had already disappeared. Yang Kai stood midair, holding the Azura sword in his hand, his expression somewhat fluctuating. This was the second time. In one day, this person had slipped away from under his nose twice in a row, and both times in broad daylight. What a strange and mysterious person. Stretching out his hand, Yang Kai caught something floating down from the sky, and after seeing it clearly, he was stunned. Putting the thing in his hand into his sleeve, he immediately returned to his camp. No one knew what he had caught in the lake water, but everyone saw this action. For a moment, they couldn't stop guessing and were extremely curious. The 6 Yang family members were still sizing each other up, but none of them showed any joy. There was no joy in anyone's eyes. Everyone was suspecting someone else, suspecting that the mysterious expert was someone else's subordinate. The artifact snatching battle was about to come to an end. The 8 mysterious grade artifacts had been settled, leaving only a small number of heaven-grade artifacts still to be fought over. After half a cup of tea's time, everything calmed down. The 6 cultivators' camp. Fighting and retreating, everyone returned to their respective camps. Just like at the beginning, they stood at 6 corners of Pajing Lake. However, each side had lost at least a quarter of its original number, and among those who had died, there was no lack of immortal ascension boundary masters. Among them, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying had suffered the greatest losses. When the third batch of artifacts appeared, these three groups were caught off guard, and as time passed, their disadvantage gradually increased. Fortunately, the battle didn't last long, otherwise, it was unknown whether these people would have been completely wiped out. All the cultivators on each side were clearly enraged, each of them glaring around with hatred. Forming grudges during the Inheritance War was a normal thing. While the Inheritance War was still going on, no one dared to retaliate in private. But after the Inheritance War was over, these forces who held grudges against each other were destined to fight to the death. Therefore, even though the treasure hunt had ended, the atmosphere was still filled with the smell of gunpowder. Yang Kai sighed, but his harvest, he was the most. Compared, the number of the Yang cultivators' camp, the number 1 cultivators was the number 1. Especially since Kai Yang had obtained 2 mysterious grade artifacts. This was much more valuable than any other artifact. Yang Wei clasped his hands behind his back and nodded gently to the crowd, leading his people and the artifacts they had snatched away in triumph. Immediately, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong left together with Yang Shen and Yang Ying. A great battle ensued. No one was in the mood to cause any more trouble. Ying Jiao, what's the situation? Yang Kai glanced at Ying Jiao, who had been sitting cross-legged on the ground since he was struck by the qi binding seal. Ying Jiao slowly shook his head. I can't raise my yuan qi. My meridians have been sealed, it will take me at least 2 months to break through. And above Immortal Ascension Boundary Master's qi binding seal, even a blood warrior couldn't easily remove it. Yang Kai's brow wrinkled slightly. Ying Jiao's yuan qi being sealed was a great loss to him. His existence was like a shadow, a deterrent to any opponent. Now that this deterrent was gone, Yang Kai could only rely on Chu Gao Yi and Xiao Shun. Although they were also very strong, in terms of concealment and assassination, Ying Jiao was better. Yang Kai could only wait until he returned and see if Meng Wuya had a way to remove this seal. If even Treasurer Meng couldn't do anything, Ying Jiao could only sit idle for 2 months. Let's go back. Yang Kai said lightly. This is for you. Dong Qinghan walked up and handed Yang Kai a small sword the size of a palm. It was the soul-type artifact that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to before. Did you succeed? Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't act polite, reaching out and accepting it. As soon as he touched it, he felt a chill run down his spine. Using his divine sense, he found that this was indeed an artifact that was very compatible with his spiritual energy. As long as he could refine it, it would play a huge role. With cousin taking action, how could he not succeed? Dong Qinghan patted his chest. That Lu Song dared to oppose this young master? He should take a look in the mirror and see what he's made of. Pausing for a moment, Dong Qinghan continued, but this artifact was obtained thanks to a certain woman. A woman? Yang Kai asked curiously as he played with the small sword in his hand. Dong Qinghan's face showed a look of reminiscence. I feel like I've seen her somewhere before, but I can't remember where. She was the one who threw this thing to me. Which camp is she from? Yang Kai was suddenly stunned. Someone who came to watch the fun. Is she beautiful? Hua Stars asked with a wretched expression as soon as he heard the word, woman. Not only is she beautiful, but she's also a little charming. Dong Qinghan wore a knowing look on his face as he grinned meaningfully. They're twins, and there's another person who looks exactly the same as her. Lu Song's strength isn't low, true element boundary 7 stage, but even he was sent tumbling several times by her. That woman is quite fierce. Twins? Yang Kai's voice suddenly rose a lot. What kind of twins? He didn't know why, but he suddenly felt that these 2 people should be the charming twin flowers. In fact, it stood to reason that the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall should have already arrived at his house, but until now he hadn't seen any of them. This made Yang Kai wonder if the charming twin flowers were sulking with him. After all, when they parted ways at Taifang Mountain, Hu Jiao Air's attitude towards him had not been very good. Dong Qinghan was startled and didn't know how to describe it. Instead, he simply pointed and said, she was just watching the fun over there, but now I don't know where she went. After the artifact snatching battle, the crowd of onlookers had naturally dispersed, and large numbers of people were now advancing towards War City. Yang Kai glanced in the direction Dong Qinghan was pointing, but didn't find the person he was looking for, so he quickly spread out his divine sense and scanned the surrounding 20 kilometers. In an instant he understood everything. As soon as his divine sense spread out, Yang Kai felt two distinctive life auras. Everyone's life aura was different, even if some were similar. Even if there were some differences, there would still be essential differences, just like the appearance of all living beings. However, the life auras of these two people were exactly the same, as if they were carved from the same mold. What's more, under Yang Kai's investigation, not only were the two's life auras identical, but it also seemed that the true qi in their bodies could fuse with each other. As their true qi flowed and intertwined, some mysterious principle enveloped them, connecting them as one. Found it? Yang Kai couldn't help grinning as his figure flickered and flew out. What are you doing? Huastars was shocked. Even though he was a lawless person, he couldn't help being startled at this moment, quickly ordering everyone, follow him. As a young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. At any time, under any circumstances, it was absolutely impossible to act alone, otherwise, it was very likely that he would be targeted by a master. Everyone's reaction was also quite fast, quickly grabbing the artifacts they had snatched and following Yang Kai's footsteps. Among the crowd returning to War City, a man and two women were rushing back. The man's face showed a look of longing as he recalled the great battle he had just witnessed. He couldn't help feeling his blood boil, wishing he could participate in it himself to quench his thirst for battle. The two women, on the other hand, didn't say a word, their demeanor calm. On the other hand, they were quite delicate. This caused the nearby cultivator to frequently cast their eyes towards them. The two women remained indifferent, seemingly accustomed to this, neither angry nor secretly happy. Seeing them so submissive, it immediately aroused the greed and lust of many people, many of them wondering if they could obtain some unexpected gains if they approached them at this time. Jiao Mei there are a few people staring at us from the side, should we send them away? The man suddenly asked softly. Hu Jiao beautiful eyes flashed a trace of disgust and helplessness as she shook her head gently. No, let's return to War City. Yang Kai was still behind them. If a conflict were to break out at this time, he would definitely see it. As if they had seen the exchange between the two of them, their eyes suddenly lit up, knowing that she didn't want to cause trouble, so their thoughts became active. If she didn't want to cause trouble, obviously she didn't have a backer. Moreover, the three of them were quite young and their strength wasn't high, so perhaps they would be easier to deal with. Thinking so, a young man immediately stepped forward from the group, wearing a smile on his face, pretending to be mature and reliable, but before he had time to speak, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his path. This person not only blocked his path, but also blocked the path of the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki. Almost instinctively, the three of them pushed their yuan qi and vigilantly scanned the area in front of them. After seeing the face of this person, Hu Jiao suddenly looked embarrassed while Hu Mei smiled tenderly. Imprinting this smile into his eyes, the young man couldn't help feeling a little restless, his courage also growing as he shouted, "Who are you?" Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at him. "Ninth young master?" The young man's face suddenly paled as he stammered incoherently. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai frowned. "I wouldn't dare." "Ninth young master, please carry on." Saying so, the young man panicked and quickly fled with his companions. Just now, they had all seen the battle between Yang Kai and Lu Qingyao. Not only was he strong, but he also had a large number of masters under his command. How could a third-rate character like him compare? Afraid of provoking a fatal disaster, the young man quickly fled. "Brother Yang." After the young man left, Fang Ziki smiled and cupped his fists. "Brother Fang, long time no see." Last time at Taifang Mountain, Fang Ziki had said that he wanted to join the inheritance war, so seeing him now, Yang Kai wasn't too surprised. Back at Taifang Mountain, whether it was Storm Hall or Blood Battle Gang, all of them had stood firmly on his side, almost going to war with the Xiang and Nen families, so Yang Kai also had a good impression of Fang Ziki. Chapter 468. After exchanging greetings, Fang Ziji tactfully retreated a short distance, just in time to run into Hua Xingchen and the others who were chasing after him. "Hey, Brother Fang?" Lan Chudai's beautiful eyes lit up. Although the two of them were from different sects, after all, they both came from the same place. Meeting each other here at this moment, she naturally felt a sense of familiarity. "You're High Heaven Pavilion's junior sister?" Fang Ziki didn't quite recognize Lan Chudai. Lan Chudai smiled and nodded. Dong Qinghan frowned as he looked at Fang Ziki from head to toe, suddenly clapping his hands and saying, "I know, I was wondering why those two girls looked so familiar. It turns out they are the Blood Battle Gang sisters." The last time Dong Qinghan went to High Heaven Pavilion, he also paid attention to the situation between Storm Hall and Blood Battle Gang. The charming twin flowers and Fang Ziki were both leaders of their respective sects, so he was naturally familiar with them. It was just that he had never dealt with each other before, so he didn't recognize them. This would explain why she had thrown that artifact to him. The group of people were quite tactful, and when they saw that Hu Jiao'er's expression wasn't right, they didn't rush forward to disturb her. Instead, they warmly exchanged greetings with Fang Ziji while secretly perking up their ears to listen for any movement not far away. "Why are you hiding from me?" Yang Kai looked at Hu Jiao'er and asked. "Who's hiding from you?" Hu Jiao'er snorted, her face blushing a little. "You really aren't hiding from me?" Yang Kai's lips curled up as he took a step forward. He asked, "No." Hu Jiao'er's beautiful eyes flashed. "We just arrived here today." Yang Kai turned his head and glanced at Hu Mei-er. Hu Mei-er smiled and moved her lips, silently selling out her elder sister. "Good, since you're here. Then follow me back to the house." Yang Kai knew that Hu Jiao'er was a bit embarrassed, so he didn't ask further. Hu Jiao'er sneered. "We just came to War City to play, we didn't say we were going to participate in the inheritance war with you." "I'm not going." "Mei-er, are you going?" Yang Kai smiled and asked. "I'm going." Hu Mei-er nodded repeatedly. Hu Jiao'er shouted, her chest heaving up and down in anger. She didn't expect her sister's position to be so weak. Yang Kai had only asked casually, but she had already agreed. Hu Mei-er stuck out her tongue and giggled. "We're just a second-class sect. Even if we went, we wouldn't be of much help. What's the point of going there?" Hu Jiao'er looked a little embarrassed as she whispered softly. Yang Kai suddenly realized that this was what she cared about. Besides Qin Shueshu and Su Xiaoyu's Reflecting Moon sect, which was a second-class sect, the rest of the forces gathered in his mansion were all first-class. Presumably, Hu Jiao'er felt a bit inferior. That was why she had been hiding from him. "Jiao'er, in the future, you and Mei-er will be able to stand at the peak of this world. Don't worry too much about your own sect." Yang Kai looked at her with a serious face. These two beautiful sisters were only at the Yuan-Qi boundary 5th stage, but now they had already broken through to the Yuan-Qi boundary 8th stage, the same as him. On top of that, the twin spirit shared spirit divine art they cultivated was also extraordinary, so it was only a matter of time before they broke through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Could be said that, in the future, there would definitely be a share of this world for the two of them. "You think so?" Hu Jiao'er's expression was a little dazzled as her beautiful eyes glowed. She looked at Yang Kai with some joy, as if she didn't expect him to have such a high opinion of her sisters. Yang Kai nodded seriously. "This seems like they're going to fall." Hua Stars looked over and whispered softly. "They fell a long time ago." Fang Ziki grinned meaningfully. "Arrogance, I like it." Hui Yang Kai waved his folding fan. "Well, I'll think about it. If I figure it out, I'll go to your house with Mei-er in a few days." Hu Jiao'er was secretly happy as she bit her thin red lips, which were very attractive. Yang Kai hooked his finger at her. "What are you doing?" Hu Jiao'er looked puzzled as she leaned a little closer and whispered into his ear. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and whispered in her ear, "If you continue to be so hesitant, I'll reveal your secret to the world." "What secret?" Hu Jiao'er's neck was pink as Yang Kai's hot breath blew into her ear. Suddenly, she felt uncomfortable, as if thousands of ants were crawling on her delicate skin, itchy and numb. "Your but one side is big, the other is small." After saying this, Yang Kai straightened up and let out a strange laugh, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing at Hu Jiao'er's lower body. Being stared at by his invasive eyes, Hu Jiao'er couldn't help but have the illusion of being stripped naked. Her heart went cold as her face suddenly flushed red and she angrily said, "When did I?" Saying so, she inadvertently lifted her butt and sucked in her stomach. "Since you've said so much, it's up to you whether you want to come or not. Mei-er, come with me." Saying so, he pulled Hu Mei-er and walked towards War City without looking back. "Yang Kai, how can you be such a shameless rogue?" Hu Jiao'er angrily shouted, grinding her teeth for a while. "Shameless rogue?" Hua Stars rushed up and said indignantly, "Girl, what did young Master Kai do to you?" "None of your damn business." Hu Jiao'er glanced at him from head to toe, coldly snorted, and hurriedly chased after him. Grabbing one of Kai Yang's arms, she shouted, "If you don't make things clear today, I won't let you off." Her personality is a bit bad. It seems that she only acts docile in front of young Master Kai. Hua Stars said thoughtfully, secretly counting the number of beautiful women who had fallen in love with Yang Kai, suddenly admiring Yang Kai's methods of seduction. Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall didn't only send the Hu sisters and Fang Ziki, each of them had brought more than 20 people. Although their overall strength couldn't be compared to the other forces, it was still a token of their sincerity. Last time, because of High Heaven Pavilion's affairs, the two sects had been implicated, and many of their masters had been transferred to participate in the siege of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. Therefore, among the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had come this time, there were only 3 or 4 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, and none of them had high cultivation. It was because of this concern that Hu Jiao'er had been too embarrassed to ask Yang Kai for help. Since he had come to participate in the Inheritance War, he must have brought some masters with him, but they didn't have many masters with them, the highest being only an Immortal Ascension Boundary 4th Stage Master. Guan Qilu, an Immortal Ascension Boundary 3rd Stage Master, was also among them. Yang Kai and Hu Jiao'er quarreled all the way back to War City and picked up these people from the inn. The current situation of the two sects was something Yang Kai understood better than anyone else, so naturally he didn't care and was instead extremely polite. These people were also quite cautious when they saw Yang Kai's allies. Obviously, they were afraid of what had happened last time. It could even be said that they were walking on thin ice, afraid that if they said something careless, they would bring trouble to their sects. Returning to the mansion, Qiu Yimeng had already led a group of people to greet them with a warm smile. As the second in command of the mansion, the Qiu family's first young lady naturally expressed her gratitude to Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall, chatting affectionately with the Hu sisters while intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards Yang Kai. She was keenly aware that the attitude of this pair of twin sisters towards Kai Yang was somewhat unusual. She couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger, secretly cursing Kai Yang for being such a pervert. Just going out for a walk, he had actually managed to capture 2 beautiful women. After returning from the war, there were a lot of trivial matters to attend to. The people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall were arranged to stay by Qiu Yimeng while the major forces counted their gains and casualties. Soon the results came out. In this artifact snatching battle, Yang Kai had lost 30 to 40 people, of which 4 were Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters while the rest were Yuan Qi Boundary Masters. Fortunately, this loss was made up for by the people from Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall who had arrived today. Since they had come to participate in the Inheritance War, everyone had mentally prepared themselves for what was to come. Of the 1,000 artifacts, Yang Kai's people had obtained a total of nearly 200. As for how to distribute these 200 artifacts, Yang Kai threw them all to Qiu Yimeng, giving her a headache. Nearly 200 artifacts seemed to be a lot, but in fact, when it came to distribution, the supply still fell short of the demand. However, Yang Kai believed that with Qiu Yimeng's ability, she should be able to handle the balance well and not cause any resentment between the major forces because of these artifacts. Returning to his room, Yang Kai saw Xia Ning Chang asleep on the table. His little senior sister had been performing alchemy all this time. Although the people from Medicine King's Valley had become familiar with Xia Ning Chang's alchemy and had cooperated with her, after such a long time, whether it was physical or mental consumption, had been enormous. The sound of the door opening woke her up, but after seeing Yang Kai return unscathed, the little senior sister couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief. Picking her up, the little senior sister seemed to have become accustomed to this kind of intimacy, and besides her slightly flushed cheeks, she was no longer as flustered as before. Gently placing her on the bed and tucking in the blankets, Yang Kai sat on the bed and waited for his little senior sister to breathe evenly. Smiling lightly, Yang Kai gently stroked her hair. Looking at her veiled face, Yang Kai's heart began to stir. Until now, he had never seen his little senior sister's full face. The most he had seen was in the Nine Mountain Valley, when he had kissed her and lifted half of her veil. Regarding his little senior sister's appearance, Yang Kai would be lying if he said he wasn't curious. He was also convinced that if he wanted to see, his little senior sister would definitely remove her veil. But this kind of hazy mystery was also one of the most attractive aspects of Xia Ningchang. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kai gave up the idea of lifting her veil to take a look and instead quietly went out, looking up at the crescent moon in the sky, just like Xia Ningchang's eyes when he smiled. "Ingjiu!" Yang Kai called out. From the darkness, a thin figure walked out. Even if he had lost all his yuan qi, Ingjiu's ability to conceal himself had become an instinct. "Come with me." Ingjiu nodded slightly, not saying a word. Walking over to the next room, he gently knocked on the door and Meng Wuya's voice called out, "Come in." Yang Kai pushed open the door and entered. Treasurer Meng was sitting cross-legged on the bed, silently circulating his secret art. When Ingjiu looked at him, his face, which had always been as calm as an ancient well, finally showed some emotion. Since Meng Wuya arrived in the house, Ingjiu had been particularly concerned about this person. Not only Ingjiu, but Chu Gaoyi and Xiao Shun were also concerned. Chapter 469. Meng Wuya's strength and mysteries made the three blood warriors feel tremendous pressure. They really didn't know which force in this world could produce such a master. This wasn't an ordinary peak immortal ascension boundary master. This was a master who was only a step away from breaking through to the above immortal ascension boundary. Although the three blood warriors didn't say anything, in fact, each of them was secretly speculating about Meng Wuya's origins. Seeing Yang Kai bring him here, Ingjiu also had some speculations in his heart, but he didn't show it on his face. The qi binding seal on him was the work of the Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou, so even if Meng Wuya was very strong, there was nothing he could do about it. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was an above immortal ascension boundary master while Meng Wuya was only a peak immortal ascension boundary master. "Treasurer Meng." Yang Kai greeted him. Meng Wuya just nodded lightly, glancing at Ingjiu suspiciously and couldn't help letting out a light sigh. Was he imprisoned? Meng Wuya looked at Ingjiu and asked with a smile. Ingjiu responded indifferently. "Treasurer Meng, do you have any way to lift the seal on him?" Yang Kai sat down and poured himself a glass of water to moisten his throat. "Let me see." Meng Wuya didn't refuse, turning to Ingjiu and saying, "Come here." Ingjiu glanced at Yang Kai, and with Yang Kai's permission, he walked over to Meng Wuya's side. Seemingly seeing that he wasn't very happy, Meng Wuya chuckled and said, "Relax, I know you have some ability, but you're a cripple now. Why are you so wary of this old master?" Saying so, he reached out and put his hand on Ingjiu's wrist. The room fell silent for a while. Yang Kai held the glass of water in his hand and put it to his mouth, waiting impatiently. He wasn't sure if Meng Wuya had such means. Ingjiu, on the other hand, remained indifferent. It seemed that he didn't have the slightest hope for Meng Wuya. Heh. After a while, Meng Wuya suddenly laughed. "Interesting, the one who set this seal really does have some attainments in this field." Ingjiu's expression changed. "That's my Yang family's supreme elder Huang Jiuzhou. This old man doesn't care about the 9 prefectures or the 8 prefectures." Meng Wuya curled his lips. "Never heard of any of them." Ingjiu still wanted to open his mouth and argue a few words, but was stopped by Yang Kai. Ingjiu, who had always been silent, suddenly had the idea of arguing with others, obviously because he greatly worshipped Huang Jiuzhou. He didn't allow others to look down on him. After all, Huang Jiuzhou was the only blood warrior who had been promoted to Supreme Elder. All the blood warriors took him as their role model and goal to strive for. Meng Wuya's words were praising Huang Jiuzhou's level of imprisonment. But in Ying Jiu's ears, this old man was a bit too arrogant. He was an above immortal ascension boundary master. What qualifications did a mere peak immortal ascension boundary master have to criticize Elder Huang? Treasurer Meng, just tell me if it's possible or not. Yang Kai leaned forward and asked in a low voice. Yes, Meng Wuya replied casually. Ying Jiu's eyes narrowed. Staring at Meng Wuya in shock, it seemed he hadn't expected such an answer. Yang Kai, on the other hand, secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He wasn't sure what kind of magical means Meng Wuya had, but Treasurer Meng had always given him a mysterious impression. Yang Kai had also seen an above immortal ascension boundary master, Lucy Yanginghao. The Yang family's supreme elders were all above immortal ascension boundary masters. But the feeling he got from Meng Wuya was far less intense. Subconsciously, Yang Kai always thought this old man Meng was somewhat unfathomable, perhaps even more terrifying than some above immortal ascension boundary masters. With such an answer, Yang Kai's heart suddenly settled. If he said he could, then he definitely could. There was no need to ask any more questions. You can lift it? Ying Jiu asked in a trembling voice. He couldn't believe it, thinking Meng Wuya was just boasting. Meng Wuya glanced over at him and nodded slightly. How long? Ying Jiu asked again. Speaking of which, it wasn't that he couldn't lift the Qi binding seal himself, but it would take him at least 2 months of continuous effort. If Meng Wuya also needed such a long time, it would be better to work hard on breaking the seal himself instead of bothering him. Ying Jiu didn't have a good impression of this arrogant old man who didn't put Huang Jiuzhou in his eyes, so naturally he wasn't willing to accept such kindness. Meng Wuya raised 2 fingers. Yang Kai raised his brow and chuckled. Does that mean 2 months or 20 days? Although he asked this question, Yang Kai was still leaning towards the latter possibility. In his subconscious mind, it was reasonable for Meng Wuya to take 20 days to lift the Qi binding seal. Ying Jiu also looked towards Meng Wuya suspiciously, his heart filled with doubts. 2 days, Meng Wuya said lightly. Yang Kai and Ying Jiu were both shocked, both of them showing looks of disbelief. Yang Kai suddenly discovered that he seemed to have underestimated Meng Wuya's ability. Treasurer Meng was definitely not as simple as he thought. Senior. Ying Jiu took a deep breath and said with a strange expression, It's not that Ying Jiu is looking down on you, it's just that your words are a bit arrogant. Meng Wuya chuckled and said, If this seal had been planted on this old master's body, this old master would have been able to break it in a snap of his fingers. But now that it has been planted on your body, it will only take me 2 days. In fact, this old master has also studied a lot of sealing techniques. This little trick is nothing. Little trick? Yang Kai observed Ying Jiu's expression and found that his face was twitching slightly, so he couldn't help feeling amused, but he quickly put on a serious face, coughing lightly and asking, Treasurer Meng, are you really sure? If you don't want to try then scram, this old master doesn't have time to talk nonsense with you, the door is over there. Meng Wuya snorted, glancing at Ying Jiu and saying, With your ability, it will take you at least 2 months to break this seal, work hard. Ying Jiu's expression changed again. Breaking the Qi binding seal in 2 months was his estimation of his own ability, but Meng Wuya had seen through it with just a glance. This master's eyesight was quite sharp. Frowning, Ying Jiu cupped his fists solemnly and said, I ask Senior to help. If this junior has offended Senior, please forgive him. In any case, it would only take him 2 days. After 2 days, everything would become clear. In fact, Ying Jiu was also very curious about whether this Meng Wuya was as powerful as he said he was. Treasurer Meng, you see. Yang Kai looked at Meng Wuya with a smile. Old man Meng waved his hand impatiently. Good, you can go now, he will see you in 2 days. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, telling Ying Jiu to remain calm before turning around and leaving. Returning to the next room, Yang Kai found that Xia Ning Chang was nowhere to be seen. He should have returned to his pill room to perform alchemy. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Yang Kai took out something from his sleeve. It was a strand of black hair. It was the one he had cut off today at Pajing Lake from the mysterious master who had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact. No one had expected that this mysterious master, who appeared and disappeared like a ghost, was actually a woman. In the open and in the dark, he had already confronted her twice today, but Yang Kai hadn't even seen her face yet, so he couldn't help feeling a little depressed. This woman's speed was too fast, and her method of infiltration was also quite amazing. In front of so many people, she had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact. Yang Kai really didn't know how she had done it, especially how she had withstood the attack of the artifact and the chi binding seal planted by Huang Jiuzhou while still being able to escape safely. Lu Qingyao had sacrificed a mysterious grade artifact in order to break the chi binding seal, but what about that woman? What Yang Kai was more concerned about was who had recruited this woman to work for him. The shocked expressions of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, and Yang Ying flashed across his eyes one by one, all of them seemingly unaware of the identity of this woman, but he couldn't rule out the possibility that one of them was just acting. After thinking about it for a long time, Yang Kai still couldn't figure out anything and could only put it aside. Flicking his wrist, 3 artifacts appeared in front of him. These were Yang Kai's biggest gains today. Although he had snatched nearly 200 artifacts, all of them added together weren't as valuable as the 3 in front of him. A small palm-sized sword that was cold to the touch, clearly a heaven-grade soul-type artifact. Yang Kai carefully examined it and found that this soul-type artifact was a heaven-grade top-rank artifact. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling overjoyed. Soul-type artifacts were relatively precious and more difficult to refine than other artifacts. A heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact was no less valuable than an average mysterious-grade artifact. However, soul-type artifacts were more difficult to refine, especially when one had yet to form a knowledge sea. Yang Kai played with it for a while before putting it aside and continuing to investigate the other 2 artifacts. Of the 2 artifacts, one was a mirror that Yang Kai had taken a fancy to. This mirror was also cold to the touch, but the feeling it gave off was different from that of the soul-type artifact just now. The coldness of the small sword was so cold that it could penetrate one's soul, while the coldness of this mirror was enough to freeze the world. Pouring his yuan qi into the mirror, the surface of the mirror flashed and Yang Kai suddenly discovered a bizarre scene. Through the mirror, he saw towering and magnificent snowy mountains. Snowflakes fluttered down from the sky, covering the snowy mountains that connected the sky and the earth in silver. The cold wind whistled, and his field of vision was white and clean. Kacha. The temperature of the entire room suddenly plummeted and the cold aura surged, forcing Yang Kai's true Yang Yuan Qi to resist. A mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. In that instant, Kai Yang understood and couldn't help but be shocked. He didn't know what grade the other 7 mysterious grade artifacts were, but what he was certain of was that there weren't many mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts, at most 1 or 2 of them. The mirror he had taken a fancy to was actually a mysterious grade mid-rank artifact. The value of a single mysterious grade mid-rank artifact was equivalent to 10 mysterious grade low-rank artifacts. This time I've really struck gold. Yang Kai felt a surge of excitement. Withdrawing his yuan qi, the light on the mirror suddenly disappeared and the endless snow-capped mountains also disappeared. Before refining it, Yang Kai didn't know what this mirror was used for. Putting down the mirror, Yang Kai set his eyes on the last artifact. This was the one Lu Qingyao had thrown to him. The bone shield. Chapter 470. This bone shield wasn't very large, only about the size of a millstone. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of monster beast bone it was made from, but it had a strange shape and was shimmering with an ivory-like white luster. On the edge of the bone shield were sharp spikes, and on the front of the bone shield was a pattern of a ferocious beast with a ferocious maw. This ferocious beast had a green face and sharp fangs, its eyes glaring at Yang Kai as if it wanted to swallow him whole. When he touched it, Yang Kai felt a bloody and gloomy aura wash over him, causing his heart to tremble. The grade of this bone shield wasn't as good as the mirror just now, only mysterious grade low rank, but this bone shield was obviously a defensive type artifact, so its value wasn't much worse than the mirror. There were many types of artifacts, but generally speaking, Defensive-type artifacts were rarer than offensive-type artifacts, which caused their value to soar. Of these 3 artifacts, each one was more expensive than the last. If he could refine all 3 of them, Yang Kai estimated that his overall strength would be greatly improved. So far, he only had 3 artifacts he could use: the Azura Sword, the Thousand-Blossoming Blood Begonia, and the Demon's Sealing Chain. The first 2 were heaven-grade artifacts, and after using them for so long, Yang Kai was sure they were heaven-grade top rank. After all, these were the hallowed artifacts of a first-class sect in the Endless Sea Islands, so their grade couldn't be too bad. A first-class sect would definitely have a mysterious grade artifact, at the very least, one, but the Azura Sword and the Thousand-Blossoming Blood Begonia were still considered sect-hallowed treasures. It must be because these 2 artifacts had a special meaning. The grade of the Demon's Sealing Chain was unknown, but after sealing the soul clone in the Evil Cavern, the Demon's Sealing Chain had lost its intelligence. Even now, it was still being nourished by Yang Kai's Yuan Qi and had yet to fully recover. Now that he had obtained 3 high-quality artifacts, Yang Kai naturally wanted to refine them for his own use as soon as possible. After careful consideration, Yang Kai put away the soul-type artifact and the mirror first and held the bone shield in his hand. Circulating his Yuan Qi, Yang Kai began refining them while cultivating. Pure and powerful true Yang Yuan Qi poured into the bone shield without restraint. This greatly increased the refining speed. Time passed. Yang Kai had been in seclusion in his room ever since he returned from the treasure hunt. His little senior sister, on the other hand, came back once a day. She never disturbed him, and only slept quietly by his side, with a peaceful expression on her face. In the mansion, the little bit of sorrow that had arisen from the loss of manpower gradually disappeared. The Bloody Battle Gang and Storm House people quickly integrated into the large family of Yang Kai. The Hu sisters also settled down with a clear conscience, and gradually became familiar with many of the young leaders of the various forces. The only thing that made them depressed was that they hadn't seen Yang Kai in the past few days. Not to mention them, even Chiu Yi-meng, the second in command of the mansion, found it extremely difficult to see Yang Kai. However, everyone knew. Yang Kai was definitely refining his new artifact. 2 days later, Chu Gao-yi, who was guarding the central hall, was resting with his eyes closed when a breeze suddenly blew past him. Opening his eyes, he happened to see Ying Jiao staring at him. "Why aren't you with the little lord? What are you doing here?" Chu Gao-yi asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's safety. Ying Jiao had always been the one in charge, always following him closely. The little lord is in retreat, and his safety is definitely not a problem. Ying Jiao thought of the old man next door to Yang Kai and didn't seem worried at all. "Even so, you can't be careless." Chu Gao-yi began to reprimand him. "Let's not talk about that." Ying Jiao sighed and said, "Old Chu, I've met a powerful expert." "How powerful?" Chu Gao-yi was stunned. The Blood Warriors were very powerful. Not only were they from the Yang family, but they also had the Mad Tyrant blood skill, so the Blood Warriors had always been a group with eyes above their heads. Few people could enter their eyes. Very powerful. Ying Jiao was as concise as ever. How powerful is very powerful? Chu Gao-yi rolled his eyes. When his brothers spoke together, he was more casual. However, since Ying Jiao had such a high evaluation of this person, that person's strength must be very powerful. Chu Gao-yi couldn't help feeling interested, wondering what kind of person Ying Jiao had met that caused him to show such a shocked expression. "I estimate that if we really fought, any one of us would be defeated within 3 moves. Ying Jiao said seriously. Chu Gao-yi's jaw dropped. He had never heard such a high evaluation from Ying Jiao before. After a moment of silence, he asked solemnly, "What if I used my Mad Tyrant blood skill?" "You still wouldn't be his opponent, at most 10 moves. Above Immortal Ascension Boundary? Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary. Bullshit." Chu Gao-yi spat at Ying Jiao's face. Ying Jiao wiped his face indifferently and said seriously, "It's true." Chu Gao-yi's expression became strange as he stared at Ying Jiao, not willing to believe it. Peak Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, it wasn't that they hadn't met before. Even first-class forces had peak immortal ascension boundary masters. After using their mad tyrant blood skill, whether it was Chu Gao Yi or Ing Jiao, they had both defeated a peak immortal ascension boundary cultivator. A single cultivator, no matter how strong they were, had their limits. How could they possibly defeat him within 10 moves when he used his mad tyrant blood skill? Even the Blood Warrior Hall's Hall Master Feng Xing didn't have such ability. Feng Sheng was the most powerful peak immortal ascension boundary master Chu Gao Yi had ever encountered in his life. In this world, there was no other peak immortal ascension boundary cultivators stronger than Feng Sheng. Look at me now. Ing Jiao straightened his body and said, "Look at you what?" Chu Gao Yi frowned, suddenly showing a look of horror. How did your Yuan Qi? He finally realized that something was not quite right. The Qi binding seal was lifted. That master helped me. How is that possible? Chu Gao Yi was shocked beyond words. It had only been 2 days, yet the Qi binding seal had been lifted in just 2 days. What kind of bizarre method was this? However, Ing Jiao's Yuan Qi was indeed circulating freely in his meridians, showing no signs of being imprisoned. Even if Chu Gao Yi didn't dare believe it, he had no choice but to believe it. Who was it? Chu Gao Yi finally asked. Ing Jiao glanced around, waved to him, and whispered in his ear. That old. Chu Gao Yi was stunned. He knew that Meng Wuya was very strong, but he hadn't expected him to be this strong. It was him. I'm still a little confused. Ing Jiao kept shaking his head, finding it difficult to accept this fact. 2 days ago, he had also asked Meng Wuya to give it a try, but today it had really worked. Thinking back, that old man had casually poked him a few times, and then taught him a set of breathing techniques. As he breathed in and out, the vitality binding spell collapsed in a muddle-headed manner. It was so amazing that Ing Jiao thought he was dreaming. Only now did he realize that when Meng Wuya said 2 days ago that he was quite knowledgeable about sealing techniques, he wasn't just talking nonsense. This was clearly an extremely profound skill. Old Chu, I've discovered that there are many mysterious people in this house. Ing Jiao sighed. I've also noticed. Chu Gao Yi nodded. Needless to say, Meng Wuya had broken Huang Jiaozhou's Qi binding seal so easily. The new pair of sisters were also extremely strange. Obviously, they were only Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivators, but whether it was Ing Jiao or Chu Gao Yi, both of them felt that if they fought, they wouldn't be inferior to an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. Even an ordinary immortal ascension boundary 3rd or 4th stage cultivator wouldn't be their opponent. There was also the little lord's senior sister. Wearing a veil, she went in and out of the pill room all day, producing a variety of extremely high-grade pills with pill veins. Mysterious grade pills were commonplace in Yang Kai Mansion. Moreover, this woman's strength had also improved tremendously. When she first arrived, she was only an immortal ascension boundary 1st stage cultivator who seemed to have just broken through, but in the blink of an eye, she had broken through to the immortal ascension boundary 2nd stage. Now, she had completely stabilized and was on the verge of breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage. Yang Kai hadn't even seen her in retreat before, so how did her cultivation increase so quickly? Moreover, after taking those pills, the young lords and young ladies in the mansion also underwent astonishing changes. The men were becoming more and more handsome while the women were becoming more and more beautiful. All of them seemed to have been reborn. Although the progress of their strength wasn't as terrifying as the veiled woman's, it was still much faster than normal. The most mysterious of them all was undoubtedly the little lord. Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao's injuries had long since healed. Not only were their injuries completely healed, but their previous hidden injuries had also disappeared. Even Xiao Shun, who had joined later, said these days that he felt refreshed and his hidden injuries had disappeared. His cultivation speed was also much faster than before. All of this was definitely the work of the earth-grade pills the little lord had given them. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of profound mysteries were hidden in them. On top of that, his own methods could almost be said to be divine. From the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he had already made many astonishing moves, causing Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiao to admire him more and more. It was said that every generation would produce geniuses, So how could there be so many strange geniuses in this generation? On top of that, all of them were gathered around Yang Kai. Old Chu, speaking of which, I seem to be breaking through to the immortal ascension boundary 9th stage soon. Ying Jiu's mouth curled up slightly. Chu Gao Yi was not to be outdone. Did we cultivate so quickly before? Ying Jiu stared straight at him. Chu Gao Yi frowned and asked in a low voice, "What do you want to say?" "I just feel that it's a bit unusual for so many strange geniuses to gather around the little lord." "Is it because of them or because of the little lord?" Ying Jiu said meaningfully. Chu Gao Yi's expression shook as a look of amazement appeared on his face. After being reminded by Ying Jiu, Chu Gao Yi suddenly realized something. It didn't make sense for all these strange geniuses to gather around a single young lord, and when these young lords and young ladies first arrived, they didn't show much of a difference. Although their aptitude and cultivation were better than average, that was the extent of it. However, as time passed, it seemed that all of them had become incredibly talented. During this time, many people in the house had broken through bottlenecks one after another and ascended to higher realms. But if it was because of Yang Kai, then how did he do it? Even the Yang family's dragon transformation pond didn't have such a remarkable function. Chapter 471. Thousands of kilometers away from War City, on the second floor of a Stone City restaurant, a dozen tables were filled with guests and bustling business. More than a dozen tables were filled with cultivators who had come to eat and drink. At a table near the window, a skinny middle-aged man was sitting there with an indifferent expression. On his table were large and small jugs of wine, at least a dozen of them. This middle-aged man seemed to have an amazing capacity for liquor, but even after drinking so much, his face didn't turn red or his heart didn't skip a beat. His eyes were cold and gloomy as he sat on his seat and stared down at the pedestrians on the street below. Every time he saw a cultivator with slightly better strength, his gloomy eyes couldn't help emitting a cold light, as if he was a hungry beast that had encountered fresh meat and wanted to eat it alive. His face was filled with a look of struggle, hesitation, but after a long time, he gradually calmed down and couldn't help sighing, grabbing the jug in front of him and drinking again. "I'm starving to death," the middle-aged man muttered softly. His pair of shifty eyes roamed around the guests on the second floor. His throat was constantly emitting strange sounds that were suppressed to the extreme. The expression on his face was constantly changing, as if he was enduring the restlessness in his heart. It was extremely difficult for him to do so. "The ash-gray cloud evil land is still the best. I can do whatever I want." The middle-aged man sighed again. The waiter served the aged wine one after another, and then hurriedly retreated in fear. When he approached this middle-aged man who was as skinny as a ghost, the waiter always felt that his life was hanging by a thread, as if this middle-aged man would turn into a ferocious ghost at any moment. He would swallow him whole. Just as the middle-aged man's face was filled with discomfort and depression, a conversation broke out nearby. They were talking about the artifact snatching battle a few days ago. The people chatting with each other described the scene of the artifact snatching battle as if they had witnessed it with their own eyes. "You don't know yet, but the Central Capital's first young lord is no longer the Lu family's Lu Qingyao." "Someone defeated Lu Qingyao?" Everyone was shocked. "No, it's just that the Yang family's youngest young lord, with his Yuan Qi boundary 8th stage cultivation, was able to take 2 blows against him twice." Facing Lu Qingyao head-on, Yang Kai wasn't at a disadvantage. Lu Qingyao was an immortal ascension boundary 3rd stage master. There was such a huge difference in strength, but they were still able to fight on equal footing. In the future, they would be able to fight evenly. When that little lord grows to the same height as Lu Qingyao, he will surely be able to surpass him. Is it true? Of course. This news is absolutely true. I saw it with my own eyes. That little lord is truly amazing, so young yet his cultivation is so profound, and he has gathered more than a dozen first-class forces under his command. In my opinion, in this inheritance war, he may be the one to have the last laugh. It can't be? Isn't it said that the young master doesn't have many connections? Don't you know how to play the pig to eat the tiger? First, show weakness to the enemy, and then suddenly attack. Who can resist? If I remember correctly, wasn't the youngest young lord called Yang Kai? Yes, yes, yes. Young Lord Kai. As soon as he heard the name Yang Kai, the middle-aged man who was drinking suddenly paused and turned his head, seemingly interested in this matter. The conversation at that table wasn't hidden, so naturally everyone on the second floor heard it. Suddenly, someone sneered and retorted, "What do you know?" That day, young Lord Lu clearly didn't use his full strength. That's why Yang Kai was able to withstand 2 of his moves. At that time, I also saw it with my own eyes. Do you know what young Lord Lu said? Chuckling lightly, trying to keep the crowd in suspense, calmly continuing, young Lord Lu said that Yang Kai isn't his opponent, so I'll wait for you to grow up so we can have a good fight again. This is the bearing and demeanor of the Central Capital's first young lord. He only gave you 2 moves, yet you think Yang Kai is so great? The cultivator who spoke before suddenly became somewhat unconvinced. That's just Lu Qingyao's empty words. If they had exchanged 3 moves, it's not certain who would win. Yang Kai is currently the Central Capital's first young lord. Bullshit. The quarrel between the 2 quickly spread. Now, all of the great Han Dynasty's cultivator was paying attention to the inheritance war, so naturally they had their own ideas about how it would play out in the future. After a short while, the entire second floor's cultivator was divided into 2 camps, each one of them arguing endlessly. Only the middle-aged man by the window remained, grinning wickedly, not saying a word, but the light radiating from his eyes was becoming more and more dangerous, more and more terrifying. The crowd quarreled for a long time but still couldn't come to a conclusion. The cultivator who spoke first blushed furiously, turning his head and seeing the middle-aged man, he couldn't help shouting, "Hey, you, who do you think is the Central Capital's first young lord? You want this old master to say?" The middle-aged man looked stunned and asked in surprise. "Yes, you want to say it. Seeing how silent you are, it's obvious you have your own opinion. Let us all hear it, but at your age, why would you call yourself an old master?" Ha! Everyone couldn't help laughing, wondering if this middle-aged man liked to take advantage of his seniority. The second floor suddenly quieted down as everyone's eyes stared at the middle-aged man, asking for his opinion. The middle-aged man nodded gently, hesitating for a moment before saying, "If this old master really wants to say it, the Central Capital's first young lord must be that Yang Kai. Not only is he the Central Capital's first young lord, but he will also be the future first young lord under the heavens." Heh. Everyone was stunned. Even the group of people who supported Yang Kai felt that this middle-aged man was a bit out of his mind, secretly shaking their heads. If Yang Kai was the current first young lord of the Central Capital, it would be somewhat reasonable, but to say he was the future first young lord under the heavens was simply too much of an exaggeration. The martial Tao was limitless. So far, none of the top masters at the above immortal ascension boundary dared claim to be invincible. This madman. The cultivator who supported Lu Qingyao said contemptuously, "What nonsense is he spouting? That Yang Kai is nothing, he's actually the future first young lord." Before he could finish his words though, he suddenly froze, as if an invisible force had caught his throat, making it impossible for him to speak. Everyone turned to look at him and couldn't help paling. In the blink of an eye, this cultivator's complexion turned incomparably black, as if he had been poisoned. His eyes were bloodshot, and blood was flowing out of his 7 orifices. The next moment, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye suddenly flew out from the top of this man's head, circled around a few times in the air, and shot towards the middle-aged man sitting by the window. The middle-aged man opened his mouth wide and directly swallowed this burst of energy into his abdomen. Strangely, the middle-aged man's skinny body, after swallowing this burst of energy, suddenly expanded, and although he was still thin, he was no longer as terrifying as before. With a bang, the black-faced cultivator fell to the floor, his vitality completely gone. A chill rose from everyone's heart, making all the cultivator feel as if they had fallen into an ice cellar. No one knew how he died, but after seeing the scene just now, no matter who it was clear that this was definitely the work of that terrifying middle-aged man. A terrifying, cold, dark, and murderous aura suddenly erupted, enveloping the entire restaurant. The middle-aged man lowered his head slightly, and a strange laughter came from his throat. When the laughter entered everyone's ears, all the cultivators' blood boiled, and their faces instantly flushed red, as if their blood was boiling in an instant. Kikik. The laughter became louder and louder, more and more rampant, and incomparably strange and sinister. This old man is hungry, and since you've come knocking, then this old man won't hold back. If the young master comes to investigate in the future, this old man will have an excuse. The middle-aged man said, and his body didn't move. Pa. Balls of light like blooming red roses exploded in the cultivator's body one after another, their internal organs spilling out, and blood splattering all over the floor. Every time someone died, a burst of energy visible to the naked eye would fly out from those dismembered corpses, and be swallowed by the middle-aged man in one gulp. The middle-aged man's thin body also began to swell, and gradually, he became somewhat handsome. The only thing that didn't change was the coldness and malice in his long and narrow eyes. In an instant, the second floor of the restaurant became a hellish existence, and more than 20 cultivators died an unnatural death. Those who survived trembled, and didn't even have the courage to resist. With a begging expression on their faces, they looked at the middle-aged man, and they were about to cry. "You're not full yet?" The middle-aged man patted his stomach, and a look of dissatisfaction appeared on his face. He glanced at the dozen or so people who were still alive, and his expression was restless. Being stared at like this, all of them immediately prostrated themselves on the ground, kowtowing vigorously and begging for mercy. The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, and for some reason, he didn't kill them all. Instead, his body flashed, and he turned into a black fog, and disappeared from everyone's sight. After he left, those who were still alive looked at each other, and some of them didn't know why this cruel guy would let them go. With the personality and cruel temperament he showed, he wouldn't even frown if he killed more than a dozen people, but he didn't do so. Looking at each other, everyone was surprised to find that the group of people who were still alive seemed to be the ones who supported Yang Kai just now, and those who opposed Yang Kai were all dead. They couldn't help but feel lucky to have survived a disaster. Looking at the tragic and bloody scene around them, everyone couldn't help but turn pale, and they directly vomited all the food they had just eaten. These cultivators were also people who licked the blood off their blades and hung their heads on their belts, but none of them had seen such a horrible scene. Those who had died had all been turned into minced meat. Outside Stone City, a black fog suddenly appeared and the middle-aged man slowly appeared. Glancing towards War City 1,000 kilometers away, a grin appeared on his face as he muttered softly, "I haven't seen young master for so long, I wonder how he's doing. If this old master goes over like this, won't he be scared?" Startled, the middle-aged man secretly thought to himself, "I don't know if young master will blame me. If I had known earlier, I wouldn't have stayed in the ash-gray cloud evil land for so long." Chapter 472. Thinking of the young master, the middle-aged man's expression became somewhat complicated. In fact, the relationship between him and the young master was not harmonious at all. When they first met, the middle-aged man had tried to seize the latter's body as a soul, but he had never expected to be restrained by the young master's brand and be controlled by him instead. After that, the middle-aged man spent a period of time as a slave. During that time, the middle-aged man was docile and loyal on the surface, but in reality he was constantly trying to escape from the young master's slavery and regain his freedom. But as time passed, the middle-aged man gradually discovered the huge potential hidden in the young master. Although he had not recovered much of his memory, he was still able to see. The young master was different from an ordinary cultivator. He was shrouded in a variety of mysterious auras. Even though the two of them spent day and night together, the middle-aged man was unable to see through these mysteries and instead became more and more confused, allowing him to gradually restrain his thoughts and secretly look forward to the young master's growth. Then, after finding this demon body under the coiling dragon stream, the young master was relieved to let his soul enter it. To be honest, at that time, the middle-aged man was a little worried that the young master would suspect him. If he did not allow him to enter this demon body, the middle-aged man might really hold a grudge against him and try to get rid of his control. Fortunately, the young master allowed it. This made the middle-aged man very grateful at that time. Thinking about it carefully, the young master seemed to have treated him well, so for this demon body, the middle-aged man felt the need to help him. After all, his soul still had the young master's brand, so if he provoked the young master, only death awaited him. The middle-aged man made up his mind. The middle-aged man's expression became firm and he no longer hesitated. However, going there alone seemed to be a bit inappropriate. If the young master asked, would he tell him that he had forgotten the agreement engraved on the stone wall while he was in the ash-gray cloud evil land? Frowning for a moment, the middle-aged man quickly spread out his vast spiritual energy. His original intention was to see if there was any excuse nearby that he could use. However, after spreading out his divine sense, the middle-aged man's spiritual energy suddenly fluctuated and seemed to have come from a certain place in the distance. A familiar divine soul fluctuation came to him. The middle-aged man's expression couldn't help becoming surprised as he glanced over, suddenly remembering something. He chuckled softly and his figure flashed. He was wrapped in a black light and disappeared like a bolt of lightning. 100 miles away, a group of people were fleeing in panic. The number of people wasn't large, but it wasn't small either. There were about 30 of them, but the leader was only an immortal ascension boundary 4th stage cultivator. The rest of them weren't immortal ascension boundary masters. Most of them were Yuan Qi cultivators. All around them, quite a few figures were flying at high speed, surrounding this group of people. However, they did not immediately kill them. They just followed them closely. As for the martial artists that were following them, they did not seem to be from the same group. There were several batches. These groups of people were also wary of each other. These people are really annoying. They've been following us for more than 10 days and we still can't shake them off. In the crowd, a pretty girl complained as she ran. This is troublesome, a man next to her smiled bitterly. I'm afraid we won't be able to reach War City like this. Brother, what should we do? The girl asked anxiously. Let's take one step at a time. The man obviously didn't have any good ideas and could only follow behind his sect elder. While the two were talking, another woman with a cold expression leaned forward. This woman had a slender figure and a graceful waist. Just by looking at her appearance, she was a rare beauty. However, what made people feel strange was that this woman's pair of jade hands were wrapped in a white ribbon. It was impossible to see what her hands looked like. Not only her, but in this group of people, many of them had their hands wrapped in white bands, as if they were hiding some unspeakable secret. Brother Tao, if we really can't do this, let's separate. The woman's pair of beautiful eyes flashed with a cold light. After being chased for so many days, she was truly angry. Those people's goal is our Ghost King Valley. If we separate, they won't bother your treasure instrument sect. Tao Yang heard this and shook his head. Junior Sister Lung, your thinking is too simple. Do you really think these people are only targeting your Ghost King Valley? Although that's not entirely the case, we also have a certain responsibility. Lung Shan's expression darkened. She wasn't a fool. Naturally, she knew that the main reason this group of people had chased them and threatened them from time to time, but didn't directly attack was because they didn't want to offend Treasure Instrument Sect. Ghost King Valley was just a legitimate excuse for them to come here. This time, she was afraid they had made a mistake. A few months ago, news of the Inheritance War had spread to the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, so the people from Ghost King Valley had naturally heard about it. Like Chen Xueshu and the others, when Ling Shan heard Yang Kai's name, she also had some doubts, wondering if this Yang family's youngest young lord was the same one she knew. Later, after many inquiries, she confirmed it. Lung Shan's status in Ghost King Valley wasn't low, so she immediately asked Ghostly to allow her to lead the sect's people to participate in the Inheritance War. Ghostly refused. After all, Ghost King Valley was a sect of the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land. If a disciple rashly left the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, they would certainly not have a good end. How could he dare participate in the central capital Yang family's Inheritance War? Not only did he refuse, but he also locked Lung Shan up and ordered her not to come out until she broke through to the Immortal Ascension boundary. Later, her brother Qin Yi and Qing Ying secretly released her. The three of them gathered a group of brothers who had received Yang Kai's kindness in the evil cavern and secretly left Ghost King Valley to rush to the central capital. All of this was to repay Yang Kai for saving their lives again and again. That time in the evil cavern, if not for Yang Kai, these Ghost King Valley disciples would have died 1,000 times over. However, the mark of a Ghost King Valley disciple was too obvious. That pair of pale, bloodless ghost hands, once seen, would be immediately recognized as an evil sect disciple. If an evil sect disciple was wandering outside, then they would be killed. Therefore, the Ghost King Valley disciples wrapped their hands in white cloth. Although it looked strange, it could at least conceal their identity. In addition to Lung Shan, who had left the ash-gray cloud evil land once, the others had never gone out before, so after leaving the ash-gray cloud evil land, they were like headless flies. Finally, after thinking about it, Qin Yi decided to first go to Treasure Instrument Sect to find Tao Yang and use Treasure Instrument Sect as a cover to travel to the central capital. In his opinion, Tao Yang and the others from Treasure Instrument Sect would definitely help Yang Kai. Tao Yang had long since received Yang Kai's messenger, but had been unable to convince the elders in the sect. Relying only on the few brothers who knew Yang Kai, they wouldn't be able to offer much help. When the Ghost King Valley disciples arrived at Treasure Instrument Sect, Tao Yang was in a terrible state, but when he saw Lung Shan, Qin Yi, and the others, he was overjoyed and quickly arranged for them to quietly stay in Treasure Instrument Sect. For the next period of time, Lung Shan and the others and Tao Yang spent every day coaxing and persuading the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect. Their efforts paid off and they were finally able to convince the sect elders. Quickly setting out. Just as they stepped out of Treasure Instrument Sect, they were targeted by several groups of people. Outside of Treasure Instrument Sect, every day was bustling with activity, just like the situation in Medicine King's Valley. The number of cultivators who came to request artifact refining was innumerable, but these few groups of people were somewhat unusual. They only followed Treasure Instrument Sect but didn't come up to speak, causing many people to be very suspicious. After being tracked for a day, an immortal Ascension Boundary Master from Treasure Instrument Sect couldn't help but ask. He soon learned that these groups of people were actually sent by the Yang family young lords to persuade them to join. The group from Medicine King's Valley had already been recruited by Yang Kai, so these artifact refining masters from Treasure Instrument Sect were naturally in high demand. Whether it was Yang Zhao, Yang Kong, Yang Shen, Yang Ying, or even Yang Wei, all of them had sent their own people. But how could Tao Yang and the others accept their offers? After refusing, this group of people didn't become anxious and instead continued to follow them while remaining vigilant, making it clear that even if they couldn't win them over, others wouldn't either. After following them for a few days, these people finally found an opportunity. A disciple from Ghost King Valley accidentally exposed his identity, immediately causing these groups of people to become restless. Senior Wu, as long as you hand over those people from Ghost King Valley, we won't embarrass your noble sect. After all, your noble sect's artifact refining techniques are unrivaled in this world. Who knows, in the future, we'll have to trouble you. Among the group of people on the left, an immortal Ascension Boundary 6th Stage Master said with a smile. This sentence was immediately echoed by the others, all of them nodding in agreement, all of them expressing their stance, implying that as long as Treasure Instrument Sect handed over the Ghost King Valley disciples, they wouldn't spread the news of their collusion with evil sect. Wu Yen, who was leading the charge, simply snorted and didn't respond. How could he not see the intentions of this group of people? It was precisely because he saw through their intentions that he was extremely disdainful. Tao Yang, get over here. Wu Yen had nowhere to vent his anger, so he shouted towards the back of the group. Tao Yang's neck shrank as he immediately rushed forward and respectfully asked, "Martial uncle, what instructions do you have for me?" Wu Yen sneered meaningfully, "You little brat, you've grown up and your courage has grown. Daring to accept those people from Ghost King Valley, what do you want your martial uncle to say about you?" Wu Yen had only learned of their true identities a few days ago after that Ghost King Valley disciple exposed himself. If he had known earlier, how could the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect have allowed Lung Shan and the others to live in the sect? Tao Yang didn't seem to care and just grinned meaningfully. Martial uncle, when junior sister Zhao Rong and I went to the evil cavern last time, it was all thanks to them that we were able to take care of us. If not for them, I'm afraid we would have already died. Wu Yen glared at him. Wasn't the one who took care of you Yang Kai? How did you suddenly become a member of Ghost King Valley? Which one of your words is true? I took care of them, I took care of them, Tao Yang said with an indifferent expression. Besides, Martial Uncle, our treasure instrument sect is the same as Medicine King's Valley. We open our doors to do business. We have friends everywhere. What evil sect or orthodox sect? Why would we care? In any case, since you've caused this trouble, you better solve it for this old master, otherwise, when we go back this time, I'll expel you from the sect. Martial Uncle, don't be like that, I'm still trying to think of a way. Tao Yang suddenly looked depressed. You'd better think of a way. Chapter 473. Although he said so, in fact, Tao Yang didn't have much confidence. This group of Ghost King Valley disciples were all young, and none of them had reached the immortal ascension boundary. On the other hand, although Treasure Instrument Sect had several immortal ascension boundary masters and carried a wide array of artifacts, if they really fought, they definitely wouldn't be the opponents of this group. If he could secretly send someone out to inform Yang Kai, Tao Yang believed that as long as Yang Kai learned about the situation here, he would definitely bring a large number of people to greet them. As long as he was in charge, entering War City would be easy. However, right now, there was no chance for him to send out a message. Brother Tao, I'm sorry you were scolded by Senior Wu. Leng Shan said guiltily. She, Chen Yi, and the others really had no other choice but to seek out Tao Yang. After all, when they first left the evil cavern, Tao Yang and the others had stayed in Ghost King Valley for some time, so they were quite familiar with each other. It doesn't matter, Martial Uncle was just saying that. He's not willing to expel me from the sect. Tao Yang smiled and waved his hand. Treasure Instrument Sect had very few members, only 100 in total. Each generation of disciples had undergone an extremely strict selection process, even stricter than Medicine King's Valleys. However, every disciple of Treasure Instrument Sect had unparalleled talent and achievements in the artifact refining Dao, and among this generation, Tao Yang was one of the top masters. Treasure Instrument Sect's future depended on him, so how could Wu Yen be willing to expel him from the sect? Saying so, Tao Yang's expression became gloomy. 5 groups of people escorting the sect leader appeared to be quite impressive, but in reality, they were quite frustrating. If they fought, they couldn't beat them, and if they spoke, they certainly wouldn't listen to them. Moreover, as time went by, as they got closer and closer to War City, these 5 groups of people gradually lost their patience, and when they exchanged looks, it was as if a storm was brewing. After all, Treasure Instrument Sect's status was not as stable as Medicine King's Valleys, so no one dared to offend them. However, although Treasure Instrument Sect had a good reputation, some people still didn't put it in their eyes. Over the years, it was unknown how many great forces had secretly tried to annex Treasure Instrument Sect. Plots and machinations, open spears and hidden arrows, one after another. Fortunately, Treasure Instrument Sect had accumulated a lot of connections, so every time a disaster occurred, they were able to resolve it. However, this situation couldn't continue for a long time. They needed the protection of a transcendent force's name. It was for this reason the elders of Treasure Instrument Sect had agreed to Tao Yang's request to participate in the Inheritance War. As long as they negotiated terms with Yang Kai, helping him wasn't impossible. The group flew forward for another half an hour. War City Sect. At this distance, the 5 groups sent out by the Yang family young lords were already showing signs of impatience, exchanging glances with each other. Yang was sect, Yang sect. S's sect. The sects. There's sex good sex. Sex's elders. Sect. T's sect. S sect, I. Hearing this, Wu Yan's face turned cold and he shouted angrily, "What do you want to do?" The man chuckled and said, Good and evil cannot coexist. We only want to punish evil and eliminate evil. Mr. Wu, it's best to let your sect's disciples know their place. Otherwise, it's hard to say what will happen if you accidentally injure them. Wu Yan sneered, I'm afraid that the youngsters behind me are all from the evil sects, right? Regardless of whether they attack or not, you will still capture them. How could this be? The man slowly shook his head. At the very least, I know who your esteemed sect's eldest disciple is, Tao Yang. As for whether or not the others are disciples of the evil sects, we'll know once we capture them and interrogate them. At this point, no matter who it was, everyone understood that these people were using the name of suppressing Ghost King Valley to deal with Treasure Instrument Sect. They wouldn't kill anyone, they would only capture Treasure Instrument Sect's young lords and make them serve the Yang family's young lords. Not to mention, if a fight really broke out, would Tao Yang and the others not make a move? Once he made a move, it would give the other party a legitimate excuse to arrest him. The twists and turns of this plan were already laid out in the open. Wu Yan's expression sank as he whispered, It looks like Treasure Instrument Sect won't be able to avoid this disaster this time. When the fight breaks out, run if you can, don't resist, they won't kill you. Tao Yang, quickly go to War City and find Yang Kai and ask him to deal with this matter. Disciple will remember. Tao Yang quickly responded. Tell him that if my Treasure Instrument Sect suffers a single casualty, don't expect this old master to refine artifacts for him in the future. Wu Yan reiterated again. It looks like Mr. Wu has already considered this? The man urged again, lightly snorting, Since that's the case, then we'll have to offend you. As soon as these words were spoken, the 5 groups of people set out almost at the same time, all of them aiming at the Treasure Instrument Sect disciples in the crowd. Treasure Instrument Sect had dispatched more than 20 people this time, so after dividing them up, it wasn't a small number. At the very least, when they returned to War City, they would be able to answer to the Yang family young lords. The people from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley also stopped in their tracks, but just as they were about to scatter according to Wu Yan's instructions, a figure suddenly appeared above their heads. This person's appearance was quite strange. No one could see how he had appeared, as if he had been hiding himself and was floating above everyone's heads. When this figure appeared, an extremely terrifying divine sense power suddenly enveloped the entire area. The 5 groups of people who had been attacking suddenly stopped, each of them showing a frightened expression as they hurriedly pushed their yuan qi to resist this terrifying pressure, all pairs of eyes trembling violently as they stared at this person in disbelief. On the other hand, the people from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley wore puzzled expressions. Especially Lung Shan, when this person appeared, she seemed to have sensed some fluctuations in her mind, but when she tried to investigate more carefully, those fluctuations disappeared. Staring straight at the middle-aged man floating in the air, Lung Shan's brow furrowed slightly. The other party also glanced over at her casually, actually showing a friendly smile before immediately turning his eyes away. His eyes becoming cold, a cruel, bloodthirsty, and gloomy aura spread out as the middle-aged man grinned wickedly, bullying the weak with numbers. Interesting. His attitude was thought-provoking, neither friendly nor hostile, as if he was just a passing master who had come to watch the fun. No one dared to answer. Under the cover of this terrifying and gloomy spiritual energy, even the slightest movement or change in demeanor could lead to bad consequences. The situation suddenly came to a stalemate. The faces of the 5 groups of people were extremely ugly, as if they were walking on thin ice, not daring to move. Pairs of eyes stared at the middle-aged man with fear, and beads of sweat gradually flowed down their foreheads. Are you all mutes? The middle-aged man's expression became cold as he coldly shouted. It was like a clap of thunder, resounding in everyone's ears, shaking everyone's eardrums to the point of buzzing. They couldn't help but take a few steps back, and when they looked forward again, their expressions became more and more frightened. If they didn't speak to break this deadlock, they were afraid this situation would become impossible to end. After realizing this, the most powerful experts in the 5 groups of people glanced at each other. The person on the left braced himself, and with a respectful expression, he cupped his hands and asked, "Dare I ask for your esteemed name?" We are from Thunder Province's Ding Guang sect. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the middle-aged man, his brow wrinkling as he said with some displeasure, Ding Guang sect? Never heard of it. Ding Guang sect was also a first-class force, but now it was being evaluated as a third-rate force, but the middle-aged man didn't dare show the slightest anger and simply smiled. We are temporarily serving the central capital's Yang family's second young master. In his opinion, this middle-aged man's strength was unfathomable and his magic qi reached the heavens, so he was definitely a character with eyes at the top of his head. Since Ding Guang sect didn't enter his eyes, the central capital's Yang family couldn't be the same, right? Bringing up the second young master's name might make this middle-aged man retreat. Second young master? Sure enough, when the middle-aged man heard these three words, he couldn't help showing a look of interest. What is the Yang family's second young master called? Yang Zhao. The middle-aged man replied with a smile, his expression relaxing, thinking that his words just now had some effect. What about you? The middle-aged man turned to look at the other groups of people. None of them dared to neglect and scrambled to report the sect they belonged to and the name of the young master they served. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man, who had a smile on his face, after hearing these people report their names, his expression gradually became unpleasant, like the eve of a storm. Shit! Seeing this, everyone couldn't help feeling a chill in their hearts, their palms and feet becoming wet with sweat. None of you seem to be working for Yang Kai? The middle-aged man's mouth curled into a sneer, his expression as cold as a blade. Senior, we're going to help Yang Kai. Tao Yang's eyes narrowed slightly as he hurriedly cupped his fists and said he had also noticed this subtle message. HM? The middle-aged man looked down and couldn't help smiling. Good, good, good. You have good eyesight, little brat. Good, good. If you follow Yang Kai well, you'll have a bright future ahead of you. Many thanks for senior's praise. Tao Yang smiled happily. Wu Yan's face was cold as he glared at him fiercely. Tao Yang's performance just now was clearly that of a coward who only knew how to curry favor with others. This was simply a loss of face for Treasure Instrument sect. Good, since you're going to seek refuge with Yang Kai, this old master can't just sit back and watch. The middle-aged man nodded gently and waved his hand. Your safety, this old master will be responsible for it. Hearing this, whether it was Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument sect, all of them showed joy. None of them had expected that such a powerful master would appear at this critical juncture to protect them, all of them feeling extremely grateful. On the contrary, the 5 groups of people all wore gloomy expressions and didn't dare to act rashly. After experiencing the power of this man's spiritual energy, they naturally knew that he wasn't someone to be trifled with. The man who spoke before cupped his fists and squeezed out a smile. Since your excellency has come forward, we won't disturb you any longer. Farewell. Saying so, he waved his hand and retreated vigilantly. Chapter 474. The 5 groups had only taken a few steps back when a burst of strange laughter rang out, causing everyone's scalp to go numb, making them feel extremely uncomfortable. Did this old master allow you to leave? The middle-aged man's eyes flashed with a dangerous cold light, his voice low, a gloomy aura spreading from his body, causing everyone present to shiver. Everyone's expression changed, suddenly becoming extremely ugly, none of them daring to act rashly. What other advice does this sir have? The man who had just spoken frowned and asked, secretly circulating his strength. Originally, this old master was in a good mood today and was too lazy to kill. The middle-aged man smiled calmly, his expression relaxed. But you people have eyes but fail to see, short-sighted rats, taking refuge with someone you shouldn't have, so this old master can't just ignore it. Hearing the meaning of his words, the faces of the 5 groups became even uglier, the immortal ascension boundary master coldly snorting, our actions do not need to be judged by your excellency. Although your excellency is strong, there are so many of us here, do you really want to kill us all? As they spoke, the 5 groups gradually gathered together, all of them staring towards the middle-aged man with dignified expressions, clearly indicating that they would live or die together. In the face of such a master, they had no choice but to act, hoping that the other party would quit while they were ahead and retreat. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man not only didn't feel the situation was troublesome, his expression instead becoming more and more excited, nodding repeatedly, "Good, good, with so many people, I can finally kill them all." As he spoke, his expression became fierce as he spread out his hands. Slowly lifting them, he grinned, "Blood sea seals the heavens." Behind him, a crimson light suddenly flashed, and the crimson light shot out like an arrow towards the place where the 5 groups of people were gathered. No one was able to react, caught off guard and enveloped by this blood-red light. As far as the eye could see, it was a world of scarlet. Not only had the sky become a dazzling red, the ground under his feet seemed to be made of fresh blood as well. Blood bubbles the size of washbasins kept popping out and bursting. The explosion caused everyone's body to be covered in blood, making them look terrifying. The sound of rustling filled the air. It was like an Azura purgatory. What is this? The 5 groups of people immediately panicked. They had never seen such a strange and sinister martial skill before. With one move, even the surrounding environment changed. In the midst of the chaos, they all activated their Yuan Qi, activated their body movement skills, and equipped themselves with secret treasures in an attempt to escape the shackles of this blood-red world. Who would have thought that the blood on the ground seemed to have a huge suction force that firmly sucked them to the ground, making them unable to move at all? The ground he was standing on. It was as if it had turned into a swamp. The more they moved, the faster they sank. Ji. The middle-aged man laughed strangely again, his face full of joy as he enjoyed the ugly and helpless expressions of the people struggling in the sea of blood. His long and narrow eyes even bloomed with a strange light. He seemed to be extremely excited. The people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect were also shocked, all of them staring towards the blood sea, their eyes trembling violently. Everyone knew that this middle-aged man who had suddenly appeared was very powerful, but no one knew that he was this powerful. With just one move, 5 groups of people had fallen into a desperate situation. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he hadn't used his full strength at all and had only casually attacked. Ghost King Valley itself was an evil sect, and the martial skills and secret arts they cultivated were also gloomy and sinister. But when Leng Shan and the others compared their sect's martial skills to the scene in front of them, it was like a little wizard meeting a great wizard. Looking at the blood-red sea, the Ghost King Valley disciples all felt a chill run down their spines and their souls tremble. The artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect all paled. Only Wu Yen suppressed the throbbing in his heart and glanced over at the middle-aged man. He suddenly discovered that this middle-aged man didn't seem to be a good person either. After 10 breaths of time, the cultivator trapped in the blood sea began to change. These people, no matter how strong they were, no matter how high their cultivation was, all of them became ferocious, their eyes bloodshot and filled with panic. The look of panic disappeared from their faces, replaced by infinite madness and murderous intent. It was as if the cruelty and evilness hidden in the sea of blood had affected their hearts. "Kill!" Someone roared, using their martial skills and artifacts to cover their companions, directly turning them into headless corpses. "Kill, kill, kill!" The 5 groups of people seemed to have been possessed by the devil. They didn't recognize anyone, and they kept shouting and fighting desperately with the people around them. Corpses fell one after another, the blood that flowed out making the blood sea even redder. The smell of blood filled the air. The middle-aged man seemed to be enjoying a great show, his brow overflowing with joy and happiness. Broken limbs flew everywhere, mountains of corpses were piled up, and rivers of blood flowed. The several female disciples from Treasure Instrument Sect and Ghost King Valley couldn't help pulling out their handkerchiefs and rushing to the side to retch, vomiting all the bitter water in their mouths. They had never seen such a bloody and terrifying scene. It had long exceeded their psychological threshold. The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced over at them, chuckled, and no longer paid them any attention. After about half a cup of tea's worth of time, the 5 groups of people who had been shrouded in the blood sea had almost all died, leaving only the immortal Ascension Boundary Master who had just spoken. In the end, he was the strongest of them all. Although he was only an immortal Ascension Boundary 6th stage cultivator, compared to the others, Whether it was his personal cultivation or martial skills, he was far superior. But even if he had survived at this moment, he was no longer the same person he had been before. This man's eyes were extremely red, like a beast that had been trapped in a cage for thousands of years without freedom, his nostrils exuding a fiery aura, his face filled with infinite murderous intent, staring left and right as he stood above the blood sea. His consciousness had been annihilated, and now he was nothing more than a walking corpse obeying his killing instincts. Good. Since you've survived, this old master will spare your life. The middle-aged man laughed, waving his hands and sending out a series of mysterious seals towards the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body. As these seals were sent out, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body seemed to transform into a vortex, madly swallowing the blood around him. This bizarre scene caused the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect to be shocked again. With the infusion of blood, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body and face gradually began to change. His body began to swell up and his face became distorted. Even on his forehead, there was a large bump. After a long time, all the blood had been poured into his body, and at this moment, it was basically impossible to see his original appearance. This immortal Ascension Boundary Master's body was blood red, like a hot iron, his face blurred, only his eyes exuding a terrifying light. Wu Yen was shocked by this middle-aged man's bizarre methods, but after a brief examination, he discovered that this immortal Ascension Boundary 6th-stage cultivator was now exuding a shocking amount of Yuan Qi, and his aura had also become violent, manic, and cruel. Roar. The immortal Ascension Boundary Master roared towards the sky, a beastly roar coming from his mouth, causing the clouds in the sky to change color as a huge mass of clouds gathered above his head and a red light shot out from the large bump on his forehead, piercing through the heavens. Not bad, this old master didn't raise you with his blood in vain. The middle-aged man snorted, and with a wave of his hand, the immortal Ascension Boundary Master actually transformed into a blood-red light and flew into his palm, disappearing from sight. Everyone was dumbfounded. The methods this middle-aged man had used one after another were completely unheard of, as if they didn't belong to this world. After witnessing this man's cruelty and ruthlessness, the people from Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect couldn't help feeling like they had just escaped from a wolf's den only to fall into a tiger's den. This man had killed those 5 groups of people as easily as crushing a group of ants, so why would he even need to blink an eye to kill them? Unexpectedly, after the middle-aged man withdrew his blood-red light, his previous ferocious expression disappeared and he landed on the ground, smiling towards the crowd and saying, "Good, clean up the trash, let's go." No one dared to move, all of them staring at this middle-aged man with fear and horror. The middle-aged man also noticed that the atmosphere wasn't right and smiled. "Are you afraid I'll kill you?" Wu Yen couldn't help lightly coughing, an awkward expression appearing on his face as he hurriedly said, "We wouldn't dare. Your Excellency has saved our lives. We wouldn't dare speculate." "Don't worry, since you're going to help Yang Kai, I won't do anything to you. I'm also going to find Yang Kai, heh." The middle-aged man's expression was gentle, causing many people to relax. Suddenly changing the topic, the middle-aged man let out a strange laugh. "But if you go to help the other Yang family young lords, don't blame this old master for not showing mercy." The relaxed atmosphere once again became tense. Wu Yen quickly said, No, we're going to seek refuge with young Lord Kai." In his heart, however, he couldn't help but wonder what kind of people this Yang family's youngest young lord had met. Could this man in front of him be the legendary demon lord? Among the crowd, Lung Shan hesitated for a long time before bravely stepping forward, staring at the middle-aged man and whispering, "Many thanks for Senior's help just now. May I ask Senior's name?" Wu Yan's ears twitched and he quickly held his breath to listen. "This old master is called D.N. This old master's surname is D. So, it's Senior D." Lung Shan didn't dare to ask further, simply asking suspiciously, "Senior D, have we met somewhere before?" Qin Yi, Qing Ying, and the others couldn't help feeling shocked, quickly glancing towards Lung Shan. This middle-aged man didn't look like a good person at first glance. His methods were extremely cruel, thousands of times crueler than those of Ghost King Valley. What was wrong with his junior sister, actually wanting to get close to him? It was too late to avoid him. However, the middle-aged man who claimed to be surnamed D actually smiled and nodded. We've met before. Lung Shan became even more confused, her brow furrowing as a puzzled look appeared on her pretty face. Then why don't I have any impression of you at all, only faintly feeling that senior is familiar. Chapter 475. Lung Shan was also a rising star of Ghost King Valley, and although her memory wasn't perfect, she was still able to remember where she had seen and what kind of people. In particular, this strange Senior D was so powerful. If she had really met him before, how could Lung Shan forget? However, Lung Shan couldn't remember. Moreover, this kind of familiarity wasn't just a sense of familiarity, it was just a feeling. If she really thought about it, the feeling this Senior D gave her was somewhat similar to that of ZMO from Tianlang Dynasty. She and ZMO felt an inexplicable sense of closeness because Yang Kai had left his brand on her soul, so why did this Senior D give her the same feeling? Since he was so powerful, how could Yang Kai have left his brand on her soul? Lung Shan secretly shook her head, thinking that her guess was a bit ridiculous. The Senior D actually grinned meaningfully and replied, "This old master has seen you before, but you haven't seen this old master before." Lung Shan was even more confused and didn't ask any more questions. "Good, let's walk and talk. This place is only 800 kilometers away from War City. We should be able to reach it before dark." The Senior D waved his hand and led the way. The Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect disciples all glanced at each other hesitantly. Wu Yen was even more hesitating for a moment before gritting his teeth and saying, "Let's follow." This man was too powerful, and regardless of what reason he had for helping them, if he really wanted to kill them, with the means he had just displayed, he could have killed everyone here in an instant. Whether it was a blessing or a curse, it couldn't be avoided. At this time, it was best to follow this man's wishes. The truth of the matter would naturally become clear once they reached War City. The group of more than 30 people, all of them trembling in fear as they followed. After walking for some distance, the middle-aged man suddenly turned around. Waving to Lung Shan, he called out, "Little girl, come here." Lung Shan nodded and stepped forward, but Chen Yi hurriedly shouted, "Junior sister, be careful." Lung Shan didn't show any signs of worry and calmly walked forward, walking side by side with the middle-aged man, respectfully asking, "What is Senior's order?" The middle-aged man turned his head and glanced at her. He urged, "Relax." Lung Shan still didn't know what he was going to do. Suddenly, he saw the middle-aged man open his hand and grab him. He subconsciously wanted to resist, but before Yuan Qi could gather, the middle-aged man withdrew his hand. A series of ghostly wails and wolf howls rang out, causing Lung Shan's expression to change when she looked over. She discovered the Ghost King seal in her body. Surprisingly, the middle-aged man managed to pull it out. The illusory soul struggled and wriggled in the middle-aged man's hand, howling incessantly. But he couldn't break free. Ghost King Valley had a martial skill that everyone could practice, and that was the Ghost King seal. They were spirits that were born in the land of ghosts. They were subdued and refined by a Ghost King Valley disciple using a special method and were constantly fed with their own essence, chi, and soul, growing alongside their master. When facing the enemy, they would be able to launch a surprise attack. It could be said that when a Ghost King Valley disciple's cultivation reached a profound level, when fighting, it was always 2 against 1. However, Lung Shan's group of young disciples was different. For the time being, they hadn't cultivated the Ghost King seal to that level and couldn't display its full power. No one had ever been able to forcibly pull the Ghost King seal out of a Ghost King Valley disciple's body, but this master surnamed D had done so. Lung Shan didn't even notice. Just as she was about to ask, the middle-aged man opened his mouth and spat out a cloud of black mist which hit the Ghost King seal. The howling and struggling Ghost King seal seemed to have received a great deal of nourishment and instantly calmed down. Not only did it no longer have any of its previous agitation, but it also seemed to be enjoying itself, its twisted facial features showing a look of extreme satisfaction and joy. Lung Shan couldn't help being startled and quickly swallowed the words she was about to say. Here you go. The middle-aged man smiled and released the Ghost King seal back into Lung Shan's body. Junior sister. Chen Yi imprinted the scene just now into his eyes and was suddenly filled with righteous indignation, rushing over to protect Lung Shan and glaring at the middle-aged man. Your courage isn't small. The middle-aged man sneered. Lung Shan quickly said, I'm fine, brother, you've misunderstood, this senior just helped me a great deal. As she spoke, her expression became one of joy and excitement. What do you mean? Chen Yi asked curiously. My Ghost King seal fell into a deep sleep, Lung Shan explained. What? Chen Yi's eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. The Ghost King seal's spirit body grew as its owner grew, just like a snake shedding its skin. Every time it fell into a deep sleep, its strength would greatly increase when it awoke. Strictly speaking, the Ghost King seal in Lung Shan's body had already evolved 3 times. The next time it would evolve was when she broke through to the immortal ascension boundary. At that time, the Ghost King seal's strength would not be inferior to an ordinary immortal ascension boundary master. But now, this evolution, which should have taken at least 1 or 2 years, had been abruptly brought forward. Lung Shan even felt that after this evolution, the Ghost King seal's spirit body would undergo earth-shattering changes. This was no ordinary hibernation evolution. And all of this was because of the black mist the master surnamed D had spat out. Many thanks, senior. Lung Shan was overjoyed and quickly expressed her gratitude. No need, just consider it your reward for helping Yang Kai. Treat your spirit body well. When it wakes up, it will develop sentience and become your most loyal partner, Master D said earnestly. Develop sentience. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples all opened their mouths in disbelief. The Ghost King seal's spirit body developing sentience wasn't just empty talk. In the records of Ghost King Valley, such a thing had indeed happened, but it was a senior who had cultivated to the above immortal ascension boundary several hundred years ago. The current Valley Master of Ghost King Valley, Gui Li's spirit body, had not yet developed sentience. Only now did everyone realize how precious this gift was. Lung Shan's face flushed with excitement as she bit her thin lip, not knowing what to say. After a long silence, she asked softly, Senior D, what is your relationship with Yang Kai? He is my young master. The middle-aged man coughed lightly, almost spilling the beans. So, you're from the Yang family? Lung Shan's beautiful eyes lit up. Well, that's hard to say. The middle-aged man replied ambiguously. Senior. Chen Yi walked up, nodding his head and scratching his cheeks as he said, You see, like junior sister, we all went to help Yang Kai. The middle-aged man glanced over at him and snorted. Do you think helping your spirit body evolve is as simple as blowing a breath of air? That will cost this old master a great deal of cultivation. Chen Yi's face went black as he felt extremely embarrassed, but he was also reluctant to give up. If he cultivated on his own, even if he died, it would be impossible for his spirit body to evolve sentience and become a legendary existence. With such a great opportunity in front of him, if he didn't grasp it, he might regret it for the rest of his life. But since this old man had said so, Chen Yi really didn't know what to say. Unexpectedly, the middle-aged man suddenly changed the subject and said, But today this old master is in a good mood, so I'll help you little brats. Seeing this turn of events, Chen Yi was so excited that he couldn't help expressing his gratitude, constantly beckoning to those behind him. Come here, everyone come here. The remaining few Ghost King Valley disciples all rushed up with smiles on their faces, constantly calling out, Senior. The middle-aged man didn't hesitate, pulling the Ghost King seals out of their bodies one by one, blowing on them and putting them back. After a short time, the process was complete. The 7 or 8 Ghost King Valley disciples glanced at each other and saw the excitement and expectation in each other's eyes. Just now, when they heard this middle-aged man speak, they didn't feel anything special. But now that the Ghost King seal's spirit body had returned, everyone was aware that this time's evolution was bound to lead to a qualitative leap forward, so they were all looking forward to the future. This time, they had really made a big profit. They hadn't even arrived in War City and hadn't even seen Yang Kai's face, but halfway through, they had encountered a master who had a relationship with Yang Kai and had received such a big gift. If they really arrived in War City, they would be able to interact with this senior all the time and receive guidance from him. The opportunities of the Ghost King Valley disciples made the people from Treasure Instrument sect extremely envious. Tao Yang eagerly rushed up, grinning mischievously. Senior, we are also going to help Kai Yang. Did you? What do you want? The middle-aged man didn't get angry and just looked at him with a smile. Tao Yang's expression became serious as he asked, "Does Senior have a way to improve the purity of my Yuan Qi? It would be best if I could improve it by 1 or 2 levels." An artifact refiner's artifact refining and an alchemist's alchemy were both based on the same principle. Both had high requirements for the purity and condensation of one's Yuan Qi. Tao Yang wasn't a Ghost King Valley disciple but rather an artifact refiner, so naturally he could only ask for an improvement in this aspect. Hearing his request, the middle-aged man sneered, "This old master can't help you with this kind of thing. Everything depends on your own efforts." "Is that so?" Tao Yang couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. "I just heard those people call you from Treasure Instrument sect, right? Then this old master can give you a few pointers on the artifact refining path? Heh, I just don't know if you'll be enlightened or not." Wu Yan couldn't help but sneer disdainfully. Although this middle-aged man was powerful and had a strange personality, when it came to artifact refining, no one in this world could compare to Treasure Instrument sect, even an above immortal ascension boundary master. Of course, Wu Yan didn't take him seriously and thought he was just showing off. "Senior also understands artifact refining?" Tao Yang's eyes lit up. The old man surnamed D nodded gently. "I understand a little, but I'm not proficient in it. However, it's still enough to give you pointers." This time, even Tao Yang's expression became strange, not knowing what to say next. Someone actually dared to show off their artifact refining skills in front of Treasure Instrument sect. This was the biggest joke in the world. The other party's methods were cruel and ruthless, so if he were to lose face, he would likely become enraged and start a massacre. With no other choice, Tao Yang could only grit his teeth and humbly ask for advice in order to satisfy this old man's request. Chapter 476. Tao Yang didn't have much hope and was only afraid of angering this master, so he pretended to be humble and asked for advice. However, after talking with this master for a while, Tao Yang couldn't help his expression becoming dignified. He found that this middle-aged man really wasn't a specialist in artifact refining, and it was very likely that he rarely refined artifacts himself. However, some of the techniques and artifact refining he had mastered far exceeded Tao Yang's own understanding and experience. Many of these things were completely unheard of, far beyond the current level of artifact refining. This time, not only was Tao Yang shocked, even Wu Yan, who had been somewhat disdainful before, finally put on a serious expression and listened attentively. After half an hour, Wu Yan finally couldn't hold back and joined in, putting forward his own views on the problems of artifact refining. The master surnamed D's expression remained unchanged as he calmly explained. Inside War City, Yang Kai's mansion, inside the little senior sister's room, Yang Kai took a deep breath and the bone shield in his hand finally turned into a stream of light and disappeared into his body. Refining a mysterious grade artifact took Yang Kai a full 5 days, and this was only possible under the continuous supply of true Yang Yuan Qi. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, it would have taken them at least 10 days to half a month to refine a mysterious grade artifact. As the bone shield entered his body, Yang Kai instantly understood its structure and functions, frowning for a moment before smiling with satisfaction. Worthy of a mysterious grade artifact, the role it could play was not small. If used well, it could be a deadly weapon. The reason why Yang Kai wanted to refine this bone shield first, rather than the mirror or the small sword. Yang Kai naturally had his own considerations. The grade of the mirror was higher than the bone shield, so refining it would definitely take much longer. On the other hand, the small sword was a soul-type artifact. Yang Kai felt that although his divine sense was powerful, he didn't have a knowledge C, so refining it would definitely be difficult. The bone shield naturally became his first choice. After the bone shield entered his body, he began to understand the mysterious principles and spirit arrays engraved on it. This also allowed Yang Kai to comprehend something, and unconsciously, his Yuan Qi 8th stage cultivation surged forward. Yang Kai estimated, if he could refine the mirror into his body, he would definitely be able to advance to Yuan Qi stage 9. After increasing his strength, he wanted to break through the current bottleneck. It was not as simple as the accumulation of power. What was more important was the improvement of one's temperament and understanding of martial arts. Once the latter too met the requirements, the accumulation of power would become very easy. While he was investigating the mysteries of the bone shield, Yang Kai suddenly felt a fluctuation in his mind. He couldn't help but be startled. He quickly raised his head and looked out of the door. His face was overflowing with joy. "Old bastard, you finally showed up." Yang Kai grinned, slowly got up, opened the door and walked out. "Little Lord." Ing Jiao appeared like a ghost. Yang Kai glanced at him indifferently. Using his divine sense to scan Yang Kai's body, he found that Yang Kai had already recovered, so he couldn't help but nod in satisfaction. He didn't say anything else and just said, "Cultivate on your own. I don't need you for now." Ing Jiao's figure gradually faded into the air. In fact, he was also a little surprised. He hadn't expected Yang Kai to not be surprised by his current situation. It was as if he had already expected that Meng Wuye would be able to lift the Qi binding seal. The door to the next room suddenly opened and Meng Wuye walked out with a dignified expression, staring off into the distance. "There's Demon Qi." When Treasurer Meng spoke, he glanced at Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally, "And I feel a little familiar." "You've seen it before." Yang Kai grinned. Meng Wuye's brow furrowed. Narrowing his eyes, he asked, "Is it that demon lord?" Yang Kai gently nodded. Originally, under the coiling dragon stream, Meng Wuye had pulled the old demon out of Yang Kai's body. At that time, the two of them had been quarreling. Although Meng Wuye hadn't done anything to the old demon and had an overwhelming advantage, Yang Kai was still keenly aware that Meng Wuye was somewhat afraid of the old demon. "Since it's him, this old master won't meddle. When he comes, tell him to come see me," Meng Wuye said lightly. Yang Kai was stunned but still nodded gently. "Little Yang Kai, don't blame this old master for speaking out of turn, but you'd better be careful of that demon lord. He's not as simple as you think." "I know." "In addition, tell him to restrain himself. There are 8 masters monitoring War City. His arrival must have alerted those 8 masters." Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a bit of a headache. The 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters of the central capital's 8 great families were monitoring War City, so the old demon's aura couldn't be hidden from them. Although he had his own protection, if he did something too outrageous, those 8 masters would certainly not sit idly by. After Meng Wuye said a few words, he turned around and walked back into the house. Yang Kai wore a helpless expression as he stepped forward to greet this visitor. He really wanted to know what the old demon had been up to these past few months. Moreover, from what he could sense, not only was the old demon present, but also Lung Shan's soul fluctuations. Since Lung Shan had come, the people from Ghost King Valley must have also come, something Yang Kai hadn't expected. On the way, Yang Kai met a cultivator who he didn't know which force he belonged to, so he ordered, "Go and call Chiu Yimeng." The man nodded and hurried off to find Chiu Yimeng. When he reached the gate, the Chiu family's first young lady appeared, a trace of suspicion on her face as she asked, "What are you doing?" "I'm here to pick someone up," Yang Kai replied. "Pick someone up?" Chiu Yimeng's brow furrowed, but she immediately smiled happily. "Are there more people coming to join us?" "More or less." Yang Kai nodded indifferently. Chiu Yimeng looked at him with a smile. Although she didn't know how he knew, since he said so, it couldn't be wrong. Pursing her lips, she said, "It's a good thing that more people are coming. Our strength is getting stronger and stronger. The people who came this time are a bit different. You have to arrange things carefully, don't let them have any conflicts with the other forces in the house, and pay more attention to them in the future." "What do you mean?" Chiu Yimeng didn't understand. In the past, no matter what kind of people came, Yang Kai had never said anything like this. Whether it was a super force, a first-class family, or a second-class sect, Yang Kai's attitude was always the same, neither looking down on anyone nor raising anyone. It was because of this equal attitude that everyone in the house felt at ease. But now, he actually wanted her to pay special attention to this new group of people. Chiu Yimeng couldn't help secretly wondering what kind of relationship this new group of people had with Yang Kai. Was it really worth it? They're from the ash-gray cloud evil land, do you understand? Yang Kai glanced at Chiu Yimeng. In the Chiu family's first young lady's mind, the figures of two women couldn't help appearing. One was a mature beauty, the other was a young girl with a milky white liquid flowing from her mouth. She couldn't help asking, did the queen bring people here? No, they're from Ghost King Valley. Yang Kai shook his head. Chiu Yimeng was stunned for a moment before nodding lightly, I understand. If they were from the ash-gray cloud evil land, then they were evil sect disciples. Perhaps they had some kind of grievance with the sect forces in the house before, and if it wasn't handled properly, it would only lead to trouble. But when did this smelly man have a relationship with Ghost King Valley? Chiu Yimeng was once again moved by Yang Kai's wide circle of friends. A short time later, a large group of people appeared in front of the house, a total of more than 30 people. Seeing this, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help smiling. Her face was full of smiles. Yang Kai crossed his hands behind his back and stood there quietly, his eyes sweeping over a middle-aged man who was leading this group and couldn't help smiling. Glancing behind him, Yang Kai saw the several Ghost King Valley disciples he had encountered in the evil cavern. All of them were present. However, what made Yang Kai feel both surprised and excited was that the people from Treasure Instrument sect had also come. Not long after the Inheritance War began, Yang Kai had sent a messenger from the Bamboo Knot Gang to deliver a message to his little senior sister, who had immediately rushed over after receiving it. Treasure Instrument sect had not responded, and as for the other forces in the house, they had all gathered here. All of them had gathered by themselves, not Kai Yang. But now that Tao Yang and the others had finally appeared, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a big stone fall from his heart. The only thing that made him feel strange was that these three groups of people had come together. What made Yang Kai even more puzzled was that whether it was the people from Ghost King Valley or Treasure Instrument sect, all of them were extremely respectful towards the old demon who was leading this group. What is this old demon doing? Yang Kai frowned. After not seeing each other for so long, the old demon also seemed a little excited, quickly leading the group forward. In front of so many people, the old demon didn't want to reveal the relationship between him and Yang Kai, so he simply cupped his fists and said, "Young master, this old master missed you." Yang Kai coldly snorted, "I thought you would never come to see me again in this life." The old demon suddenly looked embarrassed and quickly said, "Of course not, this old master came here because there was an accident, haha. We'll talk about your business later." Yang Kai glared at him. Seeing this, old demon Ru Meng hurriedly stepped forward and stood beside Yang Kai, smiling as he glanced over at Chiu Yimeng, secretly nodding his head, secretly praising this little girl in his heart for being qualified to warm his young master's bed. Chiu Yimeng smiled and politely bowed to the old demon. Although this person gave her a somewhat uncomfortable feeling, in the end he had come to help Yang Kai. On the other hand, the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument sect group were stunned. Along the way, both groups had thoroughly experienced the power and mystery of the old demon. After the Ghost King seals were blown into black mist by him, all of them fell into a deep sleep and were on the verge of evolving. Wu Yen of Treasure Instrument sect also no longer underestimated old demon. Whether it was his demeanor or his words, he was very respectful towards him. However, such a mysterious, powerful, cruel, and bloody person, when they saw Yang Kai, actually gave them a feeling of a mouse seeing a cat. What was going on? Everyone couldn't figure it out. "Brother Yang, long time no see." After a moment of silence, the Ghost King Valley group and Tao Yang stepped forward to greet him. "Many thanks." Yang Kai swept his eyes over the crowd. "It's been a long and tiring journey. Did you encounter anything abnormal along the way?" As he spoke, Yang Kai shot a glance towards old demon. He was really afraid that old demon would do something that would shock heaven and earth. No, it was just a small trouble. Fortunately, Senior Earth lent us a helping hand, so we were all safe and sound. Everyone replied in unison. After all, how could they have the nerve to reveal old demon's cruel methods now? Chapter 477. The atmosphere was harmonious, and everyone was exchanging pleasantries. Chiu Yimeng observed from the sidelines and found that the 7 or 8 cultivator with their hands wrapped in white cloth gave her a somewhat gloomy feeling and suddenly realized that these people should be the disciples of Ghost King Valley. However, the origins of the rest of these people made Chiu Yimeng excited. These people were actually artifact refiners from Treasure Instrument Sect. In particular, Chiu Yimeng was no stranger to the name of Wu Yen. In Treasure Instrument Sect, besides the sect master, this Wu Yen was the most skilled artifact refiner. It was rumored that in order to collect flames for artifact refining, Wu Yen had traveled all over the world, even going as far as to travel to other countries. It took him a full 20 years to obtain what he wanted and refine these heaven and earth spirit flames into his body, forcibly changing his physique and Yuan Qi attributes. This was a top artifact refiner who could refine mysterious grade mid-rank artifacts. In the world of artifact refining, his reputation was not inferior to that of Xiao Fu Xing in the world of alchemy. However, artifact refining was much more complex than alchemy. It took a long time and required many more materials. In addition, a cultivator's need for pills was much greater than their need for artifacts, so in terms of reputation, Wu Yen was inferior to Xiao Fu Sheng. Treasure Instrument Sect was also inferior to Medicine King's Valley. However, this still couldn't erase Wu Yan's super high attainments in artifact refining. In addition to him, Treasure Instrument Sect had brought nearly 20 disciples, all of whom were outstanding artifact refiners. How could Chiu Yimeng dare neglect? Together with Yang Kai, she arranged for the Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect disciples to rest in the mansion, her whole face flushed with excitement. Her steps were light as a feather. Counting with her fingers, Chiu Yimeng discovered that the number of helpers Yang Kai had now gathered had reached an incredible level. Not to mention the dozen or so large and small forces, just the addition of Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect was enough to make everyone jealous. How did he do it? Looking at the figure of the man walking in front of her, the Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help biting her thin lip. She was intoxicated. With her head full of random thoughts, Chiu Yimeng followed Yang Kai all the way to the main hall, still unable to recover her senses. Yang Kai kept imagining the beautiful future in his mind, as if a new scroll of painting was slowly unfolding in his hands. That was the beautiful scene of Yang Kai conquering his brothers and winning the inheritance war to become the Yang family patriarch. His breathing quickened. Once again, she rejoiced at her decision to leave her family to help him. This old servant greets the young master. Just as she was in a daze, a voice suddenly reached her ears, causing Chiu Yimeng to be startled. Turning her head, she couldn't help being dumbfounded. She found that the middle-aged man who was respected by Ghost King Valley and Treasure Instrument Sect's Wu Yen was actually kneeling on the ground, his expression respectful, his head bowed. Old servant? Young master? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but open her mouth and cover it with her hand, her beautiful eyes trembling. Even though she didn't know what level of expert the old demon was, she was confident in her ability. However, the pressure she felt from the old demon was even greater than that of the blood warriors in the mansion. In other words, this middle-aged man with a gloomy aura was definitely stronger than the blood warriors. But at this moment, he was actually making such a humble gesture and even calling himself old servant? Even the blood warriors who followed Yang Kai. None of them had ever bowed so low, right? Staring at Yang Kai blankly, Chiu Yimeng was surprised to find that his expression was indifferent, as if he didn't feel the slightest discomfort, simply saying, "Get up, there's no need to act like this between you and me." "Many thanks, young master." The middle-aged man stood up happily, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. Noticing Chiu Yimeng's surprise, the old demon smiled faintly. "Little girl, we're not outsiders, so I won't hide my relationship with the young master from you, But please don't reveal it, our young master usually keeps a low profile. Chiao Yimeng quickly converged her expression and solemnly said, Senior can rest assured. Yahem, I didn't see anything, you can continue chatting. In fact, at this time, it was best to leave quickly. The fewer secrets one knew, the safer one would be. However, the powerful curiosity of a woman's nature caused Chiao Yimeng to become rooted in place, unable to move. Secretly wondering, how could this mysterious and powerful master's relationship with Yang Kai really be like that of a servant to a master? How could this smelly brat deserve such treatment? How is your body? Yang Kai didn't drive Chiao Yimeng away. After all, there was still a long way to go. Chiao Yimeng was the second in command in the mansion, so his relationship with the old demon certainly couldn't be hidden from her. Instead of making her suspect, it was better to open up. Listening to Yang Kai's question, the old demon suddenly showed a grateful expression, quickly replying, After a few months of activity, my condition has stabilized and there shouldn't be any problems for at least 30 years. What about after 30 years? Yang Kai furrowed his brow. Regarding his soul entering another person's body, Yang Kai also felt that it was a bit strange, and he didn't understand the mysteries involved. That will depend on old servant's efforts. If I can perfectly integrate with this body, there will be no need to change it in the future, but if I can't, after 30 years, I will have to find another suitable one. If there's anything I can help with, don't hesitate to ask. Yang Kai nodded lightly. Between him and the old demon, there was no need to be polite. Many thanks, young master. For the time being, there won't be any problems. Good, if you don't have anything else to say, go meet someone. Meng Wuya. Yang Kai's mouth curled up slightly as he observed the old demon's expression. Sure enough, he found that the old man's expression had changed slightly, revealing a look of dread. Yang Kai knew that Meng Wuya's methods had made the old demon somewhat apprehensive, so he was even more certain that Treasurer Meng wasn't as simple as he thought. That old bastard! The old demon ground his teeth in hatred. Wait for old servant to go and reason with him, then we'll settle old and new grievances. Saying so, he grinned meaningfully. Young master, you play with this girl, old servant will go find him. Yang Kai's face went black as he waved his hand. The old demon's figure flickered and disappeared. Only the two of them remained in the hall. Can I ask who this senior is? Chiao Yimeng asked curiously. Yang Kai shook his head. Forget it, you're always so secretive about everything you do. I'm used to it. Chiao Yimeng snorted. How is their progress in refining their artifacts? Yang Kai looked at her. These past few days, while he had been refining his artifacts, so had everyone else. Almost. In 2 days, most of them should be able to come out. Chiao Yimeng grinned. What about you? How's your progress? I just finished refining one. So fast. Chiao Yimeng's beautiful face changed slightly. All of the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained were mysterious grade, so with his current cultivation, it was impossible for him to refine them. 5 days was definitely not enough. The shock only lasted for a moment before Chiao Yimeng regained her composure. This young man had brought her too many miracles. Chiao Yimeng gradually became immune to this. Since the people from Treasure Instrument Sect are here, you'll also be busy. I've already marked out a place for artifact refining. You can arrange it for them. As for the materials, we've already accumulated a lot. In addition, inform the pill room to refine some pills that can quickly restore Yuan Qi. Artifact refining also consumes Yuan Qi, so don't let the artifact refiners tire themselves. I know. Then that's all. Yang Kai nodded, stood up, and walked inside. Looking at his gradually disappearing back, Chiao Yimeng opened her mouth. She didn't know why, but these days she especially wanted to say a few more words to him. After Yang Kai left, Chiao Yimeng shook her head with a wry smile. She gradually realized the mysteries of this man had become her Achilles' heel. Her curiosity drove her to dig out all the secrets in the depths of this man's heart in order to satisfy herself. The next day, Yang Kai came to the residence of Treasure Instrument Sect's people. After bargaining with Wu Yen for a while, the two sides reached a consensus. Treasure Instrument Sect was different from Medicine King's Valley. Medicine King's Valley's people had come to learn the alchemic way from Xia Ning Chang, but Treasure Instruments sect wanted to seek protection. Tao Yang being able to persuade Wu Yen to participate in the inheritance war was also a condition for Yang Kai. When Yang Kai really became the patriarch of the Yang family, he would have to declare to the outside world that Treasure Instruments sect was under his protection. If Yang Kai didn't win the inheritance war, he would have to use his own strength in the future to protect Treasure Instruments sect from being harassed by other forces. Yang Kai agreed to each of these conditions. Tao Yang was full of embarrassment, but there was nothing he could do. This matter was related to the future stability of the sect. A young disciple like him had no right to speak. After reaching an agreement, everyone from Treasure Instruments sect immediately began working on their artifact refining business. Wu Yen had also said that the artifacts Yang Kai had obtained from Pajing Lake a few days ago could be refined by him. Perhaps they could be upgraded to a higher grade. Even if they couldn't be upgraded, they would at least be more useful than before. He had the ability to do so. Yang Kai was greatly moved. Refining an artifact was completely different from refining an artifact. The former was refining an artifact on the basis of a finished artifact, removing the impurities and preserving the essences, which would undoubtedly save a lot of time, energy, and materials. Immediately, Yang Kai had Qiu Yimeng spread the word that any cultivator who had such intentions or needs could go to Treasure Instruments sect. After dealing with Treasure Instruments sect's affairs, Yang Kai rushed to Meng Wuya's room without stopping. The old demon had gone to see Meng Wuya yesterday, but until now there had been no news. He didn't know what these two old farts were up to, so Yang Kai was quite worried. If they were to really fight, his mansion would probably be annihilated in an instant. Soon, Yang Kai found that his worries were superfluous. After entering Treasurer Meng's room, he only saw the old demon and Meng Wuya sitting across from each other, both of them grinning at each other as if they were exchanging blows. The atmosphere was quite strange. Did the two of you have a good chat? Yang Kai inserted himself and asked with a smile. Not bad. Meng Wuya nodded lightly. The old demon's expression was unreadable and he didn't deny it, probably having suffered a loss. Now that we've talked, there's something I want to ask you. Yang Kai's expression became serious. What matter does young master have? The old demon quickly asked. It's about that mysterious master. Yang Kai glanced over at Meng Wuya. Seeing this, Treasurer Meng couldn't help but frown, suddenly realizing what he wanted to say. Last time, both he and Yang Kai had sensed the aura of that mysterious master at the same time, but by the time Yang Kai had arrived, that mysterious master had already escaped. In Pajing Lake, that mysterious master had once again appeared and snatched a mysterious great artifact. The existence of this person made Yang Kai feel like a fish bone was stuck in his throat. He had to get rid of it. Chapter 478. The old demon didn't know much about this mysterious master, so he asked curiously. Kai Yang briefly recounted the events of the 2 times he had fought with him. After the old demon listened, he was a little surprised and stared at Meng Wuya in amazement. Even you weren't able to see through that guy's background? Treasurer Meng slowly shook his head. That person has a special aura that isolates him from the outside world. I estimate that even an above immortal ascension boundary master would find it difficult to spy on him. If this person wants to hide, no one can find him. Amazing! The old demon praised before chuckling meaningfully, but from the way this guy fought with Ying Jiao and young master, his strength doesn't seem to be very good. Near the pill room, this man had been struck by Ying Jiao's dancing shadow strike and suffered some minor injuries. Above Pajing Lake, when Yang Kai attacked him with his sword, this man hadn't been able to completely avoid it. If his strength was really on the same level as Meng Wuya and the old demon, this situation wouldn't have happened. Yang Kai nodded lightly, but he's not bad, he's definitely a master. What does young master want to do? The old demon looked excited as he grinned. I'll say this first, don't expect this old master to intervene in this matter. Meng Wuya glanced over at Yang Kai. This old master is here solely to protect that little girl Ning Chang. This old master won't meddle in the affairs of War City. Saying so, he muttered, this old master is already so old, he doesn't have the face to intervene in the affairs of the younger generation. I didn't ask you to intervene. Yang Kai chuckled. I just want to ask if the two of you have any good ideas on how to uncover that person from the shadows. Meng Wuya shook his head slightly. The old demon was also suddenly speechless. Even Meng Wuya couldn't do anything to that person, so the old demon didn't dare make any guarantees. Unless that person appeared in Yang Kai's mansion again, there would be a chance, but last time they had already alerted the enemy. As long as that person's mind was still working properly, he shouldn't act in the near future. Young master, we don't have any information on that person. Old servant can't cook without rice. The old demon grinned meaningfully. Information, there is one. Yang Kai hesitated and suddenly said, What? Meng Wuya and old demon both looked over at the same time. She's a woman. Yang Kai's eyes. How do you know? Treasurer Meng frowned. Yang Kai smiled lightly and pulled a strand of black hair demon's hair out of his sleeve. He placed it in front of the two and said, I cut this off from her body at Pajing Lake. He paused for a moment before continuing, however, I don't know about her hair. Meng hair, Meng's Meng Wu hair. Both Meng Wuya and old demon turned to look at this strand of black hair at the same time and couldn't help feeling astonished. The reason for that was because that strand of black hair was completely different from the hair of ordinary women. Ordinary people, regardless of whether they were men or women, would have black hair. This strand of hair was light blue. Like the clear water of a lake, it was soft and smooth. Only this strand of hair was unique. After being stunned for a moment, Meng Wuya and the old demon couldn't help but look at each other with strange expressions on their faces. Yang Kai observed their expressions. He secretly guessed that they had thought of something. After a moment of silence, Meng Wuya said, I don't know who this woman is. I've never heard of anyone with this kind of hair, but I guess it has something to do with her cultivation method and physique. Yang Kai, don't underestimate this person. This woman may have an extraordinary background. Meng Wuya's words had a hidden meaning. Although Yang Kai didn't point it out, he still nodded with a dignified expression. He didn't have any intention of underestimating this woman. The old demon suddenly laughed mischievously. Young master, if this strand of hair was really cut off from that person, then old servant may have a way to find her. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Are you sure? Jia. Chasing souls and taking lives is old servant's specialty. With this strand of hair cut off from her body, she won't be able to hide from old servant. The old demon said confidently. Evil devil cultivator. Meng Wuya snorted. Not only did the old demon not care, but his smile became even more joyful. Yang Kai didn't care what method he used, as long as he could find that mysterious woman. He asked anxiously, how long will it take? About 10 days, but it also depends on luck. If that woman doesn't come close to old servant, then old servant won't be able to find her. Then prepare as soon as possible. Yang Kai said in a deep voice. No matter what purpose that woman had for approaching the alchemy room, since she didn't succeed the first time, she would definitely try a second time. Moreover, judging from her appearance at Pajing Lake, this woman was definitely a bold and reckless person who didn't put the heroes of the world in her eyes. Such a person was confident and arrogant and wouldn't shrink back because of a small setback. Once she found a way to completely hide her aura, she would definitely come again. The next time she came, it would be time for Yang Kai to surrender. Handing the strand of light blue hair to the old demon, Yang Kai hurriedly left. Near the artifact refining room, Yang Kai found Chiu Meng, who was busy, and secretly whispered a few words to her. No one knew what Yang Kai said to her, but all they saw was Chiu Meng's agitated expression, her attitude firm, and her refusal to release Yang Kai's arm. The Chiu family's first young lady rarely did anything impolite. Her noble birth and good upbringing gave her an extraordinary upbringing, so in front of so many people, she held onto Yang Kai's arm and refused to let go, as if Yang Kai had abandoned her, causing all the passing cultivators to secretly speculate. In the end, Yang Kai broke free from Chiu Meng's grasp and strode away, leaving behind the Chiu family's first young lady, who stomped her feet angrily. Young Lady Chiu, what happened to my junior brother? Lan Chu Dai, who had just finished refining an artifact, came out for a breath of fresh air and happened to see this scene, so she couldn't help but be curious. Nothing. Chiao Yimeng quickly restrained her expression and slowly shook her head. Lan Chudai smiled slightly and no longer asked, knowing that with her current status, she was not qualified to know too many high-level secrets. On the other side, the Hu sisters were also looking out the window and saw this scene. Did you see that? That stinky man is a pervert. In front of so many people, he actually dared to flirt with that woman surnamed Chiao. How shameless! Little sister, be careful, don't fall for his tricks. Hu Jiao Er gnashed her teeth as she warned her younger sister. Hu Mei Er held her chin in her hand as her mind wandered around the 9 heavens, ignoring her warning. Seeing her younger sister's infatuated appearance, Hu Jiao Er couldn't help but shake her head and sigh. Stretching out her jade hand, she pinched her younger sister's delicate nose and shook it from side to side. Cultivate. Hu Mei Er reluctantly withdrew her gaze. Although Blood Battle Gang and Storm Hall had come to seek refuge in Yang Kai's mansion later, Chiao Yimeng still didn't treat them unfairly. With the help of the mysterious grade pills provided by the pill room, the Hu sisters' cultivation progress was much faster than before. In just a few days, their twin chi shared spirit divine art was on the verge of a breakthrough. Moreover, after taking these pills, the Hu sisters clearly felt that there seemed to be some subtle changes inside their bodies. It was easier for them to absorb world energy than before, their meridians were firmer and more stable, and their secret arts were faster than before. Yang Kai's aptitude and strength made them feel pressure, and they knew that if they didn't work hard, they would only be left far behind. Naturally, they didn't dare to slack off in their cultivation. Night fell, east of War City, Yang Wei's mansion. Yang Wei, who was refining the mysterious grade artifact he had just obtained a few days ago, suddenly heard a knock on the door. Frowning, he asked, "What's the matter?" "Eldest young lord, someone has come to visit." The voice of the Meng family's Meng Shan-yi came from outside with a strange tone. "Who is it?" Yang Wei's eyes flashed. He was refining a mysterious grade artifact. Meng Shan-yi didn't know. If it weren't for the identity of this visitor being extraordinary, he would never have bothered him. What kind of person could make Meng Shan-yi's tone become so strange? "I think it's probably Yang Kai." "Ninth brother?" Yang Wei's voice suddenly rose a few octaves, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Soon, the door opened and Yang Wei appeared in front of Meng Shan-yi with a solemn expression, his hands crossed behind his back as he asked, "Is it really ninth brother?" Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. "I didn't see clearly, but the one next to him was Senior Ingjiao. I think that besides Yang Kai, Ingjiao wouldn't have followed him." Yang Wei's expression became solemn as he nodded. "Since Ingjiao is here, it must be ninth brother." After a pause, he chuckled, acting so boldly, "I really can't see through ninth brother." Although he had deliberately shown goodwill during the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, in the end, the two of them were still rivals. Yang Kai daring to come to his house with only Ingjiao, his courage was not ordinary. "Eldest young lord, this is an opportunity," Meng Shan-yi said in a low voice, his expression eager. "Judging from Yang Kai's performance since the beginning of the Inheritance War until now, he will definitely be a stronger enemy than second young master in the future. We might as well take advantage of this opportunity to take advantage of him tonight." Saying so, he gestured with his hand. Yang Wei sneered and slowly shook his head. "Eldest young lord." Meng Shan-yi's tone became urgent, obviously not understanding why Yang Wei didn't grasp such a good opportunity. To achieve great things, one shouldn't bother with trifles. If we don't eliminate him now, I'm afraid there won't be another chance. From the beginning, no one was optimistic about Yang Kai's chances, but now his reputation was like the sun in the sky, and his voice was rising day by day. The changes and development of Yang Kai's house were almost astonishing. His advantages were expanding step by step, and as time passed, this advantage would only grow larger and larger until he could annex and destroy all his enemies and become the ultimate victor. Meng Shan-yi seemed to have already seen that day coming. He was Yang Wei's ally, how could he not be anxious? But the eldest young lord had let go of such a great opportunity in front of him and not taken advantage of it, as if he was worried about his brotherly feelings. "I have my own plans, there's no need to say more." Yang Wei waved his hand and strode away. Meng Shan-yi was depressed, but after thinking about it for a moment, his expression suddenly became firm, turned around, and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 479. Inside the main hall, Yang Kai wore a black robe that wrapped around his entire body as he sat quietly and waited. Behind him, Ing Jiao stood indifferently, his divine sense roaming as he vigilantly scanned the surroundings. Looking at Yang Kai's calm face, Ing Jiao couldn't help secretly admiring him. When night fell, Yang Kai suddenly asked him to follow him out the door. Ing Jiao didn't ask where they were going, but after the two of them sneaked into the house, they were suddenly startled. The place Yang Kai was going to was actually Yang Wei's mansion. Not daring to take this lightly, Ing Jiao became extremely vigilant. Thinking back to the dispute between the little lord and Qiu Yimeng during the day, Ing Jiao suddenly understood that Qiu Yimeng must have also been opposed to Yang Kai's approach, not taking her own safety seriously. That was why she had disregarded the etiquette of the Qiu family's first young lady. Since entering the main hall, Ing Jiao had noticed several divine senses sweeping the area, but he hadn't been able to find a single trace of anyone. Even Yang Wei hadn't appeared. Ing Jiao knew that the masters from Yang Wei's mansion were secretly observing this place. Not only did Ing Jiao know this, but the little lord was also aware, but he still remained calm and collected. Ninth brother, your courage isn't small, actually daring to come to my house alone. Aren't you afraid I'll make you stay? A cold voice suddenly came from inside, echoing endlessly in the main hall, causing everyone's eardrums to tremble. Or, do you think there's no one in my house? Yang Kai only felt his ears fill with Yang Wei's roar, and at the same time, a burst of spiritual energy struck him, but without any murderous intent. Obviously it was just a probe. A few days ago, when Yang Kai fought with Lu Qingyao, Yang Wei had watched from 1,000 meters away. Not being able to feel Yang Kai's strength, he was naturally curious about Yang Kai's abilities. Yang Kai remained indifferent, allowing this burst of spiritual energy to penetrate his mind, chuckling lightly. Afraid? If Big Brother would do that, I wouldn't have come. Ha! Yang Wei laughed, finally appearing from the darkness and arriving in front of Yang Kai. Ing Jiao couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Surprisingly, he found that Yang Wei had come here alone, without even a single blood warrior around him. Although there were many masters guarding this side hall, Ing Jiao was confident that if he wanted to capture Yang Wei, it would be a piece of cake. These two brothers? Ing Jiao shook his head slightly. They really trusted each other more than the other. Yang Kai took off the hat covering his head, revealing his original face. He smiled at Yang Wei, who clapped his hands, and immediately a maidservant served tea. After the maidservant left, Yang Kai said, Big Brother, this is the first time we've talked like this, right? Not bad. Yang Wei nodded. Ever since he was young, Yang Wei gave people a feeling of loneliness. He wasn't close to any of his brothers. It was Yang Kai's first time talking to him face to face. Ninth brother, what do you want to do this time? Yang Wei went straight to the point. Obviously, he had some guesses in his heart. Yang Kai nodded and took a deep breath. The family is very dissatisfied with our progress, otherwise, they wouldn't have invested 1,000 artifacts to speed up the process. Since they want us to move faster, we have to move faster. Then we can only be a little faster. Otherwise, they will have more backup plans to rush us. Big Brother should also understand, right? I understand, and I think the others also understand. Yang Wei nodded. That's why, if we don't act now, others will only take the initiative. Yang Kai said in a low voice. The attitude of the family was already very obvious. The investment of 1,000 artifacts had already conveyed a clear message, which everyone understood. Once the various forces had digested this batch of artifacts, there would definitely be people who couldn't hold back and took action. Who does Big Brother think will be the first target? Yang Wei glanced at him and said, Is there a need to ask such an obvious question? If it's not you, it's me. I think so too. Yang Kai grinned. Among the remaining 6 Yang family young lords, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers, and Yang Xin and Yang Ying were also blood brothers. Although they were still rivals, when there were other enemies in the inheritance war, they would still help each other. If there really was a big move, it would definitely be these two pairs of brothers who would join forces to attack, and the target would be Yang Kai or Yang Wei. After all, Yang Wei was the eldest brother. On the first night of the inheritance war, he had been polite to his brothers, so the four of them definitely wouldn't attack him first. In less than 10 days, Yang Kai was bound to be attacked from all sides. His limelight was too great, and he had even snatched 2 mysterious grade artifacts a few days ago, so how could his brothers give him time to digest them? Of these 4, if any one of them had help, Yang Kai wouldn't put them in his eyes, but if the 4 of them joined forces, he would have to pay a great price to defend himself. Unless Meng Wuya and the old demon joined forces, there was a possibility of reducing losses. It was because of this realization that Yang Kai had rushed to Yang Wei's house that night to discuss this matter. "Who do you want to attack?" Yang Wei asked with slight excitement. "Fifth brother." Yang Kai grinned. Yang Wei was stunned, but after thinking for a while he suddenly realized something and coldly snorted. Fifth brother choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers was an unwise move. In terms of strength among the remaining 6 brothers, Yang Kong was definitely not the weakest, but Yang Kai still chose him as the first target, obviously because of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's blood warrior pair. If it weren't for the accident that occurred before the start of the inheritance war, Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian would now be following Yang Kai. Yang Kai targeting them like this was obviously because he cared about Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian. "What do you want eldest brother to do?" Yang Wei asked in a deep voice. "Just restrain second brother. I'm afraid second brother will try to stir up trouble when he hears the news." Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. "That's not a problem." Yang Wei nodded, but soon smiled slyly. "But what benefits does eldest brother gain by doing this?" Yang Wei obviously wanted to ask for some tangible benefits. He and Yang Kai were still rivals, so it was impossible for him to consume his strength to help Yang Kai for free. Even if he was willing to do so, his subordinates wouldn't be willing. Since Yang Kai wanted Yang Wei to lead his people to restrain Yang Zhao, he had to come up with enough chips and sincerity. Even blood brothers had to settle accounts clearly. What does eldest brother want? Yang Kai had already considered this issue before coming here, so he wasn't surprised to hear it now. Lightly coughing, Yang Wei smiled and said, "Eldest brother is a little jealous of the alchemists in your house. I don't want too many, just 5 of them, how about it?" Yang Kai couldn't help laughing. "Eldest brother, your appetite is too big." "Not big, right?" Yang Wei smiled. "You have 30 alchemists in your house, I only want 5. I can't make that decision." Yang Kai shook his head. "You know what kind of temperament those alchemists have. Although they perform alchemy in my house, I can't order them around. How about this? How about I give eldest brother a batch of mysterious grade pills?" "Mysterious grade pills?" Yang Wei heard this and couldn't help shaking his head and smiling bitterly. "Mysterious grade pills, 9th brother, you really are generous." "All right, eldest brother agrees." He also knew that asking for 5 alchemists from Medicine King's Valley was impossible. Asking for such a condition was simply asking for a lower price. His expression becoming solemn, Yang Kai quickly asked, "When do we begin?" "Tomorrow night." Yang Wei frowned, a trace of doubt appearing on his face. He hadn't expected Yang Kai's actions to be so urgent. There was only 1 day left, so according to normal circumstances, many cultivators would have refined the artifacts they had snatched a few days ago into their bodies by tomorrow. Yang Kai choosing this time to make a move was obviously because he wanted to rely on the assistance these artifacts would bring him. But would he be able to use the mysterious grade artifacts he had obtained? Yang Kai's mysterious grade artifact would take at least 8 days to completely refine. Presumably the same was true for everyone else. "I'll wait for your news." Yang Wei didn't dwell on this matter. When an artifact was usable, everyone would definitely be able to use it, but if it wasn't, no one would be able to use it. No matter what, everyone was in an equal position. As he spoke, he glanced over at Ing Jiao, intentionally or unintentionally, a deep sense of doubt flashing across his eyes. During the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, 6 blood warriors had been affected by the Qi binding seal, and Ing Jiao was one of them. Yang Wei didn't understand why he would come to his house with Yang Kai now, and from the looks of it, he didn't seem to be affected by the chi binding seal. What did this mean? Could it be that he had already lifted the chi binding seal? Then it settled. Yang Kai slowly stood up and sneered meaningfully. Now that we've finished talking business, let's talk about something else. Yang Wei's expression froze. What's the point of hiding? Hurry up and come out. Yang Kai glanced around coldly and shouted. At the same time, Ingio's figure suddenly faded into thin air, disappearing as if he had never existed. Yang Wei's expression suddenly changed as he scanned his surroundings, his face suddenly becoming pale. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk a number of figures suddenly appeared from all directions and surrounded Yang Kai. From the front door of the side hall, Meng Shan-yi stepped in gracefully, a leisurely expression on his face. Yang Wei's expression became ugly as he shouted, "What do you want to do?" As he spoke, Yang Wei's yuan qi surged violently as he glared at Meng Shan-yi. Meng Shan-yi glanced at Yang Wei, grit his teeth, and cupped his fists. "Eldest young lord, please forgive me. This Shan-yi acted on my own accord and wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to keep ninth young lord here." Saying so, he turned to look at Yang Kai and said, "Ninth young lord, please don't blame this Meng for being vicious. This was a rare opportunity you brought to me. If this Meng did not grasp it properly, it would be a shame. Eldest young lord did not know about this matter. It was all this Meng's own idea. If you want to retaliate in the future, please come at this Meng." Yang Kai chuckled. "Of course eldest brother doesn't know. If he did, he wouldn't have talked so much with me." Hearing this, Meng Shan-yi nodded gently. "It's good that ninth young lord understands." Yang Wei remained expressionless, his expression gloomy as he took a deep breath and said, "Shan-yi, you've made a mistake this time." Meng Shan-yi smiled bitterly. "Eldest young lord, if you can't bring yourself to do it, this Shan-yi will do it for you." "That's not what I'm talking about." Yang Wei slowly shook his head, a look of disappointment on his face. "Do you think ninth young lord dares to come alone without any support? Do you think these people can keep him here?" Chapter 480. If you really think so, you can try. Yang Wei's expression calmed down. Meng Shan-yi couldn't help being stunned. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei wouldn't stop him from acting on his own initiative, causing him to be stunned for a moment. Immediately, he was overjoyed. "Many thanks, eldest young master." Yang Wei didn't deny this, instead glancing over at him with some pity. "Ninth young lord, please forgive me." Meng Shan-yi's expression sank as he waved his hand. In an instant, more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters rushed towards Yang Kai from all directions. This was the main hall of Yang Wei's mansion, and although the space wasn't small, it wasn't too big either. Meng Shan-yi couldn't arrange for too many people to enter, so with more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters and 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th-stage masters, in his opinion, such a luxurious lineup should be enough to easily capture Yang Kai. While issuing this order, Meng Shan-yi also narrowed his eyes and searched for Ingio's position. Ingio didn't appear, but when the dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary Cultivator approached Yang Kai less than 10 meters away, Yang Kai's mouth curled slightly. A cold light suddenly burst out from his body and a dark and obscure energy fluctuation spread out. Accompanied by the surprised cries of the dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, the martial skills they had sent out were like stones sinking into the sea, disappearing without the slightest ripple. In their shock, everyone retreated. Looking over, everyone's expression changed slightly. In Yang Kai's hand, a bone shield had appeared at some point. This bone shield had a strange shape, about the size of a millstone, and its edges were filled with extremely sharp bone spikes. At the center of this bone shield was a bloody maw, bearing its fangs. It was a terrifying sight to behold, causing anyone who saw it to shudder in fear. At this moment, the bone shield glowed with a faint light. Yang Kai simply held it in front of him, standing there quietly, giving everyone a feeling that he was impregnable. Yang Wei's expression became strange while Meng Shan-yi also couldn't believe the scene in front of him. This bone shield was clearly the one Lu Qingyao had snatched a few days ago and then thrown to Yang Kai. It was a mysterious grade artifact. It had only been 7 days. How could it have been refined by Yang Kai? A mysterious grade defensive artifact. It wasn't easy to break through. But that didn't mean that it couldn't break through. Everyone had not used their full strength in their attack just now. If more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage cultivator had used their full strength, it would have been enough to break this bone shield's defense. There was no time to think too much. Meng Shani once again roared, "Go!" The dozen or so people all wore cold expressions and no longer held back, releasing their martial skills and artifacts one after another. An earth-shattering attack came, enveloping Yang Kai within. Boom boom boom, a loud noise was heard, and the side hall shook violently. Countless tiny cracks appeared on the wall. Yang Kai was forced to retreat again and again, his face flushed red as his yuan qi madly surged. It seemed that he was also under great pressure, but the bone shield in his hand still stood firm in front of him. The energy released by the martial skills and artifacts that struck the bone shield were all swallowed up by the giant maw in the center of the bone shield, disappearing without a trace. What was even more bizarre was that, as the energy was swallowed up, the bone shield, which was only the size of a millstone, rapidly grew in size. After a round of attacks, the bone shield's surface area had become more than 3 times larger than before, completely blocking Yang Kai. Meng Shanyi's eyes trembled. He had never expected that a trivial mysterious grade low-rank defensive artifact would be able to withstand the onslaught of so many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. He also had a number of mysterious grade artifacts, but none of them were as magical as this bone shield. What's going on? In his shock, he suddenly noticed that Yang Kai's eyes had become dangerous, smashing the seemingly light bone shield into the ground, creating a large crater. In the next moment, the bone spikes on the edge of the bone shield all shot out. Shio. These bone spikes were incomparably sharp, and their auras were like rainbows as they whizzed through the air. In an instant, the faces of the more than a dozen Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters changed greatly as they hastily put up their defenses. Kong. An energy beam that made people's hearts palpitate suddenly burst out from the beast mouth in the middle of the bone shield. It seemed to be returning the energy that it had just swallowed. This energy beam was mixed with a destructive aura and was as thick as a human thigh as it shot straight towards Meng Shan. A terrifying pressure suddenly descended, and facing the summons of death, Meng Shan felt a chill run down his spine, unable to dodge in time. "Ji Li!" Yang Wei roared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Meng Shan. This person had a square face and a pair of overflowing eyes, giving off a dignified aura. One of the 2 blood warriors beside Yang Wei. As soon as Ji Li appeared, he let out a shout, his burly body suddenly flashing a dazzling golden light, as if his entire body had been transformed into gold, his exposed skin glowing brilliantly. Pushing out his fists, Ji Li met the incoming energy beam head-on. With a loud bang, Ji Li was sent flying. The golden light on his body suddenly dimmed, and the energy beam disappeared without a trace. Meng Shan stood in place blankly, sweat dripping from his forehead, a look of fear and panic filling his face. Turning his eyes towards Yang Kai again, he couldn't help revealing a deep sense of fear and dread. Shio. The dozen or so Immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters also sent the bone spears flying back to the edge of the bone shield while the expanded bone shield shrank back to the size of a millstone, losing its original deterrence after the beam of energy was sent flying back. The scene suddenly quieted down, no one daring to move. Yang Kai had only relied on a single mysterious grade artifact to block everyone's attacks while Jiao, who was hiding in the darkness, had yet to make a move. This time, even if they managed to capture Yang Kai, they would have to pay a huge price. Both offensive and defensive, ninth brother, you've got a good artifact. As if nothing had happened, Yang Wei stared at the bone shield in Yang Kai's hand with a burning gaze, his face filled with envy. Big brother's artifact can't be bad, right? Yang Kai chuckled and put away the bone shield. Yang Wei just smiled and didn't say anything. However, both of them knew that even if Yang Wei's artifact wasn't bad, it certainly couldn't compare to the bone shield. Judging from the roll of the bone shield just now, this artifact was very special, able to swallow attacks and reflect them back. In this world, there were very few such artifacts. Yang Wei was even more surprised. This bone shield in the hands of different people would definitely play different roles. Ninth Young Lord. Meng Shan-yi was still in a state of shock, staring straight at Yang Kai and asking in a deep voice, "Just now, did you really want to kill me?" The lethality contained in that energy beam was too great. Even if Meng Shan-yi had a mysterious great artifact, he wasn't sure he could withstand it. If he had really been hit, he didn't know what would have happened to him. This was the inheritance war. It wasn't that people didn't die. However, those who died weren't too important, such as the young lords and young ladies of the central capital's 8 great families. No one dared to kill them. Over the years, no young lord or young lady of the central capital had ever died in the inheritance war. It could even be said that the chances of them being injured were very small. Just now, if Ji Li hadn't blocked that energy beam at a critical moment, Meng Shan-yi estimated that he would have set a precedent. Whether or not Yang Kai really wanted to kill him just now, Meng Shan-yi naturally cared. "What do you think?" Yang Kai didn't answer and instead grinned at him. Meng Shan-yi's face went black. His heartbeat couldn't help accelerating. This ninth young lord, it seemed he really wanted to kill him. "Big brother, that's all for now. Ninth brother will take his leave first," Yang Kai said to Yang Wei before covering his face and calmly leaving. No one tried to stop him again. Meng Shan-yi didn't dare to give any more orders. Yang Wei didn't have any intention of stopping Yang Kai. The dozen or so immortal Ascension Boundary 6-stage masters naturally wouldn't act rashly. After Yang Kai left, Yang Wei glanced over at Meng Shan-yi faintly and said, "Ninth brother was just warning you, he didn't mean to kill you." Who knows? Meng Shan-yi took a deep breath and calmed the panic in his heart. "In any case, I've experienced ninth young lord's madness." Smiling bitterly, Yang Kai shook his head, but as eldest young lord said, he dared to enter this place alone because he had something to rely on. That bone shield, it was too strange. Even if it was a mysterious grade defensive artifact, it shouldn't have such a powerful function. If a mysterious grade artifact was so powerful, what was the point of cultivating? Generally speaking, a mysterious grade defensive artifact couldn't withstand the attacks of so many masters. "I'm afraid fifth brother is finished," Yang Wei said deeply. "I think so too." Meng Shan-yi nodded. Refining a mysterious grade defensive artifact so many days in advance, coupled with Ing Jiao suddenly lifting the Qi binding seal and restoring his peak strength, Yang Kai had a much greater advantage than Yang Kong. How could Yang Kong resist when he was caught off guard? Yang Wei was afraid that when Yang Kai brought people to attack Yang Kong tomorrow, Yang Kai would still be trying to refine his artifact. One was prepared while the other was caught off guard. Coupled with the gap between the blood warriors and artifacts, Yang Kong would undoubtedly lose. "Shan-yi, you're not suited to playing tricks." Yang Wei frowned. "If I were you, I wouldn't act in my own house. I would only send people to other people's houses to reveal ninth brother's whereabouts. When the time comes, I'll just sit back and watch the show." Listening to Yang Wei's words, Meng Shan-yi couldn't help staring at him in amazement. He hadn't expected that Yang Wei, who had always been straightforward, would actually have such a sinister side. But thinking about it carefully, Yang Wei's proposal was simply wonderful. If he had really done this just now, he could have just sat on top of the mountain and watched the tigers fight. Suddenly annoyed, Meng Shan-yi asked, "Eldest young lord, since you thought of this, why didn't you say so?" Yang Wei slowly shook his head. "In the future, before the inheritance war comes to an end, I'm not going to fight ninth brother." Meng Shan-yi nodded gently, recalling the dangerous scene just now, feeling a chill run down his spine, not daring to say anything more. Outside Yang Wei's house, Yang Kai walked alone in the shadows. After making such a big noise just now, naturally many people were paying attention to him. Sneaking out, he quickly hid his figure and didn't attract anyone's attention. Ing Jiao quietly followed him and walked into a dark alley. Only then did Yang Kai stop and take a deep breath, calming the boiling blood in his chest. Chapter 481. "Little Lord." Ing Jiao's concerned voice called out from behind. "I'm fine." Yang Kai slowly shook his head, a deep sense of helplessness appearing on his face. In the eyes of Yang Wei and Meng Shan-yi, Yang Kai had just been able to withstand the onslaught of more than a dozen immortal ascension boundary masters with just one artifact, but in reality, only Yang Kai knew the pain he had suffered. A mysterious grade artifact. No matter how good it was impossible for an Yuan Qi cultivator to display such great strength. Artifacts and martial skills were essentially the same, both were just icing on the cake. A cultivator's foundation was still their own strength. The bone shield was indeed extraordinary. With it, even Dong Qinghan and the others didn't have to worry about their safety when facing masters below the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage. However, using this thing consumed too much Yuan Qi. In that moment, Yang Kai had poured more than a dozen drops of Yuan Qi stored in his Yang liquid into the bone shield, allowing it to swallow the attacks of those masters. If it were any other cultivator of the same level, even if they consumed all of their Yuan Qi, they wouldn't be able to block a single blow from an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master. The defensive strength of the bone shield and its ability to swallow were completely linked to the amount of Yuan Qi the cultivator poured into it. The more Yuan Qi poured into the bone shield, the more attacks it could swallow. The stronger the bone shield's defensive strength would be. Such a large consumption made Yang Kai feel somewhat distressed. However, at least he had managed to convince Yang Wei, so at least he had gained something. Yang Kai's strength was still too low. If he had reached the immortal ascension boundary, the consumption of Yuan Qi would have been much less. Yang Kai couldn't wait to improve his strength, his eyes gradually becoming firm, and his heart couldn't help but fill with an impulse and desire to immediately go back into retreat. Like a burning flame. The subtle changes in his expression did not escape Ing Jiu's observation. This shadowy blood warrior seemed to have sensed the thoughts in Yang Kai's heart and couldn't help showing a strange expression. It seems the little lord was the kind of person who became braver the more he struggled. An ordinary cultivator, after witnessing the means displayed by a powerful master, would definitely leave behind some kind of shadow in his heart. At that time, not to mention fighting, even during cultivation, there may be some inevitable hindrances and heart demons that would affect him for the rest of his life. However, the little lord's heart was firm and his pursuit of the martial Dao was as firm as a rock. As long as his talent could keep up with this kind of opportunity, he would definitely achieve great things in the future. She guessed that Qiu Yimeng would not be able to rest well tonight. During the day, she had tried her best to prevent Yang Kai from going out alone, but to no avail. Now, she must be worried about him, right? During this time, Qiu Yimeng had also been so busy that she had no complaints. Although Ing Jiu had never mentioned it in front of Yang Kai could still see it clearly. Naturally, he couldn't bear to let the young lady of a great family sleep alone all night. "There's one more place we need to go," Yang Kai said with a helpless look on his face as he stepped forward. Ing Jiu nodded slightly, not saying a word, following behind Yang Kai. After walking around War City for a long time, the two of them came to a huge and majestic palace. At the huge entrance of this palace, there was no one guarding it and the door was closed. It seemed to be an abandoned palace. But when he looked up, Ing Jiu's expression suddenly changed. This huge palace was none other than the most sacred place in War City, the Seal Temple. The palace where the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters of the central capital 8 great families resided. What is the little lord doing here? Ing Jiu wondered. Looking at the plaque of the Seal Temple, Yang Kai also felt extremely helpless. Just as he was leaving Yang Wei's house, an old voice suddenly rang in his ears, telling him to come to the Seal Temple. This was a summons from the Yang family's supreme elder. Yang Kai had no choice but to come. It seemed that his every move was still under the surveillance of those 8 people. Even the slightest movement couldn't escape their perception. This kind of feeling made Kai Yang feel quite uncomfortable, as if he was being controlled by someone else. His heart was uncomfortable, so naturally his expression wasn't very good. Walking to the front of the temple, Yang Kai didn't even have time to introduce himself before the closed door slowly opened. Yang Kai couldn't help rolling his eyes as he led Ing Jiu inside. After the two of them walked in, the door slowly closed. Throughout the entire process, Yang Kai didn't see a single person and didn't even feel the slightest fluctuation of energy. Yang Kai couldn't help having a new understanding of the methods of an above immortal ascension boundary master. The interior of the conferred god temple was covered with a large red carpet, and the surrounding walls were decorated with sparkling gems. Even in the middle of the night, the main hall was brightly lit, as dazzling as the day. There were many stone pillars carved with lifelike patterns of birds and beasts. However, when Yang Kai glanced at these gems and patterns, his expression couldn't help but become a little dazed. He faintly felt that these things weren't randomly arranged but instead contained some inexplicable mysteries. But when he really looked at them, he didn't gain anything. Shaking his head, Yang Kai continued to move forward. However, the world energy in this seal temple was simple and natural. Obviously, it was just a palace, but standing inside it felt as if he was standing in the middle of 100,000 mountains. From time to time, he could hear the sounds of birds chirping and insects chattering, as well as the tinkling of small bridges and streams flowing into his ears. Everywhere he looked, there was a mysterious aura. Unlike Yang Kai's curious gaze, Injio was a bit cautious after entering this place, his body tensed up and his expression becoming even more meticulous. There was no one to guide him, no one to lead the way, but Kai Yang still felt as if there was a voice telling him where to go. Suddenly, his heart trembled. After walking for a long time, Yang Kai suddenly saw a bright light. Suddenly, a bright light appeared in front of him. The appearance of this light was very sudden, without any warning. By the time Yang Kai and Injio reacted, they discovered that they had already arrived at their destination. This was one of the main halls of the Seal Temple, and on a round table in front of them were 8 white-haired old men. Each of them had a transcendent aura about them as they sat in an octagonal position. Each of them was about a dozen meters away from each other, and in the middle of them, there was also a huge glowing ball floating in the air. The arrival of Yang Kai and Injio didn't disturb these 8 people at all. The 8 of them were forming mysterious seals in their hands, sometimes frowning in contemplation, sometimes smiling faintly as they sent their energy towards the glowing ball in the middle of the hall. After these energies entered, the glowing sphere also began to undergo some subtle changes that couldn't be explained. Yang Kai and Injio both unconsciously held their breaths as they stared at the glowing sphere. They were trying to understand the profound meaning behind the actions of these 8 people. Time passed by quickly. After an unknown amount of time, Yang Kai suddenly felt his vision blur, and when he recovered, he found that his position had changed. Originally, he was on the far side of the round table. Looking from afar, Yang Kai found himself standing on a lush green field with a blue sky and white clouds above his head. His nose and mouth were filled with the fragrance of flowers and birds. High up in the sky, there were people fighting, and the violent energy fluctuations caused Yang Kai to almost lose his footing. Looking up, Yang Kai's breath caught in his throat. The people fighting in the sky were none other than the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting cross-legged atop the round platform. The moves they displayed were almost untraceable and could hardly be described as moves. Instead, they seemed to be casually executed, without any pattern or trajectory, as if they were perfectly aligned with the heavenly way. The 8 of them were engaged in a chaotic battle. All of them were enemies, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The sky was falling and the earth was splitting. Huge balls of light were exploding in the air one after another, and the wind brought about by the explosions blew the grass short. Someone exclaimed as they withdrew from the battle and glanced down, only to find Yang Kai standing there with a confused and pensive look on his face. Immediately, they were surprised to see him. His actions also attracted the attention of the others, and after discovering that Yang Kai had appeared in this small world, all of them stopped fighting and showed strange expressions. "Brother Yang, is this your family's junior?" A slightly fat old man asked. Yang Li Ting nodded lightly, glancing over at Yang Kai with interest. Yang Kai greets the 8 seniors. Yang Kai also quickly converged his expression and respectfully bowed. "Not bad, actually being able to break into our consciousness. Brother Yang, your Yang family has finally found a successor." Another slightly shorter old man laughed. Even though these people didn't care about worldly affairs at this moment, They couldn't help showing looks of envy, as if Yang Kai's appearance had caused their eyes to light up. Yang Liting didn't say anything, nor did he move. Yang Kai only felt his vision blur for a moment before he appeared in front of him. "Greetings, Grand Elder. And you're called Yang Kai, right?" Yang Liting crossed his arms behind his back, his figure tall and straight. Although his hair was white, he still had a youthful complexion, nodding lightly. Yang Kai nodded, neither servile nor overbearing. This Yang Liting in front of him was one of the Yang family's 5 above immortal ascension boundary masters. If one really wanted to count, Yang Kai didn't know which generation of ancestors he was, but he was at least 200 years old. Separated by several generations, coupled with the Yang family's thin familial ties, Yang Kai didn't feel any sense of closeness at this moment. "Do you know why I called you here?" Yang Liting seemed to want to test Yang Kai and asked again. "I've guessed a little." Yang Kai smiled lightly. From the beginning of the inheritance war until now, Yang Liting had not summoned him earlier or later, but at this time, Yang Kai could naturally guess the reason. It was because the old demon had appeared in War City, and the demonic chi emanating from his body had awakened these 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters. The 8 of them hadn't intervened in the inheritance war and were only here to protect the younger generation's cultivator from being taken advantage of by the ash-gray cloud evil land. Now that such a powerful demon had suddenly appeared, it was difficult for them not to pay attention. Chapter 482. Yang Kai frowned, aware that he was spying on him, but didn't say anything, simply saying, "I don't know his origins." "You don't know?" Yang Liting frowned, suddenly feeling displeased. Although he felt that Yang Kai was deliberately concealing something, he didn't find any signs of lying. Yang Kai really didn't know the origins of the old demon. When he first subdued him in the Heaven's Cave inheritance, the old demon was just a spirit body. His memories were chaotic and vague, not even able to remember his own name. Later, Yang Kai didn't ask much about his past, so Yang Kai naturally didn't know anything about him. "Although I don't know, this disciple is certain that he is not a person from the ash-gray cloud evil land." Yang Kai also knew what Yang Liting was worried about and quickly said. Yang Liting didn't say anything, just frowning for a long time before saying, "The inheritance war, it stands to reason that anyone in the world can participate, as long as they are friends with you young people, they can participate. After all, this is a battle that tests your connections. If this old master were to expel him from War City or directly kill him, you may not be convinced. This is also a disguised form of suppressing you, which is inconsistent with our original intention of guarding this battlefield." Yang Kai's heart went cold, but he didn't show it on his face. "This time I called you here for no other reason than this. He can participate in the inheritance war and also stay in War City, but that's all. If this old master finds out that he has done anything unnecessary, he won't show any mercy. Go back and explain this to him clearly." Yang Liting said indifferently. "In addition, after the inheritance war is over, he must leave immediately. Otherwise, don't blame this old master for not giving you face." "I remember." Yang Kai responded expressionlessly. Although he was still young, he still had a bright future ahead of him. Perhaps he would be able to shake the heavens and shatter space with a single hand, but right now he was just a nobody. If he really disobeyed Yang Liting, it was likely he wouldn't have a good ending. Although Yang Liting was the Yang family's grand elder, and Yang Kai was also his disciple and grand disciple in name, this time's interaction was like that of a complete stranger. Yang Liting's warning was even more irrefutable. After saying so, Yang Liting waved his hand and flew back up into the sky to fight with the 7 people. Inexplicably, Kai Yang's heart felt somewhat stifled. He wanted to leave, but he didn't know how. He didn't even know how he had come in. After staring blankly for a long time, he still couldn't find a way out. Just as he was about to ask, a thunderous voice entered his ears. "Why aren't you leaving?" As soon as this voice, a huge force pushed Kai Yang's body back, and under that huge force, all of Kai Yang's resistance was futile. His figure rapidly retreated, and the surrounding scenery slipped past his vision. In a flash, Yang Kai returned to the main hall. In front of him was still the same round platform with the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters sitting on it. The huge glowing sphere in the middle was still there, and the 8 of them were still constantly pouring their spiritual energy into it, using this mysterious method to compare their insights into the martial Tao. Asterisk dang 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 dang. Asterisk Yang Kai involuntarily stumbled backwards, causing Ying Jiao to be shocked and hurriedly support him. After standing firm, the Yuan Qi in Yang Kai's body tumbled and his divine sense became chaotic, as if he was being pricked by countless needles. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, Yang Kai felt a little better. Ying Jiao's expression changed, not knowing what Yang Kai had encountered that had actually caused him to suffer some minor injuries. Since arriving here, Yang Kai had stood there without saying a word, so Ying Jiao didn't know what to say and just waited silently. With such a sudden change, Ying Jiao was naturally confused. "Let's go." Yang Kai wiped the corner of his mouth, glanced towards the high platform, and quickly led Ying Jiao away. Inside this mysterious small world, the 8 people fighting suddenly stopped, the other 7 shaking their heads slightly as they glanced over at Yang Liting, the slightly fat old man who had spoken before, saying, "Brother Yang, isn't it a bit too much to treat a junior like this?" And, although his eyes were a bit overbearing and sharp, he's still a young man, which one of them isn't hot-blooded. Besides, he didn't lose his temper in front of you. If you act like this, he may not be able to recover from this setback. This little brat is quite good. In the future your young family may have to rely on him. If you really lose him, won't you feel distressed? The 7 old men all shouted, none of them understanding why Yang Liting had just dealt with a junior like this. Yang Liting coldly snorted and said, "If he's crippled, then so be it. Does my young family need to worry about not having a successor?" When this old master spoke to him just now, he clearly didn't want to listen. That was just a warning. Presumably he'll pay more attention to this old master's words now. "It's still too much, you're not young anymore, why bother with a little brat? Brother Yang, you really went too far this time. He can rely on his own ability to break into the consciousness of the 8 of us. This alone is unique. Is there anyone else in your Yang family who can do this? I don't believe it, not to mention your Yang family, none of the young men from our 7 families can do it." The one who spoke kept shaking his head. "Enough, this old master has a sense of propriety, it's not up to you guys to interrupt. Do you want to fight or not?" Yang Liting looked displeased, 7 people criticizing him, of course he was unhappy. "Fight? Wait until this little brat is really crippled, I'll wait to see your regretful expression. Ha! Ha! Something's not right." Chiao family's supreme elder Chiao Dao Ren suddenly called out in surprise, his expression becoming strange. The other 7 people also showed a look of surprise as they glanced at each other. "It looks like this little brat has profited from his misfortune." The slightly fat old man laughed as he glanced over at Yang Liting with interest. "It really is a blessing in disguise. Brother Yang, is this your real purpose?" Someone looked at Yang Liting suspiciously. Yang Liting slowly shook his head, but after a moment of contemplation, his expression also changed slightly. He had just dealt with Yang Kai without any scruples about the gap in strength and seniority between them, all because he wanted him to think carefully about whether it was the right decision to make friends with this demon lord. But unexpectedly, under such huge pressure, this little brat actually showed signs of breaking through. Strange. Yang Liting frowned, really wondering what kind of temperament this young man from his generation had. After being dealt such a heavy blow, he was actually able to quickly clear the obstacles in his heart and find an opportunity to break through. Inside the Seal Temple, Yang Kai's pace suddenly came to a halt, his expression becoming somewhat uncomfortable. Ying Jiao didn't understand and thought he had suffered some kind of internal injury, so he quickly stepped forward to ask. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, "You go back first and tell Chiao Yimeng that tomorrow night's operation will continue as usual. Everything will be arranged by her." "Little Lord I still have something to do." After saying so, Yang Kai turned his head and looked around before casually finding a room and entering it. Ying Jiao was stunned for a moment but didn't hesitate and left the Seal Temple directly. The Seal Temple was actually very big, but there were only 8 people inside, not even maids or servants. The 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters didn't need anyone to serve them. The room Yang Kai found was naturally ownerless. After entering the room, he immediately sat down cross-legged. His aura fluctuated slightly, indicating that he was indeed on the verge of a breakthrough, but he hadn't yet reached his limit. When breaking through, if the conditions were right, the process would be very easy and smooth. However, Yang Kai's current situation was a bit special. Originally, there were no signs of a breakthrough, but under the huge pressure from Yang Liting, his body's yuan qi and his heart's desire for strength had rebounded. This time, the rebound of this pressure had directly allowed him to touch the threshold of yuan qi 9th stage. Just a little bit more. Tomorrow night's battle was imminent, so Yang Kai hoped to cope with it with a higher cultivation. Calming his mind and circulating his true Yang secret art, Yang Kai closed his eyes and recalled the scene he had just seen in the small world, allowing the aura in his body to fluctuate. Just now, Yang Kai hadn't seen much, but every action of the 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters was in accordance with the heavenly way. Peering into the profound meaning contained in these movements was also a way to comprehend their martial Tao. This was of great help to anyone. As time passed, Yang Kai's mood gradually calmed down, replaying what he had seen over and over again, the mysterious sound once again echoing in his ears. The sound of the clear mountain stream was pleasing to the ear, the sound of birds chirping and the fragrance of flowers wafting through the air, as if he was in a fairyland, making him forget to leave, relaxing his whole body. Yang Kai's mansion. The bean-sized candlelight flickered as Chiu Yimeng sat at the table with a deep worry on her face. She held her breath and listened attentively to the movements coming from the house, her divine sense constantly probing the surroundings. Whenever the sound of someone walking came, Chiu Yimeng couldn't help but secretly pay attention, but every time, she ended up disappointed. During the day, Yang Kai had told her about his plans for the evening, and she had ignored etiquette and refused to let go, but this smelly man actually didn't give her the slightest bit of face and directly shook off her entanglement. At night he really did run away quietly, causing her to be on edge and worry. Chiu Yimeng couldn't help secretly hating Yang Kai, wishing he wouldn't come back tonight. With her current appearance and demeanor, she was definitely no different from a resentful woman who had been married, but her husband was out drinking and not coming home at night. Thinking so, Chiu Yimeng's face flushed red and she couldn't help feeling a little hot, quickly shaking her head to get rid of these random thoughts. Suddenly, there was a knock on the door, causing Chiu Yimeng to frown and coldly ask, "Who is it?" "Young Lady Chiu." Ingjiu's voice came from outside. Chiu Yimeng smiled happily and quickly got up to open the door, only to see Ingjiu's pair of shining eyes in the darkness. Glancing suspiciously behind him, Chiu Yimeng asked, "Is that bastard back?" Ingjiu slowly shook his head. "What happened?" The Chiu family's first young lady couldn't help but ask. Ingjiu had always been by Yang Kai's side, but now he had come back alone and Yang Kai was nowhere to be seen. Could it be Chiu Yimeng didn't dare to think about it anymore? Chapter 483. The little lord still has some matters to attend to, so he will be staying in the Seal Temple for the time being. Ingjiu said truthfully. Seal Temple? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help gaping, her voice filled with disbelief. The Seal Temple, she was naturally no stranger to it. There were 8 above Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters inside. This was something everyone in War City knew. However, without the summons of the 8 Masters, no one could enter it. What did Yang Kai want to do in the Seal Temple? Did the 8 Masters intend to give him some pointers? Chiu Yimeng couldn't help thinking about it, a touch of joy appearing on her face as she secretly felt happy for Yang Kai, gently nodding, "I understand." Since he was staying in the Seal Temple, his own safety was absolutely not a problem. After hesitating for a moment, she asked again, "Then tomorrow night, the little lord said that you will be in charge of everything." Chiu Yimeng suddenly gritted her teeth and cursed, "Smelly man, he wants to be a hands-off shopkeeper again." Since the message has been delivered, Ingjiu will take his leave. Saying so, Ingjiu disappeared. Returning to her room, Chiu Yimeng was no longer sleepy and quickly took out a pen and paper, listing the number of masters on her side and the enemy's side one by one, carefully considering all possible scenarios. Early in the morning, many cultivators walked out of their retreat, feeling refreshed, and began testing the power of their newly refined artifacts. The artifacts seized from Pajing Lake last time had all been distributed by Chiu Meng. These days, everyone had basically been refining their artifacts and had only come out today. Chiu Meng, who hadn't slept all night, quickly summoned the leaders of the major forces to discuss the war. She didn't go into too much detail, just letting those who were named prepare for the operation that night. Hearing this news, everyone rubbed their palms in anticipation and looked excited. Two little sisters who come with us. Chiu Meng looked at Hu Jiao and Hu Mei with a smile. Hu Jiao nodded, good. Chiu Meng knew that not many people from Blood Battle Gang had come this time, and even fewer masters. Chiu Meng's arrangement was obviously to allow Blood Battle Gang to gain some credit. Lung Shan, on the other hand, said somewhat embarrassedly, "This time, I'm afraid our Ghost King Valley won't be able to participate. All of us have a martial skill we can't use for the time being. Then I'll have to trouble you to stay." Chiu Meng made arrangements. "Thank you," Lung Shan said gratefully. After a long time, all the forces had been properly arranged. Chiu Meng had taken into account the mood of each of them, making sure they were all satisfied. After dispersing, everyone returned to their rooms to rest. Conserve and store up energy. He was just waiting for the night to come. Time passed quickly and night fell. It had only been a few days since the treasure-seizing battle at Pajing Lake, so no one had expected that there would be such a large-scale movement tonight. Inside Yang Wei's house, Meng Shan-yi came to Yang Wei's room and gently knocked on the door. "Eldest young master, they've already acted." The door opened. Yang Wei stepped out from inside, his eyes shining brightly as he nodded slightly. "Let's move as well." "Young master, I suddenly feel that something is not quite right." "What?" "The 9th young master is going to attack the 5th young master. We are in charge of restraining the 2nd young master, but what about the 6th and 7th young masters? If they heard the news, don't tell me you won't take advantage of the situation? As long as they aren't idiots, they will definitely do so." Yang Wei nodded lightly. Then the 9th young lord sighed. Meng Shan-yi's expression suddenly brightened. "If that's the case, then even if the 9th young lord can defeat the 5 young lords, the 5th young lord won't be able to defeat them. There will be a fire in the backyard." Yang Wei glanced at Meng Shan-yi strangely and smiled. "Shan-yi, you seem to be eager to see this scene. Are you afraid of 9th brother?" Meng Shan-yi nodded solemnly and asked, "Eldest young master, aren't you worried at all?" "What's the use of worrying? I've done everything I could. If I'm really not as good as you, I have nothing to say." Yang Wei slowly shook his head with an indifferent look on his face. If 9th brother moves fast enough tonight and doesn't give 6th brother and 7th brother time to react, he can still ensure that his rear is safe. If he is slow, there will definitely be losses. Meng Shan-yi was startled as he carefully pondered over Yang Wei's words. He was surprised to find that even if Yang Kai's actions were slow, he would only suffer losses in the rear and would not be completely defeated. Eldest young master thinks so highly of 9th young master? However, thinking about it again, with Ying Jiao and the bone shield, it wasn't impossible to quickly capture Yang Kong. On this quiet and serene night, there seemed to be a tense atmosphere quietly spreading. Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Kong was concentrating on refining his newly acquired mysterious grade artifact. The yuan qi he had poured into him over the past few days had been quite effective. As long as he was given another 5 or 6 days, he would be able to fully refine this mysterious grade low-rank artifact into his body. At that time, his overall strength would rise to a whole new level. With a mysterious grade artifact, even if he faced an immortal Ascension Boundary Master, he would be able to fight back. It could be said that the result of the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake had allowed the strength of the Yang family's young lords to soar. As Yang Kong was working hard to refine this artifact, the closed door suddenly opened. Yang Kong was startled, and before he could understand what was going on, he saw a slender shadow flash a few times in the darkness. It was as if 2 daggers were flashing with a cold light as they danced towards him, shrouding him in the shadows. His skin tightened as he instinctively felt a sense of crisis. "5th young lord, be careful." Tang Yuxian's tender voice sounded in his ear as she released her exquisite soul skill. The slender figure didn't attack Yang Kong but instead quickly retreated to the door. Under the cover of the moonlight, Yang Kong saw the appearance of this person and suddenly felt a chill run down his spine as his scalp went numb. Ing Jiao! Ing Jiao grinned and his figure gradually faded away, disappearing without a trace. The next moment, Tang Yuxian appeared beside Yang Kong and asked, "Fifth young lord, are you okay?" Yang Kong was stunned for a while before gradually dispelling the throbbing fear in his heart and slowly shaking his head. "I'm fine." Fortunately, Yuxian noticed in time. If it weren't for Tang Yuxian's soul skill blocking him just now, with Ing Jiao's strength, he would have already captured Yang Kong. This blood warrior who could appear and disappear like a ghost was capable of sneaking in and assassinating people. It was simply too terrifying. However, Ing Jiao could have tried again just now, so why did he give up? On top of that, the smile on his face before he left was also intriguing. After a moment of hesitation, Yang Kong suddenly understood and slapped his thigh. "You've gone too far." When a blood warrior participated in the inheritance war, they couldn't take the initiative to attack and were only responsible for passively defending. In other words, even if he had walked in front of Ing Jiao just now, he couldn't have done anything to him. Ing Jiao's attack was obviously just for show. He wouldn't really attack him. On the contrary, Yang Kang's reaction was somewhat laughable. How could Ing Jiao be safe? Tang Yuxian's brow furrowed deeply as she pondered another question. During the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, Tu Feng, who Yang Kong had brought with him, had also been struck by the Qi binding seal. Until now, Tu Feng had also been in retreat trying to break through the seal, but Ing Jiao, who had also been struck by the Qi binding seal, had actually appeared here. Ninth brother. Yang Kang's expression became gloomy, not thinking about Ing Jiao, instead hating Yang Kai to the bone. At that moment, Tang Yuxian's expression suddenly changed, her pretty face going pale. "Fifth young lord, many people are coming." What? Yang Kong was shocked. "Who's coming?" "I feel Xiao Shun's aura. There are also other masters from the little lord's house. It seems the little lord is planning to attack this place." "Is he crazy?" Yang Kong couldn't sit still any longer, quickly getting up and hurrying out. What was wrong with ninth brother at this time? Everyone still hadn't recovered from the losses they had suffered in the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake, and now they were trying to refine that artifact. Why wasn't he staying in the house and instead doing this kind of thing that would harm others? Starting a fight at this time would not only delay the time Yang Kai needed to refine that artifact, but it would also delay his own progress in refining the artifact. What good was this to him? Even if the two brothers didn't like each other, was there a need to be so hostile? Once the others finished refining that artifact, they would undoubtedly occupy the advantage. As he hurried out, the sounds of fighting and killing immediately rang out in his ears, along with strong and weak energy fluctuations, causing Yang Kong to realize that Yang Kai was serious this time. This wasn't some kind of trick. These people, as soon as they arrived at the house, wouldn't even say a word of politeness before attacking. Outside the house, a large group of people stood in the air, centered around Qiu Yimeng, nearly 200 of them. Apart from Medicine King's Valley, Yang Kai now had a total of 14 forces supporting him. This time, in addition to the Qiu family and Hua family, there was also the Blood Battle Gang, Dong family, Purple Fern Valley, Pure Heart Palace, Tianyuan City, and the Duanmu family, a total of 8 forces. The Qiu family's strength wasn't very strong. After all, the people from the Autumn Rain Hall weren't masters. The Hua family only had 2 Immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters, and the Blood Battle Gang didn't have many Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. In addition, most of the remaining forces had 4 or 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters. The overall strength and number of these forces couldn't be compared to the masters in Yang Kang's house. However, Qiu Yimeng was still full of confidence. Because this time she had brought 2 blood warriors with her, as well as a gloomy and mysterious master, Old Demon. Qiu Yimeng didn't know how powerful the Old Demon was, but she was certain that he was stronger than the blood warriors. With these 3 people, it was only a matter of time before they took down Yang Kang's house. So when they arrived, Qiu Yimeng didn't even say a word and directly launched an attack. The cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were suddenly caught off guard. Amidst the brilliance of their martial skills and artifacts, they were thrown off their feet, losing more than a dozen of their men in just a single exchange. After reacting, they hurriedly defended and counterattacked, but everyone seemed a little panicked and confused. Yang Kang hadn't shown up, so these people had no backbone. Relying only on the Gao family's Gao Rangfeng, they couldn't take charge of the overall situation. Young Lady Chiu, this old master and his 5 subordinates request to fight. A master from the Duan Mu family said with a murderous look on his face. Chapter 484. The Duan Mu family was originally an ally of the Yang family's 3rd young lord, Yang Tai, but on the first night of the Inheritance War, Yang Tai was eliminated. In that battle, the Duan Mu family had suffered countless casualties, leaving only 5 masters alive. One of the instigators was the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion. Now that he had met his enemy, he was naturally enraged and couldn't wait to avenge his fallen family. Don't worry. Chiu Yimeng looked calm as she slowly shook her head. Wait until the situation is clear. Although the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion had been caught off guard, in the end, they were on the defensive and had the absolute advantage. On the other hand, Chiu Yimeng's side had only dispatched half of their forces, so if they acted rashly, they would likely suffer heavy losses. Chiu Yimeng's thoughts raced as she waited for Yang Kai to arrive while directing the many cultivators to bombard Yang Kang's mansion from a distance. The people Chiu Yimeng brought with her didn't directly engage the cultivator from Yang Kang's mansion, instead just standing high in the air, releasing all kinds of martial skills and artifacts, not stingy with their yuan qi. In just a short time, Yang Kang's mansion was torn apart, a large number of houses collapsed, and the cultivator below dodged like a headless fly. Although the losses weren't great, this scene was extremely humiliating. Immediately, some people couldn't bear it anymore and jumped up into the air, trying to regain some face. Gao Rangfeng didn't even have time to stop them before the few cultivators who had jumped up into the air were wiped out by Chiu Yimeng's subordinates. The situation was in their favor, causing many of the cultivators' spirits to rise, wishing they could immediately rush up and capture Yang Kang or seize the flag to win the victory. Huostars muttered to the side, Chiu Yimeng. Letting Ying Jiu sneak in, isn't that a violation of the rules of the Yang family's inheritance war? Chiu Yimeng shook her head. Ying Jiu knows what he's doing. If just showing up in front of Yang Kang is a violation of the rules, how can we bring out the blood warriors? But if he sneaks in, he can't take the initiative to attack or seize the flag. What's the point of doing this? Huostars couldn't understand. I'm just scaring him. Chiu Yimeng smiled lightly. Huostar's mouth twitched. Obviously, he didn't believe this. Chiu Yimeng wasn't bored to such an extent. Rolling her eyes, Huostars guessed that Chiu Yimeng's actions were just a ruse, so that Yang Kang would mistakenly think that Yang Kai was here. Speaking of which, he did not know where Yang Kai had gone tonight. It seemed that he had not seen him since yesterday. However, Ying Jiu and Yang Kai had always been inseparable. With Ying Jiu's appearance, Yang Kai must have been hiding nearby, scheming something. Huostars secretly nodded, confirming the guess in his heart. Where's 5th young master? Down below, Gao Rangfeng anxiously shouted. Gao Rangfeng was also the successor of the Gao family. He was young and his cultivation wasn't weak, but in the inheritance war he was just a foil. Now that the enemy was at their doorstep, Gao Rangfeng could only let his people temporarily defend and wait for Yang Kang to come out and take charge of the situation. I'm here. Yang Kang's face was gloomy as he walked out of the ruins accompanied by Tang Yuxian, his cold eyes glancing around. He couldn't help but snort coldly. 5th young lord. Seeing him appear, Gao Rangfeng couldn't help breathing a sigh of relief and hurriedly rushed to his side. Chiu Yimeng has brought people to invade our house. We were caught off guard and more than 20 people have already died. I know. Yang Kang nodded gently. Raising his head, Yang Kang shouted, 9th brother, come out and speak. 5th young lord. Chiu Yimeng pursed her lips and chuckled lightly. She stood in midair, her curves enchanting, her tender body slender, the night wind blowing against her trousers, revealing her snow-white ankles. Under the moonlight, they shimmered with a jade-like luster, captivating the hearts of those who saw them. Even in this smoke-filled battlefield, there were many hot-blooded male cultivator who greedily stared at these snow-white ankles, secretly tempted. Coupled with Lan Chu-dai and Luo Xiaoman, the two women with great capital, standing beside her, the Hu sisters were a feast for the eyes. Many people couldn't help feeling envious of the men in Yang Kai's house. They suddenly discovered that there were many stunning women in Kai Yang's house. Of course, Yang Kong didn't have any. The Chiu family's first young lady smiled warmly as she greeted Yang Kong, but her hands were not idle. The cultivator around her were still constantly using their martial skills and artifacts to attack the enemy. "Where's ninth brother?" Yang Kong frowned, obviously thinking that Yang Kai should be the one to talk to him. Although Chiu Yimeng's status wasn't low, in this kind of situation, she wasn't qualified to speak. Replying to fifth young lord, Yang Kai has an important matter to attend to and can't come out for the time being. I will be in charge of this battle. Fifth young lord, please show some mercy. We'll stop here so we don't hurt each other. Saying so, she giggled. Yang Kang's face went black as he laughed darkly. Good. Ninth brother really doesn't put this fifth brother in his eyes. Since that's the case, fifth brother doesn't need to show mercy. Since you've come, don't even think about leaving. Yang Kong was truly enraged. The Inheritance War, was a battle for the right of succession to the Yang family patriarch. Between brothers, it was a competition of personal connections and charisma. Now that his ninth brother's people were attacking him while he himself wasn't going to show up, Yang Kong couldn't help feeling like he was being looked down upon. He was also a proud and arrogant person. How could he stand such contempt? Enraged, he immediately issued an order for his people to rush up and disrupt the enemy's formation. Gao Rangfeng was taken aback. Although the number and overall level of Yang Kai's cultivator couldn't be compared to theirs, in the current situation, there was no doubt that the defending side had the advantage. As long as they waited for the yuan qi of these cultivators to falter, they could launch a counterattack and settle this once and for all. Moreover, with Yang Kai's cultivator attacking so fiercely, if the other young lords heard this news, they would definitely take action. Naturally, at this time, it was better to stall for time. As long as they could delay until Yang Kai's backyard caught fire, the cultivator on his side would have no choice but to retreat to defend. At that time, his own people would be able to follow behind and launch a pincer attack with the other young lords. How could they not destroy Yang Kai? But Yang Kong, in his anger, didn't consider this at all. All he wanted was to quickly regain his face. If he really did so, it would only make it easier for the enemy to kill him. Hurriedly, he tried to stop him. Fifth young lord, I think it's better for us to defend ourselves. For the time being, we shouldn't. Before he could finish speaking, he was interrupted by Yang Kong impatiently. They're standing on top of my head. Why should I endure? If it were you, would you be able to endure? Gao Rangfeng was stunned, faintly feeling that Yang Kang's words made sense, but he quickly realized, those are two different things. Before he could finish speaking, Yang Kong had already issued the order to attack. A large number of cultivators flew out from below, resisting the attacks from above, releasing their martial skills and artifacts, quickly closing the distance between them and Chiu Yimeng and the other young lords. Stars Hua laughed loudly. Yang Kong really is straightforward. Chiu Yimeng shook her head slightly. He's relying on his numbers. None of the Yang family young lords were idiots. Even if Yang Kong was slightly weaker than the others, it was impossible for him to be so stupid as to let his own people throw themselves into a trap. This was his mansion, all his helpers and manpower were here, so naturally he felt there was no need to fear the people brought by Chiu Yimeng. As they spoke, Chiu Yimeng passed on several more orders. The cultivators from Yang Kang's mansion were now in a state of rage, rushing straight up against the yuan qi attacks, but when they were less than 10 meters away, the people around Chiu Yimeng suddenly scattered. This sudden change stunned the cultivators who had rushed up, and looking at the scattered enemies, some of them didn't know which direction to pursue. Yang Kong was still watching from below, so it was impossible for him to pass on orders in time. After a moment of stunned silence, the cultivators who had rushed up also scattered in all directions. Surround! Chiu Yimeng shouted coldly, and everyone immediately turned around, grinning as they displayed their martial skills. The sky was suddenly filled with a dazzling light, making it difficult for people to open their eyes. In the midst of this chaos, screams rang out as blood rained down from the sky. Yang Kang's heart clenched as he suddenly realized the situation was not good. He only saw the group of people brought by Chiu Yimeng blossom like flowers, then shrink back, while the cultivators from his own camp disappeared in an instant. Pring pring pring. Corpses continued to fall from the sky, smashing into the ground, their flesh and blood mangled. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the first round of confrontation had ended. Yang Kang's mansion had suffered heavy losses. Young Lady Chiu, in fact, there's no need to go through so much trouble. The old demon stood beside Chiu Yimeng and shook his head. As long as we catch that little brat down there, we'll win, right? That's right. Chiu Yimeng nodded gently. Then this old master will take action. Although the strength of that woman beside him is not bad, she shouldn't be able to stop this old master. Chiu Yimeng chuckled lightly. Senior D, this junior doesn't mean to underestimate you, but that woman is a young family blood warrior. After using his mad tyrant blood skill, he can compete with a peak immortal ascension boundary master. Can you guarantee you can defeat her in a short time? That's a bit difficult. The old demon was stunned, seemingly not having expected Tang Yuxian to be so strong. He was now a peak immortal ascension boundary master, so if they really fought, Tang Yuxian would definitely not be his opponent, but she should be able to delay him. Yang Kai was not here, and although Xiao Shun and Ying Jio were present, they couldn't take action. Even if they could restrain Tang Yuxian, with the strength of the remaining people, it would take some effort to capture Yang Kong. Why hasn't that bastard appeared yet? Chiu Yimeng was furious, but she couldn't show it. As long as Yang Kai was here, leading Xiao Shun and Ying Jio to attack Yang Kong, it wouldn't be so troublesome. But now I really need to trouble Senior to take action. Chiu Yimeng suddenly changed the topic. Since Yang Kai wasn't here, the old demon had to act. She had originally planned to hide the old demon for a while before taking him out to deal with the other Yang family young lords, but now it seemed that this plan had fallen through. Yang Kong had already suffered a loss once, so it was definitely unrealistic to expect them to attack again. Since that was the case, they could only attack head-on. No problem, young Lady Chiu, who do you want to attack? The old demon grinned. There's no fixed person. I hope Senior can make the situation as chaotic as possible. At the very least, kill a few of the stronger ones, such as an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage master, hehe. That's easy. The old demon laughed, stretching out his hand and sending out a ray of light. Chapter 485. The beam of light shot out by the old demon was dark red in color, like thick blood. As the beam of light shot out, it carried with it a bloody, gloomy and brutal aura. The cultivator in Yang Kang's compound couldn't help paling as they all tried to resist. However, no matter what they did, they couldn't stop this beam of light. With a bang, the beam of light hit the ground, creating a deep crater. Roar. A roar like that of a trapped beast rang out, and a violent aura suddenly spread out, shocking everyone present. Looking over, the cultivator in Yang Kang's compound were all stunned. All they saw was a man standing in the middle of the crater. This man's face was blurred, and his entire body exuded a monstrous bloody aura. Even his eyes were a terrifying crimson color. Accompanied by his roar, huge blood bubbles suddenly appeared on the ground. Pring pring. The blood bubbles burst open, dyeing the ground red. Soon, the ground became sticky and slippery, as if there was a fountain of blood in the depths of the earth that was constantly spewing blood. What the hell is this? Everyone felt bad, but no one could recognize what this was. Although he looked like a human, he didn't look like one. There was no human emotion in his eyes at all, only infinite killing intent. Although he wasn't a human, he had all the characteristics of a human except for a huge bulge on his forehead, which was extremely strange. Senior, what is this? Chiu Yimeng also paled slightly. Although her intuition told her that the old demon was not a good person, after seeing the scene, she found that she had somewhat underestimated the old demon's moral standards. Looking at the strange man below, Chiu Yimeng felt a faint chill in her heart. Jie, "This is the blood demon puppet this old master refined." The old demon replied proudly, quite proud of his work. Qiu Yimeng rubbed her forehead and no longer said anything. The thing called the blood demon had already begun its slaughter, and the ground was covered with thick blood that had a strong suction force. All the cultivator that was stained by the blood water found that they could not escape and were firmly pinned to the ground. With a roar, the blood demon rushed in front of a cultivator. With a single hand, the cultivator exploded into a cloud of blood mist. The blood mist was directly absorbed by the blood demon, which seemed to increase his strength by another level. A red figure flashed. In less than 10 breaths of time, the cultivator entangled by the blood water was completely dead. The blood demon still didn't stop his slaughter. Wherever he went, blood would follow. Once a cultivator below the immortal ascension boundary 5th stage was stained by this blood, they wouldn't be able to escape no matter how hard they tried. Only death awaited them. Kill him. Yang Kong also discovered the astonishing destructive power of the blood demon and quickly issued an order to his subordinates. The several immortal ascension boundary 6th or 7th stage masters didn't dare to get too close to the blood demon and summon their artifacts. He threw the martial skill he was most proud of at blood demon. Although Bloodseeker was very fast and managed to dodge a few attacks, there were too many enemies. In the end, he was still hit by a barrage of attacks. These people showed no mercy, directly breaking the blood demon's legs and causing him to fall into the sea of blood. Can't even withstand a single blow. Yang Kong saw this scene and couldn't help coldly snorting, letting go of the slight worry in his heart. Allowing such a monster to wreak havoc in the crowd, not to mention his combat strength, would be a deterrent to the weaker cultivator. Senior. Qiu Yimeng was also stunned. She hadn't expected that the old demon's puppet, despite its terrifying appearance, actually didn't seem to be anything special. The old demon, on the other hand, just laughed strangely. Just wait and see. As soon as his voice fell, the blood demon, whose legs had been broken, actually used his hands to support his upper body and stood up straight. At the same time, the severed limbs on his lower body began to madly swallow the blood water in the sea of blood. As the blood was swallowed, the severed limb wriggled incessantly like bamboo shoots after a rain. Something was emerging from there. In less than a moment, a pair of undamaged legs grew out of his body. How is this possible? A burst of exclamations rang out. Not only were the cultivator in Yang Kang's mansion shocked, but even Qiu Yimeng and the others were shocked. Being able to regenerate his broken legs? Was this still human? This bizarre scene was completely beyond everyone's comprehension. This old master will also go down in play. The old demon grinned and turned into a streak of light, shooting down into the sea below. The Soul Breaker All, which had not appeared for a long time, began to rotate on his shoulder, as if it had a mind of its own, exuding amazing energy fluctuations. The Soul Breaker All had been restored to the level of a mysterious grade artifact. Feeling the strange aura and huge pressure from the old demon, all of the cultivators in Yang Kang's mansion were shocked. Tang Yuxian's expression was extremely dignified. "Fifth young lord, don't leave my side." Yang Kang's lips were dry and cracked as he nodded unconsciously, suddenly feeling a sense of desperation in his heart. Of the 2 blood warriors, 2 Feng couldn't be used, and there was no peak immortal ascension boundary master in Yang Kang's mansion, so how could he resist this gloomy master? Tang Yuxian alone could probably delay him for a while, but with Tang Yuxian pinned down, who would be responsible for his own safety? Being stared at by this person, Yang Kang even felt like his soul was about to be sucked away. While everyone was still in shock, the old demon had already taken action, displaying a variety of gloomy martial skills as the Soul Breaker All shuttled back and forth, single-handedly turning Yang Kang's cultivator camp upside down. Coupled with the blood demon stirring up trouble, Yang Kang's mansion was instantly filled with panic, unable to resist. Why do I feel like we didn't need to come here? Hua Xing's scalp tingled as he watched the old demon and the blood demon's actions from down below, suddenly feeling a sense of unreality. These 2 were tyrannical, one more tyrannical than the other. Needless to say, the blood demon had an almost immortal body. In just a short period of time, his body had been shattered several times, but each time he was able to regenerate intact. As for the powerful old demon, no one could resist him, rampaging through the crowd, killing people like flies, his methods cruel and bloody. Qiu Yimeng watched for a while before slowly shaking her head. Those two alone won't be enough. They were indeed powerful, but 2 fists were no match for 4 hands. A tiger couldn't hold up against a pack of wolves. Yang Kang's mansion was not without masters. The blood demon's weakness seemed to have been discovered by them. The reason why he could regenerate so quickly was all because of the sea of blood. There was a cultivator who cultivated ice and fire secret arts. The blood demon was fiercely freezing and roasting the sea of blood. As the size of the sea of blood decreased, the blood demon's actions also became somewhat powerless. The old demon also noticed this and couldn't help coldly snorting, raising his hand to summon the blood demon back. "It's time for us to go." Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath and said, Yang Kang's camp was in complete chaos, and now was the time to gradually erode Yang Kang's forces. "I've been waiting for a long time." Hu Xing grinned and rushed straight down. No one was looking for him. He directly found Gao Rangfeng. "Brother Gao, let's exchange pointers." Gao Rangfeng's expression sank. "Brother Hua, do you think you're my opponent?" Although the two of them had never fought before, Gao Rangfeng still felt that a playboy like Xinghua was definitely not his opponent. "Whether I'm your opponent or not, we'll know after we fight." Xingfeng smiled lightly. Inserting the folding fan in his hand into his collar, his expression became cold. "As you wish." Gao Rangfeng coldly snorted. The two young lords of the central capital instantly confronted each other. At the same time, the 4 immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Masters they had brought with them also found themselves facing off against each other. On the other side, Lu Song, who was avoiding the attack range of the old demon, was also targeted by Dong Qinghan. Last time at Pajing Lake, when they were fighting for artifacts, Lu Song had made things difficult for Dong Qinghan at every turn and had almost lost a heaven-grade top-rank soul-type artifact, causing Dong Qinghan to grit his teeth in anger. However, at that time, the overall situation was more important, so Dong Qinghan had no intention of continuing to entangle with him. But now was different. It was time for him to attack. Dong Qinghan naturally intended to settle old and new grievances. He wanted to force this blind Lu family young master out of War City. The Hu sisters, Guanqi Lu, and the others also rushed down, a faint halo suddenly blooming around the twin sisters' tender bodies. This halo seemed to connect their vitality and true qi together, allowing them, who were originally only true element boundary 8th stage cultivators, to display strength no less than an immortal ascension boundary cultivator. This made Qiu Yimeng, who was secretly observing them, realize that these two sisters were not mediocre. Fan Hong of Purple Fern Valley and Zhuafang of Pure Heart Palace also led their forces to find enemies to fight. The 5 masters of the Duan Mu family had long since been unable to hold back, their momentum astonishing, their strength fully unleashed, killing wherever there was a crowd. This battle was a battle where they would take revenge and wipe out their hatred. "Young Lady Qiu, this one will stay behind to ensure your safety," Lu Feixing said softly, his face filled with tenderness. During her stay in Yang Kai's house, Lu Feixing had almost become Qiu Yimeng's personal bodyguard, following her closely. Anyone could see that he was obsessed with Qiu Yimeng. Although the Qiu family's first young lady had hinted to him many times, Lu Feixing still didn't back down. After all, he was Yang Kai's ally, so Qiu Yimeng couldn't be too harsh on him and could only let him do as he pleased. However, if she could avoid being alone with him, she would do her best to avoid it. "No need, Xiaoman will accompany me." Qiu Yimeng smiled lightly and declined Lu Feixing's kindness. "Good." Lu Feixing hesitated for a moment before agreeing, leading Tianyuan City's forces to join the battle. Up in the air, only Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman remained, along with blood warrior Xiao Shun, who could only watch helplessly. With Yang Kai not here, Xiao Shun and Ingjiu couldn't do anything at all. Even if someone attacked Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman at this time, they could only watch. After all, Qiu Yimeng and Luo Xiaoman weren't the ones they followed, Yang Kai was. Because of the interference of the old demon and the blood demon puppet, Yang Kang's cultivator forces were now in a state of chaos. When Dong Qinghan's group rushed down, the other side could only fight on their own. This was exactly what Qiu Yimeng wanted to see. The other side had too many people, so if they didn't disrupt their rhythm, it would be difficult to launch an attack. Qiu Yimeng was confident that her people weren't inferior to any of the other forces. The mysterious grade pills produced by the pill room every day weren't for nothing. Even Qiu Yimeng felt that her cultivation was advancing by leaps and bounds during this time, while she had to keep herself busy so she didn't have much time to cultivate, let alone others. Chapter 486. Standing mid-air and overlooking the overall situation, Qiu Yimeng finally calmed down. In this battle, it seemed that Yang Kai was no longer needed. However, if Yang Kai didn't come, her side's losses would definitely be much greater. What the hell is that bastard doing? At such a critical time, he actually dropped the ball. Just as she was silently hating herself, Xiao Shun's ears suddenly twitched and he grinned. "Young Lady Qiu, the little lord is here." Qiu Yimeng heard this and was overjoyed. Turning her head, she saw a figure quickly approaching and, in the blink of an eye, Yang Kai appeared in front of her. Stopping beside Qiu Yimeng, Yang Kai glanced around casually, his expression indifferent. The situation of the battle was similar to what he had expected. "I thought you weren't coming." Qiu Yimeng curled her lips. "Something happened so I was delayed." Yang Kai responded faintly. "What's so important?" Qiu Yimeng couldn't help asking, but as soon as she finished speaking, her small red mouth widened as she stared blankly at Yang Kai, shocked. "You broke through again?" The Qiu family's first young lady was now an immortal ascension boundary first stage master, so as long as Yang Kai didn't deliberately hide his aura, she would definitely be able to see through him at a glance. Only now did she understand why Yang Kai had arrived so late. Since he was about to break through, naturally he wouldn't have time to spare. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng's complexion became much better and she even felt happy for Yang Kai. Yang Kai nodded lightly, gently clenching his fists. Yuan Qi 9th stage, only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary. At this moment, the strength flowing through his body was undoubtedly much stronger than before. "What we do next depends on you." Qiu Yimeng's expression became serious as she shifted the topic to the current battle. Before Yang Kai could answer, she first threw out her own idea. "I'm afraid it's not realistic to kill them all. I think we should stop while we're ahead. If you lead Xiao Shun and Ying Jiu to capture Yang Kong, not only will we be able to win, but we can also try to subdue the surviving cultivator and enrich our strength." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "It's impossible." "I know it's difficult, but how can you be so sure if you don't try?" Qiu Yimeng furrowed her brow. Yang Kai was a good person, but he was a bit arbitrary. Once he decided on something, no amount of persuasion would change his mind. Subdue those martial artists who were still alive. It was indeed difficult. After all, both sides had just fought to the death, and their hands were stained with each other's blood. If I say it can't be subdued, then it can't be subdued. Yang Kai obviously didn't want to discuss this topic any further. Qiu Yimeng didn't say anything and just glared at him hatefully. Although her expression didn't change, in fact, she also agreed with Yang Kai's opinion. Just like the 5 experts of the Duanmu clan, the Duanmu clan had suffered heavy casualties that night. If Yang Kong and Yang Ying wanted to subdue them, would they submit? Definitely not. This was a blood feud. Tonight's battle. The major forces in Yang Kang's mansion had suffered huge losses, so how could they come to join Yang Kai? Even if they were to take a step back, even if they were to seek refuge, how could they peacefully coexist with Yang Kai's original allies in the future? Everyone's eyes were filled with hatred when they met. Staying together every day was bound to lead to chaos. Even if Yang Kai's personality was charming, it was impossible for them to let go of their blood feud. Since we can't subdue them, let's end this quickly. Qiu Yimeng took a deep breath. Her face filled with helplessness. Since Yang Kai had arrived, he could now take Ying Jiu and Xiao Shun to defeat and capture Yang Kong. With the current strength of Yang Kang's defenses, there was no way he could resist the attacks of 2 blood warriors. But who would have thought that Kai Yang would just let out a sinister laugh, the corners of his mouth rising? A quick battle? I've only just arrived. What do you want to do? The Chiu family's first young lady stared blankly. I want to make them despair. Yang Kai's face became cold as he glanced over at Chiu Yimeng. Don't forget, if I don't make these people despair and fear me, they will seek refuge with someone else and become my enemy. And the one they would seek refuge with would undoubtedly be Yang Zhao. There was no doubt about this. After all, Yang Zhao and Yang Kong were blood brothers. Looking at Yang Kai's grin, Chiu Yimeng suddenly felt a chill run down her spine, as if she was imagining a scene of broken walls, mountains of corpses, and rivers of blood. She had never expected that Yang Kai's appetite would be so big. Yang Kai's appearance was naturally not hidden from Yang Kang's eyes. At this moment, Yang Kang's eyes were filled with anger as he glared up at him, his face filled with anger as he shouted, "Ninth brother." Yang Kai smiled and greeted him, "Fifth brother, good evening." Seeing this, Yang Kong almost coughed up blood in anger, nodding repeatedly, Good, ninth brother, you really are ruthless. Fifth brother thanks you for your guidance." Yang Kai's smile slowly converged as he said lightly, "Xiao Shun, Ingjiu, come with me." Xiao Shun grinned and nodded while Ingjiu remained silent in the darkness. Glancing down, Yang Kai randomly chose a spot on the battlefield and rushed straight down. Yang Kang's cultivator, who had already fallen into a complete disadvantage, suddenly saw Yang Kai lead the two blood warriors into the fray, and the situation quickly turned around. These cultivators had a headache facing Yang Kai's attacks and harassment. If they tried to fight back, they would immediately be killed by the two blood warriors, but if they didn't fight back, Yang Kai's combat strength was absolutely not to be underestimated. Even an immortal Ascension Boundary Master couldn't withstand a single blow from him. Wherever Yang Kai went, it could be said that he was unstoppable, and the situation was clear. He was like a sharp spear, his momentum like a rainbow, moving in and out of the enemy's formation as he pleased, unstoppable. The Yang family's rules for blood warriors to participate in the battle were all used by him, almost like a cheat, making his opponents powerless to resist. Everyone was thrown off their feet, howling miserably as despair filled the air. Yang Kang's expression quickly changed from anger to frustration. He really didn't know what Yang Kai wanted to do. He had already occupied an absolute advantage, but he had ignored him and his flag, instead choosing to go in and out of the crowd, leading the two blood warriors to slaughter his own side. In the midst of the chaos, a cultivator suddenly appeared in front of Yang Kang. The helpless Yang Kang's eyes suddenly lit up and he hurriedly asked, "Where's my second brother?" When he learned that his mansion had been attacked tonight, Yang Kang had sent a messenger to inform Yang Zhao to bring reinforcements, but it wasn't until now that this messenger had arrived. The cultivator quickly said, "Fifth young lord, second young lord was unable to come." What? Yang Kang was startled, grit his teeth and roared, "What happened?" Eldest young lord brought some people and is currently harassing second young lord, so he can't send anyone here. Yang Kang's expression instantly became desperate, his body stumbling back as he muttered, "How could this be?" It didn't make sense that as soon as he was attacked, his eldest brother had to restrain his second brother. Did this mean that his ninth brother had joined forces with his eldest brother? "Fifth young lord, second young lord asked me to bring you a message." The cultivator opened his mouth, but hesitated, his eyes flashing. "What message?" Yang Kang's eyes flashed with a last glimmer of hope. Second young lord said. The cultivator wore a bitter expression as he stammered, "That you should admit defeat. In any case, ninth brother won't kill you." After a pause, he added, "Those were second young lord's exact words." "Admit defeat?" Yang Kang repeated, suddenly throwing his head back and laughing loudly. "I admit defeat? How could I, Yang Kang, admit defeat?" His expression of despair suddenly turned ferocious and excited. He became somewhat hysterical as he madly roared, "Ninth brother!" This roar spread through almost half of War City, and everyone who heard it couldn't help trembling. This was a roar filled with unwillingness and fighting spirit. Yang Kai, who was in the middle of slaughtering the enemy, heard this and immediately flew up into the air, looking down at Yang Kang with an indifferent expression. "Ninth brother, Everyone underestimated you, including fifth brother. Fifth brother's defeat is not unjust, but if you want to beat me, you have to beat me head-on. Do you dare? Yang Kang's eyes were burning like flames, without the slightest trace of desperation, as if he was the current winner. Yang Kai smiled lightly and agreed to Yang Kang's request, quickly changing the subject. But I have a request. Speak. Yang Kang took a deep breath and seemed to calm down. After tonight, all the surviving cultivators in your house will scram from War City. Yang Kang was startled but immediately understood what he meant and sneered. Are you afraid they'll seek refuge with second brother? What do you think? Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged. He wasn't afraid. He now had the absolute advantage and could completely kill all these people, cutting the weeds and eliminating the roots. Yang Kang believed that if he didn't agree to this request, Yang Kai would really do such a thing. Beat the snake to death and let the tiger return to the mountain will eventually lead to disaster. Knowing that if he let these people live, they would still try to oppose him in the future, no one would show mercy. The reason why he made such a request was obviously because Yang Kai didn't want to be too ruthless. Good. Yang Kang nodded, leapt up, and flew up into the sky with Tang Yuxian. Since he was destined to lose, he had to lose heroically. Being hesitant was not the style of the Yang family. Tang Yuxian took half a step forward and stood in front of Yang Kang, a bitter smile on her face as she stared at Yang Kai and said, "Little lord, this day has finally come. If it weren't for the accident with Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao, Tang Yuxian and Tu Feng would now be following Yang Kai, laughing as they watched him reap one harvest after another. But the heavens made fools of people. Even if Tang Yuxian was unwilling, she had no choice but to become an enemy of Yang Kai. Yuxian, this time you don't need to intervene, this is a matter between me and ninth brother." Yang Kang also knew the relationship between Tang Yuxian and Yang Kai and shook his head slightly. "Fifth young lord." Tang Yuxian smiled, a small dimple appearing at the corner of her mouth. "Blood warriors have their own principles. Protecting the young lords is the reason we blood warriors participate in the inheritance war. Even if you don't allow it, I will still participate." Yang Kang couldn't help feeling slightly moved. Choosing Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian as his followers, Yang Kang's original intention was to disgust Yang Kai. Over the past few months, he had been quite suspicious of Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian's loyalty, especially when he became enemies with Yang Kai, fearing that these two would not distinguish between public and private interests. But now it seemed that he had been thinking too much. At this final juncture, Tang Yuxian was still fulfilling her responsibility as a blood warrior. "I'll accompany Yuxian." Ying Jiao suddenly appeared. Chapter 487. The two blood warriors stared at each other calmly. Suddenly, the yuan qi in their bodies surged, gradually becoming violent. Soon, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Ying Jiao, the vitality in their bodies soared. Whether it was their aura or their yuan qi, they broke through layer after layer and reached a new realm. Mad Tyrant Blood Skill. Now, both of them had reached the peak immortal ascension boundary. Asterisk Xiao Xiao. Asterisk the two figures disappeared at the same time, leaving only two red lights in the night sky, constantly colliding with each other. The old demon, who was wreaking havoc in the crowd, felt these fluctuations and couldn't help looking up, his expression slightly dignified. Sure enough, they have some skill. With his Mad Tyrant Blood Skill activated, the old demon knew that these two were still not his opponents in a one-on-one fight, but if he wanted to win, it would definitely take him a long time. Tang Yuxian was distracted by Ying Jiao, Tu Feng was under the Qi binding seal, and Yang Kang now had no one to protect him. "Fifth brother, please." Yang Kai stared at him, his expression calm. Yang Kang's expression became solemn as he took a deep breath, his eyes flashing a cold light, his aura gradually becoming more and more dangerous, but his expression became calmer and calmer. Not bad, Yang Kai thought to himself. He suddenly discovered that his fifth brother's temperament was actually not so childish. Among the younger generation of cultivators of the same cultivation, he should be considered one of the top. In battle, the more furious one was, the easier it was to fall into a passive state. A cultivator would compete. Momentum, cultivation, methods, experience, and even more so, temperament. Once one's temperament was affected by external factors during a fight, it would be difficult to display their full strength, and some fatal flaws may even appear. A cultivator who was in a rage would find it difficult to act rationally in battle. Gradually, the rhythm of the battle would be taken over and they would lose their lives. As soon as Yang Kong was ready to fight, he immediately calmed down, obviously already possessing the demeanor of a master. If he was given another 20 years, he would definitely be able to grow into a tyrant. However, he was still too young. Yang Kai was younger than him, but the two of them had different experiences. Different experiences naturally led to different perspectives when looking at problems. Ninth brother, you being able to fight Lu Qingyao means that your fifth brother is definitely not your opponent. Yang Kong said calmly. Saying these words, he didn't feel ashamed at all. But if you want to beat me, you'll have to pay a price. As he spoke, Yang Kai waved his hand and suddenly a compass-like object. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he stared at Yang Kong in amazement, frowning slightly. Why bother? I'm a member of the Yang family, you know the temperament of the Yang family. Yang Kong sneered, but his expression was indifferent. Yang Yang's Yang, Yang 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 Qi, Yang Yang Yang, Yang of you of Yang Yang, of Yang, Yang of course Yang Qi, or Yang of Yang Qi like a snake, Yang Yang Qi, Yang Yang of Yang Yang Qi Yang of Yang Qi, Yang Yang Yangus Yang Kong just calmly looked at the incoming palm print and didn't even try to avoid it. Ping. Yang Kong let out a muffled groan as he was sent flying, but at the same time, he threw his head back and laughed. Ninth brother, try the power of your fifth brother's mysterious grade artifact. The compass-like object in his hand seemed to have swallowed up all of his yuan qi in an instant, releasing a burst of light as a palpitating energy fluctuation suddenly filled the air. Kacha. Bolts of lightning as thick as human legs suddenly shot out from the compass. These bolts of lightning were like flood dragons emerging from the sea, each with a pair of horns on their heads. Each of these lightning bolts was over a dozen meters long and were extremely lifelike. Opening their bloody maws, they viciously bit towards Yang Kai who was chasing after them. Yang Kai stopped abruptly and his figure flickered a few times, retreating 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. The lightning dragon-like attack disappeared into the night sky, but Yang Kai still felt a chill run down his spine. Without the slightest hesitation, Yang Kai summoned his 1,000-blossoming blood begonia, 1,000 petals fluttering around him, forming an impenetrable defense. Without warning, the lightning dragons that had just disappeared suddenly reappeared around Yang Kai and once again attacked him fiercely. Flower petals fluttered and the lightning dragons flickered, the two collided and a violent explosion rang out. Looking at Yang Kai who was surrounded by the lightning dragons, Yang Kong grinned bitterly. He didn't use any probing attacks at all, nor did he hesitate, using his most powerful attack because he knew that with his ninth brother's cultivation, he only had one chance. Unfortunately, he had only managed to refine half of this artifact. This compass was the mysterious grade artifact Yang Kai had obtained during the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake. It contained the mysteries and power of lightning. Once it was completely refined, Yang Kong would be able to rely on this artifact to fight against an immortal Ascension Boundary 5th Stage Master. However, Yang Kai didn't give him any time to do so. As a last resort, Yang Kai could only use this semi-finished artifact as a final blow. The price he had to pay for this was enormous. Without fully refining this artifact, Yang Kong couldn't control it at all. The moment the lightning dragon shot out, Yang Kong also suffered a huge backlash. What's more, the lightning dragons couldn't be summoned back, so after this one strike, the compass was completely destroyed. Unless an artifact refining grandmaster could repair it and collect the power of the lightning, it would be restored to its original state. This method was extremely harmful to both the cultivator and the artifact, so before an artifact was completely refined, no cultivator dared to use it lightly. This was different from when Lu Qingyao had sacrificed the Water Moon Blue Wave armor. After sacrificing the Water Moon Blue Wave armor, this mysterious grade artifact had completely disappeared without even a chance to be repaired, but it still wouldn't bring any harm to Lu Qingyao. Yang Kong was satisfied. No matter how strong his ninth brother was, he couldn't block the attack of a mysterious great artifact, right? As long as he could injure him, Yang Kong could achieve his goal. Even if he was defeated, he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed. Qiu Yimeng also looked at Yang Kai, who was wrapped in the lightning dragons, with a look of worry on her face. Her palms were wet with sweat as she naturally noticed how tyrannical these lightning dragons were. She didn't know whether Yang Kai could block them or not. But when she saw Xiao Shun still standing beside her with an indifferent look on his face, Qiu Yimeng couldn't help feeling relieved. If Yang Kai was really in danger, Xiao Shun wouldn't just stand by and watch. Since he didn't move, it meant that Yang Kai's life was not in danger. Qua. Bright red petals suddenly floated down from the sky. These petals danced in the air and sprinkled down in droves. A strong fragrance wafted through the air. The 1,000 blossoming blood begonia's defense had been broken. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help exclaiming, but before she had time to catch her breath, a fierce suction force suddenly appeared around Yang Kai. There seemed to be a vortex. This vortex was fiercely pulling in the lightning dragons, and no matter how they struggled, they couldn't resist the suction force of this vortex. Soon, the flickering lightning dragons disappeared and Yang Kai appeared in front of everyone's eyes, unscathed. At this moment, he was holding a tabletop-sized bone shield in his hand. On the front of this bone shield was an open, terrifying beast mouth. Inside this beast mouth, it seemed that one could vaguely see flashing sparks. A mysterious grade artifact is really powerful. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. The 1,000 blossoming blood begonia couldn't resist the attack of the mysterious grade artifact, so he had no choice but to summon this bone shield. It swallowed the lightning dragons. Fuck! Seeing this scene, Yang Kong couldn't help cursing, and immediately after, his figure swayed and fell from the sky. The mysterious grade artifact had sucked up all of his Yuan Qi, so he was no longer able to fight. He had hoped that his strongest attack would be able to create some trouble for Yang Kai, preferably injuring him. As for killing Yang Kai, Yang Kong had never thought of doing so. Not to mention Yang Kai's cultivation, Yang Kong didn't have the ability to kill him, and even if he did, Yang Kong wouldn't dare entertain such thoughts. After all, the two of them were still brothers. Yang Kong had never imagined that he would be able to use this bone shield. Yang Kong suddenly found this difficult to accept, his mood becoming complex. Xiao Shun glanced over at Yang Kai, and seeing him nod to him, Xiao Shun leapt out and caught Yang Kong, who was still falling from the air, and put him on the ground, grinning. "Fifth young lord, thank you for letting me win." "What are you so proud of?" Yang Kong coldly snorted, his expression ugly. "It wasn't you who beat me." Yang Kang's face was completely black as he bristled with anger. When he released the lightning dragons just now, he had also been electrocuted. His body was injured and his expectations had dropped, so it would be strange if his complexion wasn't good. Xiao Shun suppressed his smile and nodded. "Fifth young lord, please don't be angry. Quickly return to the central capital and heal your wounds." "It's none of your business." Yang Kang's mood was obviously not very good, so Xiao Shun no longer paid any attention to him and quickly returned. The battle between the two Yang family young lords was decided in a single move, and the cultivator below gradually calmed down, no longer resisting. After all, Yang Kong had already been captured. In the inheritance war, he had been eliminated, so there was no point in continuing to resist. On the other side, Gao Rangfeng looked at Hua Star somewhat incredulously and shook his head with a wry smile. "Young Lord Hua, the fifth young lord has already been eliminated. There's no need for us to continue. The outcome hasn't been decided yet. Why are you in such a hurry? They are them, we are us. Come on, let's continue." Hua Stars said with a wretched smile, full of enthusiasm. Gao Rangfeng helplessly nodded. "This Gao admits that young Lord Hua's skill is superior. I am not his opponent." He was also quite speechless, never having thought that this playboy who had done nothing would actually be able to surpass him in terms of cultivation. This was impossible. When did Hua Stars become so strong? Why didn't you say so earlier? Hua Stars laughed, hearing Gao Rangfeng admit defeat. His mood greatly improved. "Brother Gao, even if we fight, our friendship is still there, right?" Gao Rangfeng didn't like Huastars and felt somewhat ashamed to be associated with this person, so although he said so, in his heart, he couldn't help thinking that the two of them didn't have any friendship. Next time I'll invite you to visit a brothel, Huastars said without restraint. Gao Rangfeng's face went black as he didn't dare to answer. We're all men, you know. The Hua family young lord's brow twitched obscenely. Chapter 488. The dust settled, Yang Kong had been defeated. However, in a certain corner of the battlefield, Dong Qinghan was ravaging the Lu family's young master. Lu Song's strength wasn't bad. A few days ago, he had fought with Dong Qinghan at Pajing Lake, so they were familiar with each other's details. Tonight, Dong Qinghan had deliberately sought him out, and Lu Song had accepted the challenge without hesitation. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few days, Dong Qinghan's strength had actually increased greatly. After a brief battle, Lu Song was defeated, not even having a chance to fight back, being chased around by Dong Qinghan. Is this guy on steroids or something? How come he's so strong tonight? Lu Song was beaten black and blue, quickly fleeing in panic. Run for this young master, run faster. Dong Qinghan's face was cold, his fat body exuding an indescribable elegance, and in a flash, he appeared in front of Lu Song and slapped him across the face. Lu Song raised his hand to block, but how could he have known that his opponent's speed was so fast that before he could even react, the direction of his palm had changed? With a loud slap, half of Lu Song's face went numb. As the saying goes, when you hit someone, don't hit their face. When cursing someone, don't expose their shortcomings. Dong Qinghan's vile behavior almost made Lu Song vomit blood. He was the young lord of a first-class family, with so many pairs of eyes watching him on this battlefield. If word of this spread out, how could he ever maintain a foothold in the future? Dong Qinghan, don't go too far. Lu Song hurriedly retreated, opening up some distance between him and Dong Qinghan. I'm going too far, so what? Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Pa. Lu Song was so angry that he completely lost his composure, unable to block any of the moves he could have blocked. Suffering another slap, Lu Song's eyes went red. Blind fool, still not leaving War City. Dong Qinghan spat as he continued to slap Lu Song. Cousin! Lu Song screamed at the top of his lungs, shouting into the void. Cousin, your mother! Dong Qinghan slapped him again. Up in the sky, Qiu Yimeng glanced down and shook her head slightly, ignoring Lu Song's cry for help. On the day he was driven out of his house by Yang Kai, Qiu Yimeng had privately talked to him the next day, urging him to leave War City as soon as possible and not meddle in the muddy waters of the Inheritance War. Qiu Yimeng's intentions were good. She knew that he had eyes but couldn't see. He had offended someone he shouldn't have offended. Qing is Yang's tea? But not only did this little brat not appreciate his kindness, after recovering from his injuries, he even sought out Yang Kong as a backer, intending to oppose Yang Kai. It was already too late for him to ask for help now. Dong Qinghan wasn't going to kill him, so teaching him a lesson and humiliating him was a good idea. Perhaps it would make him realize that the Inheritance War wasn't something he could participate in. After Yang Kong fell from the sky, everyone had stopped what they were doing. Only Dong Qinghan continued to teach Lu Song a lesson, causing the latter to squeal like a pig being slaughtered. It made one's hair stand on end. Yang Kong Mansion was in a state of desolation. They had suffered heavy losses in this battle. More than half of their men were killed or injured. No one had thought that it would end up like this. Everyone thought that even if Yang Kang's forces weren't the strongest, they weren't the weakest either. Even if someone came to fight, it would be impossible to defeat them. But the bloody reality sobered them up. Yang Kai had silently gained the power to overpower all the Yang family young lords. Looking at the figure in the sky, many people showed a look of frustration and powerlessness. Take out the flag. Yang Kai shouted coldly. Xiao Shun's body shook. Rushing into the middle hall of Yang Kang's mansion, he picked up the flag and openly walked out. No one stopped him, and no one dared to stop him. The loss of the flag also meant that Yang Kong had been eliminated in a real sense. Lying on the ground, Yang Kong slowly closed his eyes. From now on, Everything in War City had nothing to do with him. I'll give you all a chance to live. Looking down at the surviving cultivator in Yang Kang's house, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help holding their breath and listening attentively. Collect all the supplies in my fifth brother's house and deliver them to my house. Don't ever set foot in War City again, otherwise I'll kill without mercy. No one answered, and no one accused him of acting like a bandit. This was what Yang Kai deserved. After experiencing tonight's slaughter, the cultivator here didn't have the courage to stay. What's more, Yang Kang had previously agreed to Yang Kai's conditions, so with him speaking, these people who had pledged allegiance to him should obey. Don't understand? If you don't understand, there's no need for you to leave. Yang Kai stared down with an unkind expression. We understand, ninth young lord, rest assured. Immediately, someone shouted, fearing that Yang Kai's people would kill again. Yang Kai nodded slightly. We should hurry back. Chiao Yimeng's expression was dignified as she said with some unease, I wanted to end this quickly, but you've delayed for so long. There aren't many people left in the house, and we don't know whether Yang Xin and Yang Ying have taken action yet. Currently, Yang Kai's house only had a small number of people. If Yang Xin and Yang Ying received news of this, if they were ruthless enough, they could lead a large number of people and seize the flag while Yang Kai's rear was undefended. Even if Chu Gao Yi was there to protect them, it wouldn't be enough. I did it deliberately. Yang Kai smiled lightly. What do you mean? Sixth brother and seventh brother should have already taken action, right? Yang Kai replied casually. Are you sure they've already taken action? Chiao Yimeng's beautiful face paled slightly. Of course. Yang Kai nodded. Then you're not worried at all? Chiao Yimeng was anxious to death. She really didn't understand why Yang Kai had deliberately delayed for so long to allow Yang Shen and Yang Ying to receive the news. What are you worried about? The flag is fine. Yang Kai shook his head. Although Chu Gao Yi alone wasn't enough to guarantee the safety of the flag, there was still Meng Wuya in the house. Treasurer Meng had said he wouldn't intervene in the inheritance war, but if there really was a crisis, he wouldn't just sit back and watch. Yang Kai had confidence in him. Tonight is an opportunity. Yang Kai chuckled. This place is closer to Sixth Brother's house, so let's go there. Chiao Yimeng was stunned. Staring at him blankly, she asked, How much are you planning to do tonight? As much as I can. Yang Kai replied casually. Tonight was a rare opportunity. Yang Kai had refined a mysterious great artifact many days in advance. The return of the old demon and Ying Jiao's recovery were all advantages Yang Kai could take advantage of. These advantages could only be exposed once, so the next time his brothers were psychologically prepared, they wouldn't have much effect. Yang Zhao Mansion. Yang Zhao smiled helplessly. Leading a group of cultivators, Yang Zhao confronted Yang Wei in front of the house. The two brothers had been talking all night and their mouths were dry. They didn't fight. Yang Zhao knew that his eldest brother had come to restrain him and prevent him from mobilizing his forces, so naturally he had no intention of fighting. Someone hurried over. Coming to Yang Zhao's side and whispering in his ear, Yang Zhao's expression suddenly changed. At the same time, someone else came to Yang Wei's side and said the same thing. After a moment, the two brothers glanced at each other and Yang Zhao asked, Eldest brother, what kind of background does ninth brother have? Do you know? I know a little, but I didn't expect him to be so strong. Yang Wei nodded gently. Yang Kang would be eliminated. This was what the two of them had expected. However, Yang Kai's side basically didn't lose any manpower, which made the two of them feel a little surprised. Whether it was Yang Wei or Yang Zhao, they both thought that even if their ninth brother could defeat their fifth brother, it would be a Pyrrhic victory. After all, one was attacking while the other was defending. The latter had the advantage of time and location. Now that the news had come, no matter who it was, they couldn't help showing a trace of shock and fear. Eldest brother, listen to me, how about joining forces with me? Ninth brother is so strong. This time with fifth brother, he will only grow stronger and stronger. If we don't join forces now, we won't have another chance. Yang Wei's brow wrinkled, but he didn't answer immediately. Yang Zhao smiled and said, Eldest brother, what are you hesitating for? Ninth brother is strong now. If I'm not wrong, his next target will be sixth brother or seventh brother. After defeating sixth brother and seventh brother, we will become his next target. Do you still want to join forces with him to destroy me first? Yang Wei shook his head. Joining forces with him is only limited to this one time. However, if he wants to destroy sixth brother and seventh brother, I'm afraid it will take some time. When he really sets his sights on you and me, it won't be too late for us to join forces. Yang Zhao hesitated for a moment before nodding. Good. If there's nothing else, I'll go back first. Yang Wei no longer said anything and led his group away. Watching Yang Wei's figure disappear, Yang Zhao's brow couldn't help wrinkling as he muttered, ninth brother, what kind of subordinates do you have? How could they accomplish such a feat? After hesitating for a moment, Yang Zhao hurriedly found the man who had just reported and asked him about the battle in Yang Kang's house. When he learned about the bloody methods of the old demon, Yang Zhao's expression couldn't help changing greatly. Isn't he an evil demon? In this subordinate's opinion, that is indeed the conduct of an evil demon. The cultivator camp in 5th Young Lord's house was completely destroyed by this man. If it weren't for him, 5th Young Lord wouldn't have been defeated so miserably. Before the artifact snatching battle, the forces gathered by his brothers were basically equal. Even if there was some gap, it wasn't big. Therefore, no one dared to take the initiative to attack others, giving others an opportunity to take advantage of the situation. But after the artifact snatching battle, Yang Kai's house had suddenly opened up a gap in strength between him and his brothers, which made Yang Zhao feel a little strange. Where did this cruel evil demon come from? Why had he never heard of him before? Xen Ro. Yang Zhao called out softly. What is second young master's order? Xen Ro walked up and asked softly. Have you found any news about the master I asked you to inquire about? Xen Ro slowly shook her head. Not yet. After that person appeared at Pajing Lake, he disappeared. Continue to investigate. Yang Zhao frowned. Be sure to find that person and try to use them as much as possible. The mysterious master who appeared at Pajing Lake had snatched the 8th mysterious grade artifact, so not only did Yang Kai care about her identity, Yang Zhao also cared about her. If he could win over such a mysterious master, Yang Zhao wouldn't need to fear Yang Kai. With this hope in mind, Yang Zhao naturally spared no effort to inquire about this person, but unfortunately, after so many days, there had been no news. Chapter 489. Tonight, Yang Kai suddenly launched a large-scale attack on Yang Kang while Yang Wei led his forces to pin down Yang Zhao. The two battlefields were filled with smoke, and the situation suddenly became tense. After Yang Shin received the news, he immediately saw an opportunity to exploit and immediately sent a message to Yang Ying. The two of them led a large number of people to take advantage of Yang Kai's weakness to seize the flag and eliminate him in one fell swoop. At this time, Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, Yang Kai, and Yang Kang all had their hands full. Their cultivators were scattered all over the place, so even if they took action, they didn't have to worry about the safety of their own rear. In order to ensure victory, whether it was Yang Shin or Yang Ying, both of them had brought their only remaining blood warrior and around 70% of their cultivators. They only wanted to end this battle quickly and break through Yang Kai's defenses as soon as possible. One couldn't blame Yang Shin for being so ambitious. Anyone else would have made such a decision. It could be said that this decision was the correct one. However, Yang Shin had misjudged the situation. He thought that Yang Kai and Yang Kang would fight for a long time, and that he and Yang Ying would easily seize the flag hanging in the central hall of Yang Kai's mansion. In his fantasy, perhaps by the time he and Yang Ying won the flag and returned triumphantly, Yang Kai and Yang Kang's battle hadn't yet been decided. This was enough time to take advantage of. The two sides acted in a hurry and soon gathered in Yang Kai's mansion. After a series of fierce attacks, the cultivator in Yang Kai's mansion was unable to resist and was forced to retreat again and again. The only forces left in Yang Kai's mansion were 10,000 Flower Palace, Soaring Feather Pavilion, Xiang Family, Reflecting Moon Sect, Blood Battle Gang, and Ghost King Valley. How could these people resist the attacks of Yang Shin and Yang Ying's cultivator? Qiu Yi Meng and Hu Stars were not present, so everyone was like a headless fly. 10,000 Flower Palace's first senior sister Han Shaoqi didn't panic and calmly issued orders. Under her command, everyone gradually stabilized their footing. However, the disparity in strength still made everyone feel powerless and forced to retreat. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were overjoyed when they saw this and quickly ordered people to rush to the central hall to seize the flag. Chu Gaoyi with his own strength, blocking the enemy and activating his mad tyrant blood skill, it was like a single man guarding a pass. Gaoyi Mengji. After a long battle, Yang Shen and Yang Ying both became anxious. At that moment, one of their cultivator subordinates, Yang Kang, Yang Kai's defeat. Yang Kai led his subordinates and retreated from Yang Kang's mansion. Yang Shen and Yang Ying were shocked and no longer dared to hesitate, personally leading their blood warriors to charge into the fray, hoping to end the battle before Yang Kai returned. Chu Gaoyi was powerful, but in the end he was only one person. Any one of the blood warriors around Yang Shen and Yang Ying was more than enough to delay him. With 2 Yang family young lords and 2 blood warriors joining the fray, Chu Gaoyi was really outnumbered and unable to defend the central temple. Just as the flag was within reach, a white-haired old man suddenly appeared. He had an unyielding expression on his face, as if he was doing something he was very unwilling to do. He easily blocked the cultivators who came to seize the flag. Yang Shen and Yang Ying's eyes were bloodshot. Victory was in sight, but they didn't know where this old man had come from. How could they be willing to give up? Yang ordered his numerous cultivator subordinates to attack again. But the old man's strength was too tyrannical. Together with Chu Gaoyi and Yang Kai's immortal ascension boundary cultivator, they arranged an airtight defense in front of the central hall that even a mosquito couldn't fly in. After a long struggle, Yang Shen and Yang Ying both despaired. But what made them feel strange was that Yang Kai still hadn't returned. While they were puzzled, the two of them suddenly thought of a terrifying possibility. Before they could finish their thoughts, a cultivator rushed over in a panic and reported, "6th young lord, the 9th young lord seems to have taken people to his house and hasn't returned." Hearing this, Yang Shen suddenly felt like he had been doused with a basin of cold water, his entire body going cold. He had tried to seize the flag while Yang Kai's defense was weak, but how could he have known that Yang Kai had the same idea after attacking Yang Kang? "6th brother." Yang Ying glanced sadly at Yang Shen. "Return." Yang Shen waved his hand. How could he dare hesitate? Yang Shen couldn't take this place, and his own house was on fire, so he didn't want to stay. Yang Ying gritted his teeth and glared hatefully at the old man. He didn't stay any longer and left with Yang Shen. Just as he was halfway there, Yang Shen saw quite a few cultivators from his mansion running towards him in panic. His face immediately turned ashen. "6th young lord." The cultivator who was rushing over also saw Yang Shen, Yang Ying, and the others and hurriedly approached them, sobbing and crying as he spoke, "9th young master is such a bastard. He rushed into the mansion and burned, killed, and looted. We couldn't stop him and lost the flag." Yang Shen couldn't help but stagger, a trace of grief and despair appearing on his face. He was truly muddle-headed about his defeat. Yang Kang had been eliminated. At the very least, it was Yang Kai who led a frontal attack. Yang Kang wasn't his opponent and was defeated. As for himself, all because of his greed, he had been careless. He hadn't expected the battle between Yang Kai and Yang Kai to end so quickly, nor had he expected the defenses of Yang Kai's house to be so strong. One wrong move and the whole game was lost. "6th brother." Yang Ying pursed his lips, not knowing how to comfort him, only calling out softly. Yang Shen's expression suddenly calmed down and he said in a low voice, "7th brother, take this 6th brother and exchange him for some supplies from the family. In addition, all the cultivator in my house will be handed over to you." "6th brother." Yang Ying's face was filled with emotion, opening his mouth but not knowing what to say. The two of them were blood brothers, so in the inheritance war, naturally they would help each other. With the flag lost, Yang Shen was now eliminated, so the only thing he could do was naturally increase Yang Ying's strength. "What are you waiting for? 9th brother's appetite is big. After he's finished with my house, he'll definitely go to yours. Hurry up and return." Yang Shen shouted angrily. Yang Ying suddenly woke up and didn't bother to say anything to Yang Shen, hurriedly leading his people back. Sixth young lord, since you've been eliminated, Luo Hai will withdraw first. The blood warrior next to Yang Shen suddenly said. Yang Shen glanced at him and smiled bitterly. You're going to join ninth brother? Luo Hai nodded gently. He didn't deny it. You've been waiting for this day for a long time, right? Yang Shen smiled contemptuously, a trace of resentment in his voice. Luo Hai's expression remained unchanged and he didn't answer. Why do all of you blood warriors want to join ninth brother? Does he have such great ability to make all of you so willingly surrender? Yang Shen's face was filled with envy, but also a deep sense of powerlessness. Blood warriors know how to repay kindness. The reason we all chose to join ninth young lord, sixth young lord should understand. Luo Hai replied. Just because he used Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu? Is that enough to make all of you so grateful? Luo Hai nodded deeply. Yang Shen let out a sigh of relief, feeling somewhat disheartened. Waving his hand, he said, Go, you've worked hard all this time. Luo Hai cupped his fists. Turning around, he left. Looking at Luo Hai's back, Yang Shen smiled bitterly. Using Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu, he had also had the opportunity to do so. Not only him, all the Yang family young lords who had contributed enough had this opportunity, but none of them had grasped it. Only ninth brother had the courage to do so. If he had used Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu, wouldn't all the blood warriors have surrendered to him now? Certainly, the premise was that he had been able to hold on until now. Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu were seriously injured at the time and couldn't display even 30% of their full strength, so no one dared ask them to follow him. Even now, Yang Shen still couldn't figure out what kind of method his ninth brother had used. Healing Chu Gao Yi and Ingjiu's injuries had allowed them to grow to the point where they were now. Yang Shen's house. A group of people were happily counting the supplies in Yang Shen's house, carrying out boxes full of harvest. 70% of Yang Shen's people had been taken away by him, so when Yang Kai led his people here, without encountering any decent resistance, they were able to capture and occupy this mansion. It was an easy task. The cultivator in the house fled one after another, but Yang Kai didn't order his people to chase after them, instead ordering them to search for the supplies and take them away. Yanling Xing greets the little lord. A burly man with a pockmarked face walked up to Yang Kai and said respectfully. Yang Kai glanced at him and nodded slightly. This man was the blood warrior who had followed Yang Shen around Pijing Lake that day. Just like Tu Feng. After being hit by the Qi binding seal, his Yuan Qi had been sealed and he was unable to use it. At this moment, apart from his strong physique, he was no different from an ordinary person. All the cultivator in Yang Shen's house had run away, leaving only him. Subordinate is willing to follow the little lord. I beg the little lord to fulfill this wish. Yanling Xing quickly said. That was my intention. Yanling Xing heard this and was overjoyed, repeatedly expressing his thanks. Qiu Yimeng watched from the side, shaking her head and smiling bitterly. She had also read many ancient records of the Yang family's inheritance war and knew that in the past, whenever a Yang family young lord was defeated, the blood warriors around him would become the target of the other young lords. Often, because of these blood warriors who were temporarily without a master, the remaining young lords would erupt into great battles one after another in order to win over these blood warriors. But this time, all the blood warriors who had been defeated by the other young lords had, without exception, chosen to follow Yang Kai. Qiu Yimeng couldn't understand what kind of charm this bastard had that made all the masters of the Blood Warrior Hall so willingly submit to him. If such a scene was seen by Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others, wouldn't their eyes turn red with jealousy? Yang Kai, where are we going now? Feeling a headache coming on, Qiu Yimeng was too lazy to think about it and simply asked. Home, where else do you want to go? Yang Kai glanced at her. Qiu Yimeng couldn't help curling her lips. I thought you wanted to go to Yang Ying's house. Yang Kai shook his head. I don't have such plans for the time being. Seventh brother's house should now be occupied by two groups of people. If we attack now, our losses won't be small. Let's wait a few more days. Tonight, the harvest is big enough. You're too modest. Qiu Yimeng snorted. The harvest was more than big enough. It was simply bountiful. Yang Kong was defeated, his flag and supplies were taken away. Tu Feng and Tang Yuxian pledged allegiance to him. Yang Shen was also defeated, his flag and supplies were also taken away. Yan Lingxing and Luo Hai pledged allegiance to him. In just one night, Yang Kai's strength had greatly increased, his supplies were abundant, and his future was bright. Chapter 490. The sun hung high in the sky and the blue sky was clear. Yang Kai's mansion was bustling with activity, as if it was the new year, all the cultivators' faces beaming with joy. In last night's battle, Yang Kai had almost become the only winner, so these cultivators who had followed him here were naturally excited. Inside the courtyard, there were thousands of alchemy and artifact refining materials, a dazzling sight to behold. All of these materials had been plundered from Yang Kong and Yang Shen's houses. Before the start of the Inheritance War, Yang Kai had been collecting alchemy and artifact refining materials, so naturally everyone else had been doing the same. After the start of the Inheritance War, those who had taken refuge with Yang Kong and Yang Shen had also brought a lot of materials. Coupled with the materials they had collected over the past few months, it could be said that each of the young lords had amassed an amazing amount of wealth and materials. Now, the two sets of materials that originally belonged to Yang Kong and Yang Shen had been taken by Yang Kai. Furthermore, every box and every material was labeled with the name of the material, its function, its age, and so on. As long as a skilled artifact refiner or alchemist came over and took a look, they would immediately know how to use these materials. The leaders of all the forces had gathered here, their faces filled with excitement. Take a look and see if there are any materials you can use for cultivation. If there are any suitable materials, don't hesitate to take them yourself. Yang Kai ordered. When everyone heard this, they immediately became excited, not even bothering to exchange pleasantries, and immediately began searching through the many materials. The women were more sensitive and hesitated for a while. But seeing Hua Xing and the others put away a lot of materials, they also grit their teeth and stepped forward to begin searching. A short time later, everyone found one or two materials suitable for their own use and happily put them away. Even Qiu Yimeng found a pearl-like object that exuded a faint light. She carefully wore it close to her chest. Aren't you going to look around? Qiu Yimeng glanced over at Yang Kai. They're all mine, what am I looking for? Yang Kai smiled lightly and ordered, have someone sort out these materials and sort them out properly. Send them to the pill room and the weapon refining room. Qiu Yimeng nodded, not complaining at all, her eyes narrowing slightly. Who's the next target? We'll talk about it when the time comes. After last night's battle, not only had he obtained these materials, but he had also obtained the loyalty of the 4 blood warriors. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, Yan Lingxing. All of them were masters among masters, each of them having reached the immortal ascension boundary 8th stage. However, Tu Feng and Yan Lingxing were both affected by the Qi binding seal and were currently seeking a way to remove it from Meng Wuya. Tang Yuxian and Ying Jiao had also suffered heavy injuries in the battle. Similarly, Ying Jiao also did not escape unscathed. Both of them used the Mad Tyrant blood skill, and in a real battle of swords and spears, neither held back. Friendship was friendship, but loyalty to the ideals of the Yang family made them protect the young masters. They spared no effort. Chu Gao Yi, while guarding the central temple last night, had once again suffered a heavy blow. The uncontrolled eruption of his Yuan Qi and spiritual energy had put a huge burden on his body. So at this time, although Yang Kai seemed to have a strong army, he only had a few blood warriors. Only Xiao Shun and Luo Hai, who had recently joined them. Relying solely on the 2 blood warriors and old demon to attack any one of the remaining 3, they wouldn't be able to gain an overwhelming advantage. Especially now that Yang Ying had joined forces with Yang Shen's people, his strength had greatly increased and he had become the one with the most allies. Eldest brother Yang Wei had always given off a calm and composed feeling, so Yang Kai estimated that he had not yet displayed his full strength. Needless to say, Yang Zhao was the most shrewd of the brothers and was probably even more difficult to deal with than the current Yang Ying. Therefore, young Kai was not preparing to make any moves in the near future. First, the cultivator in his house needed to recover, and second, he himself needed to consolidate his Yuan Qi 9th stage strength. As long as he waited for the blood warriors to restore their strength, he would be able to act freely. News of last night's battle quickly spread throughout the central capital and War City. The results of Yang Kai's two brothers' battle had also shocked everyone. Old Demon's cruel methods were even more exaggerated and described as extremely bloody. Everyone knew that Yang Kai's house had an evil demon with unfathomable means. Secretly, they were shocked by Yang Kai's boldness. The central capital's 8 great families and the ash-gray cloud evil land had always had an irreconcilable relationship. More than half a year ago, the two sides had fought a terrible war, and both sides had suffered losses. The Yang family patriarch, Yang Inghao, had been injured by the profound Yin Ghost King and the annihilating Poison King and had been forced to use a secret technique to expel his injuries at the cost of 30 years of his life. In this sensitive period, Kai Yang actually dared to collude with these evil demons. It was simply too bold. If this was used by someone with good intentions, it was likely to bring about some unimaginable changes and turnaround in the inheritance war. What was surprising, though, was that when the old demon was slaughtering people in War City, the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters in the Seal Temple actually didn't intervene. Many couldn't help speculating whether the 8 above immortal ascension boundary masters had acquiesced to the actions of this demon. Looking back at the result of last night's battle, everyone knew that the Yang family had overreached themselves this time and helped Yang Kai achieve his amazing feat. The Yang family disliked the fact that the young lord's progress in the inheritance war was too slow, so they had used 1,000 artifacts as bait to lure them into battle. Finally, they had placed Qi binding seals on the 8 mysterious grade artifacts, imprisoning the 6 blood warriors. Without these 6 blood warriors stirring up trouble, the progress of the inheritance war would undoubtedly be much faster. However, Ing Jiao suddenly lifted the Qi binding seal and Yang Kai now had Xiao Shun by his side, which meant that Yang Kai now had 2 more top-level combatants than the other young lords. Without these 2 people, Yang Kai wouldn't have been able to achieve the feat he did last night. In other words, the artifact snatching at Pijing Lake by the Yang family had indirectly helped Yang Kai achieve his goal. The twists and turns of this story were complicated, but some people were still able to see the ingenious connections. After this battle, the strength of Yang Kai's house had completely surpassed that of the other young lords. Everyone knew that if this continued, the one who would have the last laugh in the inheritance war would undoubtedly be Yang Kai. There was almost no suspense. Inside Yang Kai's house, everyone found suitable materials for their cultivation and went into retreat to cultivate. Yang Kai was preparing to find his little senior sister to relieve his physical and mental exhaustion and ask for some pills to cultivate when suddenly a voice called out from outside. 9th Young Lord, Lu Liang requests an audience. I hope 9th Young Lord will grant him an audience. Lu Liang? Yang Kai raised his brow and glanced over at Qiu Yimeng next to him. Your uncle is here. Qiu Yimeng rolled her eyes and frowned. I'm afraid it's because of Lu Song. You go see him, I won't bother. Yang Kai said casually. That's not good, he's here to see you. If you refuse to see him, it's a bit suspicious. What's not good about it? He's just here to apologize because of Lu Song's actions. If I really go out, I'm afraid he won't be able to say anything. Your cousins, it doesn't matter if you speak openly, that's all. Yang Kai finished speaking, not waiting for Qiu Yimeng to continue, walking towards the back hall. Qiu Yimeng sighed, thinking that what Yang Kai said made sense. She ordered the cultivator next to her to deliver the materials in the courtyard to the pill room and artifact refining room before walking out, a helpless look on her face. Lu Liang had come to see her for what reason, and what he would say, Qiu Yimeng could roughly guess, but because she had guessed it, she felt helpless. When she arrived at the door, Qiu Yimeng saw Lu Liang standing there, and behind him was the Lu family young master whose face was now swollen like a pig's head, Lu Song. Last night, he had been taught a terrible lesson by Dong Qinghan. When he thought of the fat man's outrageous methods, Lu Song couldn't help shuddering, but in his heart, he was filled with hatred. This hatred was clearly displayed on his face at this moment. Seeing this, Qiu Yimeng secretly shook her head, thinking to herself that this young man really was a pile of mud. Lu Liang's expression was also extremely awkward. The inheritance war was a matter for the younger generation. Lu Liang, as the patriarch of the Lu family, shouldn't have personally come to visit Yang Kai, but his son's actions were too disappointing, so Lu Liang had no choice but to shamelessly make a trip here. However, when he arrived at the door, he was stopped by 2 cultivator guards. Coincidentally, these 2 cultivator guards were from the Dong family. As soon as they saw Lu Song, they immediately sneered and ridiculed him, making him feel ashamed. Although Lu Liang couldn't help smiling, he couldn't do anything about it. He couldn't beat these 2, even if he had the strength to do so. If he really did, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to escape unscathed today. After all, there were many masters in Yang Kai's house. Uncle Lu. Qiu Yimeng showed a smile and greeted him warmly, alleviating Lu Liang's embarrassment. Young Lady Qiu personally greets this old man. This old man is truly ashamed. Lu Liang's posture was extremely low, his words humble, and while exchanging pleasantries, he turned around and glared at Lu Song. You still don't want to be polite. Lu Song was somewhat reluctant, but he still cupped his fists and said, Cousin. Qiu Yimeng smiled and nodded, not bothering to argue with him, simply saying, Come in and we'll talk. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly felt relieved. Qiu Yimeng welcoming him in obviously meant she still cared about the relationship between the 2 families and didn't intend to punish him. This meant that he had a chance to resolve this matter. After entering the side hall, Qiu Yimeng asked someone to serve them tea. Taking a sip, she asked, Uncle Lu, why have you come to War City? Lu Liang sighed deeply. First, young lady, I won't hide it from you. This old man has come here with a thick face. Compared to the future of the Lu family, this old man's face is nothing. If it weren't for this bastard doing such a despicable thing, how could this old man have come here? Saying so, he turned to Lu Song and shouted, Kneel. Lu Song was dumbfounded, a look of astonishment appearing on his swollen cheeks as he said incoherently, On what basis? Lu Liang angrily shouted, Because this old master is your father. Lu Liang stubbornly refused, I won't kneel. From childhood to now, I've never knelt before anyone. If you dare not kneel, I'll break your legs. If you're willing to, then go ahead and hit me. Lu Song wasn't worried at all. Since he was young, he had never been hit by Lu Liang. Lu Liang's attitude towards him was one of spoiling. Chapter 491. It had to be said that Lu Liang was an expert in managing the family, but when it came to teaching his son, he was somewhat lacking. The father and son pair continued to quarrel until Qiu Yimeng frowned and said indifferently, Uncle, if you just want to educate your son, you can go back to the Lu family, you don't have to stay here. Hearing the impatience and indifference in Qiu Yimeng's tone, Lu Liang was shocked. Ignoring his son, he walked over to Lu Song, lifted him up, and pressed him to the ground. Lu Song quickly restrained him. Lu Song's face flushed red as he knelt on the ground, feeling like his face had been swept away. Even his eyes were filled with hatred as he glared at Lu Liang. If you dare to be stubborn with this old master again, I'll cripple you right now. Lu Liang's expression was cold and calm. He wasn't joking. Seemingly aware of this, Lu Song didn't dare to say anything else. Eldest young lady must be joking. Lu Liang bowed slightly and cupped his fists. Qiu Yimeng suddenly felt a sense of loss. She naturally understood Lu Liang's intentions, but with such an unruly son, anyone would have a headache. This Lu Song, in terms of character, was even worse than Hu Xing. Even though Hu Xing was arrogant and domineering, at least he had good eyesight and knew to follow Yang Kai. Uncle, if you have something to say, just say it. Qiu Yimeng didn't want to look at Lu Song's face anymore, so she didn't even bother to exchange pleasantries. Lu Liang sighed and said, This time, this old master was going to the central capital to see your father, but on the way here, I learned some news that surprised me greatly. When this little bastard was driven out of the house by the 9th young lord, he didn't even send a letter to the Lu family telling this old master the truth. Instead, he deliberately concealed it. This old master always thought he was working under the 9th young lord, but now that I've come out, I know he is actually working under the fifth young lord. Uncle, Chiu Yimeng called out, implying that Lu Liang shouldn't talk about such trivial matters. Regardless of whether Lu Liang knew the truth or not, the most important thing right now was to find out what Lu Liang wanted to do. Lu Liang's expression became awkward, no longer continuing what he had just said, and simply smiled. Eldest young lady. This old man only wishes to ask, what is ninth young master's current attitude? His attitude? Chiu Yimeng hesitated for a moment before smiling bitterly. Uncle, you're making a big fuss over nothing. Lu Liang was somewhat puzzled. Yang Kai didn't take Lu Song seriously at all. He was beaten up like this only because of the Dong family. With Yang Kai's temperament, if Lu Song had really angered him, do you think he would have survived last night? He dares to kill me? The corners of Lu Song's mouth twitched as he questioned sternly. You can try and see if he dares to kill you. Chiu Yimeng's pretty face suddenly became cold. Lu Song felt a chill in his heart and immediately withdrew the arrogance on his face. Uncle, Chiu Yimeng turned to Lu Liang and said in a calm tone, Lu Song came to join us that day. I was also responsible for him being kicked out by Yang Kai because I felt that he was not suitable to stay in Yang Kai's mansion. You should know what your own son is like. He stayed in Yang Kai. Sooner or later, he would die an unnatural death. So I encouraged him to do something so Yang Kai could find an excuse to drive him away. Lu Liang smiled bitterly and nodded. First young lady's good intentions, this old man is grateful. The next day, I also talked to him and asked him to leave War City. However, he didn't listen and stayed. Joining Yang Kai is his freedom. Yang Kai doesn't even know about this news, and even if he did, he probably wouldn't care. He has no reason to blame you. If he doesn't want help, why can't he rely on others? Chiu Yimeng tried her best to convince Lu Liang. Now that he's like this, he can only blame himself, he can't blame anyone. Chiu Yimeng stared at Lu Liang. If you really want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for letting him participate in the inheritance war. It's this old man's fault for not teaching his son properly. Lu Liang said with a look of shame. He naturally knew what kind of character his son had, but the inheritance war was such a big event that he had wanted Lu Song to come out and experience the world so he could temper his character and inherit the Lu family's foundation. Before coming here, he had even warned Lu Song repeatedly. However, Lu Song had completely ignored his words. Yang Kai doesn't mean to blame you. Uncle can rest assured that even if Yang Kai really becomes the patriarch of the Yang family, your Lu family won't be implicated because of this incident. Hearing her say this, Lu Liang suddenly breathed a sigh of relief. This was what he was most afraid of. Looking at the current situation, Yang Kai was certain to become the next patriarch of the Yang family. If one day he decided to settle the grudges of the inheritance war, the Lu family would suffer an unexpected calamity. Many thanks for First Young Lady's guidance. Lu Liang thanked her profusely, his expression relaxing, pausing for a moment before asking, First Young Lady, this old man will ask again, does ninth young lord still need help? Chiu Yimeng looked up at him and chuckled, Uncle, what do you want to do? Lu Liang rubbed his hands and smiled. This old man just wants this little bastard to atone for his crimes. Rest assured, as long as ninth young lord says the word, my Lu family will do its best this time without asking for anything in return. I'm afraid there won't be such an opportunity. Chiu Yimeng slowly shook her head. First young lady, are you worried about that little bastard Lu Song? After suffering this loss, I think he should have learned his lesson. As long as, Uncle, when I was with Yang Kai in your Lu family, I said that if I were you, I would definitely choose Yang Kai as an ally. Lu Liang's expression was bitter. Chiu Yimeng had indeed said such a thing that day, but he hadn't taken it to heart and had instead firmly believed in his own judgment. From the beginning, he had cared a little about Yang Kai, but later, he had been irreverent towards him. The change in attitude was particularly obvious. But you... Chiu Yimeng sneered, 3 million silvers, uncle, you're really generous. Lu Liang's old face went red, wishing he could find a hole to crawl into. 3 million silvers was indeed a lot, but for the Lu family and the Yang family young lords who were participating in the inheritance war, it was nothing more than a drop in the bucket. When Yang Kai left the Lu family, Lu Liang had only given him 3 million silvers, and this was only because he had a relationship with Xiao Fu Sheng from Medicine King's Valley. Who knew that he would now be like the sun in the sky, bursting with popularity? If he had known earlier, Lu Liang would have firmly tied the Lu family to Kai Yang. If he wanted people, he would give them money. If he wanted supplies, he would give them supplies. How could he complain? How could he be irreverent towards him? Lu Liang's intestines turned green with regret. It's too late, uncle. Sending charcoal in snowy weather is not the same as adding flowers to a brocade. Qiu Yimeng finished and stood up. I have many things to attend to in the house, so I won't see uncle out. She then left. Lu Liang stood there in a daze, the expression on his face fluctuating, his heart filled with a complex mix of feelings and unspeakable depression. The Lu family was developed by him single-handedly. It was originally just a second-class force, but after hugging the big tree of the Qiu family, under the care of the Qiu family, it was gradually promoted to a first-class force. Over the years, Lu Liang had always wanted to further strengthen the Lu family, and the inheritance war was the best opportunity to do so. As long as he stood in the right position, the Lu family could definitely rise again. Unfortunately, there was originally a very good opportunity, but Lu Liang let it slip through his fingers. Even when Lu Song brought people and supplies to join the Yang family, there was still room to salvage the situation. If he had not sent Lu Song and instead sent another young disciple to preside over this matter, perhaps right now he would have been able to laugh along with the cultivator in Yang Kai's house. Bastard! Lu Liang swung his hand and gave Lu Song a big slap in the face, directly sending him flying. His eyes were filled with resentment and disappointment. Father, why did you hit me? Lu Song covered his swollen cheek and stared at Lu Liang in disbelief. Lu Liang took a deep breath and quickly said, the position of the family's successor, you should step down. Your little brother Yuan is more suitable than you. After this incident, Lu Liang finally realized that if the family was really handed over to Lu Song, it would only take a few years for the family to completely decline. Little brother Yuan is second uncle's son. Lu Song was stunned. My decision is final. Go home. Lu Liang didn't even look at his son, crossing his arms behind his back and striding out. Behind him, Lu Song seemed to have lost his soul. It was as if he had never thought that because of the inheritance war, his position as the family's successor would be taken away. Inside his little senior sister's room, Yang Kai had already regarded it as his own and would stay here for a few days if he had nothing to do. After receiving a batch of newly refined pills from Xia Ningchang, Yang Kai immediately devoted himself to his cultivation. Tu Feng and Yen Ling Xing's qi binding seals would take at least a few days to lift. Although Ying Jiu, Chu Gao Yi and Tang Yuxian had all taken pills to refine the myriad drug milk, it would still take a few days for them to fully recover. Yang Kai was now only one step away from the immortal ascension boundary, so how could he slack off? While cultivating, Yang Kai also began refining artifacts. The huge role played by the bone shield made Yang Kai clearly realize the tyrannical power of mysterious grade artifacts. The mysterious grade mid-rank mirror was naturally included in the list of artifacts he urgently needed to refine. With the nourishment of the mysterious grade pills refined by his little senior sister, the yuan qi consumed in refining artifacts was quickly replenished. Not only that, but his spiritual energy was also constantly probing the mysteries of the true alchemic way. Yang Kai's cultivation could almost be said to be multitasking, but in terms of efficiency and results, it was no slower than usual. Perceiving the complex and mysterious alchemic way of the true alchemic way, Yang Kai's expression constantly changed as he silently comprehended it. The alchemic way of the true alchemic way was very different from the experience and techniques of ordinary alchemists, and the mysteries it contained were difficult to measure with common sense. Connecting all the knowledge he had obtained from the true alchemic way in the past, Yang Kai now had a deeper understanding of alchemy. Imperceptibly, Yang Kai's precious experience had already far surpassed the standards of this world. The only thing he lacked was his own personal practice. However, he knew that there would be an opportunity. He was still young and had a long future ahead of him, so he could always try something different. Even prying into the mysteries of the martial Tao through alchemy was not impossible. Xiao Fusheng had also said that alchemy could not help one reach the peak of the martial Tao. Chapter 492. Time flew by and Yang Kai immersed himself in cultivation, unable to extricate himself from it for a long time. Until there was a knock on the door. Yang Kai's brow furrowed, but after a moment of hesitation, he waved his hand and opened the door, revealing Chiu Yimeng. "What's the matter?" Yang Kai looked at her and asked. The Chiu family's first young lady walked in and whispered, "The Yang family has sent an elder's order, ordering ninth son, Yang Kai, to return to the central capital quickly." Finished speaking, she stared straight at Yang Kai, a complex look flashing across her beautiful eyes. She didn't know why the elder hall had summoned Yang Kai back. Yang Kai's expression froze for a moment before he tilted his head and asked, "Only me back to the central capital? What about eldest brother, second brother, and seventh brother? It seems you're the only one." Chiu Yimeng pursed her lips. "I see." Yang Kai slowly got up, his brow furrowed. This time, the family's order was quite interesting. Why was he the only one summoned back to the central capital? The last time the Yang family had sent someone to the central capital was only a few days ago to convey the news of the artifact snatching battle at Pajing Lake to the various young lords, but this time? "Yang Kai, I don't know why, but I feel a little uneasy." Chiu Yimeng's voice was a little gloomy, her two jade hands constantly twisting together, showing the tension and restlessness in her heart. For the Yang family to summon Yang Kai back to the central capital for no reason, something big must have happened. As for what it was, she didn't know for the time being. On top of that, the road back and forth would be extremely convenient for others to take action. Since it's an order from the family, there's no need to worry about my safety on the way back. Yang Kai shook his head. If he were to be ambushed on the way back to the central capital and was defeated, it wouldn't be justified in front of the family. In any case, be careful. Chiu Yimeng said, "I've already asked Ing Jiu and Yu Xian to prepare. The two of them will go with you." Yang Kai nodded lightly. Since the family had issued an order to return to the central capital as soon as possible, Yang Kai couldn't afford to delay. He immediately walked out. Outside the front door, Ing Jiu and Tang Yuxian, who had recovered from their injuries, were waiting, the reticent Ing Jiu as always. He didn't even want to say a word, but Tang Yuxian's mature and charming face was filled with a happy smile. "Little young master," she said softly. Returning to Yang Kai's service, whether it was Tang Yuxian or Tu Feng, both of them were sincerely happy. For the past half a year, although the two of them had been working under Yang Kai and performing their duties diligently, they had never stopped thinking about the day when they could join hands with Yang Kai again and create a miracle. "Is your injury almost healed?" Yang Kai asked Yan Yu. "Thank you for your concern, little lord, I've already recovered." Tang Yuxian grit her teeth, her beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Using his mad tyrant blood skill, he engaged in a fierce battle with Ing Jiu. Logically speaking, it was impossible for her to recover so quickly, but under the miraculous effect of the pills given by Yang Kai, it only took her and Ing Jiu 1 or 2 hours to fully recover. Even though he had personally experienced such a miraculous phenomenon before, Tang Yuxian still couldn't believe it. "When there's time, I'll have to ask you to teach me how to use my soul skills." Yang Kai chuckled as he mounted his cloud-treading colt. "Subordinate is always waiting," Tang Yuxian responded in a deep voice. Among the many blood warriors, Tang Yuxian was the leader in terms of soul skills and divine sense cultivation. Each blood warrior had their own specialties. Chu Gao excelled in quick bursts of strength, Ing Jiu was good at concealment and assassination, Tu Feng was good at frontal combat, and Tang Yuxian's attainments in soul skills were second to none in the Blood Warrior Hall. "Go quickly and return quickly, be careful on the way." Chiu Yimeng watched the three of them mount their mounts and whispered. Yang Kai nodded lightly and the 3 cloud-treading colts set off towards the central capital. Outside the mansion, a gentle breeze blew, gently brushing Chiu Yimeng's hair. Under the setting sun, the Chiu family's first young lady's shadow stretched out, the uneasiness in her heart growing stronger and stronger. Pass down my order, everyone suspend their cultivation and divide into 2 groups, take turns to guard the area. If there is an enemy attack, kill without mercy, until Yang Kai returns. As night fell, the huge central capital was like a sleeping dragon, sprawling across the vast earth, the stars in the sky like the sands of the Milky Way. The 3 cloud-treading colts rushed into the Yang family's south gate like lightning. The several guards at the gate didn't even have time to ask what was going on. Only after the 3 people had left did they wake up from their daze and chase after them. 9th young lord, return to the family, withdraw. Tang Yuxian turned around and shouted, the several guards immediately stopping, their faces filled with fear. 9th young lord, Yang Kai. This person's name was like thunder to their ears, so how could they dare offend him, immediately retreating back to the gate and continuing to guard the night. In the 4th master's mansion, 4th Master Yang and Dong Suju, who were cultivating, were simultaneously awakened by the noise made by the cloud-treading colts and hurried out to see Yang Kai, followed by Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian. Kai? Yang Yingfeng was startled, but Dong Suju's eyes were filled with tears as she rushed over and hugged Yang Kai tightly, kissing Yang Kai's forehead while inspecting him for any signs of injury. Since the start of the inheritance war, the mother and son had not seen each other again. The family had not allowed Dong Suju to visit Yang Kai in War City. Mother! Yang Kai couldn't wait to find a hole to crawl into. Yu Xian and Ying Jiao were still behind him. If they saw him like this, what kind of prestige would he have in front of them? As he spoke, he glanced back and found that whether it was Yu Xian or Ying Jiao, both of them wore solemn expressions, their eyes drooping as they stared at their own feet. After a while, Dong Suju vented the longing in her heart and pulled on Yang Kai's hand, her beautiful eyes filled with tears as a look of grievance appeared on her face. Kai, how come you're back? 4th Master Yang asked in surprise. The Elder Hall sent an order. Yang Kai replied, his brow wrinkling slightly. It seemed that the 4th Master didn't know anything about this matter. The Elder Hall. 4th Master Yang really didn't know anything. Although he was a direct descendant of the Yang family, his status in the Yang family wasn't very high, so there was really no need to inform him about the Elder Hall. Come in first. Yang Yingfeng took a deep breath. Mother will cook something delicious for you. Dong Suju said, beckoning to Tang Yuxian, Yuxian, come help me. Inside the house, the lights were bright. The family of 3 gathered around the table, Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian standing behind Yang Kai with solemn expressions. No matter how Dong Suju warmly invited them, they refused to sit. Why did the Elder Hall summon you back to the central capital? Did they say what the matter was? 4th Master Yang asked. Suddenly learning that his son had returned to the central capital on an order from the Elder Hall, the 4th Master Yang couldn't help thinking about a lot of things, and he couldn't help feeling a little worried. They didn't say what it was. Yang Kai was also confused, but the Elder Hall's order was to return quickly, so Yang Kai could only rush back. It was already late at night, so he could only wait until tomorrow morning to go to the Elder Hall to see what was going on. Don't you have any idea what you're up to? Did you do something to attract the attention of the Elder Hall? 4th Master Yang asked. Father, you want to ask about that demon, right? Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. It's not because of him that the Elder Hall summoned me back. I have reached a consensus with Supreme Elder Yang Li Ting about his existence. Supreme Elder has allowed him to participate in the inheritance war, but after it is over, he must leave the battlefield immediately. Supreme Elder also summoned you? 4th Master Yang couldn't help feeling surprised. Yang Li Ting was a legendary figure in the Yang family. Even the 4th Master Yang had never seen him before. Unexpectedly, his son was actually lucky enough to be summoned by him. In the eyes of 4th Master Yang, this was a great honor. On the other hand, when Yang Kai mentioned Yang Li Ting, his expression became somewhat awkward, making Yang Kai wonder what had happened between him and Supreme Elder. Kai, no matter what, we're still part of the Yang family. It's best to avoid making friends with evil demons as much as possible, lest we become the subject of gossip, Yang Yingfeng said earnestly. Yang Kai nodded gently. He naturally understood what his 4th master meant. Over the years, The Yang family had played a leading role in the confrontation with the ash-gray cloud Evil Land's demon race cultivators. Now that Yang Kai had become friends with a demon race cultivator, it was natural for him to attract criticism. On top of that, this powerful demon race cultivator was actually participating in the inheritance war. If Yang Kai really won the position of Yang family successor with the help of this demon, it was easy for people to associate this matter with him. If it's not about that demon, Fourth Master Yang tapped his finger on the table, then it may be about Ingjiu lifting the Qi binding seal. As he spoke, he glanced over at Ingjiu, the Fourth Master's expression also filled with doubt. 6 blood warriors had been hit by the Qi binding seal, 5 of them were imprisoned and unable to use their Yuan Qi, but Ingjiu was safe and sound. This was the work of another Yang family supreme elder, Huang Jiuzhou. If Yang Kai was recalled to the central capital because of this, it was possible that the family would want to ask him about it. Speculating now is useless, we'll see tomorrow. Yang Kai shook his head, too lazy to think about it. Then let's have a good rest tonight. Being summoned by the Elder Hall, it's definitely not a good thing. Yang Yingfeng sighed. He had also been summoned by the Elder Hall several times, and each time he had either been scolded or punished by the family law, so he still had a faint impression of that place. Putting aside business, the atmosphere suddenly became harmonious. The family of 3 chatted and laughed, this warm and peaceful atmosphere also affecting Ingjiu and Tang Yuxian. It seemed that they had temporarily escaped from the tense and bloody inheritance war and were able to enjoy a short period of peace. The night passed without a word. The next day, Yang Kai bid farewell to his 2 parents and led Tang Yuxian and Ingjiu to the Elder Hall under the reluctant gaze of Dong Suju. 9th brother. Just as they were about to reach the Elder Hall, someone called out. Yang Kai turned his head and saw Yang Tai standing there with his hands behind his back, seemingly waiting for him. Last night, Yang Kai had broken into the south gate and returned to the family. The news had probably already spread, so it wasn't surprising that Yang Tai would know. 3rd brother. Yang Kai stepped forward and greeted, 3rd brother, what's the matter? Chapter 493. It's them who helped me. I must thank 3rd brother for sending me these 5 masters. Yang Kai smiled lightly. On the first night of the inheritance war, Yang Kai had captured Yang Tai, but instead of using him to exchange for supplies with the family, he had let him go. Yang Tai had returned the favor by sending 5 masters from the Duan Mu family to accompany him, which had surprised Yang Kai. However, these days, after several battles, the 5 masters from the Duan Mu family had indeed contributed a lot. After all, they were 5 Immortal Ascension Boundary Masters, one of whom had even reached the Immortal Ascension Boundary 8th stage. Yang Tai nodded lightly, his expression suddenly becoming dignified as he said in a low voice, when you go to the Elder Hall, you must not shrink back, otherwise, you will suffer. Yang Kai was stunned and was about to ask more questions, but Yang Tai had already left, not even giving him a chance to speak. Does 3rd brother know something? Yang Kai wondered. Although Yang Tai's personal strength wasn't very good, and his performance in the inheritance war was even worse, his father still had some authority in the Yang family. Compared with the 4th Master Yang, Yang Tai's father's status was undoubtedly much higher and he had access to some of the Yang family's secrets. Could it be that 3rd brother heard something from his father? Yang Kai frowned slightly, carefully pondering over his 3rd brother's words, his expression indifferent. Since he was already here, why the Elder Hall had called him back would soon become clear. With a smile, Yang Kai walked towards the Elder Hall. This was the 3rd time Yang Kai had come to the Elder Hall. The first time was because of the Golden Feather Eagle and the second time was because of the Blood Warriors. Every time he came, Yang Kai found that the white-haired elders of the Yang family seemed to have nothing to do. But this time, the situation was a bit different. When he led Ingjiu and Tang Yuxian into the Elder Hall, Yang Kai was stunned to find that there were more than a dozen elders sitting inside. They were divided into 2 rows, each of them indifferent and dignified. Sitting at the head of the table was Yang Zhen, who had dealt with Yang Kai several times. Even more so, they seemed to be waiting for him. Judging from the situation, it seemed like they were about to be interrogated. Yang Kai didn't think he had done anything outrageous during the inheritance war, So why did these elders present such a luxurious lineup? Although he was suspicious in his heart, he remained calm on the surface. He cupped his fists and said, "Yang Kai greets the elders." Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian also saluted. "The two of you, stand down." Yang Zhen waved to Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian, his pair of eyes flashing brightly as they swept over Ying Jiao. He was like this, and so were the other elders. Everyone's faces and eyes were filled with bewilderment. Ying Jiao's foundation had been damaged, and Ying Jiao had been hit by the qi binding seal. At this moment, not only had she returned to the clan with Yang Kai, but she had also returned to the clan. There was also a feeling that he was even more powerful than before. Those elders were naturally concerned. They didn't know why it was like this. Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian glanced at each other, not daring to disobey Yang Zhen's orders, quickly bowing and retreating. Yang Kai's brow furrowed slightly, his expression becoming playful. These elders not only greeted his arrival with a luxurious lineup, they had also waved away the 2 blood warriors he had brought with him, allowing him to face the pressure of more than a dozen of these elders alone. If it were anyone else, they would definitely feel uneasy and their imposing manner would immediately weaken. Whatever these elders said later would be the truth. Most likely, they wouldn't have the guts to argue. A show of strength? What were they trying to do? After Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian left, the dozen or so elders secretly observed Yang Kai's reaction. Finding that his expression hadn't changed and was still as calm as before, they couldn't help feeling a little surprised. It was the first time they had seen such a bold young man, even if it was Yang Wei. None of them had such willpower. I wonder why the elders have summoned this disciple back to the clan? Yang Kai ignored their probing gazes and went straight to the point, asking Yang Zhen bluntly. "Summoning you back to the clan is naturally for a reason." Yang Zhen sat in the elder hall all year round, dealing with all the big and small affairs of the family, so he had long since developed a cold demeanor. Most people who saw him couldn't help feeling frightened. "This old master wants to ask you, what method did you use to restore Ying Jiao's injuries and lift his qi binding seal? In addition, as far as this old master knows, the blood warriors in your house are often injured, but after a day or 2 at most, they are all healed. What kind of mysteries are hidden in this?" Yang Kai's brow wrinkled. The elders didn't summon this disciple back at such a critical time just to ask about such a trivial matter, right? Although his tone was flat, everyone could hear the questioning in his words. This period was extremely critical for any Yang family young lord who was participating in the inheritance war. If they summoned Yang Kai back just for such a trivial matter, it would be making a big fuss out of nothing. These old fogies in the elder hall might look old, but they weren't bored to such an extent. Yang Zhen lightly coughed and said with a serious expression, "Naturally not." "Then, is this question something the family wants to ask? Or, is it something the elders want to ask?" Yang Zhen was startled, seemingly not having expected Yang Kai to be so calm and clear in the face of more than a dozen elders, so he shamelessly said, "This old master is asking on behalf of all the elders here. Everyone is curious as to how you did it." "Since it's not the family's intention." Yang Kai smiled and shook his head. "Please forgive this disciple for not being able to answer." The dozen or so elders suddenly shook their heads slowly, their faces filled with disappointment. Yang Zhen's expression was even uglier. None of them had expected that Yang Kai would actually dare to refuse to answer this question, and the excuse he found was quite clever. If it wasn't the family's intention, then there was no need for him to answer. These old fogies couldn't take advantage of their seniority to force him to answer, right? "Elder, this disciple has many matters to attend to. If you have something to say, please speak." Yang Kai's tone gradually became impatient. From the moment he entered the elder hall until now, from the performance of these elders, Yang Kai had seen a lot of problems. If they wanted to take the initiative and use their momentum to oppress him, they would definitely say something that would endanger his interests. If not, why would they need to make such a big show of force? Since it was something that would endanger his interests, coupled with his third brother Yang Tai's words just now, Yang Kai naturally didn't need to be polite. "If that's the case, this old master won't beat around the bush with you." Yang Zhen nodded, his eyes shining brightly as he stared at Yang Kai, quickly saying, It's about the blood warriors under your command. The family has made a decision. My blood warriors? Yang Kai's brow wrinkled, faintly feeling that something was wrong, not showing any weakness as he stared back at Yang Zhen. Being stared at like this, Yang Zhen couldn't help but have the urge to evade, but in the end he managed to hold back and calmly nodded. As far as this old master knows, you now have 7 blood warriors under your command, correct? Yang Kai took a deep breath. Ying Jiao and Chu Gao Yi were the first to follow Yang Kai. Xiao Shun had joined after his 8th brother Yang Quan was eliminated. Tu Feng, Tang Yuxian, Luo Hai, and Yan Lingxing had joined Yang Kai after Yang Kong and Yang Shen were eliminated. In total, Yang Kai now had 7 blood warriors under his command, each of them an immortal ascension boundary 8th stage cultivator. If you don't have the means to lift the Qi binding seal, and if you don't have the means to quickly restore the blood warriors who have been seriously injured, then it's fine. With these 7 people gathered around you, I'm afraid they won't be able to exert much destructive power, but you have what ordinary people can't. Yang Zhen stood up from his seat and walked a few steps forward with his hands behind his back before turning to look at Yang Kai. If this old master's guess is correct, the 7 blood warriors under your command have all been restored to their peak, yes. Inferring from Ying Jiao and Tang Yuxian following him here, this result was obvious. Yang Kai nodded gently. This old master also knows what you need to do next. You need to lead these 7 people and defeat the remaining Yang family young lords one by one in an unstoppable manner. In the process of defeating them, you can also subdue the blood warriors who are now following them. Did this old master say something wrong? Elder is correct. If I hadn't been summoned back to the family, I would have acted tonight. Yang Kai admitted frankly. Yang Zhen let out a soft breath. 7 blood warriors, and no one can stop you. You've created a miracle, even us old fogies are shocked. Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and Yang Ying, although they have gathered a lot of forces around them, one of their blood warriors has already been crippled. You only need to lead these 7 people to attack and you'll be able to easily capture them and win the final victory without shedding a drop of blood. When he said this, he seemed to have already seen the scene of Yang Wei, Yang Zhao, and the others being powerless to resist. Moreover, this was exactly what Yang Kai wanted to do. But Yang Zhen suddenly changed the subject and said solemnly, "This is inconsistent with the original intention of the inheritance war, and it is inconsistent with the original intention of the Yang family to send blood warriors to participate in it." Yang Kai sneered meaningfully. At this point, if he still didn't understand why the Elder Hall had summoned him back, he would be a real fool. Anger filling his chest, Yang Kai took a deep breath and stared at Yang Zhen sarcastically. Does Elder want to recall the blood warriors around me back to the family? Although he had noticed the change in Yang Kai's attitude and tone, Yang Zhen didn't care. Young people were all hot-blooded. If Yang Kai didn't become angry at this time, he wouldn't be a young man. Yes, it's good that you understand. Yang Zhen nodded calmly. I don't understand. Yang Kai's expression became gloomy, not caring that the other party was an elder of the Yang family and his own elder, his attitude extremely tough. Yang Zhen continued, as this old master just said, you leading 7 blood warriors to attack the other Yang family young lords is inconsistent with the original intention of the inheritance war. What the inheritance war is about, you should be clear, it's about the connections the young lords have made outside and their personal charisma. The more connections you have, the greater your personal charisma, the more support you can gather. Because what you want to seize is the right to succeed the Yang family's next patriarch. In the future, you will become the Yang family's patriarch. If you don't have the support of the majority of forces, how can you become the Yang family's patriarch? You only rely on the blood warriors from the Yang family to win. This proves nothing at all. Chapter 494. Elder, the fact that the blood warriors chose to side with me, isn't that enough proof of my methods and charisma? Yang Kai looked at him coldly. Yang Zhen paused for a moment before quickly replying. This only means that your vision is longer than everyone else's. He was naturally referring to Yang Kai taking the risk of using Chu Gao Yi and Ying Jiao to win the respect of the entire Blood Warrior Hall. At first, he was also shocked by Yang Kai's boldness, but now it seemed that this little brat clearly had the means to cure Chu Gao Yi and Ing Jiu. However, only he had the ability to do so. None of the other Yang family young lords had such ability. Isn't this my method? Yang Kai's face became gloomy. Yang Zhen hesitated for a moment before nodding. Another point is that the blood warriors will participate in the inheritance war. The family's original intention is to protect your safety and the survival of the flag in the early stages. This has never changed since ancient times. If you really lead a large number of blood warriors to attack the remaining blood warriors, it would naturally be contrary to the family's original intention of sending the blood warriors into the inheritance war. That's the family's miscalculation. What does it have to do with me? Yang Kai sneered. His face was filled with dissatisfaction. It had not been easy for him to gather enough strength to surpass his other brothers and was preparing to defeat the remaining enemies with a thunderous momentum to seize the final victory, but at this critical moment, he had been summoned back by the Elder Hall and told of such harsh requirements. How could Yang Kai accept this? It really is the family's miscalculation. No one thought that there would be a Yang family young lord who could gather so many blood warriors. Yang Zhen sighed. Over the years, in the countless inheritance wars, the Yang family blood warrior hall has participated from time to time, but after so many years, no one has been able to achieve such a feat. No one has ever been able to reach your level. You've earned everyone's admiration, and even this old man admires you. Elder, there's no need for such flattery. This disciple can't afford it. Yang Kai coldly snorted. Yang Zhen's face filled with anger, but he quickly suppressed it. The other elders present also felt a little relieved, happy to see Yang Zhen suffer, especially in front of a junior. I've already told you the reason. Most of the blood warriors around you must be recalled to the family. Yang Zhen reiterated. This is clearly the family's way of suppressing me. Yang Kai shouted, arguing, no matter how many blood warriors I gather, they were all obtained through my own methods. Why should they be recalled by the family? How I use these blood warriors is also my freedom. If the family really does so, I'm afraid I'll be ridiculed. Elders, please have some respect for me. The inheritance war has been going on for so many years. It's not some child's play. The rules are not something you can just change. Yang to Yang Zhen's Yang family's Yang Yang? Yang to Yang Zhen to the family with him, of the families of the family, are you, of the elders at you Hall? Elders elder? Yang of you Yang's Yang of this tea, of him, of course, of the family, of Yang Zhen hesitated a few times, but eventually didn't say anything. Seeing the tense atmosphere, one of the elders suddenly stood up and said, Yang Kai, don't be angry, this time it is indeed the family's fault. After all, we didn't expect you to be able to gather all the blood warriors. But what Yang Zhen said is also reasonable. If you think about it carefully, winning the inheritance war by relying on the blood warriors isn't something to be proud of. However, I think that after this incident, in the next inheritance war, the family will carefully consider the issue of the blood warriors. I only value the result, the process, it doesn't matter. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. Whether it is glorious or not, that is your elder hall's business. The next inheritance war has nothing to do with me. I didn't rely on despicable means to gather the blood warriors, nor did I threaten them. They did so willingly. In short, if the family wants to recall the blood warriors around me, it's impossible. After a pause, Yang Kai continued, if the family really does so, then this inheritance war, I won't participate in it. You dare threaten this old master? Yang Zhen narrowed his eyes, his aura gradually becoming dangerous. If Elder thinks so, then that's fine. It's just that the rules are constantly changing. It's no different from a child's game. I'm too lazy to participate. Yang Kai sneered, cupping his fists and saying, farewell. How dare you? Yang Zhen roared in anger. Yang Kai's expression remained unchanged, but after taking a few steps, he suddenly stopped, because a tall and straight figure with his hands crossed behind his back was approaching him. This man's expression was indifferent, but Yang Kai felt as if a mountain was pressing down on him, his aura suddenly becoming chaotic. In just an instant, that kind of exaggerated pressure disappeared. Yang Kai took a deep breath and cupped his fists. Greetings, Great uncle? The person who had just arrived was actually the current Yang family patriarch, Yang Yinghao. Yang Yinghao nodded gently and walked over to him. Don't be in such a hurry, let me talk to you. Greetings, patriarch. All the elders in the elder hall stood up and bowed. Although they were 1 or 2 generations older than Yang Yinghao, in the Yang family, the patriarch represented supreme dignity. Even Yang Zhen and the others had to salute. Sit down. Yang Yinghao said softly, walking to the seat that originally belonged to Yang Zhen and sitting down. Looking at the shattered table in front of him, he frowned and said, Elder Zhen, you need to change your temper. Yang Zhen rolled his eyes and said, It's been so many years, I'm afraid I can't change it. An elder laughed and said, Wolves eat meat, dogs eat shit, that's the truth. Everyone laughed, and the atmosphere suddenly eased a little. Yang Yinghao had come here personally, clearly having guessed that there would be some unpleasantness here, so he specifically came to talk to Yang Kai. He had to give face to the patriarch. Even if Yang Kai was unhappy, he could only stay for the time being. Looking at you, Yang Kai should already know, right? Yang Yinghao asked. Yang Zhen stood beside him with his head lowered and nodded. Looking up at Yang Kai, Yang Yinghao said, This time it was the family's fault. Great uncle will apologize on behalf of the family. I wouldn't dare. Yang Kai's expression was slightly relaxed, and his mood gradually calmed down. The family's decision to recall most of the blood warriors around him was still unacceptable to him. Facing the strength of the family and the elder hall, he couldn't help feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. No matter what, he was still a Yang family member, and his parents were both in the Yang family. What's more, he had participated in the inheritance war because he still had an unfulfilled wish. You're uncomfortable, I know, but this is the family's decision and cannot be changed, and in the future inheritance war, the blood warriors gathered around each young lord will also be the same. There will never be more than 2. When Yang Kai heard this, his mouth twitched and he sneered. That is to say, even if I defeat Big Brother and Second Brother in the future, I won't be able to subdue the blood warriors around them? Yang Yinghao nodded. The blood warriors are too powerful, especially those who use their mad tyrant blood skill. You should have already experienced this. Isn't this a rule change specifically aimed at me? Yang Kai smiled. I don't know whether to be proud or not. In short, my mood right now is very delicate and complicated. It's not specifically aimed at you. Before, the elders in the family were also worried that you would gather all the blood warriors around you. However, everyone generally believed that such a thing was unlikely to happen, so no one paid any attention to it. But now that you've done it, we have no choice but to inconvenience you. Pausing for a moment, he continued, What's more, the people from Medicine King's Valley and Treasure Instrument sect gathered in your house have already given you a great advantage. These 2 forces shouldn't be involved in the inheritance war. You should have heard that when those people from Medicine King's Valley moved into your house, the Yang family's young lords jointly protested, but the family didn't pay any attention because that was your personal connection, so the family couldn't interfere. However, the blood warriors are different. The blood warriors belong to the Yang family, not your personal connection. Yang Kai's face was cold and he didn't say a word, but Yang Yinghao's words had grasped the crux of the issue. The family is fair. Since you've been asked to recall most of the blood warriors around you, naturally you will be compensated. If you have any request, as long as it can be met, the family will not refuse. We won't let you suffer a loss. Having reached this point, Yang Kai also knew that he was powerless to resist. He didn't have the qualifications or the ability to fight against the family. If he continued to speak arrogantly, he was afraid it would only be a thankless task. I do have a request. Yang Kai hesitated for a moment before nodding. Speak. Yang Yinghao motioned. For my sect, High Heaven Pavilion. Yang Kai looked straight into Yang Yinghao's eyes. High Heaven Pavilion is not an evil sect, it's just that it has a demon lord. Hearing this, everyone's expression couldn't help changing slightly, a deep dread flashing across their eyes, even Yang Yinghao who had reached the above immortal ascension boundary. Demon Lord. In the war with the Ash-Gray Cloud Evil Land, Yang Yinghao had also met this person. Although they were both above immortal ascension boundary masters, This person gave him a sense of oppression. Facing this person, Yang Inghao even had the urge to destroy his own sanity. He knew that this demon lord was one of the top above immortal ascension boundary masters. This request? Yang Inghao couldn't help showing a trace of embarrassment. The matter of the demon lord was of great importance. As the patriarch of the Yang family, he and the ash-gray cloud evil land were like fire and water. Suddenly wanting to restore the name of the sect where the demon lord came from was really difficult. That's all I have, Yang Kai said seriously. He didn't participate in the inheritance war for the position of patriarch of the Yang family like everyone else. His biggest purpose was to use his own strength to restore High Heaven Pavilion's name, which was the common wish of him and the fourth Master Yang. As long as the sect was restored, Ling Tai Su and the other elders, as well as the wandering High Heaven Pavilion disciples, would be able to return to the place where they were born and raised. If Patriarch can agree to this request of mine, not to mention recalling my blood warrior, I would even be willing to withdraw from the inheritance war right now, Yang Kai said solemnly. Everyone present was shocked and stared at him in amazement. You're tuning in to the Passion Pages YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.